Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the very worst crow tamer of all time, Adam Friendly.
You did it! You came up with something new.
Crows?
That's great.
Adam is attempting to train crows to steal money, and he's just failing at it miserably.
You should have gotten magpies for that.
Oh, what is that supposed to? I don't know.
Do you not know about magpies?
Do you not know about the magpies?
This sounds vaguely racist to me.
Even Doom. No, why don't you? Well, it is technically against magpies, but I think that even you, Doomer, might have. He has interesting bird opinions, and even he knows that magpies like to steal shiny things. They like to steal. Well, I say steal. Most of it is probably just trash, and they can have it. But they get little shiny metal bits and stuff, and they make their nests with it, and then they show off to the lady magpies, and that's how
but Adam's trying to get the crows to steal money, like $20 bills, off of tables.
Okay, Sitch, you failed because you're supposed to say.
Anyway, today we're joined by some very special guests.
Yeah, exactly.
We're joined by Rags, Doomer, and Destiny, aka Steven. How are you all doing today?
Doing great.
Wonderful.
Doing fantastic.
All right.
Today we'll be watching some. This was highly requested for weeks, but we didn't want to cover it because we had just done a Vaush video, and we don't like to do two in a row. And this is Vaush. Is he advocating for violence? I'm not sure, or he's at least advocating that the Republicans, if they control all three houses of government, that they will enact some type of LGBT genocide.
Yeah, should we get into it? You've covered this already, Destiny, didn't you? This is like.
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah.
Wait, also, just hold on. I'm trying to figure out what I just signed up for.
That's not fair.
I'm not. Am I committed to like an 8-hour show, or can I?
You
take
can
off
leave.
No, you
you
can.
My name is like, oh, we're gonna be here for 8
Okay,
hours.
just making sure.
You can skip out, and thanks for asking ahead of time. At least you might want to say goodbye to us before you.
No,
leave.
yeah, I won't.
Yeah, just sneak out of the room quietly. Did you? You gotta join the watch together though, Destiny.
Do I have to?
Well, if you want to watch the video with us.
I remember all of it.
Okay. No.
He's gonna
Like
be on
video
this
games are
video.
serious business, okay?
Just don't let the watch together link in your stream, for heaven's sakes.
That
Yeah, I
game
just
looks
wanna-
kind of lit. Destiny, how is that? Is it good?
Everybody's playing it. Seems to be good.
What game?
The
Like
V
V or
Rising
something?
game. Okay, hold on. I'll join
Oh,
you. I'll join your thing. Where is the?
Thank you.
Oh, you're playing a game on your end. I gotcha.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Where is the watch together thing?
I sent it in the link next to the Zoom link, so you should have it
Okay, gotcha.
on your end.
I figured first we would watch. There were two videos that kind of led up to this conversation. We're not gonna watch the whole ones. We'll just watch like 3 minutes from one and 10 minutes from the other one to kind of set the stage, the background about what this conversation is all about.
Right, but since we have Destiny here, Destiny can fill us in on. There was a little drama around this. I think. Was it Rose? What's the Rose Wrist?
Yes.
Is that the YouTuber? So Rose Wrist is a bread tuber, I believe, who's responding to this video, and Vaush decides he's going to jump in and defend his take on this video to Rose Wrist. And I believe, Destiny, you were in the chat.
Hold on. To be just because I want to, especially if I'm involved in Vaush, I want to make sure the facts are accurate.
Okay.
I thought, didn't Rose Wrist reach out to Vaush?
Well, I believe
I
so.
thought it was the other way
yeah.
around, but I'm not sure. So
Yeah. We like to get accurate facts here too. So I appreciate that. We don't want to, Vaush, if we're misrepresenting you in any way, I know that you would never misrepresent anybody on the internet. So
Right.
I would just like to formally, not going to apologize, but if we get it wrong,
acknowledge that.
acknowledge that we got it
There
wrong.
you go.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway,
So the thing that I didn't know, Destiny, was did Rose Wrist ask one of your questions, or that was unclear?
Oh yeah,
to
wait,
me.
there was one question that I wanted him to ask Vaush because I thought Vaush was being a little bit cagey, but
Right. So and he did ask that question.
yeah, he did, and he told Vaush which question it was. So.
What was the response? Do you recall?
I don't even remember the question,
Okay.
but whatever it was unsatisfying. So
Yeah. All right. So let's get
Yeah.
into it.
Let's get into the video.
NPR's Melissa Block reports.
Now, there must be an initial assumption here. Kindergarten to 3rd grade, that's so little. It's a...
So the name of this video is Republicans Want Queer Kids Dead and They're Winning. And this is in response to the DeSantis Don't Say Gay bill.
There's a bit of an echo on the watch together. Is that Doomer or Rags, perhaps? I'm not certain.
I don't think it shouldn't be me.
All right.
I mean, I have headphones in. Is there any other way that would happen?
I have
No.
headphones in as well.
Yeah, I've headphones as well. So
Maybe it's you.
Maybe
No.
watch together.
I didn't hear an
fucked up
echo,
again.
but
you didn't hear an echo?
no.
Oh, I did.
about...
Do you have
Just
the
look and
stream
see
up?
whose box lights up when the video starts, and you'll be able to tell who's echoing if there is an echo.
Right.
Stones. Keep in mind, the real position that most Republican politicians have is that, well, okay, just let's get the...
There's definitely an echo.
Yeah, I do hear it
And
now.
it's definitely not me.
Okay, well, I don't hear an echo, which makes it feel like it might be me. Is it me?
Ah, it's
I
you.
don't hear an echo
It
either.
was you.
Oh, shit. Well, wait, hold on now.
Yeah.
Well,
Come on.
It even echoed like after we paused the video.
the other guy said he didn't hear an echo, so fuck you
Vaush
guys.
was still talking. Who's the
Rag,
other
stop
guy?
covering, okay?
Covering. I'm uncovered entirely.
I also don't hear an echo. I don't know what's going on.
You guys don't have like a stream open in the background or 2 watch together windows open or something, right?
I don't have any other stream open now.
No, the guy the people that are saying they're hearing echoes.
Yeah, I do hear the echo. I don't have anything open.
Yeah, I don't have anything open either.
Hmm. We'll get to the bottom of this eventually.
Maybe.
Hope so. For those who are being bothered by an echo, because I don't hear it, so I don't.
Let's try again. You
Just out of the
might be better to search for it while it's going on.
way right to begin with, okay? Legitimately, most Republican politicians...
Completely fixed now. Whatever you did, it worked. Doomer.
I didn't do anything.
I
so it
don't think
wasn't
they
me.
care about trans people, okay?
It's my
What
bad.
Republican politicians care about is letting the world die to climate change by not...
All right, it's back, Doomer.
Oh,
What-
all right.
Wait. Doomer, mute yourself. Doomer, mute yourself for a second.
I don't hear any echo, so I don't know. I don't think there can be anybody in here echoing. Are you guys in another group call or?
No, this is the only call we're in. Hold on.
Legitimately, most Republican politicians, I don't think they care about trans...
Okay, wait. Okay, it's not Doomer.
I do hear it now. Now that I'm really kind of
Okay,
Yeah.
Steve.
filling my ears.
Destiny, mute yourself for like a second on Zoom.
I think it's you, Sitch.
Wait, okay, here, play again, and we'll see whose box lights up. Go.
Okay.
people. Okay? What Republican politicians care about is letting the world die to climate change by not doing anything about the oil, gas, and,
It's Adam.
Only Adam's box is lit up.
No,
He's
it was
the culprit.
it was
him all along.
it was Destiny.
I muted it and it was Destiny.
Wait,
coal
Only Adam's
lobbies
box
that
was
they
lit
are
up.
bought out by.
but the
And
echo's
2, cutting
gone.
taxes for wealthy people. Now, those two positions...
Okay, you can unmute Destiny. Did you mute him in the call? Okay. It's you. It's Steve.
How is this possible?
Wait, is it actually me or
It is
actually
you.
Yeah.
my box isn't even lighting up?
I know, but
Maybe-
when you were
maybe
muted, the
he's
echo
in-
went away.
Maybe he's in the watch together as the mic in the watch together's on.
yeah, you're
Oh,
probably
wait, I
right.
absolutely am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Jesus
You're in
fuck.
2 calls. This has happened before.
How?
Oh no, wait, is it? Hold on. My microphone and my webcam are not activated.
Gonna be 8 hours of this.
Guys, just bear with, just
I
bear
know
with
this
it.
is-
Steven's
Also, if
totally
that
here,
was the
guys.
thing, then muting me in this fucking call shouldn't affect that either.
That's a good
Motherfuckers.
point. That's a good point.
Well, no, you're muting in one, but you're still open in the other. But we don't hear the echo because
Oh.
you're only in one. Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. That's not a good point.
I wonder.
Wait,
can
what
I
echo you? What are you hearing an echo of?
can I just mute him? Can I just mute
We're
him
hearing
and
an-
watch together?
Well, we're
Yeah.
hearing echo of the watch together, not of you.
Mute me? Just mute me. Do what you must. I accept.
Continue.
position that
doesn't
most
happen on
Republican
EFAP.
politicians have is that, well, okay, just let's get this out of the way right to begin with, okay?
All right.
Legitimately, most Republican politicians, I don't think they care about trans people, okay? What Republican politicians care about is letting the world die to climate change by not doing
Definitely.
anything about the oil, gas, and
That's
coal
true.
lobbies
That's
that they
definitely
are
true.
bought out by, and 2, cutting taxes for wealthy people.
Yeah.
Now, those 2 positions are really bad politically if you are
So I want to play
Is
this
that just
like
it?
for a minute.
That's
before,
all
just
they
to
care about, Rags. Shut up.
Well, no, just to this is very interesting because this is right as the "Don't Say Gay" bill gets passed, and he's kind of saying, "Oh, Republicans don't really care about the trans issue," and you'll see a month later this transitions into Republicans are going to enact an LGBT genocide. So I just thought that transition seems
Okay.
very extreme.
So they went from not caring to being like, we have to get rid of all these people.
Well, like he's saying they don't care. They're just going to use it cynically for ulterior purposes. And that transitions into the genocide. So,
All right.
I would imagine most of them are like what? Like I bet a lot of people are just apathetic to it. It's just not something that they generally discuss or hear about or talk about.
well, I mean, I think people care about the gender identity being taught in school and things of that nature, more so than other issues.
Yeah, I think there's a fear or worry about like stuff going on in school. I think that's a really easy thing to get people worked up on relating to gender stuff. For some reason, you can't do it with mass shootings, but
That's true. Well, there's the fear. There's the fear that they're gonna have their children be trans,
Something like that.
essentially. But
Well, there is also the fear that they're being taught an untested ideology. This idea that, gender assigned at birth is a pretty radical idea for a lot of people. And I don't think that's really been scientifically vetted. And I'm not sure it belongs in public schools for that reason.
yeah, no, I agree.
So, but
explicit about
that concern seems lost on people on the left, like especially Vaush. I mean, we talked to Matt Binder and Lance a couple days ago, and I mean that seemed lost on them. That people are concerned that their kids are being taught this untested ideology as fact. Which how do you have that debate if they don't even accept that's what they're concerned about?
The thing that was interesting to me when we talked to them was that not that it was untested, but they don't even see it as being a political question.
Right.
They're like, this isn't a
Right.
like we said, we don't want politics and things of this nature to be taught in schools. And they're like, this isn't political. This is just, civil rights issues. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
anytime the word politics is invoked, it's a little weird because I mean, like technically everything is political, right? Really?
Well,
No, not.
no,
I mean,
wouldn't
not
say that.
really. Yeah.
I
mean,
think so. Unless we're moving out of like, once you've left like physics, chemistry, and math, like what you teach in every history class is going to be political. What you teach in every sociology class is going to be political. Like sex ed is political.
Those are political topics, yes, because they have to do with social arrangements. But if it's something that there is no, like you said, like math isn't generally a social topic, so it isn't political because there's no moral component.
Kind of, yeah. But then even some conservative parents can turn these topics into big political ones as well. Like Common Core, for instance, is something that people have really strong feelings about.
Sure. But
so,
chemistry is not, and reading is not really. Well, I guess maybe you can.
Yeah, I learned a saying I like a long time ago, which is political things are things that I don't like, which basically means that like if you don't like something, it becomes political. And I think that's a good thing to keep in mind because there's a lot of things that don't seem quote unquote political, but what might not be political to one person, if another person disagrees with it, it becomes political, not to get like too hardcore, but even for something like chemistry, if you've got like a flat earth creationist, that's going to be a political topic or evolution.
Sure. Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a lot of contention around almost fucking everything in the United States. So, yeah.
I mean, I think that's fair to say that anything you disagree with is political. And I guess when we've talked about this before, we sort of landed on that, public education should be sort of based around being as uncontroversial as possible and fulfilling the needs as many people possible. And I think there's a good balance of like technically anything can be political, sure, but how many people are really flat Earth creationist versus.
Unfortunately, I think in the United States, isn't it like a decent chunk of people, like over like 10? What isn't it
flat
like
earthers or creationists? I guess we conflated.
Well, in terms of creationists, I think isn't it like 46% of Americans? Fuck, I don't know how old this data is, but I thought it was like past 40% of Americans still believe in like God creating shit. So yeah, I'm not trying to say that like some things are clearly more controversial than other things,
right?
But I think it behooves you to understand that
split.
You can't just dismiss something by saying like, oh, well, this isn't political. Because I think that's a big folly that a lot of people on the left have made. We're like, oh, well, this is an uncontroversial, absolutely established scientific fact. And it's like, well, from where? Well, from gender studies and sociology. It's like, okay, well, there's going to be a lot of contention here. And I think it's important to recognize that, because when you just blow past it and say, oh, well, I don't think this is contentious, you kind of miss the whole field of people that do think it's contentious. That's
where are you at on that question, Destiny?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
The
gender ideology stuff.
Schools,
I guess.
Gender assigned at birth, is that a thing in your lexicon?
So I feel like everybody just tackles these conversations like dog shit. I think the problem is that I think a lot of the LGBT stuff has kind of like ran away into like very, very, very activist groups, such that I wouldn't trust a lot of activist trans people to talk about trans issues now. So it makes it really hard to say like, where am I at on it? Like I have my feelings and thoughts on it that I would argue are about as close to true as I think they should be, although everybody feels that way, of course, right? But some of the more kind of like radical conversations that feel like they're leading the dialogue sometimes feel a little bit wacky. Like anytime you got somebody talking about like xenogenders or neopronouns or, like all this stuff, it's like, I don't feel like any of that it should even be talked about because it's so ridiculous. But like, I don't know. It's gonna depend, I guess, on what the question is more specifically.
No, I get that. Go ahead.
I guess when it comes to a lot of the school stuff, I think a lot of parents have a particular desire to keep sexuality conversations, and I guess that would probably bleed into gender related conversations to ones that they have with their kids, not ones that they kind of have this degree of separation with. It's got this personal kind of nature to it.
For sure. Although I will say I'm super out of sympathy for parents, because it seems like, especially for boomers, like they just don't have those conversations at all. So like, yeah, fuck you. If like there are so many girls that have like their first period that never even knew periods were a thing until they started bleeding around in class. There are a lot of boys and girls that don't ever get any conversations about STDs or birth control, like real conversations, not the ones where like, if you smoke marijuana, get a blowjob, your dick is going to fall off, like stupid shit like that. So it's hard to be sympathetic towards parents that are like, we want to have these conversations. Well, you're not. But I mean, yeah, they're complicated topics.
Well, I think they probably were comfortable with them learning that in, 5th or 6th grade, whenever it's appropriate, whenever sex ed is appropriate.
They just weren't, that question, when is it appropriate, right? Because some people would say that like kids at 6th grade having sex or sexual feelings, that's fucking disgusting. So
well, no, they teach them the sex ed. They don't necessarily assume that they're having sex,
right? And that's when you start to physically go through puberty. So
I mean, that's what it was for me when I went to school. I think it was like 6-ish grade. We got into the biology topic of reproduction and everything, and we all got this note from the teacher that explained everything we're going to be talking about, and we had to get our parents to sign it that they were okay with that, and then we brought it back to the school and teachers and everything, and then we had all of that school stuff. So. And again, I went to Catholic schools pretty much always, elementary and high school. So,
wow, and they taught sex ed in Catholic school.
Yeah,
wow.
Catholic grade school they did, but it was really bad for me. I don't know what it was like for you, but for us, it was basically like talking about how if you like. We learned about like shadow partners. If you have sex with like 3 people that have had sex with 3 people, you're really having sex with like 9 people or 27 people every single time you fuck somebody.
Shit.
Yeah. So
that sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah. We learned the tape analogy where, you take a piece of tape and you stick it on your arm and you take it off over and over again. You go, this is what it's like to try to bond with your family. Once you've had sex with multiple people, you can't do it anymore. We saw the pictures of like fucking like rotting genitalia, but this is Catholic school though. I'm hoping that
Jesus Christ.
I can't remember what mine was. I think we sort of delved into, I think because it was so long ago and I legit can't remember a lot of it. Maybe it was because they didn't talk about it much, but I do remember seeing some of the pictures of that stuff they'd show. There was a clear a clear, very strong encouragement that you don't have sex until you're married and stuff.
Is
like
it?
that.
But aren't the pictures kind of good to warn people like this is kind of what you're signing up for?
I mean, it
Well,
depends
depends
on what the
what the-
conversation is around
Yeah,
the
right.
pictures.
Also,
right?
the chance of an STD, like making your dick fall off, like, no, we got a very bad. I'm so embarrassed to say this, especially given my level of sexual activity. I think I was like 30 when I learned things about like chlamydia and gonorrhea that I didn't even know before. Like in terms of like how permanent these things are, or like do they clear up with like one bout of antibiotics? Like even for me, I didn't know a ton of shit. And like, yeah. And then same thing with drugs too. We did like the DARE stuff. I was 30 before I finally
I
like,
did
started
DARE.
to
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So the way that we educate our children around these topics is so dog shit. And the problem with too, and people know this or they understand it even if they don't know it. Once you lose somebody's trust because you lied to them about some things, they're not going to believe you about anything. And we do that to our kids a ton when we talk about topics. It's so stupid.
How do you feel on that being said? How do you feel about the Santa question?
Which I don't like to lie to my kid ever. But I mean, some people like Santa. If you want to do it, that's fine. But I think fairy tale shit like that is stupid as fuck. There's plenty of cool shit to appreciate in the real world. Like why?
Buzzkill.
Flying Santa isn't real.
No tooth fairy.
Jeez.
I mean, the presents just they're there. I don't know
about them. So instead, what they do is they maintain power by keeping their voting base distracted by a non-stop series of culture war battles. They are meaning.
This is such projection, like off the charts here.
Distracting.
Well, it's not. It's true, but it's happening on both sides.
I
Both
know.
sides seem to be focusing a lot on culture war issues that kind of detract from not really having answers about a lot of economic problems right now.
Of course, turning the bill into "Don't Say Gay" is exactly what he's describing here.
Also, this is a huge mistake that a lot of people make on the left and right. People will say things like, people just care about economic issues. Like they don't care about these weird culture things. That's a distraction. That is absolutely not true. People absolutely care about culture shit. The idea that it's just a distraction, you think they only care about economic issues, that is just, you couldn't be further from reality.
I was about to say with the whoever the right-wing Vaush is, would he or she be saying the same thing about whatever the Democrats might be doing? It's just a distraction. It's not really real. That issue doesn't really matter. It's just a distraction.
Yeah.
Well, most people understand on some level that like the economy is so complicated, it's hard to have an opinion about it, right? It's like, do I really know enough to
about it? As I've discovered.
It is, but I think that's part of why people don't care as much. But with like culture issues, there's no barrier. There's like, it's not like read 64 textbooks. It's just like, what are your intrinsic moral values, right? And then that just manifests itself as your opinion. So everyone has an opinion.
They're teaching to my kids? I totally understand.
Yeah.
Teaching economics to my kids?
How dare
Not
they?
in my school.
Well, that's what was weird when we talked to Matt, is that that was basically his perception. I guess he seemed like he was kind of very much in a left-wing bubble about, why does anyone care about this culture war issues? Why don't they just vote about public health care and things of that nature? And it's just, I feel like the left's never going to move, or never going to gain politically if that's the attitude.
Yeah,
they hold. They're never going to gain any pick up any votes. And I don't think it's true, because at least publicly, like a lot of Democrats are focusing on these culture war issues, and they're obviously doing it because they think it's effective.
Yeah, you have to. It is.
Yeah,
it is very effective.
People are far more likely to vote their moral interests than their economic interests, especially in terms of, unless you're talking about a huge tax cut. The things that you're voting on don't really affect your economics very much anyway.
A lot of people don't know what's in their economic interest, so it's really easy to convince them that whatever it is that they want is going to be in their economic interest.
True.
Meaningless, and they are done expressly to distract Americans from the fact that their real positions are really, really bad. Now, Republican voters, I think,
that's an interesting. A part of me doesn't think that the secret, because they're in the castle on the hill and it's always lightning behind it, and they're like, all right, we need to distract our voter base because we're actually really evil, and they're going to know we're evil if we don't distract them with these issues. It's like, I don't know, maybe they actually care, because I think that I think everyone on most sides probably actually cares about this sort of thing. You don't have to imply they don't actually care, and they're being
I think with the Republicans, it's more that most Republican politicians are still technically neoconservative neoliberals from like the Bush era, and they have to appeal to the sort of new Trump populist movement, And so instead of focusing on economic issues where there actually would be probably some pretty strong disagreements, it's easier for them to just focus on these cultural issues, which they would generally agree upon. And then like all these don't say gay bills or the CRT bills, they don't really, like, it's very easy to pass these bills. It doesn't cost the government really much to do any of this stuff. So it's just, it makes much more sense for them politically to focus on this stuff.
And parents are reliable voters. If they can step in and pass some policy that's going to make parents happy, they're down to do that. They're totally down to do that. It's like a gift.
Yeah, exactly. It's free money.
Care about trans people sincerely because they're told to, because they consume media, they watch news articles, or they watch news bits, they read articles, you know, which are telling them essentially that the world is ending because children can think that they're the gender that they don't think that they think they are. So on and so on. Now, again, I want to be clear. I don't think Republican politicians, for the most part, care about this stuff. I also don't think they care about the consequences of pushing down that road. Meaning that if this is just step 1 to 10 years from now, like police doing mass roundups and executions of trans people, I don't think Republican politicians...
Does he think that, like, is that a meme or is that something he's...
Rax, have you seen this before?
Well, I haven't seen this sort of thing. I'm not super big political dog, man.
He's serious, but I mean, he admits he engages in gross hyperbole, his own words. So.
Oh, okay. That's gross hyperbole. I hope the people who hear that know it's gross hyperbole.
Oh my God. Because I'm like, man, I guess because I don't know I don't know how crazy because I've heard you hear all the crazy stuff, but.
I don't think it's hyperbole. I mean, maybe this is a spoiler, but like he's repeated these statements like so many times in so many ways, like to pretend it's hyperbole. I mean, it's not being taken as hyperbole if it is, right?
Right.
I might have to get
really
the Tim Pool
about that sort of thing.
I might have to get the Tim Pool beanie out here. I feel like we're drifting towards Tim Pool's Civil War here.
Well, he spends the majority of the debate with the guy that we're going to watch just saying that basically the Republicans are going to become the Nazi party if they control all houses of government in the next election. So if he's speaking hyperbolically, he's being consistent.
If he's speaking what?
Hyperbolically.
Okay.
Hyperbolically. Sorry.
Yeah.
Would care. They will lead all the way down that road and back. I do not think they care that much. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, maybe they don't care enough to do it. Like, I mean, that seems more like they just actually don't care that much.
Well, that's what's even weird too, because he's saying like the Republicans are going to accidentally round up gay people. Like or they're just going to do it. They don't care about it, yet they're going to expend all this energy to put the gay people in camps or something. Like this doesn't make any sense.
Well, I guess the implication is the semi-apathy of step 1 is going to eventually turn into full-blown like hatred and concentration camps.
Okay. Here's a serious question, because I don't know the answer to this. Would he consider legislation that would like block trans kids from transitioning as a genocide? Because he might.
Any single piece of legislation that does anything regarding trans people that isn't like completely 100% reaffirming them is genocidal to him.
Jeez.
Okay. Well then, I mean that might clear up the confusion, right? Because like,
well, no,
when I think of a genocide, that's not what I think.
He said round up, didn't he? Specifically. Wait.
And executions of trans people. I don't think for consequences of pushing down that road. Meaning that if this is just step 1 to 10 years from now, like police doing mass roundups and executions of trans people.
Okay, so he says specifically mass roundups and executions.
What this implies is that there are meetings of police officers and SWAT teams who are sitting in a meeting, and one of them has the big whiteboard, and he's telling him this is what a trans person looks like, and he cuts through all the slides.
Yeah,
this is how you can tell.
We got all the people with picker avatars from Twitter. We've got their addresses. Let's go get them.
Well, and Doomer, like, to my knowledge, there's only one state that tried to enact what you're talking about. They tried to say no kids are allowed to transition. It was Texas. And Vaush never brings that example up, even though it would be technically would be his strongest example, though I guess it would also be undermined because a Texas state court blocked it on the grounds that it's probably going to be unconstitutional. So,
well, that's probably why he doesn't bring it up.
Yeah, I guess. But that's the problem with this conversation. He never brings up the specific legislation he's talking about that's like the one step away from enacting the LGBT genocide.
I think right now the legislation they're bringing up is, I think in Florida, they're trying to remove trans people from the ability to do like Medicaid type stuff.
Oh, okay. Is that...
I don't know if he knows that example or not, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a problem if you think that he's trying to make a persuasive argument to a neutral and biased observer, but I don't think that's ever what he's trying to do, really.
It's preaching to an extremist audience now.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Seems that way with this kind of genocide talk. You generally want to lead up to that.
Yeah, ooh, I don't know. You don't want to go there.
That's just the joke. Is that you don't? Is that you don't?
Yeah, joke, sure, Rags. Yeah.
I don't think Republican politicians would care. They will lead all the way down that road and back. I do not think they care that much. It doesn't really matter the degree of sincerity they have on this issue, because this kindergarten to third grade thing is only a stepping stone to any elementary or middle school, to any schooling or public institution at all.
I don't know. That doesn't seem like some crazy unreasonable thing to say, to make distinctions between younger kids and older kids, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think a lot of people,
transitioning. Yeah, of
like,
course.
Really many issues.
Yeah,
I don't think that it's necessarily to jump to, oh, this is just their stepping stone to the whole kit and caboodle. I don't know. I think that both sides and pretty much everyone can agree that there is some line in between the young and the old that we could sort of put some line on somewhere. I think it's reasonable to do so.
I think the only thing is that if we're talking about a line that should be put there, then the line should, I feel like the line should just be decided medically. I don't like the idea of like state legislatures trying to figure this out. Like, why not just leave it up to hospitals? Like, it feels like a conversation to have between like a doctor, a patient, and then like a child if they're involved, and that should be it. But...
Mm-hmm. How do you feel though about there being sort of ideological capture around the therapeutic industry and the medical industry around trans issues? Like, there really aren't unbiased doctors. The doctors that are in this space are really political actors.
I mean, yeah, that could be a case, but then you fix the political institution. You don't bring in another political institution to regulate it, right? Because political capture obviously describes our political system too, right? Like, because doctors might be political, the state legislature is going to make these decisions. And then also, even if there is some amount of political capture, I would still want the right as a parent to make these choices, irregardless of some state legislature. Like, if there's a decision that needs to be made medically between me and my child and a doctor, I don't want DeSantis standing in between me and my doctor and my child's health. Like, I would never, ever imagine any parent would want to have to deal with that.
But if you had, let's say you had Christian conservatives pitching affirmation care as like a way to deal with homosexualdy, obviously we would jump in and say, no, that's wrong. Right? I mean,
well, Sitch wouldn't, but
what?
You were just echoing a little bit there.
I just feel like
I think that once you hit like certain levels of like evidence for things, I think it's okay to say that this is something that like shouldn't be done anymore. So like, let's say that it was the case that we were a bit further along in the future and we were to see that like, hey, like these types of trans healthcare things don't actually help. Then yeah, we would say like, okay, well, maybe this isn't something that should be, recommended for people. But I would still hope it would come from the medical institutions and not like legislatively. But
well, the state does. I mean, medical licensing boards and stuff like that, they're somewhat state regulated, right? I mean, sooner or later the state gets involved.
Does the state get involved in approving medical I guess you could argue like the FDA kind of.
Sure, that's a state organization as well.
But still, the FDA runs
Consumer
like
Protection Agency is a.
Yeah, but these things run kind of independently. Like you might nominate like a head, but it's not like we're taking votes in the Senate to decide
state
what the
adjacent.
FDA. Yeah.
Well, I think you go to the Consumer Protection Agency if you, and this is with any operation. If you have an operation that you don't get informed consent on, you got a doctor that's just like, oh, this is going to change your life, it's going to be great, and it turns out to be terrible, then you would go to the Consumer Protection Agency, I believe, to say, listen, I didn't get informed consent, I'm suing this doctor.
Yeah, would it be easier to get from a doctor, especially because hospitals in that whole field is probably very, very, they're used to having those kinds of considerations, maybe more so than the government. Would it be easier to get that kind of restitution in whatever form it is from a hospital or a medical organization than it would be from something that maybe the government has more fingers in?
this is why I think the informed consent is where this battle is really going to be fought. And I think this is why so many of the trans doctors are ideologically captured, because I think like sensible surgeons probably see this coming down the road, and they just, it's like a nightmare for them. I don't, how do you give someone informed consent when there's such little research on something like this? I just think a lot of legal wrangling is going to be coming down the line in the near future.
I mean, you can tell people that like stuff is experimental, right? I think, wasn't that something that Trump actually legalized? I thought conservatives praised him for it. I think Trump made it so that if you were facing like life or death circumstances, you had an easier time accessing experimental medication.
Right.
I mean, like, what is the informed consent around that? You know, like.
Well, I guess that's part of the case. Well, that's the case that they're making in trans issues. They're definitely saying, you know, your son or daughter is suicidal, therefore they are somewhat in a terminally ill situation, and therefore promoting.
Yeah, I think the left needs to get away from that shit, because it's cancerous to conversations, that the constant, like, they're all going to kill themselves if we don't approve everything right now. This has to be the case, or they're all suicide. Like that, the left needs to move away from that messaging, because it's really toxic.
100. I totally agree.
But I don't think they can't, though, because that's kind of the medical justification for everything that follows.
The medical justification doesn't have to be you're going to fucking kill yourself, right? Like giving children amphetamines is relatively controversial, but like ADHD doesn't make people commit suicide, right?
Right, but if, like, to my knowledge, I think the puberty blockers and a lot of the cross-sex hormones and a lot of this stuff is still, you know, it's not FDA approved, it's all off-label. And the justification for it is like, well, it's better than death. And as long as that's the criteria, it makes it very easy for any of the stuff to be justified.
You don't want
medically.
them to die, do you?
If people are saying that, I would disagree with that, but it doesn't have to just be death. There's a lot of other markers we can look at for like improved quality of life that are going to be important as well, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It would be better if they moved away from it. I just, I don't think they will, because I think it serves too much. It benefits the medical conversation too much to justify what's kind of going on unquestioningly.
To, the Speak Up Anti-Grooming Act, where they establish a hotline to inform the state if a parent is found to be queer in any way, shape, or form, because there's a higher risk, according to their data, of abuse to their children.
Is that true?
No. He's saying he's predicting there's going to be narking on people for being gay or queer, essentially.
My bad. That just sounded pretty well.
And then the police show up, and and it goes and it goes and it goes. So yeah, that's why they're focusing on it. It has nothing to do with harm reduction. It has nothing to do with protecting kids. Republican politicians love raping kids. That's like one of their top things, next to cutting taxes. They're hugely in favor of it.
Well, you're laughing, so that obviously seems like hyperbole, right?
Well, I mean, it's well known, Republicans are in favor of raping kids, right?
I think it's funny that Vaush does everything in this video that he accuses Republicans of doing. Like, he basically says all Republicans do is scare.
Kids? Well, isn't Vaush the embodiment of it's okay when we do it?
I guess so.
I mean, yeah.
Doomer.
Yeah. To keep in mind, for a lot of these people, I say on the left, but it's true on the right as well. When it comes to politics, people will lay out like a set of principles that they believe in, like we should do this or we shouldn't treat people like this. But when they look at their opponents, they view their enemies, their ideological enemies, as actually being evil. Yes. So like those same rules don't apply, like obviously we should treat people with respect, blah, 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 but this person is engaged in an action that is actually like an aggressive attack against me. So therefore I can act in this manner,
Yeah, I don't condone calling people evil.
Right. No, but that's the
Doomer,
classic,
what are you talking about? Unironically evil, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Guilty.
Special cases. It's just the
Doomer is the author of the Vaush's unironically evil video, so that's why that's funny.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that video.
Yeah. Okay, so
it's a great.
That
video.
Was just. So now we'll move on to.
Wait, are you the Doomer? Are you that Doomer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
the Doomer. Yes.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know that.
I didn't. I don't know if I've ever heard you talk before.
Did you cover that video, Destiny?
Yeah, we watched the whole fucking thing.
It's a great video. Yeah, Vaush totally lost his shit over it, and then
I thought you were a different stoat.
Well, he wasn't a stoat back then. He was the Wojak Doomer. So
yes,
yeah. But yes, and then he was like, you know, I really want Vaush to hate me, so I'm going to put a monocle in my avatar. Just to convince everyone.
Against
this was a top troll. This was a top
deep
troll.
lore I'm not aware of.
Well, it makes him a rich bougie.
Totally.
No, there was a bunch of cringe Twitter drama you don't need to get into, but everybody was calling me an elitist when I'm like a fucking 99th percentile economic left sockdom.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck it, lean into it. Put a monocle on my avatar.
You missed the opportunity to give yourself the big long Cruella de Vil cigarette holder thing. You need to have one of those to really go all the way. I only associate those with Cruella de Vil. I don't know what they're really called.
CT, get on it.
He would have to go with the 16:9 avatar.
Yeah, her lighter is like a little dragon, right? They went full evil with her. I'll call Cruella de Vil evil. I will take that lead.
Wow, very bold.
What I meant was Vaush is definitely scaring his voters to the polls in the same way that they always accuse Republicans of. Republicans are just fear mongers. They just want to scare you to the polls. That's all they care about. All this manufactured outrage. When Vaush is basically saying here, they're going to round you all up and execute you. How is that any different?
I mean, that's like politics 101 these days, right? It's like everything is genocidal, everything is an existential threat, everything is on the verge of like killing and destroying everybody. Like that's just
yes, but I don't like that.
It's really bad. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah. But.
How do you have a conversation with someone when they are basically accusing you of being a mass murderer before you even talk to them?
Demon
you can't, but that's the point. That's the point, is that you can't. Like it self-selects in people who are just completely unwilling to have conversations with people who disagree
label and
with
dismiss. If we label them as a thing, we don't have to talk to them. We don't have to engage with them because we've already labeled and defined them as being this thing that can't be reasoned with, and they're evil.
To be fair, yeah, but you see, Republicans will do this on the other side, right? Like all trans people are groomers, teachers that talk about these things are trying to like groom kids into doing things to pedophiles. Like it's all the same shit. Everybody plays these games.
I don't necessarily think that's true, though. I think the groomer thing is kind of political payback for being called racist, Nazi, homophobes for the last 6 years. They finally hit on something.
Conservatives have been calling gay people groomers for the past like 20 or 30 years.
Well, some are,
but the 60s of gay guys. Well, yeah, but I'm saying it's been a stereotype of gay people for a long time that they're just trying to like find children to molest. Like
But Destiny, that's the homophobes and definitely the homophobes on the right are doing that indiscriminately, right? But we
can't just say it's a minority when it took a little boy dying of AIDS from a blood transfusion to finally get Republicans to care about AIDS, right? Like it was a pretty mainstream opinion of the Republican Party.
You're talking, what is that, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? I'm talking about today. When was this blood transfusion thing? Was that before I was born?
Was his name Ryan Hart?
It's probably in the 80s.
I'm just saying.
You're talking about the 80s?
I'm just saying that because you were saying,
you can't bring up an example from 40 years ago. I'm talking about now.
No, I understand what you're talking about, but you're saying like, well, this is payback for this. And what I'm saying is like this kind of quote unquote payback goes back a long time.
But I would like to think that the Republican Party has worked on its homophobia in the last 40 years. I don't see conservatives being the party of homophobia anymore. So I think that example
not as much. I would agree. Yeah, we've moved left like socially for sure.
But I'm
only responding to you saying that like this was payback for this. I'm saying, yeah, but payback has been going back and forth for a long time.
There are still homophobes in the Republican Party, okay? But I think they're very, very rare in this day and age. And that's a good thing, I would say.
Well, I would say these things do go back and forth. It's sort of like, okay, so they're calling the left groomers now, and then the left was calling them racist before then, and before then the Republicans were calling
communists
communist. They made liberal a dirty word and basically started with communists. So these things continue, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Right. But what I am saying is there are a bunch of rank and file Republicans who are like, I'm not homophobic, I'm not transphobic, I'm not racist. But they're being called racist, Nazi, homophobes every single day. And if you say to yourself, listen, they're mislabeling me, then you're going to be more inclined to start mislabeling them groomers. And where you had at one point, only the homophobes would be using this terminology. Now you have so many people who are just moderates who are like, yeah, they've been lying about me forever, so now I'm going to lie about them. This I'm not doing this. I'm not going out calling people groomers. I'm just saying that morally speaking, it's become kind of a tit for tat thing. So
yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, of course.
Well, but I do believe, and they're saying this now. They're trying to say anybody who uses the term groomer is a homophobe.
Yes.
Which I don't believe that's remotely true. So
you don't believe? Wait, say that last thing again.
They're trying to say, the Vaushes of the world are trying to say right now that anybody who calls anybody a groomer is a homophobe.
A homophobe, no, but I mean, it is really weird. If you're using like groomer, like I don't know if a lot of people know what groomer means. I mean, it feels like a reiteration of like prior attacks on LGBT people. To just call people like groomers is kind of strange.
I'm so glad
we actually see somebody grooming. Right?
I'm so glad we're having this conversation. Yeah, because Destiny, it seems like you're not in the know about the groomer thing. Sitch, you want to?
Well, no, I'll just say it's weird because, to my knowledge, the first person to really push the groomer label was James Lindsay, and he meant it specifically in this kind of specific context that he's arguing that a lot of the queer theory stuff is sort of independent of gay rights and trans rights and is used to deconstruct, liberalism and normative values and all that stuff. And he did mean it in a somewhat. He talked about how the idea was to sexualize children, not in order to, have sex with underage children, but was that sexualizing them for some reason would open them up to basically being able to be more willing to accept sort of, socialist Marxist rhetoric and ideology. And when he was talking about grooming, he meant it in a kind of political way. And that was, to me, I think that's really how it started. So obviously
it's pretty big. So we're assuming that the whole reason why people are pushing for certain types of LGBT stuff is to get children more in line with being able to accept Marxist thought in the future, or
no. Well, first of all, I don't think that's what's going on. I think he's only referring to, and what I would agree with is that the academic literature behind it, that's the intention, and then it gets picked up by people because they feel like they're continuing the civil rights movement, basically.
Well, I mean, it feels kind of like equivocation, like a Mott and Bailey, right? Because you can call someone a groomer and you mean they're like fucking kids. That's the intention that you have. And if someone calls you, you're like, oh, I don't mean that.
That's definitely, I'm not going to deny
trans shit.
I'm going to agree with you that that's definitely happening. And that's part of the power of labeling people a groomer, is that it kind of allows that meaning of like, oh, you're a pedophile. And then when someone says, oh, you're a homophobe, you're calling all gay people pedophiles, they can kind of smug Pepe face be like, oh no, actually I'm just talking about political grooming. And I understand it's all happening, but I think there's some truth to the label.
Well,
which
so
label?
There's some truth, meaning that in academic circles, certain ideologies are pushed to groom children to be more warm towards Marxist ideology in the future. Is that like that's where you're saying it's applicable, or?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is political grooming. And I think if they want to be more specific, they should say that. But obviously they want to have that incendiary pedophile implication.
Well, it feels kind of to me like how racism went from being, having malice for people of different races to like, you support society. And
systemic racism.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I just mean the equivocation of changing the underlying representation of what a word means.
Yeah, like if we were to ask the average conservative what grooming means, out of 100 people surveyed, how many do you think would give that academic answer? Because I would guess less than 2.
Very, very few. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what it. Yeah. That's yeah.
So anyway, we'll move on to the second lead into the debate for the Vaush video.
Okay, listen up, people. I understand the urge to engage in sociological analysis, but first and foremost, it is critical to understand the fact
What's on
that
his ear? Did
Republicans
he get a piercing, or?
are demons.
That's his marshmallow.
It's a bandage because he has keloids on his ears.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So this video is called "Why Pro-Life Republicans Want You to Suffer," and this was immediately after the Roe v. Wade leak, I believe.
Okay.
I understand the urge to engage in sociological analysis, but first and foremost, it is critical to understand the fact that Republicans are demons wearing human flesh. You can fault Democrats for being incompetent or maliciously incompetent. I mean, and you should, by the way. I encourage you to. But most Democrats, I don't feel their actual envoys of Satan wearing human flesh.
See where
Republicans,
this is
however, this is a requirement for entry. And
I'd like to point out really quickly, people said I was being hyperbolic about his rhetoric. So
wow,
man, what a great clip. What a great clip.
Yeah, you made your video too early.
Yeah, what the fuck, Doomer? You need a part 2. Get busy.
Destiny's muted.
Should have learned a time.
Sorry,
I know.
Yeah, I saw that. Are we responding to chat now? Because if so, I've got a lot of things I can say. No, I'm just fucking with you. But okay.
I muted you, Destiny,
chat?
just to avoid the echo. So
Yeah, I got you. Sorry.
yeah. Somehow I know that it has to do with the watch together. I feel like if you left the watch together and came back in, it might fix it. So
Okay. Wait, do you want to leave me unmuted and see if it echoes again? And then if it does, I'll just.
it does. It is echoing.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
How? I don't know how. Good question. All right. Well,
usually we're used to dealing with professionals here, Destiny.
You have
people who've
back,
streamed more than once. So
well, something is happening with the watch together window that I don't use this watch together thing, but like I can look on Zoom and I see that my thing's not lighting up, so I can't be leaking audio in there. But also, I don't have my microphone approved for.
But Zoom, if you enter the watch together room incorrectly, somehow you can talk through the watch together room.
Okay, I'll refresh it. We'll see if that does anything.
Yeah.
Okay, I refreshed it. You can tell me if it does anything there.
See, I heard it. I heard my voice come through the watch together room.
Oh yeah, you could toggle your microphone on the watch together. Yeah.
Yeah, mute yourself in the watch together room. Activate your microphone. Click on that button and go block.
Smash that mic button.
Oh, it shows a symbol when you're activated. So he was not speaking through watch together. That wasn't the issue.
Yeah, so
because he didn't have the issue.
I turned it on.
It isn't?
Yeah, whatever. But
Oh, okay. Maybe it's going through. Maybe the watch together is going through your speakers into your room or something, and you're hearing it in your headphones and in your room. I don't know.
Who knows? Okay, try one more time. If it echoes, I'll just keep muting myself in here.
I want it to be known, and I talked about this a little bit on Twitter, but I think it's very important to insist on this. Anti-abortion,
Wait, is it echoing now?
Pro-forced.
Yeah, I can hear it bouncing
okay,
right off that wall in back of you.
Well, I see it echoing now. I don't know. Okay, I'll just mute myself.
There's a little tinny sound coming off the saxophone.
Tinny, don't say that word.
Birth advocates do not give a single shit about the unborn. This can be evidenced in a variety of ways. First of all,
I will say, as someone who grew up Catholic and was surrounded by them for much of my life, they absolutely do care.
Yeah,
whether you agree with it or not. They
of course
they
do.
really do care.
Of
they care a
course they
lot.
do. Yeah, they do.
what are two very basic, common sense policies that everyone who sincerely cares about fetuses would support? Anyone who doesn't want abortions, right?
Do we need to guess and then see how our guesses compare with
Rags,
him?
you got a guess?
I'll have to put myself in the Vaush mindset. It already tastes terrible.
My condolences.
Oh yeah. With him, I actually don't know. I was thinking that maybe we could pull some together, make a game of it, but
it's got to be like child care.
After it's like if you
welfare,
don't,
something like that. Free baby formula.
Something that he would think everybody would agree on, which is tough because you want to think that it's crazy, but he also thinks Republicans are Satan. So I'm going to go with abortions allowed after second trimester and mandatory or like big what?
How is that a sensible policy?
I don't know why he thinks. I don't know how this person I don't know.
Rags, we're using our brains today, okay? So
no, if we have to role play not doing that.
Okay. So that's true.
That's
true.
Then he thinks.
Oh, I got you. You're right. No, obviously, it's going to be some sort of child care or,
I think
or
so,
free college or who knows what he's going to say.
Yeah, free child. Oh, he might go into free college too. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And are we talking about why he's going to say they're anti-child or?
The policies he's going to say Republicans would be in favor of if they actually cared about fetuses.
Oh, sure. I mean, like these are going to be super standard, like Democrat arguments, not even wild ones. Is that like Republicans care about a child until the moment it comes out of the womb, and then they're opposed to things like welfare or opposed to anything that would help like further along the life of a child after they've been born, of course.
Right. Free child care. Yeah.
You guys are missing the obvious one.
What? Well, say it. Tell us.
Well, you'll see. I watched this video.
Okay.
Two things.
Sitch
you would
can't
want
cheat.
access to free contraception.
Free
because
contraception.
you want every birth to be deliberate, because if it's not deliberate, that increases the likelihood of abortion.
Of course, that completely goes against Catholicism, but who cares about their religion,
Free
right?
contraception.
They probably don't care about their religion at all. What a dumbass.
Well, it's more just, I mean, the right's just against, public funding as much as possible anyway, generally.
Yeah, but they're not going to give up their principles. What kind of person says, oh, here, let me give up my principles?
I mean, I will say that like the majority of religious people are having premarital sex and stuff. I do think it's a little bit strange. If you're so opposed to abortions, why wouldn't you be pushing like contraception is bad and it's a sin, but it's probably better than murdering a baby in the womb. Right?
Because they can't do it because of their principles. They would look like hypocrites, and they know that. So, on the down low, they'll promote it, but they're not going to come out and support a bill in Congress. They're going to tell their.
And it makes it harder to feel like you have a principled stance towards protecting fetuses. Like now, your principled stance is going to be more like aligned towards following whatever religious idea you have.
No, they just circumvent it by saying abstinence only. That's why they are in the abstinence only position.
Yeah, but
I know it doesn't work.
Right?
I know it doesn't work. It doesn't matter though that it doesn't work as long as they maintain their principles. That's what they're worried about.
I don't even think they need to push abstinence only. I mean, people can buy condoms.
Right.
People can get condoms, relatively easily.
That's what I'm saying. Every Catholic family in America is telling their kids secretly, use condoms.
Well,
but they're not going to support a bill.
A lot of religious people are. They do have that bit of a, if they want to do it, then that's their right to sin or something like that. There's probably enough of them to where it's a sizable chunk where as long as it doesn't cross particularly strong lines, which I don't think contraception does for a lot of them, they would be all right with, it's fine if it's out there, but we don't like it. But it's the right to do it.
There's a difference too between saying like, if someone wants to use a condom, that's up to them versus saying like, oh, my tax dollars are going to be paying for this.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But
I mean, it's short-sighted because you're paying one way or another. You're either
I understand like consequentially, but I'm saying like the way people perceive it, the whole situation.
How they imagine it. Yeah.
Factually, nothing lifts people out of poverty like capitalism. Do you think Vaush is going to go?
Condoms.
No, I was going to say capitalism. You think Vaush is willing to abandon his principles just because that's a fact? Of course not.
Well, he's not going to accept that as a fact in the first place.
Right. Yeah, of course.
And you want prenatal care. Those are the two big ones. Sex ed as well. No, three big ones. Sex ed, prenatal care, subsidized by the government, free.
I got that one right, by the way.
The way civilized countries do. And access to contraception. Republicans support none of these. In fact, they're opposed to...
Got him. Proof. Proof.
All three. Republicans are against access to contraception. They are against sex education. And they are...
I don't know about they're against access to it.
Don't you know that? The Republican Party hates condoms.
Well, and to be fair, he did say provided free by the government. Okay, they are against.
Now
that.
He's saying, I
think a lot of Republicans would actually say they don't want like teenagers have no business accessing contraception. Or at least I've heard my mom say this a ton, and I feel like I've heard other Republicans say that like they shouldn't even be for teenagers. You're encouraging them to have sex and stuff. Maybe it depends on the flavor of Republican you're talking to.
Maybe, yeah.
I think the Republican Party
this is PolitiFact mostly true.
Well, yeah, but do we focus on like what we think? Like boomer parents are saying, or do we focus on what the party's actually pushing for?
I mean, the party's more productive.
Yeah, totally. Party
against the any kind of
what happened to Vaush? What happened to Vaush here? Vaush used to be no verbal tics, none of this verbal garbage. What happened? I feel like the confidence level here has been eviscerated.
He needs to ameliorate his oratory.
As the preeminent expert on Vaush videos, I disagree with that.
Vaush, do you realize that you're speaking?
This is different.
Do you realize you're doing public speaking right here? Then all this.
You're being. Well, Doomer's saying that he was always like this.
He did.
You just saw edited clips.
He did.
Plus, it's fucking hard. It's not. If I go back and listen to myself talking, I sound like a fucking moron. So like, I don't know.
Well, edit that shit out, Doomer.
What do you mean go back?
Positive changes to our healthcare system. They do not care What is prenatal care? Care for like a pregnant, like making sure the womb's healthy and everything. Making sure everything's going on.
I didn't know they didn't.
They do not care, okay? The reason they care is because they want to control women. That is it. That is, at the end of the day, that is it, okay?
Why is this so like me. This is so dumb because there's so many people. I'm pro-choice, but there's so many people that are pro-life, and they, for whatever reason, they really have strong feelings about, protecting the life of the child. I've never heard this, mythical Republican be like, listen, I don't give a fuck about fetuses. I just want to make sure the women.
Well, he's not making the argument that they don't like actually not care about fetuses. He's making the argument that like consequentially through the policies that they enforce, that they're essentially like implicitly condoning, more abortions happening rather than explicitly saying I don't care about the life of the fetus, right?
No, I don't think that's what he said. They just want to control women. They don't care about the fetus. That's what he just said.
Time about,
he gets into weird territory there as well, for sure. But I mean, I think that there are like it's always been like a classic question of conservatives, although apparently we're not allowed to talk about all conservatives, but it's always been like a classic question of conservatives where it's like, okay, you guys want less abortions. We know how to do this. You do it through sex ed and you do it through contraception. And both of these things are things that historically, at least, conservatives have been dramatically opposed to. Like they'll die on the cross of like not having sex ed, like good sex ed for kids or contraceptives available to teenagers. So, I mean, I think it's a fair thing to point out, but he gets into some weird territory later where it's like, it's just about controlling women's bodies and stuff, right?
Does anyone really, like the average person, really look at politics in that like logical, consequentialist way? Because I don't think that. They usually just rely on their, their moral feelings to guide them.
Well, that's the thing is like,
of course.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, so it's not like Republicans are being hypocritical or in that they're not supporting sex ed because that would reduce, teenage pregnancy. It's just they're not even thinking about that from that consequentialist lens. They're like, well, I'm against teenage pregnancies. I'm against sex ed for all these moral reasons.
Right. I mean, I think it's fair to say that they have a position that's like pretty stupid considering what you would expect to happen, right? It's like your stated priorities do not line up with your policy objectives. What you're proposing
that's
is
like
not going to accomplish. Okay, but that's
but I think this is like people
for being dumb as fuck.
Yeah, it is dumb. People will criticize it, but it's kind of like Democrats who say they want more affordable housing, or progressives who say they want more affordable housing, and then they dick ride the fuck out of rent control, which is like one of the dumbest policies of all time.
True.
Right? So people can argue something like, oh, okay, well, like, do you really care about rents? Because it doesn't seem like it because you're pushing for policies that don't help. So I mean, like you could say like, oh, are you saying they don't care about rent? Well, no, they do care about rent, but it's just like the policies that they're pushing aren't affecting the thing that they're trying to change. So it just seems kind of strange. I think that's kind of the overall
They think
point.
It's working, or they feel they have to go a particular route. If you're a conservative and you have a lot of Christian influence and you're a strong Christian, right? You might want certain goals, but automatically, to you at least, it locks off certain opportunities that you can use to get to that goal because of a moral reason or a religious reason.
To the conservative, women having sex outside of the socially ordained, divinely ordained, controlled format of a monogamous marriage is sinful. It is degenerate. And the primary agent of this degeneracy is, of course, the woman. Now, Republicans don't care that much if guys sleep around. This is very basic slut-shaming logic, right? Like, you can talk about monogamy all you want, but when guys sleep around, it's like, hey, and if girls sleep around, they get shamed and like kicked out of their social circles in a lot of conservative places. In like the Bible.
Destiny, is that the case? You went to Catholic school. Were all the guys?
I mean, they'll always tell you that like nobody should have premarital sex, but like socially speaking, it's always kind of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge if you're a guy and you mentioned it to it. But I mean, like they'll always tell you that like
maybe among your friends, but not around. Like try telling that to your Sunday school teacher. Oh, I'm gonna go get laid.
I mean,
to
your Sunday school teacher, but I'm thinking more in terms of like how fathers and mothers like relate to their children. I think even in early like sitcoms, you would see this kind of thing where like the daughters are super protected, and the sons are kind of like, you shouldn't do that, but like, oh, good job, son, not like explicitly, but I mean, like, there's also a difference in terms of like the consequence of both as well, right? Like your daughter sleeping around gets pregnant, and that's like a whole thing, versus your son is sleeping around and doesn't get pregnant.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and obviously there's different, reproductive strategies that are available to men and women, just because of how we evolved. But I don't think that there's some broad feeling. Now, I didn't grow up in the Bible Belt, but I would assume there's not a broad feeling among the Bible Belt that's basically like, telling guys to go fuck around and telling women that they have to.
It's not, but you're never going to see the same type of charge against promiscuous men as you will against promiscuous women. Where promiscuous women are like essentially devalued whores that have no value left to offer a man in a relationship. Whereas like promiscuous men are like, well, you shouldn't have done that. You know, that was kind of sinful. Do some penance, you know?
Sure. Is that just an emergent sort of aspect of just a woman is pregnant and she has the baby?
I mean, there's a lot of, I don't think it's just that, but I mean, there's a lot of potential things you could go into for why people treat that the way that they do. It just, there's a lot there. Yeah.
Like men maybe are perceived more as you go get women and women are to be had in that weird.
Yeah, there's like the chaser chasey thing, right? It's like what's the old kind of like meme saying is that like a box that's unlocked by any key is a shitty lock. A key that unlocks any lock is a master key, right? Like it's like these types of sayings. Like there's a lot of reasons why people believe the things that they do. It's not just going to be religious or just cultural or just evolutionary. There's a whole bunch that kind of like plays into.
I think it is just evolutionary. I think the analogy that you're using there is just to illustrate to basically articulate the intuitions around the evolutionary reasoning, because it's all goes back to paternity uncertainty. Like the man doesn't necessarily know if the child is his, and the woman always knows any child that comes out of her is hers.
Sure, it's not very interesting to say something like everything is evolutionary, because I mean, like technically that's true. It's like saying everything is biological, because without biology we wouldn't exist. I mean, that's kind of true too, right? But I mean, like we're going to have evolutionary tendencies, and then culturally we're going to pick and choose which things we exaggerate past the normal point of exaggeration.
Sure, cultural evolution is a real thing. Yeah. I would argue that I would argue that all of cultural evolution serves biological evolution. Otherwise, the culture would die out, because if the people perpetuating the culture don't continue themselves, then the culture dies just as a point of logic. Nobody's using that culture.
It's like a hedge that you can trim in a sense.
You have to be really careful where you go with that, because it's like should type 1 diabetics be allowed to live? Right, because these are people that have. Okay. You know what? You win that debate.
Well, no, but I'm not
Didn't expect you to bite the bullet on that one, but all right. Yeah.
I'm not making that argument, and I would go further than that, Destiny, because if like our culture is one that we protect people like the type 1 diabetic, right? And I mean, you have a perfect example in someone like Stephen Hawking, which in 3,000 years ago, Attila the Hun would have, just pushed him off the cliff, right? But since we've kept him, he's been a major contributor to our society in ways.
Well, that's because our culture has recognized that you can get great deal of value from people who maybe aren't physically.
Yes. But that is part of our culture.
But in a way, but now we've transcended the biological into the cultural, right? Because now you're arguing that because theoretically, this is why society is so complicated. Theoretically, we can say the goal of any gene is to propagate itself, right? That's what genes are supposed to do. They copy and they copy themselves, and that's what they do, right?
Sustain, yes.
Yeah, it might be the case that there are some negative strategies that in a microcosm seem to not work well, but in a macrocosm actually end up working well because of how we socialize with each other. So this is, I don't know where we're at on this. I don't know if we can ever know the thing about this, but I've heard it suggested that evolutionarily speaking, there might be an advantage to having gay people in groups of people. Even though gay people don't propagate their genes, having some number of gay people present in a society allows for more caretakers that you don't have to worry about competing with for reproduction purposes, right? So that's an example of it seems like a very negative reproductive strategy, being gay, but having some of these people might give that society more advantage than another one where every single member is competing for reproductive purposes, right? That's just an example of where things can start to become socially exaggerated, or it's hard to say one-to-one, this is evolution and this is society or whatever, because all of these things are interwoven with each other.
Well, that's a huge aspect of any evolutionary talk, whether it's cultural or particularly biological, is that you got to operate on these very large scales a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. It's, isolated stuff doesn't always.
And you're talking about multi-level selection. You're talking about selection at the level of the individual and also selection at the level of the group. So obviously,
was it Brett call his lineage selection?
Lineage selection, yeah.
Right, versus individual selection.
Which we're going to have him on to talk about that, because he keeps talking about it, but not really. No one's digging in. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I think the reason the evolutionary stuff comes up when we're like watching Vaush or another, I guess, leftist, is that they primarily ignore any of the biological tendencies. They kind of view people as these blank slates, and then all this stuff is just culture kind of being foisted upon people, forcing them down these pathways, which I don't think you're going to get the outcomes you want if you have that view, when it's really culture is kind of trying to sublimate these evolutionary tendencies in pro-social ways. And you have to kind of understand it and look at it in that way if you want to enact positive change in societies.
And if you want to build better institutions. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah. It's the exact same thing. Like when you want to make government policy to alleviate some issues around poverty, you cannot ignore market forces. If you do that, you're going to miss so much, and you're not going to be able to account for everything that's going on. It's the same thing when we talk about social things. You can't just try to enact social policies or change culture in a way and completely ignore like biological realities, because then you get into weird areas where we're saying that, like, you know, like Kobe Bryant should be able to identify as a woman and play in the WNBA the next day or something, right? Like you have to have some grounding here in what is factually true. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what Lysenkoism was and why it was such a disaster.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me you believe in genes?
Belt. Girls will lose everything if they're accused of being a slut. And guys, by the same, I mean, we're talking about divine social standards here, right? You'd think it'd go both ways, but of course it doesn't. It's about controlling women. And
I mean, men have an intuition that they don't like. Well, no, let me rephrase that. Men do like slutty women a lot, but they don't think
not to raise their child.
Yeah, they don't think I'm going to make this woman my wife. They think this is for tonight, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe, although I don't even know if that's true, because it seems like if you gave a normal guy the opportunity to fuck like 10 different women, they would actually prefer that every single woman they fucked was a virgin. I think a lot of guys would opt for that. So even for quote unquote promiscuous women, they don't actually want promiscuous women. They just want a woman that will only be promiscuous with them. And
sure. But see, I think you're being too charitable to overall to Vaush's point here, because he said Republicans don't care about the fetus. All they care about is controlling women. So it sounds like he's very clearly saying that they literally do not care about the life of the child.
Well, that's because you guys are all very anti-Vaush. I'm trying to steal in his argument.
I know.
But I mean, like, yeah,
I appreciate it.
I'm critical as well, because if you go to my Twitter or whatever, I'll say shit like, you can't just say that Republicans don't care about women. You sound like a fucking moron, and nobody's going to listen to you, because obviously conservatives care about women to some extent, or obviously, but like I'm trying to give like the best version of what he's trying to say, but he's either too stupid or doesn't understand like how to phrase it correctly, or he's actually too radical and he doesn't. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Do you think Vaush turns his ship around, Destiny? I mean, I watch a lot of your content, especially on Vaush, because it's so fascinating to me. Vaush is just so in this weird bubble. I don't think he'll ever be able to appeal to a wider audience. I think his audience
he can't appeal to moderates, because why would you watch like Vaush over me, right?
Yeah.
Or any other, or even like David Pakman, right? So he can't appeal to moderates. So I think he's going back to trying to appeal to the very extreme left and the very extreme right. Like extremists are somebody they can always appeal to.
He knows the group he can pull
but
from.
But they are super finicky, and they score very low on loyalty. And I feel like sooner or later they're just going to get tired of Vaush, and it's just going to be out the window with him, to be honest.
I don't know. There's a lot of people who just want to hear what they think. They really want to get that, affirmation of, those conservatives, they are evil. Those Republicans, fuck them. Yeah.
I see Vaush like
very cathartic for a lot
like
of
a cryptocurrency that's just on the verge of collapsing.
Vaush coin.
I think you're wrong. I think he's going to do strong for a while.
Until
someone else comes.
As long as these people exist,
I disagree with that pretty strongly.
I mean,
is Vaush the Bitcoin of cryptocurrencies?
Well, okay, wait. He got so much flack for the J.K. Rowling stuff, but did he gain subs or lose subs?
No, he has gotten fucked in all of his big controversies.
Oh, really?
Which is why I think he's trying to like appeal back to that crowd again. For a while, he was trying to suck up to Hassan, but he realized there was like no path forward there, and Hassan never gave him any play. There were some really sad clips. I'm sure Doomer was probably seen if you've gone through so much, where he was like, I remember there was one where Hassan was like, oh yeah, like I'm never going to affiliate with somebody like Vaush because I hate the debate bro community. And Vaush was like, this is actually Hassan giving us compliments, guys. You just don't understand. It was really, really, really sad to see that. But yeah, I think that he's kind of realized that he's kind of like lost that center or moderate market. So he's just kind of like aiming towards extremists, and he's trying to like realign himself, especially after all the fighting with leftists, with non-compete, with Luna, with Cat Black, and then with the whole like J.K. Rowling thing. He's trying to win favor back with that crowd again. That's why he's got people like Keffels and stuff that he's trying to make appeals to, and then the more extremist rhetoric that he did decently well before.
But these extremists want to see blood sports though, and Vaush is basically in his fortress arc where he's only going to debate yes men. I just saw him, I didn't watch the debate, but I saw him have a second debate with another conservative, but this conservative is just so milk toast. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's actually a good thing that he's promoting him. But
I don't like saying this publicly because I don't like giving him career advice or whatever. But honestly, Vaush, even though his fan base thinks he needs to do debate stuff, and I always say that because I want him to debate more because I like it when he looks stupid. He doesn't actually need to do debate stuff to succeed. What he really needs to do is just focus on these hot button cultural issues, because he gets really big viewership doing that, both live viewership, donations, and VOD viewership. So I don't know if he's realized that, and if he has, then good, because I haven't given him free career advice. But if he hasn't, he doesn't actually have to do the debate stuff at all. He just has to focus on culture war stuff, and he gets big viewership doing that. And he doesn't ever have to risk looking dumb or anything.
He has to. Did you see the during the like cutting off Destiny arc, did you see his response videos to you?
Yeah, my those
were some of the most fucking dishonest. I could tell exactly what was going on there. He's like, oh shit, Destiny actually makes me look stupid. I can't talk to this fucking guy anymore. Okay, what's the cope? Oh, Destiny's fucking dishonest.
Bad
Destiny's
faith
bad
actor.
faith.
I'm not gonna.
Destiny's a bad faith act. Yeah. Like if you want to see the most dishonest Vaush videos, those are some of them. I didn't cover them because I just couldn't really work it in, but if you go back and like watch those debates and then watch fucking Vaush's coverage of it, it is so goddamn bad.
Yeah,
and then immediately following that, the bridge burning Destiny arc, he basically stopped doing debates. And like if he took a debate, it was with like some random fucking person.
Exactly. Somebody that he knew he could beat. Yeah,
exactly. And to be fair, that's smart. Like
it is. I think it's working for him. Like a lot of his audience is literally like, oh yeah, we don't want debates anymore. We like the Fortress arc, like blah blah blah. And some people, like in my community, might think like, oh, that's a cope. But I don't think it is a cope. I think that a lot of his community, honestly, like they don't even want to see him do debates anymore. They just want to see him do like culture works coverage stuff. Yeah.
No.
Do you think that do you think Vaush has become in a way kind of a victim of his own radicalization? Like he sort of pushed himself down that kind of fallen into his own trap, so to speak?
Yeah, but I mean, in a way, I victimize myself in every way too, right? We all kind of like, we learn and we grow, and the things that we've done in the past come back.
You're a lot worse than he is.
Yeah, so I mean, I like technically Vaush and Hassan are like Frankenstein creations for my community, so I have to live with that every single day too. You know, it is what it is. We all live and learn, yeah.
You have legal abortion, when you have sex ed, when you have access to contraceptions, in the mind of the conservative, you are facilitating a degenerate lifestyle. You are building for people the availability of that lifestyle, which they don't want. They want every.
Is there any aspect, because I'm not too familiar with Vaush. It does feel nice actually. But how much does he think that there is a reasonable level of kind of like some cultural like I guess encouragement to not be promiscuous, or like some limit on how sexual you should be? Is he?
No, he's fully
what is his position on that?
You should be poly.
Your Destiny,
and that,
muted.
Yeah, Destiny.
He thinks that if
Destiny, you're muted. You're muted.
He thinks like if you're monogamous, it means that like you're manifesting jealousy or something. He's given a bunch of really fucking cringe takes on this. It seems to be a pretty hard endorsement of like the polygamous, like just whatever the fuck lifestyle.
Yeah, I was gonna say Doomer's seen the video. Yeah, there's one where he goes off. It's like a 20-minute video where he says that like every monogamous person is just like super jealous of
I know about that one. I know about that piece of Vaush lore.
Yeah, we covered that one. It was great.
Yeah, he said that there's no difference between your girlfriend or wife having a male friend and shaking her hand versus having sex with them.
Right. Yeah.
So
penis. Okay. Because I don't know where he falls on that.
So to answer your question, I don't think he prescribes any sort of tamping down of sexual urges or promiscuity or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't really like know how to phrase it, like what name for it. Like some kind of like some reining in on I guess sexual activity like it's kind of like a calm down. You don't have to.
Right.
Well, it's yeah. Like the issue is that I obviously I think conservatives have a shitty view of sex, and I think we should have more sex. I think sex is fun, but like for some reason, people on the left don't ever want to acknowledge like the downsides or the potential downsides or the costs that are associated with certain actions. And I guess that's always the frustrating part to me.
Like not everyone's equipped, particularly mentally or psychologically, to be having a lot of sexual partners. Or
look at all the rape stuff. Like I got a lot of heat for saying if a girl isn't like comfortable enough to stop a guy from stealthing her, she probably shouldn't be engaging in casual sex. And people got really mad at that. Like basically saying like I think that women should be raped or whatever. And it's like, well, no, I'm just saying that like, you know, if you're going to be engaging in a lot of you know, like extra sexual behavior, there's a whole list of responsibilities that come along with that to keep yourself safe doing it. And if you can't handle that, you probably shouldn't be doing it. But the problem with a lot of progressives, they seem to want to reap a lot of positive things from behaviors that the right would condemn, but they don't want to look at any of the costs associated. Yeah. And that's just, it's a totally unrealistic view of the world. And you're setting people up for like failure in the real world when you do that.
Yeah, if you tell them that you go out, have all the sex you want, it's going to be great. You have nothing to worry about. It's good. It's you exploring yourself, and it's great and it's wonderful. And then, you know, things happen.
Yes, and all three of your girlfriends are pregnant.
I mean, that's really true in so many areas. Like you tell people, hey, spend less money on stupid bullshit and you'll be better off financially. And they're like, what, you think you could just be a billionaire by not buying Starbucks? And it's just like so fucking cringe.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when like 20 years ago, like that's like the least controversial thing ever. Like the first thing that you do if you're a poor person is you look at your expenses. You start writing down like, what do I spend money on? And you'll always find, even as a poor person, like, oh shit, I waste a lot of money on like these dumb things. But people just want to blame like billionaires and like whatever big strict capitalism or whatever instead. So what are you going to do?
That's what I learned when I started cutting out soda from my diet. Just sort of thinking about if I get, you know, such and such of this every week, like, holy shit, that shit adds up.
Well, it's easier to focus on like big
someone
systemic
else's
things
problem,
you can't
not
change.
my problem.
Yeah, like you can change not drinking soda every day, but you can't change like fighting the sugar lobby or some sort of like big system wide thing. Yeah, that you can't have any impact on.
This was honestly a cut chapter of the video that I almost made. There's like Vaush is really against individual responsibility.
Always,
a lot of the time.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's so fucking cringe. I cut it just because it didn't fit, but that's a very good point. There's so many you could find 50 quotes of him.
Well, that came up
being
with
against the most
Hassan's
common fucking sense advice to help people.
That came up with the Hassan drama, with the, you know, Hassan spending all this money on houses and cars and clothes, and it was like, well, you know, he doesn't have to actually live his principles on an individual level as long as he's advocating for policies.
Oh God, that was the last, I think, set of big debates I had with him because he looked so fucking deranged there. Where I was asking him, I think I asked him, was like, so functionally, so should a socialist and a capitalist like basically live the exact same lives? And he's like, well, yeah, I guess, because you have no obligation, blah blah blah, because consequentialism, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, what an absolutely stupid fucking thing to say. Yeah.
Maybe that's why Destiny. Maybe that's why you got blowback about the women and the stealthing things, and implying that a woman has some level of responsibility, regardless of how minuscule. It is a bit misogynist.
Well, the issue is that like people view like personal responsibility with like moral culpability, and that's kind of always the issue with these conversations. You know, like, if you leave your car door unlocked and somebody steals your shit, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that somebody stole your stuff. The moral fault lies with the person that stole it. But with some more responsibility, you could have avoided that outcome.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And that's always the issue. People, whenever they hear responsibility, they instantly assume, oh, you're saying it was that person's fault.
Like, no, it's an aspect of what you deserve. Like if leaving your car unlocked, you don't deserve to get your stuff stolen. But a natural result is you could get your stuff stolen. You should lock your car.
Yeah.
First of all,
we
Adam.
had this thing in our chat with
wait, Rags.
I'm busted.
First of all, Adam. Fuck you. Okay.
Well, we can talk about the DQ, if you will, the deserve question. We can
no. Adam put Destiny's title of the stream on Adam and Sitch, and he put it right in the middle of the screen.
What, did I fuck up my title or something?
No, you did perfect, Destiny. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. I gotta.
So we used to always fight about whose name comes first in the show. And eventually
I don't recall fighting.
Yes, we'd always fight, and it was eventually Sitch and Atwell was always Sitch.
Okay, let's be frank. It should when I went to look up the live stream of this stream that we're doing, I went to the search bar on YouTube, and of course I Adam and Sitch.
Oh,
of course.
Look, the reasonable way to do this is
before
you put
Sitch, Adam and
look,
Sitch. It rolls off the tongue better.
If you have a list of things, you want to put the best thing first, so it just makes sense.
Well, that's his opinion. That's not me. That's not me.
That is my opinion.
That's why your name was the last humor in the.
Damn.
I just think that Adam and Sitch sounds better, and it's alphabetized.
Okay. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear from the, what was your team name? The R-Tards or whatever. I don't want to hear this propaganda.
I'm not sure. What's great about Adam and Sitch is that even the and is capital is alphabetized with everything else. So it's like doubly neat.
Wow.
It's perfect.
J-Mac, thank you so much, J-Mac, for the $200. Our surrogate father
damn.
said, wow, what a lineup. Can't wait to see what insightful nuggets of wisdom our dear Lord and Savior Vaush has for us.
How much of that is
J-Mac, aren't you supposed to be hanging with the family? Are you taking my advice and sneaking into the bathroom on your phone?
Yeah, you're supposed to be. This is supposed to be family day, J-Mac. Come on.
But we do thank you for the super chat, obviously. Yes. J-Mac, executive producer of the show.
Mm-hmm. Of the Sitch and Adam show.
Yes.
Done by a woman to carry weighty consequences that they will have to deal with for basically the rest of their lives. You know? And don't get me wrong, right now they're going after abortion, but they will go after contraception. They already have. Republicans, famously just a few years ago, made a strong effort to prevent birth control from being one of the, obligated aspects of healthcare that workers. What was it? The Hobby Lobby, right? Hobby Lobby. That was the place. Their Supreme Court decision, so they don't have to provide.
That was isn't Hobby Lobby didn't they have some religious thing going on?
Yeah. Well,
I thought they had a private health insurance plan between all of the employees, and I think it was religious. And they were worried that I believe the ACA was going to make it mandatable that they had to cover things like contraception, and they wanted to repose on a religious grounds.
So that sounds right. It's actually it's actually more specific than that. They were opposed only. They were fine with contraception. They were only opposed to like the morning after pill and things like that they say is too close to being an abortion. They're fine giving people condoms and all that other, in the pill and all that other stuff.
I'm not particularly familiar with the lady side of contraception. Is it expensive? Is it hard to get a hold of? Is it
Kavon, the chat says birth control is cheap, so
there's a lot of different types of birth control pills. Some of them are very cheap. Some of them can be pretty expensive, over $100 a month, depending on what kind you get. When it comes to women, like the pill birth control, it just depends on like what hormones work well with your body, whether or not you need like a lower hormone birth control. It just depends.
Okay, all right. Because I just don't know. That's just. Yeah.
But to me, the idea that the Republican Party is going to start trying to clamp down on just condoms and stuff like this and going forward in the future just seems very far-fetched to me. I don't think this is a realistic concern.
They're going to make it illegal to have premarital sex, Sitch. You don't understand how this works. They have a zero tolerance sex policy.
Mm-hmm.
They want no sex to happen ever.
No sex.
Outside of the bounds of marriage. That's the Republican Party from 50 years ago. I don't buy this. I just don't buy it.
Yeah.
Federally mandated chastity belts, okay?
Yes. See, that's what
they'll put a fresh seal in every vagina. Yes.
Yeah. It seems this is bonkers, but anyway.
Birth control, they want,
and it's all, a lot of these are appeals to, I've noticed, and instead of like, this is what I want and here's why, it comes weighted with this fear of some horrific dystopia that's going to happen if you don't go with my position or what I think is the case.
Right.
Instead of just, here's what I think it should be because I think that, principally or whatever that word means to him, but here, morally, whatever the reasons are, here's how I think, the country should be. And here's how I think society could be. I think that's reasonable. It's always just weighted down with that fear.
All of
that's boring.
Apocalyptic kind
that's really boring, Rags. You have to stoke the fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for drama purposes, I don't, I need to.
I mean, this is populism 101, right? Bernie and Trump kind of like play off of this. It's the idea that things are always in dire straits, that all of the institutions are against you, and then this is like the one way through. like the one path to salvation.
I'm the one person that will save us all.
Yeah, but they're doing it for electoral advantage. They're not doing it because they care about people. That's what's so disgusting about it.
Well, you do it for
Bernie was the one person that was going to save us. Okay.
You do it for status, right? So for
yes.
a politician, it's going to be for the status that elevates them to get elected. For a video person like us, like streamer people, it's going to be for the status of getting more viewership and money, right? But it's all at the end of the day to elevate you in the eyes of other people.
But they could, the two things could be aligned. Like we're looking for status by actually informing people actual knowledge about the world that we live in. Vaush is trying to gain status by gaslighting his audience into being terrified of Republicans. It's not the same thing.
I mean, as a liberal, I would obviously agree with that. Yeah, of course, but I mean, yeah.
Want to, and you can look all over the place for examples of this. There are plenty of openly anti-contraception Republicans at the federal and state level. You can find examples of them making an effort to legally distinguish certain types of birth control in a way which makes them overlap with abortion, where legislatively, they push against.
See, this is why I feel like this is intentionally dishonest, because it sounds like he knows that the Hobby Lobby thing wasn't about contraception. It was about these, Plan B and morning after pills and all that stuff.
Honestly, you're giving him too much credit. He probably doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gotten into conversations before. Like he wanted to bring up, I remember we got into a debate on a panel where he wanted to bring up that in Florida, everything that happened in the election between Bush and
oh my God,
Gore or Kerry, I always forget which one.
Gore.
It was an example how Bush and Scalia were fascists. That was like his example. But like he didn't have. He doesn't even know what fascist means really, but like he didn't have any examples of like anything. He didn't know anything about the hanging chads. He didn't know how the ballots were decided. He didn't know who did the recount. He had no idea about any of it.
Dude, it was the funniest. It was the funniest shit in the world. Destiny was like, "Can you give me any evidence that Antonin Scalia is a fascist?" And he goes, "Well, I'll have to do my reading and get back to you on that."
I was like, I mean, it's a pretty strong opinion to have with not even like a singular example. And I'm not even. And usually when I'm debating people, I'll be honest. I'll be like, I don't need you to I'm not looking for you to source me a study, but just like talk to me. Like, what is your feeling about why you think?
What convinced you? Yeah. Why do you feel convinced? And what got you to that wherever you were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a fucking.
He heard Anthony Scalia was a Republican, so therefore, obviously, vis-a-vis ergo procto, he's evil as hell.
He's a fascist. Yeah. Well, I mean, and Scalia's an easy one too, because Scalia believed the devil was real and possessing people, and he could have.
Well, that's a little. That is a little weird.
Yeah.
Against abortion, but what is contraception if not a preemptive abortion? There has actually been an effort to.
What is contraceptive
legislatively?
Abortion?
Yeah, let me go back a second.
You'd have to be a particular kind of person to think that, but I can understand why like a really religious person might think that a contraceptive is essentially that. I know. I
don't think that's. I've never heard that argument being made.
It's not like obviously contraception in terms of like if we step into the moral kind of framework outlook of a conservative Christian or Christian in general, right? Then contraception is less evil than an abortion is, but they go hand in hand. And you're like, when I was growing up and Catholic and everything, they would say don't do this, it's getting in the way of the natural whatever it is, and it's not right, and it's stepping in the way of God's way of things.
God's plan.
God apparently, however, he planned for me to use contraceptives. So
don't stand in the way of God's plan. Well, yeah, exactly.
It seems like most people can even if they're pro-choice or even pro-life, they kind of understand the other side's position, and there's some sympathy. Like abortion's a difficult topic, but with just contraception, like I don't think that's true at all.
In particular, I feel a lot of there needs to be this. You don't want to get each side riled super duper up on how evil the other side is with an issue like this, because there really is this aspect of both of you want something. I don't think either side will ever get what it wants fully. You're gonna have to come to some kind of a middle ground, and you both might be a little bit unhappy.
I don't think most pro-choice people, I don't think are the types of like abort the baby till like the day before it's born. I don't think that's the average position.
I watched Dev's video where he had a lot of the graphs and things on. So what?
He said, "Don't watch Dev's video."
You like that?
I'm just fucking around.
Oh, okay. and they had a lot of graphs on what people think about abortion and all sorts of stuff, but it's not like, yeah, the amount of people who are like abortion always, yes, although it's not a very big, it's a very, very tiny group of,
I don't
push against.
I don't know that the whole Republican Party though is Christian conservatives like this. I mean, it's got to be a smaller percent than just. I mean, they characterize the entire Republican Party as like evangelicals. That's a large number, I'm certain of it, but it's not the entire party.
That big difference between, yes, I'm Christian, but how far I go with it. Like, do I go to church every Sunday? Do I really go hard into the Christian stuff? Or is it just sort of this background detail about me that kind of is a part of me, but it's not like the big focus of, I think there's plenty of people who definitely see their religious beliefs as sort of this, not the most important thing in their life.
It seems to be. I just looked it up.
I would assume.
Yeah, what is it?
70%.
What is it?
60 and 70% of Republicans are Christian. Sorry.
Okay.
Are Christian? Oh, okay, but yeah. No, but I would assume it's also different because, like, with contraception, I'm not Christian, but I would imagine from a Christian perspective, it's like, oh, if you're against contraception, God says be fruitful, multiply. So you're really only harming yourself on like a spiritual level or not following Christian dogma level. Where with abortion, it's like they believe that you're literally killing a human being. So it's completely different way of conceptualizing.
Yeah, it's this kind of, I think someone in the chat said like passive Christians are kind of how a lot of people are. It's almost like it's like a flavoring to their character. It's not like the defining sort of characteristics of their system. And of course, everyone takes their religious beliefs, however deep they may or may not be, and they interpret them their own way, and they make sense of everything their own way. And they might maybe they cheat a little bit, and a part of them knows about it. It's like, well, maybe I think this, and maybe this, and I know it's wrong, but it's okay because da 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 da. And people make it work, and they come to their own little, they'll smash that round peg in the square hole however they can. But that's a lot of people about all kinds of things, and
of course
one's religious beliefs they're not
people are being driven by their moral intuitions, not their logic machine.
It's abortion, but what is contraception if not a preemptive abortion? There has actually been an effort to legally cordon birth control in a way that fits it in a similar category. And this is part of a broader process to legally disenfranchise access to reliable forms of birth control. IUDs, birth control, whatever, the shots that you can take, the implants, the goal would be to make these things more expensive, less accessible, and to impose essentially government penalties for the provided availability of these forms of contraception. If you don't think they'll do that, then keep in mind that for decades it has been illegal to fund abortions with tax dollars. Even though abortion is a constitutionally protected right, and even though it is undeniably a form of health care, it has been law that abortions can't be funded with tax dollars.
We kind of gone a little bit in the reactor in me wants to pause and say something, but there needs to be this recognition, like at least this is base level, the baseline recognition that even if you don't agree with a religious person, can we at least give them the credit of saying they're not trying to do something nefarious to subvert you, but that they actually believe that this is a moral thing to them. It's a moral issue.
Why would I do that?
I suppose it's true. Why would you do that? But that's not winning, son.
I think one of the
if your goal is to be honest, but it's politics.
I think one of the intuitions that divides left and right on this issue is that the right wants people to be responsible for their own actions, and the left is more willing to accept that. Well, I that's a bad way to put it, because whether or not it's true is a hard one to determine. But they believe that people are products of their environment, so they're less willing to make people responsible for their own actions and to blame society for their actions. And that's a huge split here.
Both sides sort of feed into each other. If whether you say that the individual has the most responsibility or the culture, things around the individual has the most responsibility, both of them can feed into each other. The more you we take the more left side, if you tell them that the individual doesn't have any, power over themselves or responsibility, broadly speaking, then that just, it feeds into itself, and all the problems it can never be you, and it snowballs, and it works both ways, of course.
Well, saying no to abortion is basically forcing someone to take responsibility for their actions, I think, in their estimation. Yeah.
Planned Parenthood funds.
What's up?
Their abortion programs, a tiny fraction of what they do.
Just to set the
These
stage.
are just intros?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Here's why we really show
Yes.
Pitt is accurate.
Many of your followers, Luke Beasley on YouTube, and I've been a follower of you for a while, and so
it's like the minimum amount of decor you can have for your backdrop. It's like, I'll just get some blue lights. That's fine.
Look at you,
Mr. doesn't show up on camera.
Streamer snob.
We're having fun. We're laughing. We're having a good time. Everything's great. He's a lovely person.
Rags,
it just amuses me.
This guy purchased a Shure SMB.
It just the door looks really skinny.
Doesn't have any money for fucking decoration.
Who is this guy? Because he does a real good job. Vaush does crazy things, and the look on his face are like, "Oh, why would you say that?" He's really not
Beasley.
He's really not into what Vaush is selling him today.
I think he's a guy that's trying to get into like political stuff, but he's pretty young. I think he's 19, maybe 20. Yeah. And he's trying to start like YouTube channel. He's a fan of Vaush and everything.
Then why, if he's 5 or 6 years younger than Vaush, why is he the one that seems to know what's going on here? And Vaush is the one teetering on crazy town.
Well, age and craziness and always go hand in hand.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess it's
especially
just personality.
If you're Vaush and maybe you get caught up in your own pit, so to speak.
I think age and craziness are heavily correlated, though. The younger you are, the crazier you tend to be. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I couldn't. No, I don't know.
How about the younger?
No opinions on the matter whatsoever.
How about we'll just limit?
He's got a lot of young kids.
Whatever
in the audience,
Sitch thinks, I agree with.
He's placating.
How about this? We'll just limit it to males. The younger a male is, the more full of shit he is. Is that? Will you at least sign on to that one?
I think that's just children.
Young people.
Even then, I don't even know. There can be an earnesty to children. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not ready to sign off on any opinion on the craziness to age
on the age question.
Okay, hold on. So if you take any individual person and you look at them at 18 and compare them to when they're 30, they're going to be way fucking more ignorant and like hormonal and kind of impulsive
at
when
18. Yeah.
However,
oh no,
this is a yeah. However, the difference between people is greater. Like you could have people that are way fucking more reasonable at 18 than the average person is at 30, and that would not surprise me.
We're witnessing it right here in this video.
We're talking about crazy. Oh, you said crazy. Maybe tell me what you mean by crazy, because when you say crazy and I hear it, I'm like, oh, like a super duper far end of the spectrum, mega ideologue.
Look, he's advocating. Look, he's advocate. Cult member is the perfect example. Vaush is here advocating for his audience to go buy weapons. Like, I don't know. I see the average Vaush viewer is like mentally unstable.
Well, I'm pro Second Amendment, so I can get behind that, right?
Yeah, but arming mentally unstable people,
I don't know
just
about
doesn't
that.
seem like
we're gonna have to.
We're
gonna have a cult split here with the arming the mentally incapable. Yeah,
you could say Republicans want to arm mentally incapable people too. To be fair.
Okay. I feel like at least they're pitching you got to have a gun safety course. The Republicans are.
No shot. Republicans, no.
No,
you don't think so?
Absolutely not.
Most part, no, that doesn't seem to be the case. They're definitely it's my right.
Isn't there some Supreme Court case right now? They're trying to make it like open carry with no license for the country.
Some states are like
when
that.
when you say
I have to have a license to conceal carry here, which I do.
When you say the words assault rifle, and you get like a million
every person
comments.
On the right gets triggered. Yes.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I'm like, are those lefties or righties who are responding in the comments going, oh my God, you said the unforbidden words?
Yes.
My knowledge is that Republicans get annoyed when you say assault rifle because that's often used to denote things that are in no way what
it's a miscategorization.
Rifle, quote unquote.
Okay. So it is people on the right. We all agree.
You know, when you say something just so absurd, I had to reach out.
Look at that. He gets on stream and he slaps him in the face like in 27 seconds. He's like, Vaush, when you say something this retarded, this idiotic, this so absurd. Look, he's going full Jordan Peterson on him. So absurd.
Absurd though is he has a gun there. But the whole absurdity isn't it's not that bad in terms of internet speak, right? If someone says, yes, he said something so absurd, I'd be like, that seems low tier for me.
I don't think it's insane that Vaush owns a gun. I don't think it's remotely insane that Vaush owns a gun.
We're bouncing. Oh yeah, he probably. Let's hope he doesn't want to kill evil people with it, because that would.
Vaush is probably definitely a target. He's on the internet saying just absurd things. So yes, he should probably have a gun. I don't know that his audience needs to be packing firearms, but
if he's telling them that they need to be thinking certain things about a lot of people, and I hope not. I don't want him to go. I don't want one of them to go too far.
Yeah, I don't think. Having people giving arms is a problem. I think it's having arms and then hyping up the fear that you're on the verge of a civil war genocide is the real key factor.
Listen, like that. His reasoning for why you should buy a gun, Sitch, is because Republicans are going to round you up and genocide you. Okay?
Right.
It's not for home protection.
Yeah.
I got my gun next to me.
Remind me what it was that I said that's so absurd. Fill me in.
Glock 17.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously I get that the tension's running high with the Roe v. Wade news. I'm what the kids call a sock dim, so
you are
on most issues, but obviously down the road we would maybe disagree. So actually on the policy prescriptions, we would agree on the conversation around abortion, but the way in which you obviously responded to that news was calling Republicans, and then you went on to specify Republican politicians, maybe primarily, were demons in human flesh. And I saw that...
which is medically true, by the way. Scientific studies have been done.
Right. I brought all the studies
he's joking.
He's joking.
Fight you on that. And I saw that you talked to a conservative, and I saw the title and got nervous that he was going to argue with you about this exact same thing. But then y'all's conversation went more into him saying, it's not that bad, all these different things. That's not where I want to go at all. I agree with you on how bad any of these given issues. I mean, the fact that you would be pro-life, quote unquote, wanting to minimize abortions, but then also want to ban contraception makes no sense. Not saying I defend. Or y'all got into the conversation around the demonization of trans people and all that. None of those things am I going to be like, oh, don't.
Yeah, it's really irresponsible to demonize a whole group of people. That would be bad if we did that. We
literally demonize.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to.
What do you
call them evil? Because
I thought he just did that with the Republicans, though.
Yes,
Rags.
Yes, thank you, Adam.
You're pointing out the irony. Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You're right. It is ironic.
Yes.
At all.
But
it was definitely a bit tangent.
Here's just to show you. This is what Vaush would say. He would say, listen, being Republican is a choice. Being trans is not a choice. You're born that way. It's an immutable characteristic. You can demonize Republicans. That's the way you get them to stop being Republicans. That's what he would say.
Because all of a sudden, being a product of your environment. Wow.
I actually don't think that's what he would say. I think that he would say that pointing out the evil of the Republican Party is necessary to radicalize people to take action to take the country back. He would say something like that.
I don't think he's saying that because you watched this already, and that's what he says.
I haven't watched this.
You're a cheater like Destiny.
Has he set a date yet?
I have done my research. Okay, I've done a sad amount of research on this fucking guy.
Done a sad amount of.
Is Vaush preparing for the next January 6th? It sounds like maybe he is.
That is what he's preparing for.
Disavow.
Okay. Ouch.
Gential. Oh, by the way, there are people in chat asking for your name and pronouns, just to be clear.
Yeah, Luke Beasley, and pronouns are he, him.
There we go. All right. Thank you. But go on.
That's very important.
We didn't give our pronouns.
Absolutely. So
my pronouns are none. Do not fucking address me.
Okay. Fair enough.
I guess I'm not trying to kind of oh my God, look at all these quotes. But I did write them down just so we could kind of hash them out. And my biggest concern is, what does it do for our movement?
Yeah, something I noticed. I idly look at the scrolling Vaush chat every once in a while, and you see my guy, they just want women to suffer, and I'm like, you see these enough times, and you're like, dang, that's just oof. It really does.
They believe
bubble
that
up all the time.
They totally believe that. Yeah,
that's first of all, that's every chat. That's like every chat is going to repeat most of what streamer says. But the problem is that Vaush says way fucking more extreme shit than most people do. So his chat is like just, saying the fucking crazy shit that he says.
Yeah.
Using that type of rhetoric instead of.
I love his opening because his opening is basically, Vaush, you're making us look like shit. Okay. You're making us look bad.
Stop calling people demons, please.
Yeah. Come on. We're trying to look sane here, Vaush. Please, you're not helping.
Yeah, Vaush, don't you want to appeal to the reasonable people in
Republicans
society?
are evil or not? Because that's kind of a pointless conversation in my mind. More so, is it a...
I would be curious what reason that he would give for why that's a pointless conversation, just to sort of hear it from him.
Because I think he identifies the important part of the conversation is the rhetoric used against him. Like, even if they agree or disagree on whether or not they're evil, it's like, how should you be talking about that group of people, right?
Right.
It's not some kind of a principled thing. It's more of a tactical thing.
You can't. I mean, if Vaush thinks Republicans are evil, you can't really debate him out of that position, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I was going to say.
I guess it depends on how he got to that position, because I would wager that for most people, any position that they've been convinced of in a sort of debate is a position that theoretically they could be debated out of. But if it's a position that they hold for a less than rational means or an emotional one, then it might be really difficult.
That's every position.
That's every position. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The thing is, like, I have a lot of experience arguing about whether or not certain people are evil, and it's a cancerous conversation because everybody has their own conception of evil. And like, even if I completely justify, here's what I think evil is, here's the argument, people just don't give a shit. They're like, but evil isn't that. Evil is this other thing, and there's nowhere to go with it. So I mean, I don't know what his reasoning is, but he is correct. It is a fucking pointless conversation.
There you go. Doomer doesn't want to argue about whether the Nazis are really evil or not.
I just think, like, I just conceptualize Luke as the sane one here, but now I don't know if Luke is basically saying, yeah, I totally agree with you that Republicans are evil in, demonic skin suits.
I think you're reading no, he doesn't. I don't think Luke believes that at all.
But rhetorically, I don't think it's a good idea to put that out there.
No, listen.
Adam, Luke is a good boy, okay?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
He's a base socked-in.
Okay, I hope so. I mean...
Well, no, I get annoyed because sometimes in these conversations, people try to craft their arguments specifically in a way that they think will be effective to the person they're talking to.
Right.
So, Luke's like, okay, well, I'm not going to talk about whether Republicans are really evil because that's a pointless conversation with Vaush. So I'm going to talk about like the rhetoric we use to discuss this. But then people like in chat and other people will view that conversation and say, well, he didn't actually say Republicans aren't evil, so he must agree with it.
Yeah, no,
I don't like that.
I think the viewership, the culture needs to change around that. I think we should be crafting conversations around who we're talking to.
Exactly.
Right? Like in this conversation, like I'm siding with Vaush a little bit more than you guys because there's no point in having like a fifth person here to just shit on Vaush. Like, what would be the point? But I like that's the way that we talk to people about certain issues is always going to depend on the audience we're talking to. I think that's fair. I think that.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you can shit on Vaush if you want.
Is this shitting on Vaush?
Of course it is.
I feel like this is more like
Vaush to the best of my ability.
I feel
mild farting.
Look, I feel like this is more like a rescue mission. Okay, there's a bunch of people who've been abducted. No. Wait a second. There's a bunch of people who've been abducted by a cult leader.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
And we need to break through. We need to break through to those people.
Okay.
Yeah. You disagree? I mean,
I disagree. We're not Daryl Davising Vaush's audience.
Wait, Vaush, disagree that it's a cult or that we need to rescue them
Vaush is not a cult. Vaush is definitely a cult.
No, I disagree. I disagree that we're doing that activity.
We're doing God's work here, Sitch. What the fuck are you talking about? We are on a rescue mission.
We're on a crapping on Vaush for our audience mission. Okay.
Destiny, since you are
we're on a mission from Gad.
Since you are taking Vaush's side in this, just I don't know why, but what is good about what Vaush is doing in this debate?
Well, I don't think anything is good. I'm just trying to make sure that
good.
his
Okay, there we go.
I think I just want to make sure his positions are represented as strong as possible. Otherwise, it's just dumb to just shit on somebody and then not actually make the strongest version.
Are his positions though? All his positions just seem like BS used car salesman shit though. I don't see any like philosophical underpinnings to any of his positions. All of his positions are just demonizing Republicans because they disagree with me.
The underpinning, the idea is that there's going to be some level of political action that should justify people being able to take up arms and defend themselves against like actions of the state is the idea. Now, what he's done is he's trying to identify if we've gotten to that point.
Right.
I would agree with the first part. I think everybody would, whether they'd admit it or not. Everybody agrees with the first part. There's going to be some level of violence that the state can enact. Yeah, but it's just a matter of do we agree factually for if we're there or not yet. And his goal is to make the argument that we are.
Yeah,
okay, now
that line with extreme.
Now we're actually getting to some substance, which I actually like. Like we've talked many times on the show about how we can define those points. One of the things that I've brought up is if we got in a position where a Supreme Court justice couldn't be confirmed unless the president in power controlled the Senate, I think that would be a point that you'd go, okay, something is definitely wrong here. Obviously, they put off Mayor Garland in Obama's last term, but it would be something different if they did that to an Obama during his first term, like during his first months in office.
I think they already did that to Obama. I don't think it matters first or second term, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. Maybe it'd be a little bit worse, but
yeah, no. If the president just came into office and a Supreme Court justice drops dead, and they hold off confirming a justice for the entire term of his presidency, maybe they hold off for 8 years. He's president for 8 years, and he doesn't get confirmed because the opposite party controls the Senate. I'd say that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that would be a sign that there's some major problem with the institution. I don't think that would be a call to violence, though.
But it would be.
Some people might see it that way.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that.
I wouldn't go for violence for 8 years. Supreme Court holdout, but that's me.
8 years? 8 years?
I think it's really bad, but I wouldn't start.
Listen,
trying to shoot
how about this?
for it.
How about this, Sitch? A second Supreme Court justice drops dead. Now there's 2 open seats.
God, they're dying everywhere. They're all like flies.
And they're still putting it off.
I definitely can be on Sitch's side in terms of how hesitant we should be to go that far.
Listen, and then the Republican president steps in and they confirm like 2 Supreme Court justices in 2 weeks. It's like, at some level, you're like, this is completely unfair. The institutions
it is, but I don't. When it comes to enacting violence, I think there has to be some direct threat of violence first from the government that is being threatened or that's going to be implemented. Not like
I think you have to be a little bit more forward thinking there, though, in terms of, because like by the time it would get to that point, if you haven't like resisted at any point of the way, you're basically too late.
There is going to be more acts of political violence, though. There are, because people are going to feel justified in doing that. Which, I mean, I don't condone that kind of thing, but I feel like that's a pretty strong indicator that institutions are breaking down.
I want to be clear, Adam. You're on the record that if someone held up a Supreme Court pick for 8 years, what are you exactly saying? That someone should be able to violently attack congressmen or something?
I'm not saying that I in no way want to justify political violence. I think obviously you've got to try to fix it.
Wait, why not? Our whole country is built on political violence. Well, I don't like that statement. I don't think anybody believes that. Wait, hold on, wait. Let's be really clear. If we don't want to have a conversation because of YouTube TOS, I think that's perfectly acceptable. That's fine. But when we can't say statements like nothing would ever justify political violence, because we all know that's not true. There's obviously some things that would, right? If the government issued a mandate that everybody had to become femboys,
obviously.
Or else the FBI is going to show up.
If the Republican Party starts rounding up LGBT, like obviously political violence is
Well, but is that the line for you then? What if it got to the point to where Trump was able to find a way to get Pence to rescind the election results? We had 8 more years of Trump. Are you just that like, well, no, that would be immoral to do anything?
I would say that would start peaking on that border of maybe justifying violence if something like that happened.
What was
you say,
yeah.
well, then why does the erosion of the executive justify it for you, but not the judicial? Because the Supreme Court judicial holdup is essentially the same thing. Just
because there's a difference between the president basically saying, fuck the system, I'm going to do something, which I would assume is illegal, to just throw out the votes, and to basically potentially give himself power forever, versus the Senate just doing shitty procedural things to basically stonewall the president, which they can technically do under the framework.
I mean, they can technically, but we're getting into the breaking down of norm. I think legal a lot of our government, we can bring in legal people, I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure a lot of our government is kind of ran by norms. It's not all of it is like 100% dictated in law. Like, so for instance, if the executive didn't want to enforce a law, it could technically. The executive doesn't really.
They've done it.
Yeah,
they have
so like,
done it. Yeah.
You can get in these areas like, well, we're not technically doing anything illegal. You know, Congress said they had to do it. The president's like, you know, whatever. This is why they call them constitutional crises, right? Because it's like, well, technically, there's not like a mechanism in place for redress here, or it might not be 100% illegal, but it can happen. And then I think you have to kind of figure like, okay, well, what is like the line here? Or what do we? And that's kind of what Vaush's conversation is about. He says we're past the line. I would disagree. I think most of you guys would disagree, but I don't like statements like, no, I would never justify political violence, because no, we all would, and we would do it before an officer of the state is like holding a gun in front of your face and threatening to kill you. There's going to be a line before that where it's going to be justifiable.
But I assume you would agree that there's a big difference between, you know, Trump throwing out the votes and saying, just declaring himself president for another 4 years and holding up a Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
I think that what happened to Obama was one of the worst things that have ever happened in the history of the United States government. Obama won the right to that Supreme Court pick when he won his second election. Garland was the longest holdup of any Supreme Court justice by far in the history of the United States. I think that was such an unimaginable breaking of norms. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, they've done it.
Breaking of norms.
I thought they've done it like 2 or 3 times though.
Not to the length of what Garland was held up.
So it was the longest.
It's not even like they voted him. It's not even that they voted him down or they didn't confirm him. It was that they didn't even give him a hearing.
No, I
understand. It was unbelievable. Yeah. It was outrageous. I think people downplay.
I think it was unfair too. Yeah, I think it was unfair too. But the reason that I brought it up specifically was because it's difficult to find tangible markers that you can point to say that we're on the path to the point where you would condone political violence. And I want to find those markers early, where Vaush, I mean, he's kind of just out to lunch on this whole thing because he's not really even taking real political markers into consideration.
Maybe another marker here is that there's some alternative that can be solved via, you know, our elected, you know, our democracy. So with the Supreme Court issue, you know, it can be solved via, you know, people just voting who they want the Senate to be made out of.
That's just to be clear. I agree with you. You should be forced to do peaceful options first. That should be kind of our obligation democratically.
Right.
But there is no redress for Merrick Garland. You can't, voting on a new Senate doesn't give you that.
But you wouldn't condone violence over that, right? I mean, we're in agreement on that.
Listen, I think what happened with Garland was super fucked up, and I was very much on this topic when it was happening. But I just think that's very different than, you know, you can vote to have, you know, you couldn't fix that problem at the time, but you could vote to have the Senate be Democrats or Republicans or whoever, where if the president throws out the vote, there's no real way to address that with voting once that happens. That's sort of like, that's it.
Sure. But I mean, like, I can be empathetic towards people that are complaining about rulings now that are going to be coming from the Supreme Court that we kind of had an ability to.
Oh, they're going to trace it. Yeah, they're going to trace it right back to Merrick Garland.
Yeah, we didn't, because we've got a heavily conservative Supreme Court. So if you're going to get really bad decisions coming out, and it's likely that this Alito ruling on Roe v. Wade will be a 5-4, or that's so I've heard. If that does come out as a 5-4, now you're like, well, fuck me. I voted for that Supreme Court justice. Right. I voted for Merrick Garland when I voted for Barack Obama, and I didn't get was my democratic thing afforded to me, and I didn't get it now. So it's like, you know,
they feel jilted.
Well, no, hold on. They weren't. It's not that they feel jilted. It's that they were deprived of their democratic representation through a historic breaking of norms. That's what happened. It wasn't just a jilted feeling. They actually got fucked. By they, I mean the Democratic Party.
Isn't that the same thing? Getting jilted and
getting jilted is like when somebody does something mean and it irritates you. Like somebody like killing your dog. I don't think it's like you feeling jilted. Like
I'm feeling old school jilted about
so you're taking it up
to their wedding.
Yeah. So that intuition might be why you're more leaning towards political violence over something like this than, I mean, you feel like this is someone killed your dog.
a Supreme Court, getting denied a Supreme Court pick is a really big deal, I would say. Yeah, that's one of the most important jobs of the executive branch is nominating a Supreme Court pick, I would say.
No, it's fucked. It's totally fucked. I agree, but I don't know if it's killing your dog fucked.
Do you think that there should have or could have been some violent repercussion to that would have been acceptable?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure. I'd have to
question.
think about it. But like, if there were violent protests, I don't know. I would have to think about it, but I lean more on the side to where I don't know how much I would condemn them. Yeah,
I certainly sort of by default am like, let's call it.
Think about it. If there's any other,
it's a big deal.
If there's any other markers, because that's one of the few markers that I can point to and say, look, this could happen, and that would be evidence that we're moving more towards Tim Pool's civil war, even though I don't want to admit it. So that's why I want to look for. I want to look for tangible shit. So
look, we can fix this through the system. Okay, I'll run for senator on the platform of packing the court. Okay, we'll get all of this sorted out.
Well, is that another thing? I mean, packing the court kind of would be another.
That's true. That would have been an alternative.
I hate that would also be.
I hate it too, but
I was joking. That would be a historic breaking of norms in itself.
Yes.
Well, actually, how is that decided? I mean, I'm assuming the president just can't decide it. Does it have to be?
Well, no one knows, but like it's not like the Constitution doesn't call it a specific number of people on the Supreme Court. So theoretically, the president could just say like, oh, I'm gonna do like 4 more nominations in front of the Senate. Let's see what happens.
When FDR did it, did he just do it? He just said, "Well."
I think FDR threatened to do it. He didn't actually do it.
I thought I could have swore he did. Didn't somebody extended the court? Didn't they?
Well, the court has been extended a couple times, I think, right? But
yeah, I thought so.
Okay. It used to be one judge.
Let's bring it down to let's bring it down to one and really up those stakes. Then
that'll be exciting. That's horrible.
That's terrible.
I wasn't being serious.
Good strategy to be calling them that for our own movement. So you kind of feel like that's good? Agree to that?
Yeah, I do. I think we're rapidly reaching the point where our ability to achieve our political goals is going to come down to convincing liberals like yourself that this is no longer a political conflict which can be won exclusively through, traditional institutionalist political discourse, because the Democratic Party isn't really willing or able to operate as an effective agent of change on our behalf. Instead, that we need to be preparing for more dire civil conflict. And in so doing, we need the...
I mean, he goes straight to that, to like, maybe, why is that not the case? Why are the Democrats not the force we need them to be or believe them to be?
They're not radical enough, dude. They're not radical.
Convince more people? Do we need to reach out to a broader kind of, the segment of the population? What can we do with these sort of, bottom-up solutions to things?
It's funny that he's so in favor of democracy, because when you have these fringe political beliefs like Vaush has, you're never going to get a majority to sign off on them. It's just impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they push for this. Do you think
he's just accepted that deep down? That
no, he's pushing for political violence because he knows his people will never vote for his policies.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you think that he, in his mind, he recognized that my positions are radical? There's no way I'm going to get enough people to think as I do. How can I get around?
I don't think that's.
I don't think so. I think Vaush is a bit delusional.
I think there's this issue that all progressives have, where they think that their policies would actually be loved by everybody in the United States. If
true.
About them.
Yes.
Progressives always have this idea that like, well, this would be so much more popular. We just need to tell them better. We just need to inform them. And so that kind of leads them down these roads to where if they're losing elections, there's only 2 possible reasons why progressives can lose. Either one, because of manufactured consent. None of them have read the book, but that's either one, because all the corporations and everybody have actually like rigged the media landscape in favor of bad candidates. Or 2, it's because people just don't know yet, so they're uninformed. There's never a good reason why a progressive has lost an election. It can't be that their policies are unpopular. It's always one of those 2 reasons. Either the election is rigged or like the consent has been manufactured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For all their standing for democracy, they really don't know how democracy works, which is sad.
Nobody really gives a fuck how democracy works at the end of the day. People just want to expand their political power, and democracy can be a useful scapegoat depending on the conversation.
It's true. Yeah. Very true.
Yep.
Gotta have
the stakes to be understood fully, which obviously I want to impress upon my audience, and I do fully believe that.
Yeah. So one of the things that bothers me whenever I hear people talking about we can't keep going with what we're doing And the lack of action from our current Democratic Party is proof that anything other than kind of dramatic, maybe revolutionary type actions isn't going to work. And they'll say like, an example of this that's outside the conversation we're having is people will be saying, oh, they've been saying reform the police for ages and nothing's happened. That's why we have to completely abolish the police or something. And to me, it's like, yeah, but they've been saying that and we've never gotten people in office, or at least enough of them, who are actually going to try to reform the police. So it's the same thing with this, where you're saying we're past the point. We've seen time and time again. This isn't your wording.
I certainly think the abolish the police folks have certainly poisoned a lot of that side of the discussion. It's that kind of like that's a step way too far, and so that gets mixed in with more reasonable kinds of discussions around that, and it just goes to show, don't be so radical.
Yeah, definitely,
because it's a stain that spreads.
Biden said it hurt the defund the police hurt Democrats in the last election horribly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, but that's what's just annoying about the way everything's just like this kind of tribal reaction, because instead of like the moderate left broadly just saying, defund the police is stupid, that's a ridiculous thing, there's like this tap dance of like, well, it doesn't actually mean that, it means this other thing. And just, to me, it feels like it would have been much more effective to just say, this is dumb, we're not doing that, ignore the extremist.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they need that. Maybe they need that force on the ground to enact change or something.
Yeah, big problem that people have is that like somebody will point out that like here's the thing that's happening in the United States, and then people will point out like, well, this is a really small thing, so we shouldn't worry about it. Now, I agree with that to some extent, but the problem isn't the small thing. The problem is all the people that will come out to defend that small thing. And then once a crazy amount of people have come out to defend the small thing, you can't afterwards be like, well, it's a small issue. It's like, okay, but if it was a bigger issue, you'd still defend it, wouldn't you? I think that's the issue that a lot of people don't want to contend with sometimes, and it hurts. Yeah, it hurts the discourse.
Well, the issue is not a small issue, though. Police brutality, by any means, it's a solution. That's the problem. It's a solution that they proposed.
Like people calling for defund the police, there's not that many people actually calling for that. And I mean, saying that it's a small number of people advocating for that is fine. It's just, it should be, there's a small number of people advocating for that, and I think that's crazy. And that second step is very rarely taken. It's always sort of this like dismissive, oh, it's a very small thing, I'm not going to give a strong denouncement of it whatsoever.
Right.
But the Democratic Party or the left in this country tries a certain strategy while the right goes further and further right, and it just doesn't work. And to me, an actual progressive movement that doesn't go all the way to kind of like violent rhetoric could dramatically change the political landscape and bring over a lot of the quote unquote moderates or center rightish people who don't want to murder people.
Right.
And
so let's
who aren't demons.
I think he's completely correct, but the problem is assuming that Vaush's actual goal is to like manifest political power in the real world and change hearts and minds, which I don't think it is.
Right.
That is true, but if he's going to state that's his goal, then you can at least attack him there, right?
Right.
True.
Yeah.
Well, for me to give Vaush some credibility or some charity here, he did, push everyone to vote for Biden, and I don't know if that would have helped him on a purely cynical level with his audience, because I thought it was pretty surprising from his audience when he did come out for that position.
No, because when that was happening, he was still poising himself as like kind of like a moderate, intelligent person, right? Like there was still.
I see. So you're saying now since he's
because now he's changed his rhetoric to like, we've already lost the next set of elections, and Democrats are toothless. Right. They're not going to do anything anyway, right? So it's kind of hard to square that away with like, we should vote for people like Biden,
Has he denounced his vote for Biden at all?
No, I don't think he will. I think he'll still probably advocate for people to vote for Democrats, but it'll be a little bit like weak, like, oh, I guess you can vote for him. But he's like speaking out the other side of his mouth, saying things like Democrats are useless, they don't do anything anyway. So
Right.
Well, there's a useful chunk of the rhetoric, even if it's changed, where like he was basically trying to make Trump out to be Hitler, right? So if you think that Trump is Hitler and Biden is like a flaccid, do nothing Democrat, that's much preferable to Hitler.
Right.
So like if your primary goal is to make the Republicans out to be as bad as they possibly can be, you could still argue the same thing. And that is what I usually heard him say. He wasn't like, oh man, Biden is so fucking based. It's like, this guy is going to, genocide trans people, right? So.
Right.
Let's hone in on this. You talk about nonviolent rhetoric. Okay. So I'm a big advocate for defensive violence here, I do think
that's why he was totally supported Kyle Rittenhouse. But let's continue.
We're in the preliminary stages of a genocide against queer people in particular, but probably adjacent groups as well.
Well, but this is annoying because this is how all these conversations start. They're like, oh, this is defensive. This is Russia saying, oh, we're defending the ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Everyone uses this defensive
or conservatives
excuse.
saying they're defending themselves from a mass migration of brown people.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah. Right. Everyone uses this defense excuse.
Noam Chomsky pointed this out when when the name was changed to the Department of Defense. Like, this is very, very effective propaganda.
Yeah.
Right.
And Vaush said the same shit about all kinds of shit. Like he was saying that the Reinhold killing of Danielson was in self-defense. It's like,
oh my god!
Wait, he said that? Really?
No, yeah, how can you say
like
that?
Fucking chapter
what?
Of my video.
I forgot about that.
I'm so glad that killing happened. This sounds dark to say, but because I was always wondering after the Rittenhouse stuff, I was like, if there was a reverse thing, there's no fucking way these guys would be saying the same shit. And that Reinhold thing was like the perfect counterexample of dude walks up, shoots a dude in the street or whatever, and people are like, oh well, the guy he had a knife, and it's like, no, he didn't. Like, well, he was threatening him. There's no proof of that. Like, oh, and it's like, okay, dude, yeah, you obviously don't give a fuck about anything you're talking about. No principles, yeah.
Okay, when we do it.
Yes, and that's the way they characterize the Rittenhouse situation. They characterize the Rittenhouse situation as the Reinhold situation. It's so fucking evil. Last I heard, Vaush was a submit to the mob guy, though, so I don't buy any of this defensive.
That was a good meme.
And in such an environment, I think it is politically irresponsible to treat the agents of that genocide with anything other than the greatest possible degree of moral condemnation. See, there are historical examples of your strategy not working, usually when fascist governments begin to take power.
And again, this instant jump to genocide, this instant jump to, let me find the worst examples, the worst atrocities, and link that without even saying, but it's almost like this understood, not even going to establish why or how. We're just going to jump there so that you've already linked these horrific things, the worst of the worst things, to what's happening now. We've already linked them subconsciously.
But there's another important thing that's going on that happens a lot that fucking annoys the shit out of me, which is fascists always do this. This is something Vaush says all the time. We have 2 or 3 data points in the whole of human history
for fascists.
We don't have enough information to know what fascists always do. Just don't. That just doesn't exist.
It seems to be things I don't like, though. So you really should probably.
We do have some good studies on authoritarians, though. Authoritarianism we've been studying pretty rigorously. So
that isn't the rhetoric that he prefers.
Vaush actually is an authoritarian by those studies. So yeah, it's authoritarianism. That's the problem. It's these people
that kind of. You always have to escape it. If you're a Vaushite or that kind of person, you have to escape the authoritarian label. It's something you're constantly running from. I wonder how many of them realize they really are that thing. Do they try to rationalize it as, no, we're the good authoritarians, though? Do they push it away in the back of the mind and try to rationalize why they're not really the thing? It's the kind of like what I was talking about earlier with kind of more passive Christians. There's a part of them that says, yeah, that thing you're doing is bad, and that other part that says, but it's fine because XYZ reasons. It's
I think it's very simple, and this is the logic. I'm not an authoritarian because authoritarians are bad and I'm good. And
that's true. That is that aspect. The instant label of. I mean, it's you can see it. The other side are evil. They are evil. Republicans are evil. And I'm fighting the evils. I mean,
demons
we're
human
called
flesh.
Antifa. We're anti-fascists, guys.
Would Vaush vote for a authoritarian type personality on the left? If they were running on a platform to end democracy and install socialism in America? I kind of feel like he would.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, there's so many copes to get around that.
Yeah.
Like there's so many ways to define that as not authoritarian. I mean, the thing is, it's just Sitch's law, right? You just end up playing fucking word games.
Well, the question is, I mean, first of all, no one would run on ending democracy, but they would enact policies that would sort of push you slowly in that direction. And then you would get into this exact question on the right, like, well, when is political violence,
acceptable? Yeah, exactly.
Acceptable. And I guess, and I didn't think about it until just now, but, would it be justified? Couldn't the political right say, hey, if the Democrats took power and they tried to get rid of the Electoral College, like, would that necessitate, or would that allow them basically to have violent revolution because of that?
Yeah,
no, it wouldn't. But they would say that. But again, there's just easy cope, right? It's like, well, the Electoral College is undemocratic, so getting rid of it is more democratic. I mean,
well, it depends upon procedurally how they did it, though. That would be the important part.
I guess.
Yeah. This is why it's so important that things be bipartisan. Like,
well, the thing is, like, I'm not fond at all of Trump, but like, he did get elected, and like Vaush has a tendency to not acknowledge that, right? It's like Trump did get elected, and a lot of the things I really don't like about Trump are popular, right? So it's like, you can't just a priori say it's undemocratic when a guy wins the election.
What I'm saying is, like,
does what people want him to do.
But the way it was done would matter, because I assume that if you want to get rid of the Electoral College, it would take a constitutional amendment. And if they tried to do that without a constitutional amendment, I mean, it'd be hard for me to say that I wouldn't. I wouldn't take up arms, but it would be hard for me to denounce people calling for some sort of violence if that happened, something like that happened, and it didn't follow that process.
If it did in practicality require a constitutional amendment, I just don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime.
I understand that. I'm just saying, but that's what I mean. If
they would circumvent the process,
if they tried to do it without a constitutional amendment.
Yeah.
Or there is a outspoken liberal contingent that mocks, downplays, attempts to civilly reason with, pull people over, and then of course invariably they're silenced or killed. The fascists take power anyway, because people just seem to be more responsive to alarmist rhetoric,
Yes,
I'm
certainly not talking at all.
See, he
demonstrated
says,
about.
Sorry, he just said people are more responsive to alarmist rhetoric. So we know.
That's
we
just
know
true.
that's
that's just factually true.
Yes, but we know that Vaush knows that. That's the thing. That's the important aspect here. Because that's what he's doing here. That's exactly what he's using.
I mean, he's worked in politics for years, so of course he knows that. Yeah.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
He's got a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Well, minimizing or standing by. There's a difference between you could be super alarmist. This is so dangerous, without saying this is a class of people that is, and just so you know, I'm not like morally horrified. Oh my God, he called them. I'm literally just thinking from a strategy point of view.
See, he's totally tiptoeing around. He's like, dude, I hate Republicans too. I feel you.
No, I think it's a good strategy. He's trying to have the more important discussion, which is surrounding the rhetoric and not debating the merits of whether or not Republicans are evil.
No, yes. Luke is giving an argument as for like how we can win elections more, and Vaush is doing something that, let's be real, maximizes his sub count on YouTube.
No, I completely agree. Luke is doing the right thing here, but he's not.
Right, certainly.
He's definitely speaking only to the left.
Yeah, but that's the point of the conversation.
Like, if I was going to have a debate against a conservative about reducing the number of abortions, I would say something like, let's talk about how birth control can help. Now, I'm not saying that birth control is like moral or good, but like, wouldn't it reduce abortions? Like, I would constantly reframe it that way, because I don't want to get into a debate on whether or not abortion is like, or whether or not birth control is good or bad, right?
Life begins at conception, Destiny. That's all they want to debate.
But so I think that Luke's strategy here is good. It's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I agree, but I'm only pointing out that his position, for me, is unclear, which I always like to know.
It would be nice to have the whole, I don't actually think they're evil.
Yes.
That
would be cool. You have people.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Wouldn't that sabotage his position that he's trying to advocate right now about rhetoric?
How?
Because then Vaush is like, oh, well, you're only saying that because you don't think Republicans are evil.
I'm just saying.
Doesn't change the debate.
Saying it'd be nice.
It kind of does, though.
I mean, I don't know.
I guess it's the element of we'll debate the rhetoric because we agree, or we'll debate the rhetoric because we're trying to get a goal started.
It does only in the sense that Vaush will immediately have zero trust for Luke because he does not.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly.
But it doesn't change. It doesn't change the reality of the situation. It doesn't change any of the facts. And
it changes
basically
the reality
his opinion.
of the conversation.
Look,
not the reality of the facts.
In Vaush's mind, because he feels slighted, because he feels.
Yeah, but Vaush is half of the conversation, right? We're not robots. Right. We have to be mindful of how we approach other people. Otherwise, we're just going to shut down the conversation completely. And Luke's goal here is to not win a debate; it's to have a conversation, right?
Right.
Right.
I mean, like I've done almost exactly the same things that Luke is doing, just because it's smart. Like, you don't want to throw something out that's going to identify you as the fucking enemy. You want to be someone who is a reasonable ally.
It's smart or it's sneaky, Doomer.
It's like it can be a little bit of both, right? Yeah.
Both.
Okay. Sure. Okay, got you guys. No, he should just go. Didn't he just slap him in the face in the very beginning? I feel like he did.
Well, absurd is kind of pretty mild for calling Republicans demon in human flesh.
Right.
So
okay.
There's a big difference between saying your take was stupid and saying Republicans aren't evil. Those are very
that is a sad thing, Doomer. That's exactly what I'm dialing in on here. What kind of world do we live in? That you get chastised on social media if you're on the left if you just admit that Republicans aren't demons.
I mean, like I've been through it myself. Okay.
Is that already society. That interesting comment in his chat? Vaush, big difference between what this guy is saying and what saying Republicans are demons does is we're not trying to do a revolution with that rhetoric. We're just trying to get ready people for when the right wingers start to get violent.
Yeah, I mean this is you will see this 100% of the fucking time because it's very, very effective rhetoric. You don't say you're going on the offense, you say we're going on the defense. And if you aren't actually going on the defense, if they haven't actually done anything yet, you just say, oh, well, they're about to, we're getting ready.
Yeah, we're getting ready. Yeah, we're prepared for it. We know they're gonna, because especially if they're evil.
I mean, this is true. I'm pretty sure this is true of like almost all conflicts, right?
Even
if you're going to go to war with someone.
Like I'll say in debates, like I never open a debate insulting somebody. If they insult me first, I'll start to do it. But then I always have the appearance of being the victim there. If I open a debate right off the bat, I'm like, you're a fucking moron or whatever. People are going to view me as the aggressor. But if I let the other person lead on stuff like that, it always makes me look better. And even rhetorically, like that's a true thing.
I got to try to do that. That sounds so smart. I can't help myself. Jangles drives me insane. What am I going to do?
Damn,
Adam, you fuck that up.
I can't help myself.
I know.
Group of people into a non-human category because I feel like I've heard you talk about this on stream before.
Non-human category.
Even with people like Nazis, if we say, okay, they're monsters, they're not human, they're something different, then we're not, I definitely have heard you talk about this, then we're not able to understand, okay, how do they get there? How could we take them out of it? Or how could we even fight them? Because you don't really know how to conceptualize
a better
fight
strategy to take
an inhuman monster.
I agree with that from an analytical perspective when we're talking about average people, not so much when we're talking about politicians. You know, for instance, there's a difference between some random 16-year-old neo-Nazi and Nick Fuentes, in that Nick Fuentes not only perpetuates the system but actively benefits from his participation in it. Same with the Republican politicians, you know. I think that oftentimes pulling people out of very far-right movements is about helping them understand they've been duped, misled, their life is being harmed. But for these people,
do you think he purposefully is making sure not to say, but not pulling people from far left positions? You know,
well, he's not going to do that as a problem. But I mean, I don't think that's how you pull people out of far-right positions. I think you have to do the Daryl Davis approach. You have to show people that you can both be part of the in-group. That you're not an other. You can share common interests and common values.
What's pretty interesting is that pulling people out of being Nazis used to be a really big thing that Vaush did. It was a priority of his, and he has his own perspective on it. That's quite a bit different than Daryl Davis. But
didn't he never did. Wait, he never did. I thought he claimed to do that because of Faraday Speaks, and wasn't there someone else that said that.
It's my perspective that he probably did some good in that regard.
Damn you!
I don't know how much, but that definitely used to be the thing. But look, hey, I will be based and fucking defend Vaush. Okay, when he does things that are potentially effective. So one thing he said was that he'll go into arguments with Nazi people, he'll go on the kill stream or whatever the fuck, and he's like, it's less about being right and it's more about looking strong. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. If you can make someone look stupid, that's far more effective than telling an effective argument. Because let's be frank, the audience doesn't even track the argument half the time.
Yeah,
but the audience knows who is like what's it called, like projecting strength in the conversation, right?
Yeah, Vaush definitely used to be like a de-radicalizer. That used to be like his big thing. He'd go into right-leaning spaces, kind of like me, and then like have arguments with people and like not look like a soy boy fucking leftist. That was his goal early on, and I think he did that decently well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't Caleb said he was de-radicalized by ContraPoints.
It was
and me. I was mentioned that article as well. Thank you. But
that's right. No one cared about you because you were not a trans woman. So Contra got head billing and you got ignored.
Straight white male. Obviously, you got moved to the bottom there.
Caleb, the other day, Caleb told me that Vaush was actually not a socialist and he's just a liberal. So I guess he's become radicalized himself now, which is sad.
Ouch.
Well, their life isn't being harmed. Matt Gaetz' life is not being worsened by being a fascist in power. It's benefited significantly. So at that point, it's no longer a matter of convincing.
What did Matt Gaetz do that gets him the label of fascist?
Yeah, do you could an actual fascist get elected in the Republican Party? What
Trump did.
Well, I don't know if
I think given the opportunity to be, Trump would absolutely be a fascist. Our institutions, thankfully, were strong enough for him not to be, but he definitely has all the markings of the kind of person that would be. Absolutely.
I don't know I don't know that that's true. I'm reading Kellyanne Conway's book, and she was his most trusted advisor, and the picture
Trump
she
did
paints
everything,
of him,
like the stoking of the racial fears constantly, the idea of banning Muslims and Mexicans from coming to the United States, wanting to supersede election results because he didn't disagree with them, looking for every possible way to break institutions and get around them to enact what he wanted to, saying things like we have a national security crisis and that's why I'm going to go and enforce my own immigration policy on the border, constantly making enemies out of like every country that we used to be friends with, the hyperfixation on isolationism when it came to economic policy and like military things. Trump is in every way, size, shape, or form. He's
You've
like
got your CNN talking points memorized. I commend you.
It's not talking point. I'm just saying that, like, given the opportunity to do so, Trump absolutely would be a fascist. This is like, it's part and parcel of what he does, for sure.
So look at even the clearing the park story. Do you know that's like fake news. That's not a real story.
That story was bullshit, but it's not anything having to do with him being a fascist.
I think Adam, it comes down more to not. Well, first of all, I don't think anyone here is going to argue that Trump has some ideology that he's really focused on. I think it's more just that Trump wanted to do whatever he wants to do, and he doesn't want to let any rules or institutions stop him. And that can very easily lead someone down the path of being, authoritarian.
Yeah, that is like a fascist thing. Like, look how often he was saying things like the media is the enemy of the people. I want to open up libel and defamation laws so I can sue the media when they publish bad shit about me. Like,
well, the people do want to. I mean, defamation is a problem. People lying in the media is a problem.
But I mean, like when your president is telling you that he wants to be able to sue the media for posting bad shit about him,
that's obvious. Obviously, that's right. If you're in the president situation, but the media is actually lying about shit. And listen, Trump had his attorney call Kellyanne Conway and try and get her to rig the straw poll in the CPAC straw poll or whatever. And she she wouldn't even rig. He couldn't even get the fucking straw poll rigged.
Yeah, but that kind of helps Destiny's argument. That's
exactly the point. He's trying to do shit and people don't let it.
Right, but that's hold on. That is any politician. She literally says
that is not any
bullshit.
Okay? I would have agreed with you until the election shit. The election shit in 2020 is maybe the scariest shit I've seen in my life.
Having a president call a governor saying, "I need you to find 23,482 votes." That is wild. That is unprecedented.
That is fake news too, because he was not talking about making up the votes. He was talking about actually counting votes.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. That's not fake news. You can literally listen to the phone call, which we did. And number two, he was looking for the number of votes that he needed to win the election.
You listen to a out of context clip of the actual phone conversation.
What? Adam, no.
Wait, hold on. Wait, explain.
There's a longer phone conversation out there. I listened to the whole thing. Okay.
What is the appropriate phone?
He is not talking about breaking the law in any way, shape, or form. Let me get back to the straw poll thing because I want to tell something to Doomer here. Kellyanne Conway has run the straw poll for years and years and years. And she said a lot of people call her and ask her to fucking rig the straw poll. So it's not just a Trump thing. It's any fucking politician.
Okay, I don't know who brought up the straw. I don't care about the straw poll. I'm talking about our elections for president of the United States. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what the straw poll is.
I agree. I totally agree. But
his behavior is unprecedented.
Yes, I completely agree. I like
and the goal was to overturn the norms of how we elect a president, right? Are we agreeing on this? Or
yes, it was. Normally people would have stepped back and said, I concede. Obviously, it's a close election.
No, that's not what I'm not talking about. Step back and I concede. I'm talking about expecting the vice president of the United States to not certify the vote. I'm talking about making phone calls to governors, asking them to find illegal votes. I'm talking about constantly undermining every part of the electoral process, saying the mail-in ballots were rigged.
First of all, Destiny, I'm not contesting. I'm not contesting. The only thing I'm contesting is that phone call, because there's a longer version of the phone call. And obviously the media has spun the story as in Trump was asking them to fake votes, fake ballots.
He wasn't asking them outright to do it, but it was like don't you think there's some illegal stuff here that we can probably find?
In the longer version of the phone call, he talks about counties that they originally had won in the previous election and then flipped the other way around, and that he only wanted a recount in these certain counties. And that's why he's saying, I only need to find this many votes, and that's why I'm only focused on recounts in these particular counties.
Just listen to what you're saying, right? He's literally quoted as saying, what I want to do is this, I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have because we won the state. This doesn't sound like a good faith. What other phone calls did he make to other states
There's two positions here. There's Trump is calling an election official to say, make up a bunch of votes and just stuff them in there and we're done. And there's the position, and there is the position that Trump believes the election has been, wrongly counted, and that we need a recount, we need a recount in certain areas.
Let me introduce a third position. He doesn't like the election results, and he's going to do what he reasonably can without making himself look like a complete. Well, he did look like a lunatic.
Yeah, he looked like a lunatic already. You can't say that.
He did basically everything he reasonably could.
I hate to Godwin's laws, and I don't think any of you are Nazis. I don't mean that at all, of course. Right. I've never said it. But this is like the equivalent argument to when when Nazi apologists are like, well, there's not a direct order from Hitler saying we need to kill all the Jews. And it's of course, Trump is never going to call someone to be like, guys, we need to rig the election.
Destiny. First of all, I didn't vote for Trump. I could care less that Trump didn't win.
I'm not saying you did.
Didn't win the election. The thing that I care about is honesty in media, and that you got to admit that story.
Trump was saying the election was going to be rigged 8 fucking months in advance on his fucking Twitter. He's going off like fucking crazy. Did you see his fucking Twitter during the election? It was terrifying. It was fucking
Doomer. Doomer, you're getting completely triggered.
So fucking I'm triggered. It was terrifying.
Doomer, I didn't
democracy and shit.
Doomer, I didn't realize that you had TDS. I'm sorry that I didn't actually. I'm sorry.
Claim has come out.
I'm sorry that I didn't put a trigger warning on this conversation.
I'm proud to be the first person in history to have TDS and VDS. Okay, I have DS about everybody. Okay, I've got ADS, I've got SCS, I've got RDS. I've got all the shit. Okay, that shit was scary.
There is a longer version of that conversation. That
conversation is one data point of 200.
And that even the longer version isn't a good look for a president to ask for votes. But I mean, I do agree with you. There was no conversation where Trump said, hey, we need to rig the election. That's true. That conversation never happened. But that's never going to be a conversation that somebody trying to rig an election is going to have.
So you're saying basically that he's asking for it without asking for it.
Of course. Absolutely. Yes. Of course.
Okay. Well, that is your belief. I mean, I can't read minds or anything. So, I mean.
Well, I mean, we can look
obviously,
at his other behavior. Did he call others?
Thankfully, Destiny can read minds. So
let me try and build a bridge, Adam.
Destiny, how do you?
Hold on.
You can't build a bridge. You have TDS.
He's building a bridge. Let him build a bridge.
Adam, let me build a bridge. Do you think that Trump's behavior was the most fascist thing we've seen from a presidential candidate in 30 years?
January 6th was insane. I think what he did on January 6th was insane and totally fucking stupid, and like his entire speech on January 6th.
What he's asking is, has there been a president that's been more fascist than Donald Trump?
Well, I feel like every
it's a no. It's a no. It's an obvious no.
Well, let him answer. Hold on, maybe he's...
What about Nixon? I mean, Nixon was literally fucking bugging the office of the fucking Democratic National Committee.
Nixon's shit was bad, but honest to God, compared to what Trump did, I think Trump was way worse.
Nixon literally did espionage on his political rivals. So
Nixon sabotaged peace talks to continue the Vietnam War. Nixon was pretty fucking bad.
Yes. So what the fuck? What the fuck?
That was 60 years ago. So he's the most fascist president in 60 years. We don't need to split hairs. Oh, is he a fascist? Isn't he a fascist? Dumb fucking
Technically, Trump was impeached more times than Nixon was. So,
that's true.
Is it just the term? I feel like it's just the term fascist that you're kind of hung up on, Adam.
Fascist?
When I think of fascist, I think of like one bend of fascism is this concept of authoritarianism. It's this concept of like, you are above the democratic norms, you are above the institutions, you are above the law. And Trump acted like that every single step of the way. And him constantly attacking our electoral process when you're the president is a pretty scary thing. And I think there's a lot of evidence.
I mean, I don't know that he did think he was above the law, but I mean, you could definitely make that argument.
You would say he didn't have respect for the processes and institutions of our country.
No, I would say that he's constantly trying to undermine them. I would make that statement way more extreme.
Right. No, I'm saying for Adam, so I'm kind of soft.
Well, did he have respect for those institutions? I mean, he does when they work in his favor, and he doesn't when. Yeah. But listen, Destiny, how is this any different than Vaush's position?
It doesn't need to be.
Wait, Vaush wasn't president. I mean, if you're going to try to get me to defend Vaush, which I'm not, Vaush would be a fucking fascist if he had the opportunity as well, with other racial bent, sure.
Right.
I have no doubt that Trump believes that he won the election and that it was stolen from him by, like, he probably watches Dinesh D'Souza's movie with like just, oh my God, they can't believe they did this to me. Like, he watches it like it's real. Yeah, he's completely, he believes that. So
every single person around him told him no. His intelligence agencies told him no. Barr told him no.
Yeah, but he doesn't trust any of those agencies.
He doesn't trust anybody. Yeah. Well, at what point then are you like a delusional? Like, fine, then maybe he.
No, like he is delusional. Okay, I'm not going to argue Trump is not delusional. What, you think I'm crazy?
I'm going to build a bridge now. Okay, I'll meet you halfway. I would not call Trump a fascist. I'll call him a schizo-fascist. Okay, he was a fascist, but only because he had like this schizophrenic understanding of the world, where he was just so delusional that it drove him to try to break every single democratic norm we ever fucking had. So I'll meet you halfway there. Okay.
Well, he did break. Yeah, he did break norms. I mean, I'm not arguing about that, but.
Well, and also, I mean, whether what your intentions are, whether you think you're acting honestly or not, I mean, that doesn't really have anything to do with fascism or authoritarianism, right? Like, you can think you honestly won and then break all the norms. It still would be an authoritarian power grab.
Well,
right?
True. You're discussing the reasons behind it all.
Why? The thing is, though, if you believe, like the institutions have already been subverted in his eyes, so
I understand
the damage has already been done. Yeah,
have they been subverted, or did you just think they've been subverted?
I don't think they've been. I do not think that they've been subverted.
Probably,
I think that.
I don't think he's
thought.
Like, isn't it? What was his one quote? Like the polls are real, but the news is fake. Like, when you're picking and choosing this hard, at some point you got to say, I just don't think he's a good faith actor.
Right.
Or he is a schizo-fascist, which I was willing to accept.
Well, listen, I appreciate Adam Steelmanning the chat. Okay.
We need. I mean,
dude, fuck the chat is so wrong.
The
chat is so.
Don't install our chat, Doomer. Okay.
Let me go look at Destiny's chat. That's probably
look the call. If you listen to the call, it's the perfect duck rabbit thing. You can hear it either way. It's pretty obvious. So
sure,
if you listen to the full call,
same thing with the Ukraine call, which I think was far more obviously, wrong.
Right. So Sitch, I'm interested. Do you think?
Well, that
Trump was saying,
I'm the resident TDSer on the stream, so I'm trying to.
Well, no. How do you? What? Literally, it just seems so implausible to me that he would call up an election official, and the votes are either out there or they're not out there. But to insinuate that he covertly wants this election official to what, fill in a bunch of ballots or just make a bunch of ballots up or hire people to make up a bunch of ballots or flip a switch on some machine somewhere?
I mean, this guy literally announced that he'd won the presidency before even the votes were fucking counted. It was Pence that walked us back from that cliff on election night.
Hold on. I'm focusing in on this one point, Destiny.
Sure.
Do you accept, though, that like, why would I call somebody on the phone, some election official that I don't have any kind of relationship with? What exactly am I asking them if your narrative is correct?
You're asking them to see what they can do, wink, wink, to maybe like.
But what is that? What would they?
Who the fuck knows what it is? Trump doesn't know anything about any of the electoral process. Maybe it's fighting a box of ballots somewhere. Maybe it's discounting some ballots. Maybe saying some votes shouldn't have counted. I don't know. It could be fucking anything. But
I find it hard to believe that Kellyanne Conway wouldn't step in and go, that's a little fucking. You can't do that. It's like, that's insane.
Okay. Here's a question for you, Adam. If Justin Trudeau did exactly the same things during an election that Trump did, would people on the right call him a fascist?
Absolutely. Sorry.
I don't. They do call him a fascist. Yeah. Hasn't he done some more things?
I don't give a shit about Canada.
I mean,
I don't know what goes on up there.
Listen, Canada's not even a country in my eyes. So, I mean, I'm with you there.
It's an outpost for maple
Northeast
imports.
Dakota.
That's where we get our hot celebrities. That's all I know.
Canada's like in Stardew Valley, south of your base, when you put fucking maple things on the trees and you just go down every couple of days.
We should move on. Just remember, I was right about this. You guys, one day we'll hear the entire phone call, and you'll be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe Adam was right."
He was just calling genuinely concerned about the Georgia election process.
Well,
how did I miss Trump's genuine concern for this one state that might have been pivotal in winning his election, and then calling for the exact amount of votes that he needed +1 to win? Of course, he was just concerned. Fuck, I'll listen to it afterwards, and I'll see. Maybe my mind will change.
I think you just have to realize that he was focused on a recount of the election, like he had assumed ballots were incorrectly counted. So he wasn't looking for just finding new ballots. He was saying, "Hey, we need to recount, and these are the counties that are likely where the mistakes were made." That's basically what he was saying. But anyway, let's move on.
From TDS to VDS, let's get back to where we're supposed to be, okay?
I feel like the guy in the Judean People's Front saying, brothers, the Romans, they're the real enemy.
Destin, you have to come back on again, too, because we need to talk about Jordan Peterson. I don't want to get into it here, but you constantly, like...
You're going to drag us into a different conversation.
I know, we can't do it. We can't do it now, but I don't think
Jordan Peterson is based. As long as he's talking about psychology and nothing else.
Right, but
anytime he opens his mouth about anything else, he's a fucking moron.
I just don't think you're being fair on the Jordan Peterson front. But let's talk about that next time. Let's move back on to this. This communist demon in human form.
One quick second. I have a message from a friend of the show. Okay.
Yeah.
Dev says Trudeau actually did something comparable with the SNC Lavalin scandal, telling the Minister of Justice she didn't see what she thought she saw. I don't know what the fuck that means. Dev wanted me to say it. We just continue.
Well, no, the blackface photos. You didn't see that like you thought it was.
I think it probably had something to do with elections, but anyway.
Nice. Them or moving them away, it's a matter of fomenting a suitable degree of political opposition, which obviously I believe is farther than what you might believe it needs to be.
The crazy thing, though, about this new sect of the Republican Party, this we think of as the more fascistic, far right kind of category, is they are very much, not on some things, they're still very pro-corporate a lot of times, stuff like that. But in the areas that really define them, they're actually representing a lot of their base very well. And so in a democracy, they're just very clearly self-interested politicians who are seeing a increasingly radicalized base that wants to get meat thrown to them all the time, calling for that, and they answer. And so it's not.
This is what's called in political spheres the big weld strategy.
The what?
That is, you know what? We're gonna let that one sit there, and if you we're just gonna carry right along. Is what we're gonna.
Well, no, but this seems like a sort of inconsistency because I think Vaush says in this conversation in the earlier videos, he's like, I'm not blaming so much the voters.
Yeah, he's
blaming the politicians, but the politicians are doing what they think the voters want. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No, that's not how a lot of people view politicians on the left.
Well, I know
right
he
anymore.
doesn't view it that way.
Yeah. People think that politicians act independently and that getting votes isn't like a real thing. You just get them because you buy elections or whatever. That's
you really don't buy that though, right, Destiny?
No, that's absurd. But nobody views the electoral process as being valid in the United States anymore. People on the far right and left think that it's all bought and paid for. Basically, it's all theater.
Though I would think, like, if it were to come to violence, I don't think Vaush would really, if we're in the midst of like some violence, the left and the right are shooting each other. I don't think Vaush should be out here saying, like, brothers, just shoot the police and the politicians, don't shoot like Republican voters. I don't think that distinction.
Of course not. Of course not. He'd be like, oh, look, a Trump sticker on a car. Get him.
Not like to me, someone who's evil, and kind of what you were talking about in your video that I'm responding to was, listen, we can reason and understand people when they're doing it for their own gain, but we can't understand people when it's literally just to make somebody suffer. And in the case of the politicians like Mac H that you're talking about, it's not just to make people suffer. It is making people suffer, and it's horrible, but it's out of complete self-interest. As you just said, he's benefiting from his base loving him because he's doing all these radical actions.
At least he knows it's inadvertent. He's saying so.
And I think if you're willing to accept that the voters aren't just, demons in human flesh, well, then the politicians aren't really either, just really self-interested people.
Yeah, Vaush's political understanding is so naive that he thinks they're doing it because they want to torture people.
Just want to hurt people.
He doesn't understand that they have, their voters have desires that are in conflict to the desires of him and his voter base.
Yeah, there's that understanding with a lot of people.
It's so simple.
And I'm sure there's plenty of politicians and a lot of normal people who realize, the things that I want politically, some people will be negatively affected by it, and that sucks. But like this recognition that I'm not some utopian,
right?
Like, not everyone's going to benefit from this, and I don't like that, but maybe I just think that's going to be the best overall.
Immigration is a hot button topic because there are economic winners and losers in any change in immigration. So obviously there's going to be conflict over that. But the easiest thing for Democrats to do, and what they've been doing this forever now, is just to hit everyone with a racist stick. And immigration is a great place where they can do that. Now they can do it with the trans stuff as well.
Looking to stay in office.
In terms of their moral, how I would judge them morally, I can't say there would be that much of a difference. The only difference is how you can treat them in terms of what approaches are politically efficacious. And I always think that it's more acceptable to take hardline stances against people in power than just random citizens, even if they have the same political positions. Also, of course, even the farthest right random Republican dipshits can potentially be convinced out of their positions. You can't convince a politician out of their positions.
Right.
Their whole job is to do the things that they say they're going to do. You can't.
Look, he kind of gets it here. He kind of understands.
But he's actually missing it. That's not true. Politicians will change their views to reflect the voting population.
Sure, of course they will. Yeah.
Look at Biden and Hillary changing their stance on like $15 an hour minimum wage because of things like what Bernie said and how popular those movements got. Like politicians will update their views to reflect their constituents.
Or the
to stay in power, yes.
Was kind of hiding his position on gay marriage.
Of course.
Biden kind of usurped it. But that's why his position doesn't make sense here, because if he thinks you can change Republican voters' minds, then that's how you would change Republican politicians. I mean, I guess maybe.
Well, no, he's saying that politicians operate independently from voters.
He thinks
they're all like their own cabal
by some evil force or something. Yeah.
The manufacturing consent view of the world, which I don't.
Well, so I guess he thinks the power or the views come top down as opposed to. Well, I mean, I guess they do come top down. I guess it's kind of
to some extent. It's a back and forth, obviously.
Right.
But we want to be in like a persuasion mode, not a violence mode. Go ahead, Destiny.
I think there is an Overton window that encapsulates everything that the American public thinks about a given set of issues. And politicians' goal is to try to find where that window is and then speak to the people that exist there. That's the goal. So, I mean, politicians and think tanks and everybody can also move the window around a little bit. People can move the window around a little bit, but like a politician's goal is not going to be to dramatically move the window. That's a losing strategy. And you see this happen time and time and time again, where people think that they can change everybody's mind on issues and they're going to bring out all these voters that normally don't vote. And they're going to actually, and you can't do that. You're like, you can move people a little bit, but for the most part, people believe the things they do, and you have to identify that and then play to that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to think about it, because I think too many people view Trump as like he radicalized the Republicans, when I think he just found where the Overton window was.
Exactly.
He just found a niche to kind of sneak in there that no one was really speaking to.
What? And he brought in a lot of never voters, so that's always celebrity.
Well, I mean, it seems it's almost the same thing. Like, you know, we hear this so much from a lot of mainstream media sources that like YouTubers and Twitch streamers are radicalizing their audiences, but I kind of feel like it's the opposite. I feel like it's, you know, you have these political commentators and they see that their audience generally is more, you know, unidirectional, and their audience kind of radicalizes the streamer.
I think you can radicalize an audience, but the relationship there is fundamentally different, because we're more, as creepy as it, we're more like friends than politicians, because you're spending hours and hours and hours consuming our content. We have a higher chance of actually shifting your point of view on something than a politician that you might only see, you know,
more interaction is possible.
Sure. It just seems to me like whenever we talk to someone or we watch their content, the chat seems always way more extreme politically than the actual person is. And there is sort of this audience capture thing that happens.
It's probably a lot easier to be that way when you're just some person in chat. As
that also might be people hiding their power level too. You know, it kind of depends on.
Right.
I mean, we're definitely seeing that in your chat.
Not our chat. Our chat. I love our chat.
Were you looking at your chat? I don't know.
I was looking at our chat and seeing that there's nothing but nuanced big.
I'm watching. Dude, there's this guy in chat called Luke, and he hates me, man. Oh my god.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah, there's a few of them in there. This Gene girl too. Woo, there's a lot of spicy chatters out there, but it's fun. It's all good.
They don't like you? Maybe we should ban them.
Good. No. I love it. I like the hate. I'm
what is your since we're talking about Trump again? Thank you, Sitch. What the fuck?
I didn't wait. What?
You brought Trump up again. You did. Do you have a take on Steve Bannon, Destiny? Like
what about him?
Well, what is a take on the left about Steve Bannon?
I don't think we think about Bannon anymore.
Oh, okay.
Well, why did you bring that up? That seems so random.
Well, because I hear a lot of sometimes I hear people on the left making the argument that's like Steve Bannon is the power broker. He's the Karl Rove of Trump. I
think for a while people saw him as making a lot of. Wasn't he the one? I could be wrong, but wasn't he the one that ultimately decided to support Roy Moore? Wasn't that a big thing that he decided, or am I making that up?
I don't remember.
In the book he seems to have like no power whatsoever, and he wasn't even in the Trump administration.
No, there was some issue that he pushed Trump to support that ended up blowing up in his face, and I think that was sort of the beginning of their fall. I don't remember what it was though.
Yeah,
I thought it was Roy Moore. Somebody can check me if I'm wrong. But maybe it might not.
Maybe
Kellyanne Conway basically just destroys Steve Bannon in this book. It's not.
Sure, but weren't they like also like politically rivals too? Like, wouldn't it make sense that she would be shitting on Banner a lot?
Yeah, well,
I think he was a political rival with her. Yeah, definitely.
Kellyanne Conway just sort of like a normal, you know, Republican.
A normal person? Yes, exactly.
No. I mean, Steve Bannon, I don't know what exactly.
Steve Bannon
he's more like
in the weird. Yeah.
He's isn't he sort of flirting with the neo-reactionary sort of side of things, or Kellyanne Conway is just kind of like
that was his background in media. Wasn't he the head of what was the name of the media thing that he was
Breitbart?
Yeah. Also, wait, hold on. Kellyanne Conway, she was fucking insane, wasn't she?
I don't remember.
Was she the one that gave us like Bowling Green and like the fucking alternative facts?
Look, Destiny knows how to use Wikipedia. Facts, Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Wait, Wikipedia what?
I know what you're looking up.
I'm not. Hold on. I literally, my job is talking about politics. What do you mean? You think I have to Wikipedia the crazy fucking statements that Kellyanne Conway made?
She does address the alternative facts thing in the book, but I haven't got to Bowling Green. I don't know what that is yet. So
yeah, it's nothing. It was either her or Trump made the statement like, "Look at what happened." Oh no, there was the "Look at what happened" to Squid. But it was she referenced something called the Bowling Green massacre, and it's just like not anything. It's not a real thing.
Oh yes, she thought there was some like immigrants came across the border and killed people. That never happened.
Okay, yeah. Well.
Anyway, Destiny, Lucas wants you to know that he actually loves you and just wants you to unban him from his chat.
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. He said that I was one of the only chats that he'd been banned in, so it must be an extremist chat or something like that. Yeah. Well.
Yes, Steve Bannon. Hex says Steve Bannon is 100% for the Dark Enlightenment. Okay.
Oh, so he is a neo-reactionary. Wow.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not a fan, but
can't debate them out of that.
Right, but if someone's listening to you walk them through, okay, these people, picture them, are demons in human flesh, then it stops there. Like if I'm running down that logic train and I'm...
Well, I hear someone say demons in human flesh, and I'm instantly just like, oh, I'm going to go somewhere else. You're crazy. I'm leaving.
Vote Biden.
I'm thinking, okay, this is the person that I fully...
To be fair, I could imagine Biden saying...
I know.
Flesh, yeah.
If you told me Biden is a demon in human flesh, I might believe you. I mean, he seems old enough to be.
Trust. I would stop the analysis there, because if someone is truly purely evil, they're just Satan, then they're just trying to harm people, and I can't really understand how do we combat them, because they're just going. But
no, Vaush thinks the way you combat them is combat.
Yes, right. Literal combat.
But if you understand that they're just trying to represent a radical base, and then you also understand that the best thing you can do to change the radical base's mind is not address them in such a way, then the goal, now you have an actual...
I think you're conflating a few things. There's nothing mutually exclusive there. You can say a person is evil while also recognizing there are socioeconomic justifications for their behavior. Evil isn't really
not the analysis that you had. It was just like, that's it. Game over. Point, we can't pull them out of it, but we totally can pull voters out of it.
I've never made this an intrinsic thing.
Yeah, I'm so glad you played the clips. Like you never made. He never made a socioeconomic argument for abortion or anything like that.
No, his. I mean, we didn't watch the whole thing, but his only argument was that, Republicans just want to control women.
Yeah,
that was the only argument. Yeah,
that's just what they want.
I mean, unless he's going to control them, like they're going to make cookies and they're going to sell them or something.
It's only through socioeconomic reasons why.
What he means is like, I'm assuming what he means is like, oh, if someone, is carjacks someone and kills someone, they'd be like, well, the socioeconomic conditions place them in that role of, being poor and engaging in the carjacking, yada, 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 yada. But I don't think that applies to his rhetoric when he talks about Republicans being evil. He's not really giving some sort of justification at all, really, for their beliefs.
Right. Yeah. That's the problem that we have. But I have, at least. Doomer can think whatever he wants.
This isn't like people being born evil.
Well, yeah,
maybe you could say it's their job to be evil, but even evil isn't like a real moral category. The closest thing that I could really come up to it, outside of rhetorical shorthand, is the axioms that they are attempting to maximize with their behavior are...
Isn't evil a moral category?
Yeah, so the one Vaush learned a couple words from me about like ethics, and he doesn't
this is your
actually
fault,
know any of the anything's trying to. So basically, anytime Vaush starts talking about ethics, you can just fast forward. The whole conversation is basically going to be him saying in fancier words, "Good things are good and bad things are bad," and he does this over and over again. And it's so unbelievably painful to listen to him try to stumble through, and he'll do this. He'll reiterate this a few times when it seems like he's justifying something. They'll be like, well, consequentially, if it led to good things, then I would say that it's a good thing. But if it didn't, then it would. It's like, okay, yeah, but that's the whole point, is whether you think it would or wouldn't, though, right? Like he does this type of thing a lot. It's really crazy.
He's beyond. Yeah, it's fucking insane. The thing I noticed him doing over and over again was that, like, if someone on his side did something bad, he would start talking about their motives. Right. And then if someone he doesn't like does something bad, he'll be like, oh, motives don't matter. I'm an actual consequentialist. Right. The only thing that matters are the outcomes. And it's just like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty classic, self-serving bias from a group line.
He just doesn't.
I think it's called the fundamental attribution error. It's where you will, whenever you do something bad, it's because you have really, really good reasons for it. Or when somebody you like does it. But when somebody else does something bad, you only look at the action and then you judge them for the action and you don't look at the actual guy.
Terrible. Those people are evil.
Kind of like if we make up a bunch of excuses why Trump would call a governor to look for 11,400. I'm just kidding.
that was aimed at me, guys. If you guys didn't recognize that, that is called a callback. Okay. That's comedy gold right there. Thank you, Destiny.
Callback.
You've added great value to our show.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Yeah. Wait till you listen to the call. Hopefully you're on stream with us when you do. But let's continue.
It is a comedy show, so
let's continue.
A real moral category. The closest thing that I could really come up to it, outside of rhetorical shorthand, is the axioms that they are attempting to maximize with their behavior are in stark contradiction to the outcomes
Pause for
of
1
the
second.
axioms that...
Okay, so I just want to be clear. everybody might be trying to maximize different axioms than you. By definition, if they disagree with your meta-ethical position on what is good or bad, that would make them evil. Otherwise, if we're to accept Vaush's definition that different people just try to maximize different things, then there can be no evil, because everybody's trying to maximize different things, right? Using Vaush's example here, I could say, well, Hitler was just trying to maximize the axioms of creating the perfect Aryan race. So can I really call it evil? It's not really evil with respect to him. Well, of course, with respect to an individual, there is no evil, because with respect to them, they're always doing some self-serving thing to maximize their own ends. So it's just, that's what I mean when I say a lot of, when Vaush starts talking ethics, all of it is incredibly vacuous. He's using so many words to say good is good and bad is bad. And he just says nothing of consequence. It's so irritating.
Well, but do you think it's intentional that he's basically labeling evil so broadly that you can use it any way he wants?
It's not intentional. It's that he knows like a little bit to navigate the conversations using some of the right words, and then he can kind of trick himself. I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I think he just doesn't understand. Yeah, I think he's kind of like tricked himself, and I think he's got like a really enlightened position on ethics, and he doesn't see like that there are 15 different like pitfalls that he's like wandering into every time he starts trying to make these analyses. Go ahead.
I think it's worse than that with all the fucking supererogatory shit. Like, holy
fuck. Dude, the guy that taught him that word messaged me. He felt so bad. What a horrible thing for him to learn.
Was it Lewis?
I don't remember who it was. I just remember a long time ago, somebody messaged me like, bro, I had a conversation with Vaush where I introduced that concept of supererogatory, and I feel so bad for it. Because he uses it for like to escape. He has so many good escapes. He's learned like so many different words so that he can say absolutely nothing but like escape from every responsibility necessary, and then condemn people with all the conviction that he could ever want. It's just like
just to explain really quickly, supererogatory basically means something is morally good but not obligatory. Okay.
Right.
Now this is a very fucking fringe idea in moral philosophy. So I went to try
the shopping cart.
I went to try and read papers on it, and there just aren't very many because no one really talks about it.
Right.
Like when people talk about morals, they talk about duties. It's like, what must you do?
That's like, the whole point of a moral
conversation. That's the whole of more. Like, this is a very fucking fringe thing. And Vaush will say that like basically everything is supererogatory. It's the most
every single thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like you're not obligated morally to do anything.
Yeah, which is what a moral. That's what essentially moral obligations are. Like you're talking about basically saying like a neutral action has no obligation. You can't say like a morally good action has no obligation, but by definition morals are oughts. They're things that we're kind of obligated to, right?
Mm-hmm. So I'd say the majority of the time I hear the word obligation, it has moral in front of it.
Are you saying I have the same obligation to tip as to not cheat on my wife? Is that kind of
no. I mean, there could be like a different gravity behind certain obligations, but like you wouldn't say that like there's something that would be like morally good,
right?
But like whether or not you do it is like neutral or something. Like there's still going to be degrees of good and shit you talk about. It's just he had to find this word out. It helped him escape the idea that socialists should have any sort of responsibility whatsoever to acting a certain way in society. Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but every socialist on the internet,
he bought a big house and a nice car
and a huge car. Yeah, they all live as like the most hyper-capitalist, hyper-consumist people in the world. But Vaush has like discovered a word that lets him escape literally all responsibility or obligation for living his values. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and this
nice to have such a simple existence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. But in this whole. This whole sidetrack for him not sidetrack. This whole conversation is kind of bullshit because he's the one that brought up the term evil. He's the one that called them evil demons in human flesh. And now he's trying to be like, well, what does evil really mean?
Yeah, they're just trying to maximize different axioms.
Yeah, it's like, well, why did you use the word then? Because you know what it means.
But he almost said, I think he said this. You can go back. We don't have to go back, but I think he actually said, like, well, when I said evil, didn't he say this? I didn't mean that in a moral sense.
Yeah, right. Which is ridiculous.
Says, well, what other kinds of evil are there, Vaush? What does that mean?
Yeah, just in the technical sense.
I don't mean evil in the sense of a moral category. And he's like, but that's what it is.
Yeah, totally.
That's literally what it is.
Well, and even
things are good and evil to morally categorize them.
Right. And obviously his audience takes it that way, the way that everyone else takes it, even if he has some like really weird hyper definition for it.
Mm-hmm. That I would like to put about. So for example, if they're fascists and they believe in a fundamental sense, in rigid hierarchy and the promotion of like an anti-degenerate social order, that would starkly contradict with any invocation of my axioms, because it would entail genocide against queer people. So in that sense, you might say, well,
hold on real quick. So he's saying this would entail genocide, and he's given an example of something that's not necessarily evil. Okay, but it would entail genocide, but it's not evil. They're just trying to maximize different axioms. It's so vacuous. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. This is all done.
No, it's great. No, continue.
It's so vacuous. It's so stupid.
If you're not going to call genocide evil, then like, what is the point? Your moral system is just useless.
Well, you know what? I'll bite the bullet.
No.
And I'll say in front of everyone that genocide might not be great.
Genocide is evil.
So
yes.
brave.
Yeah.
So brave.
I'll do it. I'll be.
We need to
not
make a
everyone's willing
word.
to go that far.
What is the opposite of supererogatory? Where like it'd be good if you did it, but you didn't have to. What about one where it's like it'd be bad if you did it, but like if you don't, it's not bad. So there's got to be like an opposite definition there.
It would be bad if you did it, but you don't have to.
Something like
yeah,
wouldn't make you
like
like something.
framing.
I don't know.
It would be bad if you
Called
did,
being a
but
dick.
it's not a big deal if you do.
Right.
Or like, oh no,
Yeah.
it would be you shouldn't do it, but if you do it, it's not bad. That would be the contrapositive of it. There,
Like not
Right.
returning the shopping cart.
maybe
Yeah.
Anti-erogatory, maybe sure.
It actually is a word. I just don't know.
The
what it is 'cause I'm fucking
philosophers
uneducated.
do this.
You know,
kind
if
of
you
stuff.
say it, we know what you mean. It's a word.
Oh, there we go.
Axiomatic outcomes are mutually exclusive to mine. You know, they contradict.
And then he goes to the beard stroking. That's just weird. It's just weird.
It's
I do
a
it
medical
too.
thing, okay?
I think it's
Oh,
a
there, it is
tell.
good.
I really do. I think this is the
You
are
think
they
it's a
buying
nervous towel?
I think this is the are they buying my bullshit tell right here.
This
This
is
is
Adam,
like
this is
Adam,
Mr.
I-
Hyper's
no.
hair.
Adam, I do
You're-
that so hard I pull a hole in my beard.
this is like I just went all in and I have nothing. Like
You're
in my
dead
hand.
wrong. The are they buying my bullshit tell is when every time he finishes a sentence, he glances over to the side to look at chat. to see what response.
Yes!
That's
He's
the-
doing that.
Yes!
He's
That's
doing
the
that
tell.
now.
Well, what I
completely
meant to
right.
say was
He's-
maybe if I
isn't-
say axiom a few more times.
Isn't that what he's doing? It seems like he is
Well,
reading it.
If you
does.
watch the Dankula debate, he does that like every single time he says some stupid shit. He looks over at the fucking chat.
Right.
It's
To
so
see how the
fucking
reception. Also, if you want the real black pill, every streamer does this.
Yeah.
You always glance at your chat and be like, am I on some wild shit right now? Or are they actually following me? It's like when you're high and you're talking, you kind of look around. It's like, you guys actually following this thing? You know, everybody does it, but
I
Vaush
have
does it
not
more,
really
more
looked
than
at the
us.
chat.
Okay.
I have not really looked at chat at all. I had more fun with the chat before the stream even began, but I'm sure.
Cool. Well, I guess you're just better than us. Okay.
I
Good
am.
job.
That's
You
exactly what I'm
transcend
saying.
that.
Listen,
Good for you.
I like
dude.
that you
Good
fact
for you.
check.
dude.
I'm
You're
not
right
willing.
sometimes.
I'm not willing to defame an American president just because the entire media decided it was a good idea to do. Okay,
Good. Good.
Well,
for you.
it's called principles.
Okay. Wait,
Destiny.
Adam,
Oh no.
Adam, I can agree that the media said tons of fucking wrong shit about Trump. Tons of fucking wrong
Hold
shit
on.
about Trump.
Lies.
Why are we-
No,
can we not-
Dragons
Lies.
again? No.
Lies.
Aiden Paladin for $10. Thanks so much, Aiden says. This is the coolest group. This is like the coolest group of people all at once. Much love. Thank you, Aiden.
That's
Maybe you
true.
should-
That's an astute observation.
Maybe
I
you
agree
should
with
read
you.
some $20 super chats if we have them,
Yeah.
just because
Even if Adam's here, I agree.
people like to super chat. I don't know how you. Destiny, I've never heard you read a super chat in my entire
Well, I've got
life.
text to speech. I did. One guy donated $20. Said, "Here's some dollars for recognizing the fundamental attribution error." Thank you, guy. Usually I have a text to speech that just reads them automatically. So
I should get one of those. I actually have a Sitch that reads the super
Should you
chat.
wait? Should you,
Wow.
Adam?
That's
Should
because you wait. That's because you can't read Adam. That's
I
a
know,
little different.
I know, it's bad, but so we do $20 and up super chats during the stream. So
Jesus.
people tend to do the $20 ones because they want to say something or be included.
Well,
in
we're kind of
conversations.
behind though, so I want.
Yes, that's how it works. That is the.
Well, I mean,
result
why
that
not
we
read a couple and
encourage.
get some more going?
Okay,
I mean,
you're right.
we're not communists here.
That's true.
We're not bread
Wouldn't want
tubers.
William Vance for $20 says schools shouldn't teach fringe political views until college. Keyword is fringe, meaning when we say political, we mean a tiny minority believe it, just like when Destiny says nobody thinks that. There you go.
Nobody thinks that what? You can't end a sentence.
That was the end of the sentence. I don't know.
Wow.
JMac for $20 says, I learned sex ed from watching Species and reading Song of Solomon when I was a kid.
What
Oh
a
my
base set of horror movies. Who remembers Species, guys?
I remember
Right.
that movie.
I
yeah.
remember Mutant
Is
Species.
that
with
Natasha
Denise Crosby.
Henstridge
Yeah, she
or
had to fuck
Henstridge?
guys to make an alien baby, and that
Yes.
was her, like a,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that.
She was like a giant bug or something inside. It was gross.
She was like an alien, not a bug.
I thought
What
she
an
was like a
incredible
bug.
metaphor for women. How
I know.
artistic.
I know.
Oh,
Exactly.
oh.
I feel bad for you, Jay. I had to read Song of Solomon in high school. That book is fucking insane. Lots of weird incest and crazy sexual shit going on, but terrible.
Was that
book.
just the Bible? Song of Solomon?
And it's based off. That's the title comes from it, but no, not the actual Bible.
Oh, okay. You said Solomon and incest, and
There you go. You just got Gotcha. Lord Hank of House Hill for $20 says, great lineup. I'm glad to see you guys get Destiny, a woman's name, on again. There you go.
Thank you. Lord Hank of House Hill.
Righteous Indifference for $20 says, queer theory is trying to label itself all over LGBT spaces, superimposing the political onto the LGBT people and introducing toxicity into the general populace. People need to do better at differentiating LGBT from queer theory.
Agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Investigator One Quim for $20 says, did you guys see Lilith Lovett twisting herself in the pretzels, trying to justify Vaush's state on Dev's Tubecast outtakes? You guys should really talk to Lilith about gender ideology.
I think it's Tubecast, not Tubecast.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know what Vaush's state on Dev's Tubecast outtakes were, but
yeah.
I'm unaware of
I thought Dev and Lilith were...
Dev is short fat otaku.
I thought Dev and Lilith... I thought they were besties. It seems like they might not be.
They are besties.
Okay.
They do a stream together.
Right.
They argue like we do.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that. Frenemies.
Yes. Anyway.
Yeah. So
mates.
I understand what you're saying, but it all is a rhetoric game. And if you take someone who's... I have a few friends who I would say are from center left, center, and center right, kind of all around that little spectrum. And watching their engagement with politics is super interesting because I got in a conversation about abortion with a family member, and afterwards she was like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I still feel like I'm pro-life. I don't know if I agree with you, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Like, it's about all the reasons we say about autonomy.
That is all well.
Baby.
That's all well and good, but beforehand, did you call her evil? Probably would have helped out.
Did you spit in her face or punch her or anything?
Yeah.
Yes. Or to be baby, the fetus being biologically dependent on the mother, so then she has right over it. And she had not even heard that explanation laid out for her anywhere. And so I'm picturing her being like, gosh, the right wing's pretty crazy. And she flips over, okay, maybe not this person, but someone who's younger flips over to your channel, and your response to the news is not, oh, we really got to deprogram people, but the leaders of this movement are just fundamental, or I don't know how exactly. No, yeah, let's see. They're just evil, fundamentally evil, not human beings.
I feel like
and she's gonna go like, wow, okay, that's definitely radical too. And then we have a bunch of people who are just status quo, excite,
Yeah, I am pro making the dehumanization of other people associated with radicalness. I think that's I'm pro that.
Yeah.
It used to be a fairly common position.
Yes. Yeah. That's a path to genocide right there. First you start dehumanizing people, and the next thing you know. Yeah.
All super excited about the status quo.
I feel like the
because everything else is radical.
What you're talking about right now is kind of like the liberal myth, like the starry-eyed dream. If this was the case, why has none...
Someone will have to fill me in on the liberal myth.
Oh, he's going to right here. It's great.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Excellent. Fantastic.
Get ready.
Why has none of the moderate
you got your seatbelt on?
Center-leaning...
I am strapped on. I'm strapped in.
Talking about right now is kind of like the liberal myth.
Be better if you were strapped on.
Like the starry-eyed dream. If this was the case, why has none of the moderate or like center-leaning or bipartisan messaging of the Democratic Party brought over anyone? Republicans were as galvanized
because they co-opt.
I feel like there hasn't been a lot of bipartisan rhetoric from either side recently.
None.
There been?
Yes.
I'm not sure what
I don't
he's
know if I
referring
agree
to.
with the premise. I'm not like super.
Yeah. What's their pitch to moderates? Yeah.
Well, it seems like the strategy, at least on the news, obviously the news is a little different from politicians, is just to beat everyone with the racist, sexist stick, which is obviously not trying to appeal to moderates because it's trying to basically force people into accepting the position to avoid the label.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Assume the position by force.
Right.
It's basically rape politics.
There was David Shore tweeted out, that was the guy that got canceled and then hired by someone else for saying that, hey, maybe BLM shouldn't riot because it leads to Republicans winning elections. He's like a pollster guy, and he tweeted out a study that showed someone did like a giant analysis of like 100 different countries' elections in the last 20, 30 years. And that even, he said that in most elections and in the US, 75% of the times when one side wins, it's because they're able to sway the moderates in the middle who are undecided and only 25% of the times does one side win because they're able to draw in new voters.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that really, to me, shows where a lot of the left is completely missing. Because when I hear more, far left people talk, it's always, we need to draw more voters, and they always kind of dismiss the middle as being,
huge
applicable.
Myth. It happens over and over and over again. It happened with Bernie. People always seem to forget this. This idea that we're going to mobilize a band of voters that have never voted before. We're gonna bring these young people. We're gonna
kids.
And everybody's like, and it never happens. These motherfuckers never show up to shit to vote. So why waste your time appealing to them?
What is that study, Sitch? Because that's what I was saying with Carl about the kingmakers. Like that's 75% are the moderates that are the kingmakers. It sounds like this study. I should have this on my computer.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Opted that language. You understand it as much as I do. The quote unquote moderates in Congress / the Senate, the House and Senate, or even Biden, are not actually moderate in the country. They're just more friendly to business interests, more friendly to the status quo, stuff like that. They're not at the center of the country.
That brings them closer to the middle.
Yeah, sorry, go for it.
Well, that brings them closer to the middle. It's not like Republicans aren't pro-business and pro-economic elite. They're more so.
No, but you see it in situations like West Virginia. We talked about like this a lot with Joe Manchin, because people will say, he just has to be conservative because West Virginia is conservative. But then you look at polling, you're like, yeah, they're conservative on a lot of issues, namely social issues, but a lot of economic issues are actually super progressive. So they call themselves moderate to get away with keeping the status quo. But I think the center of the country is very willing to do some change.
I'll just be a bit more direct here.
Go for it.
I think that for interpersonal conversations, it's very important to adopt certain rhetorical approaches to make people feel like they're understood and to address their concerns.
And I'm wondering where calling such a broad swath of humanity evil and demons enters into that aspect. But maybe we'll discover that as we progress.
Well, he's saying interpersonal, so he means like in personal conversations, but now he's about to advocate something different for widespread conversations, right? So he'd probably say personally, you should never call somebody evil. But when we're making like widespread analyses, maybe we'd call people evil is what he's going to say.
I also feel like we're on the precipice of a genocide. And I know looking at history that your approach has been ineffective, to say the least. Would you have told the Jews back in 32?
Look at this. He's just stepping on the gas.
In Germany, that they shouldn't be calling Hitler evil because they may yet convince some moderate-leaning Germans? Of course not. You would understand that past a point, you just need to ferment as much radical opposition as possible. What we're living through right now is an era of unprecedented partisanship, and there just isn't that much evidence.
Yeah, thanks for helping.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
just fermenting that.
You're responsible for this, Vaush.
We're just playing into it.
To indicate that on a broad scale, we're going to pull the Republican Party apart. The QAnon believing, January 6th defending, Trump really won the election believing Republican Party apart. What we can do is socially stigmatize them, and that is an effective form of rhetoric. After the civil rights...
To who? I guess. Like, it can be. I mean, certainly. I suppose you got to be really careful on who you pull the trigger on stigmatizing, right?
No, I give this the same argument all the time. I think when we stigmatize things, we assume people are changing their beliefs, but what's actually happening is we're just not looking at it anymore. I think that part of the reason why Trump caught everybody by surprise, me included, was because we'd stigmatized somebody that believes so much, we assumed that no one else in society could have held them anymore, but that isn't the case. What actually happened is you just didn't see it anymore. And then when Trump came out, there were like 4 different points during his campaign where we were like, this is it. Like, he can't survive this. He can't survive McCain being a pussy or calling McCain like a war captured guy. I don't like him. He can't survive the grab him by the pussy thing.
Grab him by the pussy.
But the issue is that these views still exist in the United States. We just stigmatize and push them aside so much that we didn't even know they existed. So I don't think that's an effective strategy for dealing with people with differing beliefs in your country. Not in a country like this with as many different beliefs as there are.
Have you
have
heard?
to confront them.
Have you heard the term preference falsification, Destiny?
Probably at some point, but explain to me what it means.
It's the concept where people basically agree with people just because they're agreeing with the crowd, but their preference is diametrically opposed to that. And it's the idea when in these like communist regimes where everyone's lying to themselves about how great stuff is, they're really just keeping quiet because they think everybody is down with what's going on, but none of them are really down with it. They're just afraid to speak. So it's
like a good example would be like pollsters asking, are you going to vote for Trump? And they say no,
sure,
they actually are.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah, exactly right. So, but there's a point when it flips and people are just like, fuck this shit, I'm not holding my tongue anymore, and everything is like outed.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you get to that point before the Nazi regime takes over.
Act was passed, and Dr. Martin Luther King.
And most every time you say that they're going to take over and they don't, or it's like the end of the world or the rapture, it's always around the corner. It's going to happen here. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, it just right. It tunes people out, or it dulls people's wariness of it.
I think
so when it does actually come around,
I think people on the left are completely lying to themselves with the amount of racism, sexism, and homophobia that's actually in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's like it's a social game that people kind of play, or like a status game even, maybe, that like you have to kind of buy into certain things because it's what everybody around you is doing, and you don't want to be like the odd one out. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, because people's definitions of like where racism and sexism and all that shit are today are insane. That's why I think that like if you take a deep breath and then take a step back and you look at like the LGBT genocide, like the fact that we're even having conversations today about children taking puberty blockers in school because they may be that's like an unimaginable step forward compared to 15 years ago, where like trans people didn't even exist in pop culture.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Nobody even, yeah. So the idea that you think we're on a genocide now when we've made like such an unbelievable amount of progress in such a short time, like something is wrong there. You've got like some kind of issue.
There's so many movies that were made in the 90s with trans people actually being the villains that just could not get made today because of that. And it was just a complete blind spot for people.
What we can do is socially stigmatize them, and that is an effective form of rhetoric. After the Civil Rights Act was passed and Dr. Martin Luther King...
Yeah, he's saying demonizing people is an effective form of rhetoric?
Like, well, stigmatizing them, yeah.
It's effective for solidifying your base of insane people. Yeah, it does make you feel better to demonize people.
We got him off Twitter, guys. We won.
But you're not going to...
We got him banned, guys.
You're not going to win that moderate.
Life. Did not you know?
You're not going to win that. You're not going to be in that situation where 75% of elections are won by the moderate base swinging.
Wasn't Vaush talking about like Fuentes or something earlier, and he just streams on some whatever platform most people haven't ever heard of he's got a big audience there?
Didn't it turn out he was lying about his numbers or something?
I don't know.
Who knows? It's hard to say who's lying about what. Lots of claims being made by lots of people.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this, Sitch. I think we got like 25 $20 super chats in a row.
Well, I wanted to hear this.
I know. It's just funny.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. Most Americans didn't like the man. Thought he was too radical.
Okay. Vaush keeps making this claim, and it drives me crazy. The reason that public opinion turned on MLK towards the end of his life had nothing to do with the civil rights movement. It was because he was like one of the first people to publicly come out against the Vietnam War when no one else was coming out against it. And that's what people had a problem with. He keeps framing it like, America didn't like black people, or America didn't like his radical.
Well, that's what your mind goes to whenever you say Martin Luther King. People just assume automatically civil rights.
Right. But I don't think he doesn't know. He just saw some poll that said, there was, 40% approval of MLK near the end of his life. So therefore it must have been because of this. And he's never looked into why.
We didn't make people and make social life less racist by calmly debating the issue or reaching out or being bipartisan. We did it by shaming. I think it's high time that the perpetrators of a potential...
Like, is that the case?
Is what the case?
We just we shamed the racists, and that's how we became a less racist society. Is that like...
I feel like the shame probably came after the arguments were majority won.
I assume...
that's how to say. I don't have the background to say.
Because I assume that the nature of shaming is something that's done primarily to the minority after something has been generally decided upon as the way things will be.
Yeah.
You can't preemptively shame people into doing things because you just look like a weirdo.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like, because if the majority agrees with something, obviously you literally couldn't shame them, because there's like, well, you're the one that's doing the weird thing.
Genocide be referred to as what they actually are. This liberal hand-wringing has not brought Republicans over to us.
Okay, yeah,
they
I'm
are evil.
Not your...
They're murderers, and I think it's okay to tell people that. If that
Murderers.
makes them go out and buy guns and ammo and prepare for a day where they try to enact that genocide, then all better for it. Guns are...
But you're telling them, like, you're telling them almost like this is what you need to be preparing for, this one thing, instead of this broad. It's sort of loading the reasons why you should be doing this. This is what you need to be watching out for in a more specific sense, potentially, instead of like, there might be a line one day that is crossed by the government that becomes like tyrannical, or do it to protect your family or your house or things like that. It's just do this to achieve this political goal almost. And it was like, it just rubs me kind of this weird way. Like, it's not how it should be done, because it's one of these things that needs to be treated with such immense respect. And I feel like it's just being used, this thing that thrown out there, that it's just, go out and do this thing that you should be, you should be very wary of. You need to have a lot of respect for. Just go out and do it for this political reason.
What's he saying to do? Go out and do what?
Go out and get guns and stuff.
Okay, yeah. I don't like the fact that he's scaring the shit out of his audience for his own political gain. That really is detestable to me. But go ahead, Sitch.
Well, I'll just say you can tell people to be prepared for violent conflict without demonizing some group of people as, demons in human flesh. And that's where I call bullshit on the whole defensive thing. Because you could be like, listen,
that's the thing,
right, you could say, listen, things get crazy. Who knows what will happen? Make sure you protect yourself, form community watches or whatever. You can say all of that without throwing all this, language at the other side, calling them demons.
Yeah, there's that big divide that I feel when I listen to this here, and when I hear a sort of, maybe you should have a gun if you feel like you need to protect yourself in general, or your house, or something like that. And there just seems like to be a big difference between these two things.
Right.
Moving on.
They're already in this country. I would rather them be in the hands of victims than victors.
Yeah, lots of stuff to respond. First of all, I know in comparison to your language, I'm gonna come off naturally, which I hate, as the pro, bipartisan, boring liberal. It's definitely not actually my positions. I am sickened every time I have to hear a person in power, get super turned on by the idea of pointless bipartisanship and all that type of stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. There's a big difference between heavy shame and trying to socially stigmatize certain ideologies, and understanding as of now.
I don't know. I guess the more it sits in my head, the more I kind of don't care for this concept of almost like discounting being bipartisan.
Again, I think he might actually be that far left, but it could also just be he doesn't want to fight with Vaush on this, because there are a couple trigger things that you bring up where if you just even mention something, they're going to lose their fucking mind. Like, if I was going to debate somebody about the concept of toxic masculinity, I'm never going to use that phrase ever because I know if I just utter it, the conversation is over. It's going to be a new battleground. So he doesn't want to appear like the moderate that wants bipartisanship, because lefties hate that shit. So he's just trying to avoid that characterization.
And that's a shame too.
Yeah, it is, but.
Oh, I got you.
Now, the block of people who truly believe those things, like we're talking about right now because of the mass shooting, the great replacement theory, how Tucker Carlson's talked about that, and lo and behold, in this guy's manifesto, he's talking about it, and a lot of people believe that, but I think it was 50% of Republicans think there's some strategy going on to replace voters. And if there's a block of not even just liberals, don't you agree that liberals are a part of our movement? Because otherwise, the people you classify as actually a part of the movement that you're a part of is so tiny.
Well, they're not part of my socialist movement, and they can't really be part of an anti-fascist movement either, unless they're actually willing to act on it.
This is always a fun one. Liberals can't possibly oppose fascism.
I think I like this a lot now that I've read a little bit more, because I hear lefties make claims so much I have to read more so that they can't. I think it's really funny because this mirrors a lot of the rhetoric between the KPD, the NSAPD and the SPD, the three big political parties in Germany around the time when the Nazi coalition was starting to grow, was this idea that like the communists could never align with the liberals. They were never part of their movement. And even if they didn't 100% line up with the Nazis, the more extremist rhetoric was things that they were willing to get on board with. They just didn't think the Nazis were going to become as big as they did. But it's funny because Vaush is actually mirroring that rhetoric here. Like, I would never be part of a coalition with liberals ever. That's inconceivable. I think that's kind of funny, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to actually bring that up later because he kind of mentions that specifically. It's ironic because it's actually the opposite in Nazi Germany. As you were saying, the Socialist Party refused to work with the Liberal Party, and that actually split the vote and allowed the Nazis basically to take over. And they even had a term for it. They called
social fascism.
Yeah, they called the liberal moderates social fascism. And that was this idea that basically the liberals were the worst enemy because they created false consciousness and they made revolution impossible, where they kind of said, well, we don't like the Nazis, but if they get in the power, that will just make people, more revolutionary on our side.
So by the way, if anybody wants a citation, when Vaush's conversation with Hakeem, he's talking about social fascism and like the justification for genociding liberals. So if you want to go tune into a spicy fucking conversation about that,
I missed that one.
I don't think I used clips from that just because I got tired of making the fucking video.
He uses that term, social fascism?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Is an insane guy, though. That's an actual tanky, right?
Yeah, it's a tanky. And they basically agreed on almost everything.
Wow.
Wait. Hold on. Which one is Heem? Not Dr. Heem, right?
No, not Dr. Heem. Hakeem.
Hakeem. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I said Heem. Yeah. Hakeem.
ML.
That guy is the ML, the crazy tanky dude. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Heem's cool.
Okay.
I think liberals are the easiest people to bring in. Well, it's not easy, but
that's what I'm trying to do.
Are going to be the easiest people to bring over into anti-fascism.
I agree. Liberals need to be dissuaded of their weird, ahistorical, paternalistic delusion that fascism is something that civility will work us out of. They need to be buying guns and operating militantly.
I don't like this is the issue that I have with Vaush, is that like he's given you all the prerequisites to go kill Republicans.
Totally.
Like, we cannot work our way out of fascism using the system. This this civility that liberals have deluded themselves into thinking and is so stupid. And Republicans are fascists, and these guys are fascists, and the election's already lost. It's like you walked us like right to the edge. Where like,
those
well, what are we supposed to do?
You think are okay? Ugh.
Yeah, is that essentially like it seems like that's he's given us all the arguments to get there. It's very frustrating. That the same guy that would have been arguing against like a great replacement, like alarmists and everything so long ago, is essentially doing literally the exact same type of rhetoric that they did. And it's like, okay, well.
Yeah, there was a similar situation that played out in the US where, probably 100 million people were convinced that like the election was stolen, the government was being stolen. Maybe there might be some consequences to that.
You mean January 6th?
Yeah, I mean, not just that, the entire lead up to it.
Yeah, bad shit. Trump should have just conceded. Why wouldn't he?
Brain, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, Carl is on V's channel crying about having to feed guests. I hope you dorks can do better than that.
We get food?
We'll try. You don't get food here, sorry.
Oh.
Joe the Mig.
If I knew that before, well.
I know, you have to get your own, sorry. Joe the Mig, thank you so much for being 3 months. Says, Vaush is probably the grossest offender regarding stochastic terrorism. Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
Based.
To do, by the way. Liberals need to be afraid. There should be afraid. We're at the precipice of a very difficult social situation. Their fear needs to be politically effective.
Any day now.
Wait, what is?
Yeah, we're about a genocide's about to happen, and we need to all go get guns and
that right there.
And also the liberals need to be afraid. He's like, okay, all right.
I love the fact that Tim Pool spent like a year, 2 years working up to this point, and Vaush just does this arc in like 2 weeks. It's like, what the
speed running's popular.
What the fuck?
That's funny.
Not a part of the same group. No, we're literally like, if you look at any like lead up to a genocide like charts, like where are you? Here, here, here. Like, it's not ambiguous. Those charts weren't written by leftists. I mean, we're at the point right now where, right-wing media is coordinating to condition their audience to think of all queer people, or even people with colored hair, Jesus, as groomers and pedophiles, which is a clear element of dehumanization.
Do you think a lot of this is because of the groomer thing? Like Vaush has been called groomer too many times in one day, and his mind has exploded?
No, it's just a popular political issue.
Yeah, I think the groomer thing is just it is pretty dumb. That Republic, like, but we argued on that earlier, I guess. But yeah, the Republicans leaning into that groomer thing a lot is pretty spooky and not probably good.
What is it? What is the genesis of this? It's so bizarre to me that he's made this crazy turn. Maybe he's always envisioned Republicans in this way. Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, Adam, you could like watch my video and go to the dehumanization section and pause. There's like 50 quotes of him calling Republicans literally Nazis.
Right. This whole idea though, that we're on the verge of Republican-led genocide. It's so weird and so detached from reality.
Listen, he had a couple of rough months. Got to drum those views up, okay?
Okay, see, that's my question. Is it is cynical. It really just for views? It's that
well,
bad?
He never lays out in this conversation what is he looking at? Is it just the groomer? He never says what he's looking at that leads him to believe that we're on the precipice of genocide. And he actually kind of hand waves it away after Luke leaves. And he's like, well, I mean, what am I supposed to go through 100 pieces of legislation? And it's like, well, I mean, if you're advocating for violence, I think that's kind of important.
Yeah,
to lay out
definitely.
The foundation of that.
You could at least make an argument.
Right.
Yeah.
Not just like assert positively that it's happening like a priori or some shit.
I don't know if you caught it. He said too, that if you don't see the lead up the way he sees it, then you're not on the same team.
Right. Well, I guess I'm not on the same team then, because this is insane.
But he's saying this to Luke. He's like, oh, Luke, do you want to be like on the correct leftist side, or are you like a dirty liberal?
Oh, he's pressuring him. I know liberal's like a jab. I've heard him say that in other streams.
Of course.
Of course. Liberal's an insult. You never know when somebody calls you a dirty lib. You don't know if they're far left or far right anymore.
It's scary. Yeah, exactly.
Which leads up to legal oppression, which we're getting through currently, right now, unstopping, and following that,
So here's the big difference, though. That is not something that even a large portion of everyone who's to the right of me believes in fully. Almost every single person I talk to, and if you look at polling,
look, he says he doesn't care.
I feel like he should.
He just said, listen, they don't all believe that. Only some crazy ones believe that. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
Well, this is another like rhetorical tactic, like the supererogatory thing. This was the whole conversation with fuck, who was it, Irrelevant, where he was like, I don't care about hypocrisy, I don't care. And it's like, well, what the fuck do you say? It's like, we could just be hypocrites, and I just
he wins. Care. That's an auto win thing, dude.
It's scary. That's not
You're a hypocrite.
Cool.
Yeah, and
I guess
it's like Giga Chad.
Yeah, fuck me, I guess.
Giga Chad with a man bun.
Exactly.
But you should care, because for a genocide
they don't have to believe it
on the horizon, there has to be a significant portion of the country that has enough people in power that could make that happen.
Wait, they do.
Whereas right now, the vast look at any polling on any LGBTQ issue. Vast majority of America is.
Can you imagine Ted Cruz going to his colleagues in the Senate and saying, "Listen, guys, genocide. What do you think?" Come on.
I've been tossing around this idea.
I know, it's just insane. It's insane. I mean, I don't like Ted Cruz, but I just can't imagine.
Ted Cruz is willing to blow up the economy over the debt ceiling. Okay, anything's on the table.
But he didn't. The funny thing is, he didn't know though that he was going to blow up the economy. Well, I guess he did. Never mind. He knew he was going to blow up the economy. I guess if a genocide made Ted Cruz look good, he probably would float it, wouldn't he?
Well, the thing is, you're thinking of genocide in like, the actual definition of the word, not where like a genocide is like passing a bill to restrict trans kids from being able to go on puberty blockers.
Right.
So,
yeah. But if
you put it in those terms, it's a lot more reasonable.
He said it's not the same thing though. He's definitely out. He's talking about rounding up people, and he's talking about the real deal here.
He's doing both. He says round up people, and then when he's questioned on it directly, he'll probably come up with a softer.
He backpedals. Yeah.
Very not on board with
the Weimar Republic was the most progressive place in Europe before the Nazis took over. Republicans in 2024 are probably going to have all four branches, well, three branches, 4 seconds, the presidency, the Senate, Congress, and certainly the courts. If you don't think they'd be
So surely, like I know very, very little about 1930s era German politics, but is the idea here we want to link the moderate to liberal-esque progressiveness of today, or just that concept, to the Weimar Republic, which leads to genocide? Is that the strategy here?
Yeah, which, I mean, wasn't before the Weimar Republic, wasn't, I mean, they had like a king, right? I mean, Germany had kings for, yeah, they had a Kaiser. Like, Germany's been an empire, had various kings for hundreds of years. It's not like in America we've, for hundreds of years been a liberal democracy. And I think, we have those traditions and institutions which have taken, definitely a lot of hits, but to say that we're on this precipice the way Nazi Germany is just ludicrous.
But they didn't have a king. They didn't have a king after World War I, though, right? I mean, World War II happened. The rise of the Nazis was a direct result of World War.
If you're a country that's had a king for hundreds of years, then for 10 years you don't. I mean.
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Go ahead, Destiny.
And I think the goal is just push back on this idea that like the liberals trying to say, well, look at how far society's come. He's like, well, the Weimar Republic, they were actually so far along too, and they still fell to fascism. That's the goal, is to push back against that idea. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't know in here that the Nazis were democratically elected and then disbanded their parliamentary system. He in here doesn't. He thinks they took power outside of democracy.
Well, initially they were elected democratically, but there were definitely some flips at the end that were illegal or undemocratic in order to, enabling
to stay in power. Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Well, the joke here too is that basically the guy who won the election in Germany, who appointed Hitler to be chancellor, he would have lost if the socialist candidate had dropped out and supported the center moderate candidate. That splitting of the splitting of the vote between the far left and the moderate left is basically what allowed Hitler to come into power.
Don't tell Vaush that.
But they literally advocate for the exact opposite of this stuff most of the time, which is why it's like they're so ahistorical.
Right.
Even though he wants to bring up Nazi Germany every chance he can get.
Because I guess to me, who I'm just not. Sorry. Because I'm not huge into politics really, but there is this aspect of that's a tough sell to give to me, to say that being progressive leads to genocide.
I don't think he's trying to say so much that being progressive leads to genocide. He's trying to say that having a lot of progressives won't necessarily stop genocide. Being a super liberal is not enough. You need to be a socialist. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that you're basically your argument fails. You're not safe. Shut up. Go home, kid. I just have to read this super chat really quick. Danimal the Bruce says, I'm going to use my free milestone chat to say I just listened to the Trump call entirely while doing work, and Adam is 100% correct.
Goodness.
I mean, if we want, we can divert and listen to the call right now. But I mean,
it might be fun, but I don't know. Next time, we'll do it next time. Actually, there won't be.
Isn't the full call like 15, 20 minutes? How long is the full call?
There won't be.
It's pretty long, yeah.
There won't be a next time because I'm sure Destiny will watch it later and be like, "Oh fuck, I was totally wrong. I'm going to shut up about this."
Oh, the full phone call is an hour long.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, okay.
We can't do that, obviously. Destiny, just, come on. I thought you were Team Truth, for heaven's sakes.
Engaging in full stop legal oppression. Like, their messaging, for decades, they've been signaling this. What do you think the lead up is?
Suicide?
Huh?
I agree. You look at, I'm in Texas, and the law that Greg Abbott tried to do of classifying gender affirming care for children as child abuse. That's legal oppression 100%. Is that what you're talking about?
The legal oppression precedes other behavior.
Okay. And
do you sincerely not believe? Like, do you think
he just has such a weird demeanor in this call? He's just so, how dare you threaten? Because
he's trying to tiptoe. He's trying to tightrope walk this thing. But so he says it leads to other behavior. Well, what is the other behavior? The most extreme example is the one Luke just gave, and that got struck down by the courts on a local level.
Right. Yeah, it didn't even make it to the federal level.
Right.
I think the obsession with degeneracy in America, the belief that there's an effete elite group of liberal or leftist academics that are controlling our children, and the popular belief that non-whites are being brought into the country, in order to replace the white population.
That is such a fringe belief in the Republican Party. I cannot. That's not mainstream at all.
Well, he's laying out.
Well, wait, what part isn't mainstream?
Yeah, there's parts of that are right.
Because I would argue that like the Great Replacement is pretty mainstream-ish. Maybe not on every part of that point, but I think Tucker's been talking about it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody wants only polling data or if there is polling data on it, but like when fucking 43% of Republicans believe that there's like some satanic sex cult shit going on, and then like when I think more than 50% still might believe the election was stolen, I'm pretty sure a lot of them believe in the Great Migration.
Is that where you're getting your information from? Like how many people believed QAnon? I don't even know those numbers.
Well, QAnon is significantly more radical than the Great Replacement. So,
well, but what are the numbers? That's not like mainstream Republican Party.
I'm pretty sure for the QAnon stuff, I thought it was like 40-some% believe that there is some satanic sex cult-ish stuff of Republican voters believe that. I can go look it up.
I heard 25%.
It might have been 25. Okay, I got like 25 is still a huge number for those.
It was shocking to me how high the number was. So they weren't like softball questions. They were like, I mean, it was pretty mask off shit, and it's like 25%.
Hillary Clinton broke their brains.
It's not a lizard man constant thing.
So there's a poll that I looked up that Vaush cites later in this conversation, and it says 18% of Americans believe the government, media, and financial world in the U.S. are controlled by a group of Satan-worshipping pedophiles who run a global child sex trafficking operation.
18% of
Republicans?
Republicans?
Those numbers up.
No, I think it's 18% total
of Americans.
Or maybe it was Republicans. I'm not sure which one.
Okay,
but
it's pretty shocking.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, but that aside, it's interesting because everything he just laid out is basically the same conspiracy that Vaush and leftists put out for capitalism. Is that there's this elite cabal of rich people who basically pay off all the politicians to get whatever they want and ignore the will of the people. And they're, influencing culture in such a way to keep the socialist revolution down.
But that's objectively true, Sitch. I mean, that's completely different.
Right.
You gotta understand.
In tandem with the Republican Party signaling that they're going to attempt another coup if they don't win, but they're probably going to win and hold all houses. This isn't something which you think merits a sufficient degree of alarm.
Merits reflection.
Oh, 100%. I'm 100. I mean, look at.
Didn't under like the first 2 years of Trump, didn't the Republicans control everything too?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we didn't have fascism. We didn't have LGBT people rounded up on the streets in Trump's first term or anything like that.
I mean, there's a bit of a difference between merits significant degree of alarm and they're going to round them up and kill them and put them in camps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't understand. Vaush is just trying to scare people to the polls so that doesn't happen.
Of course.
Don't know that he cares about the polls.
My own content, there's tons of things to be alarmed about, and it's exactly what you're talking about. But one of the things that I think you did do a very poor job of conveying, and okay, let me finish what I'm saying, but then I have a question as well, was you didn't at all divide until maybe the very end of your video between politicians and voters, and then went on to talk about political violence, build our democracy, kill them, and then you...
I mean, I would imagine Vaush probably hates the voters more than the politicians on the other side.
Well, he's saying that he hates the politicians more, right? That's the argument he's given.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
As this for a long time was like socially, politically. And they wants to, the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party wants to personally murder every minority that lives within the border of the country and then tell people to get guns. To me, that's expediting some sort of huge violent clash between two groups in the country, but not at all moving us faster towards squashing the fascistic element of the movement.
You squash fascistic movements by winning the violent clashes.
Jeez.
Probably not good, but...
So your political plan...
But where are these fascistic violent groups? Like, has this happened already? Or is this...
Well, it's the Republicans and the legislation they're trying to enact, right? That's the argument.
Well,
that's what we talked about earlier.
No, that's not violent. That's not a violent clash. So you can't really define legislation passing as a violent clash.
He's kind of intentionally jumping back and forth between talking about laws that are being enacted or will be enacted and there's going to be roving bands of fascists in the streets somewhere.
Well, there
is
is
kind of doing this intentionally.
I mean, there are these back and forths between Antifa and various right-wing organizations, Proud Boys and whatnot.
Yeah, but is that it really?
That.
That's like, yeah, but so what?
Those are the violent clashes.
That's the downfall of American society, is that the Proud Boys and Antifa get into some LARPing contest where they punch each other on a street corner?
Nah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But even, I'm assuming Vaush knows he can't point to that because that's just so, no one would buy that.
Yeah, ridiculous. It's totally LARPy.
And is to prepare for a civil war and then fight it.
I don't know if a civil war is the right word. There's certainly going to be violence in this country during my lifetime. And if there is going to be violence, then I would prefer the people with...
Yeah, but your lifetime is that's a long time if we're just already. But even then, I often wonder. I don't know. It's like this. It's this maybe like it's this concession that it's just going to happen, and we need to in this implication that you guys listening to me need to arm yourselves so you could fight this political fight, or is it maybe is the better maneuver to try and stop that violence from happening, or don't feed into the, I guess, the radicalization that leads to that end?
Well, he's giving himself wiggle room, because earlier he said, you know, there's going to be violence when the Republicans win in 2024. And now it's sort of, well, in my lifetime, there'll be violence.
Right. Didn't Scott Adams make the same claim about if Biden wins the election,
Republicans would be hunted?
Republicans will be hunted down.
The Scott Adams guy is actually, I think he's gone like mentally, like there's like issues with him. He needs to be on medication or something.
What's he doing recently?
Man.
What's he doing?
Yeah. I agree. Scott Adams is insane now.
What has he been up to? I haven't seen him since like the 2020 election.
He's still doing his thing.
Do you still listen to him periodically?
Yeah, I still listen to him periodically.
Occasionally, I think I'm going to listen, but then I don't. So,
well, it's funny. He still tries to. I mean, Scott Adams is a weird guy because I like a lot of what he says, and I don't like a lot of what he says.
Right.
There's not a lot of middle ground, and he still tries to defend that claim. Whenever something he can sort of tag onto that, he'll say, "Look, people laughed at me for saying Republicans would be hunted, but look at this." So he's still defending that one.
Oh wow, okay. What was the
Satoshi was a reptilian.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No,
Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200 knock knock says, "Congratulations on getting the famous transport tycoon streamer on for some classic Vaush dunking. I'm of course talking about Doomer. Yes, this dumb pun was worth a donation."
Yes.
Gavin McLean for $20 says, "I work in the medical field in the U.S., long-term care specifically. State agencies do determine standards for medical institutions, including appropriate treatments, requirements for licensure, minimum requirements of care, etc." So there you go. It relates to, I guess, the transgender care that we were talking about earlier.
Well, and all medical care. Yeah.
Right. Rona Zorro is here for $20, says, "Charismatic Christian conservatives pushing faith healing prayers as alternatives to medical treatment is a better comparison to woke pushing trans ideology than conservatives pushing affirmative care as a way to deal with the gays." I guess, I mean, you'd have to parse out what you mean by transgender ideology, but on the extreme end, I would agree with that. Brian for $20 says, "Destiny, if trans affirming care is to prevent suicide in children, then shouldn't there be millions of unsolved suicides from children before the internet and social media? Where are the bodies? It's mass hysteria."
What does unsolved suicides mean? You don't solve a suicide by figuring out how it happened, number one. Number two, trans people make up a really small percentage of the population. So even if a good proportion of trans kids were committing suicide, it's not like there'd be millions of them. And then three, you could think that a kid killed themselves because they were depressed, and that could be the case, but they could be depressed because they were trans, but nobody would ever know otherwise. That guy made an unbelievably stupid point in very few words.
Do you think there are people who are depressed about other things and they fixate on the gender stuff when it's like they don't really have gender dysphoria? It's a false positive.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. It's also possible there are people that are super depressed about what they think is depression or other stuff, and they have gender dysphoria, but they don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's less likely today. That probably was more likely in the past.
Because so many people are going to point to gender dysphoria and say this is this is likely the problem. It's one of the first places they're going to look.
Well, that super depends on where you are. That would be a really extreme area.
Sure. Yeah.
A kid is depressed and like, oh, he must be trans.
Right. If you're in San Francisco, yeah, of course. That's the first place they're going to look.
Dan Bruce for $20 says, what became queer theory was originally independent of gay rights. Think of the proto-queer theorist as akin to Malcolm X and Frank Cammy and Marshall Kirk. After the ball types as akin to MLK. Yeah, I know. I've heard Andrew Sullivan make that argument. He said, I haven't looked into this, but he claims that the queer theorists were originally against gay marriage in the 90s because it would normalize being gay. So I've heard that claim too.
With the better morals who are appropriately armed and prepared.
But
my
right
actual
now,
guess is that there's going to be an increasing divide between red and blue states, and that with control of the federal government, Republicans are going to attempt to impose federal law to control the blue states, because they can't control it with state law. Blue states, some of them will refuse, and then there might be clashes between state guard or police. You know, some police might try to enforce it, but like others will say like, no, don't do that. There might be attempts at ousting. Remember during the Black Lives Matter rallies, you know, there were like those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks rolling their, you know, $60,000 trucks through like urban neighborhoods with a bunch of guys with guns in the pickup trucks. When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
Jeez, that's a rough quote.
Yeah, they're just driving through the neighborhood. Listen, they had a MAGA flag, so they had it coming, right?
Yeah, because it sounds like he's just saying literally just driving through a neighborhood, you should be able to shoot someone.
If I want to be like ultra super duper charitable there, maybe he meant that if they were driving
good faith Gary
acts of it. Yeah, but that's like we would never extend this level of charitability to like conservatives saying something like this.
Right.
Wild.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I don't want them to just be victims here. We have to be ready.
Look at Luke.
Yeah, it's just this. We gotta be ready. We gotta be ready.
Ready for what? Man. I mean, during a Black Lives Matter,
like, you gotta be so careful when you're telling people to arm up and you're giving them all
to shoot at people as they drive by.
Genocide is coming. We gotta stop them. Violence is the only way. The only way you stop fascists, as particularly is how I've defined them and how everyone believes them to be in his circles, is this thing. It's just so I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. It doesn't taste good.
Look at Luke.
There needs to be so much reverence, because I'm a big Second Amendment guy and a lot of guns. I'm big in that, but there needs to be just a deep amount of responsibility and reverence towards that sort of thing that I think people are just too flippant with, and I don't like it no matter what direction it comes from. It's a serious thing. It's a serious thing. People will get killed and hurt if you don't treat it with respect.
I think the gun sitting on the counter in the frame. It's such terrible optics. He literally has a handgun sitting right there on his desk.
Right.
That's a weird looking one too. What is that?
Exactly? Is it real? Is it a BB gun?
No, it's real.
I don't know. That's kind of how
I think he uses it.
I don't recognize
he pulls it out at the end. Yeah. And like cocks it and stuff. Yeah.
I'm trying because he's laying out this whole like there's going to be evil right-wing fascists driving through neighborhoods, terrorizing people. Once the Republicans are in charge, they're going to be, putting the National Guard to overthrow what state governments want, all this other stuff, which is, we saw none of this during Trump. But also I was thinking, we had the Chaz for however long that lasted, like 2 weeks or a month or whatever.
What a magical time that was.
Yeah. And I'm like, would the country have put up with a right-wing version of that? Like if there was some, I don't know, white ethno-nationalist communities, took over a couple blocks of a city.
No.
I feel like the police would have cleared that out very quickly if that happened.
Yeah. I don't think it would happen though, to be honest with you.
It's annoying because I feel like Vaush and a lot of other leftists, they have no respect for the fact that basically the majority culture in mainstream has been captured by the left. And they just have no respect for that fact whatsoever.
No.
What state do you live in? You live in the States, right?
Texas, yeah.
And
Austin,
you better be buying guns.
You'd better be buying guns.
To me, there's a huge difference. What did you say? It's easy there? Oh, to get a gun, yeah. 100%. The amount of people who are willing to conduct any sort of violence right now, as opposed to people who sort of like a person who watched Tucker Carlson is like, oh, I kind of like this stuff, the great replacement theory. Yeah,
they already have guns.
But we're not seeing this mass movement of people it's still very fringe to me.
Well, and the largest mass movement we saw recently was the BLM protests. And a lot of them did devolve in the riots, and it was based on like this rhetoric, which was this idea that there was, thousands of unarmed black men just being gunned down by the police. And when you looked at the statistics, that all turned out none of that was even true. We haven't.
Doomer blames Kenosha on Vaush in his Vaush video. Yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Right.
Stochastic terrorism, good fucking argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say it was Vaush's video in particular, but the style of video that Vaush and Hassan engage in is absolutely like one-to-one the reason why Kenosha happened, of course.
Yes. Yeah. He makes a pretty powerful argument in that video. So
yeah.
Vaush wants more Kenoshas. That's what he wants.
Was the Kenosha protest that Coward House was part of, that wasn't about Michael Brown, right? It was about the guy who was
about Jacob Blake.
Jacob Blake, yeah, who was 100%. They were justified 100% in shooting him.
Yeah.
That was the guy who took the car with the
the kids in it.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to keep all my names straight,
Right after
I could go through the details if you want. It was
tased twice.
I think
the police tried to tackle him and all that.
I think I'd watched some of Destiny's discussions with some crazy people trying to say that Jacob Blake wasn't justified and stuff like that. So I knew the name was familiar.
Right.
I just needed to make sure I was thinking of the right thing.
I mean, the TLDR is the police have two options: shoot Jacob Blake or let a car chase happen. That's like maybe crash into innocent people.
That has kids in it that they think are being
kidnapped. Let them
kidnapped
children.
Yeah, right.
People often forget a car is a deadly weapon.
Right.
Maybe we should just buy cars.
People who are
buy
like,
cars.
Stock up on your cars.
Conduct violence. And so then for us on our side to be like, okay, it's time for us to be getting guns and preparing to shoot each other down the streets.
Well, first of all, the right's been doing that for decades. This whole feds are gonna take my guns, we better arm up. They've been getting ready for decades. So we got to catch up.
They've just been keeping
Second
the
of all, it
guns.
doesn't matter
They've
if
just been
they
holding
wanna go
on to
do
them.
Well, they do this shit wherever, and you know this if you have guns. The price of ammo and guns always goes up whenever there's a fucking Democrat in office. They start talking about it because everybody wants to run to stores and buy shit or whatever. It's happening in Canada right now too. Like,
yeah,
but doesn't this?
It doesn't like. It seems to be that they just get more of them. It's not under this assumption that you need to go out and do stuff with them. It's like,
right? Yeah, exactly.
Because of like price reasons and because you might not be able to in the future. You should get them now. It doesn't. I never get the sense that you need to get these so that you can use them for something that's upcoming.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, this seems to undermine Vaush's point, because if the Republicans have been doing this for years, there hasn't been some explosion of right-wing militia violence. I mean, the closest thing I could think of was, when was the, ironically enough, the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management thing?
Waco?
No. After that. Remember there was it the I want to say Bundy's, but I don't think that's right.
What's it called? Yeah.
There was like that rancher that took over some Bureau of Land Management building in like 2000.
Yeah, what's the name for it?
7 or 8 or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They'll say it in the chat.
Whatever. We haven't seen this explosion of right-wing fascistic violence, despite them buying
the right wing
years and years.
I mean, they have the meme: the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of tyrants every now and again, right? But they're not putting a date on their calendar. They're saying, if that happens, I'm going to be prepared. Yeah. But Vaush is basically saying, no, this is going to happen in the next election.
Right.
Well, I mean, the examples they would give are the Michigan attempted kidnapping of the governor in January 6th, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They foiled that. Bundy Ranch is what you're thinking of.
Bundy Ranch, thank you. I was right with Bundy, yeah. Well, then the response is that was all set up by the feds, but I never looked into that enough to make a determination on that.
Out of curiosity, the January 6th stuff, did they bring guns to the Capitol? Was that a...
No.
And there were no shootouts with cops or anything for whatever that's worth.
I don't think they recovered any firearms from people they arrested.
No, yeah.
Because if there never was, interesting.
One protester was shot.
Yeah, but by the security.
Ashley Babbitt or whatever downstairs. Yeah. That wasn't like a gunfire was exchanged between.
Right.
But that was kind of the moment.
Officer in the Senate.
That we covered that one right after it happened, and that was kind of the moment when Ashley Babbitt got shot. There was no fight by the crowd or anything like that. Like if it was going to you know, turn into all-out violence, that would have been the focal point. But
Yeah.
you know, everybody just fell back.
Well,
Oh fuck.
with January 6th, it seemed that it wasn't like there was no plan. It just was like
it was LARPing.
a protest that devolved into a riot. It wasn't like people gearing up to say, let's, you know, infiltrate Congress and, you know, force them to vote for the way we want them to.
This is part of the problem people have in like conceiving of a civil war is they don't realize how cowardly people are. Like you see someone get shot, it takes like, you gotta be fucking Dylan Burns to like see someone get shot and walk forward, right?
Yeah.
It's like fucking around in Ukraine. God knows why. But like very few people will do that.
Blood smells like, man. It's
I mean, if I saw someone get shot, I guarantee fucking I'm a coward. I'd run. Like, fuck that.
Yeah, I'd be like, I don't want to get shot. That looks awful. That looks terrible.
That does look awful.
That looks
She
awful.
died. She died just fucking around. It's so awful.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any shooting, you know what's actually going to happen? Police are going to try to do it first, and then they're going to support the police. You know, go look at any genocide in recent history, past century. The way you think it plays out ain't how it plays out, you know? It's not like a bunch of people vote, or like there's a poll, how many of you want to kill the minorities? And like 50% say yes, and then they go start doing it, you know? There's a creeping assimilation of political power as the right ramps up genocidal messaging against
the
minority
funny thing
groups.
is that when he says genocide, he probably couldn't name like more than one ongoing genocide right now, and they're not going to be like fucking like Hitler in World War II, Nazi Germany. Like that's really all he's talking about. He's just genocide.
Totally.
It's kind of funny. He's like, well, look at the current genocides. Like which ones in Africa do you want to talk about, Vaush? Like tell me the creeping liberal political power. Like, come on, dude. Like,
the number of civil wars is up though in recent years. Yeah. I saw a thing
but
where
is this
a guy
in liberal countries that have democracies, or is it?
No, obviously authoritarian regimes. Yeah.
Well, in his rhetoric, I don't see how his rhetoric that he's using now could 100% be applied to justify BLM
genocide.
Violence against police officers and just the populace, because they'd be like, oh, well, you know, there's a genocide against, you know, minorities by the police, essentially. Would be the argument.
Them of being the weakness within the country that's tearing them and civilization apart. Then you see like
I mean, that's basically what he's saying about the Republicans, that they're tearing civilization apart.
You have to frame this in a way that we have to make the other side seem like the thing that I'm definitely not doing.
Right. Yeah.
Right-wing militias acting alongside like police units to enforce unofficial or official legal restrictions against certain minority groups or left-leaning areas. This is happening.
Like what though? Like when does this happen? Or just give a prediction of some kind of law or some situation. I mean, unless he's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, maybe that's what he means.
They believe Kyle Rittenhouse was working with law enforcement in that way and killed people indiscriminately. People believe that shit.
Yeah, but so fucking don't be a coward though and say that. I mean,
this is why I kind of like people get mad at me when I do this, but this is why I like to bet these people. Like, if you really think this is going to happen, let's put some money on it. Like, do you think there's going to be actual roaming militias killing trans people? Like, what? Like, let's put some money down on something if we're going to make these types of like extreme claims. So there's some accountability to what you're saying. Is it actually true? Or are you just like stoking flames for a political cloud, basically?
I agree. Yeah. Get them to put some money down on it.
I mean, the cops were pretty promiscuous with a lot of the BLM protesting that turned into rioting and looting.
Promiscuous? What do you mean?
Promiscuous?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Permissive.
Like banging people on the side?
Permissive. Sorry, they're very permissive.
Oh,
look, I'll fuck the police, but
there you go. Look, they want to turn it around.
As a good progressive, okay, I'll endorse. I'll endorse the cops doing that.
There you go.
But is it bribery or is it rape? That's the real question.
Oh God.
Before. And by the way, that militia group shit's already happened, ain't it? DeSantis recently, didn't he try to form like some Florida
his own state guard?
Yeah, wonder what he wants.
What's going on in Florida, Sitch?
This is such a nothing story, because it's like, so I looked into this. It's like, first of all, 22 states have active state guards.
California does, of course. Fuck you,
California
Vaush.
does, and it's when you look at it, it's like it's a pretty 50-50 split of blue/red states for it. And in Florida, it's actually a pretty justifiable reason that he gave. It was for storm, flooding, hurricane, preparedness, and reasons of that nature.
National Guard kind of stuff?
Yeah, having a state guard, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to wait for Washington to save us. Come on, Vaush.
Yeah, because that doesn't seem like it's anything that should be a left or right issue. I mean, you could...
Well, it is if you frame it like
I get
DeSantis wants a state guard to like crack down on the trans and black people.
He's going to send his army in to invade Georgia and fight their army.
No. He's going to send the state guard in to like arrest teachers that are teaching CRT.
That's what that's what Vaush believes. Yeah.
Right.
Do you, Destiny, do you have a position on CRT? We talk about CRT a lot, but I don't know that I've ever seen you do a video on it or anything.
CRT to me it's the same thing as the like grooming shit. It's just like a conservative boogeyman to like drum up fears about education or whatever.
Oh, great. We'll have we'll have you back.
That'll be its own debate.
Wanted that for. Yeah, one makes you wonder, right after an attempted political coup, why would one of the most right-wing governors in the country, maybe the most, who's gunning for president in 24, want essentially a private army? Obviously, it doesn't operate exactly as a private army, but, you know, he's played it fast and loose with the rules before.
Backpedal, backpedal.
The guy, a guy who lost the election is trying to make a private army?
I think that there was, I believe 5% of the people that showed up at the Capitol did have some organized plan. So insofar as, now I don't even think Vaush knows this because he's following, but insofar as if you wanted to make an argument that there was an attempted coup, I think you can make that argument with the 5% of people there that did have some sort of plan to like literally circumvent the electoral results with guns and all sorts of shit.
What is that? Where's that information coming for? Is that like FBI probe or what?
I believe, I want to say it was the FBI released that there like 5% of the people there approximately had been involved in some larger plan.
Really?
Well, no, but plan to impede the election or something.
Yeah, to impede the election was essentially the goal.
Yeah, I mean,
were they working together, or were they, you know, two groups of two people who were just delusional people who?
I think my understanding was there was some level of coordination between all of them, but I would have to go and look up the example.
That's a little disheartening.
Or, man, we need guns. And it's defensive, too. I'm not talking about initiating violence. I'm only talking about making sure innocent folks can defend themselves when they come for them.
Yeah.
Well, what it is it's saying you're telling people essentially to get guns and arm up, and then you're saying that guy next to you, he could punch you at any second. He will kill you at any moment. It's coming. I promise.
Well, even worse, he's saying,
oh, it's defensive. It's being defensive.
Governors are getting their own private armies ready to round up, you know, people they don't like.
Destiny, you're muted.
They're going full Eric Prince.
No, I was a different question.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I think right now public opinion is in a place that the way we can defend ourselves from all of that is by grabbing power and being like a fun little movement of online people who scream about well, no, that's not how I would want to say that. Who's just screaming about preparing for a huge violent clash does not have broad appeal. And we need...
Look, he's grabbing the gun. He's hiding the gun.
Oh, geez. Oh, my gosh.
How dare you call me a fun little movement? Time to get the gun.
Oh, my God.
He almost... He did. He knew. He stopped himself because he knew. He was like, a bunch of people acting like complete idiots online is probably not a good way to win the next election. Like, this guy's thinking in terms of actual... you know, electoral politics. He's just trying to chill Vaush out. Yeah.
Broad appeal in our movement to have any chance of getting power. One of the people I think about a lot is Bernie Sanders. Obviously, he sort of came out of nowhere in that first run and did pretty well. Didn't win, obviously. But one of the things that was super notable about him, he definitely conveyed his views. He's definitely very, you know, raises alarm about the anti-democratic stuff with the Republican Party, all of that. But comes off and in his rhetoric comes like he could be a moderate dude. Now, of course, the media pretends that he's super radical all the time, but there was a lot of people that I knew who generally were usually saw themselves as in center, and they're like, oh, Bernie's kind of cool, even though he was the most left candidate. And I think if generally as the left, we and online progressives, we adopt messaging that it has broad appeal, we could very, very easily get in power and do the actual foundational things that will prevent them from being able to enact any of this type of stuff. Because that's what we need. I'm telling you, a bunch of Vaushites fighting against a bunch of like Proud Boys, that's just, it could definitely happen in the increasing rhetoric on either side currently, but that's not going to save us from a fascistic takeover.
We
definitely have to get enough actual political power, and the only way you do that is to have broad appeal in your movement and not just sound like, oh, see, there's radicals on the left and radicals on the left.
I don't think,
because our policy prescriptions aren't even radical. Maybe farther down socialist.
So they call us radical either way. They call Biden
people
radical.
Understand the difference. People call Bernie radical, exactly, and it didn't work with Biden. They'll call you that, but if it lands on people, it's a different thing.
Republicans have called Biden a communist. I don't think my rhetoric. This is
Carl.
Sure, some people will call some people anything, but that doesn't change the fact that you can't just call anything whatever you want and not get broad appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for your blows to land, you have to have some semblance of truth, right?
Right. You
can't just call anybody anything and expect that it'll stick unless you've got like some reason for it to stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, with respect, I think this is liberal brain rot. I don't think
with respect,
acknowledging that you should arm yourself in preparation for a genocide and that the people who want to kill minorities are evil is an optical harm. I think you're falling for civility politics.
But I'm saying,
I mean, you see, he just jumped ahead. He's like, listen, you think it's an optical harm to call the people who want to kill minorities evil? Come on. It's like, wait a minute.
Just establishing they just want to go out there and kill minorities.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the part needs to be established, Vaush.
Nah, you don't need
I'm
to
not
establish that.
Yeah.
In my own, you have to understand that a lot of people who aren't, I don't like using this because I know Destiny has like a thing against on.
Ooh, Destiny.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Destiny mention.
Oh boy.
Destiny comes up in every political conversation.
Beware.
It's
True.
annoying. It's so fucking annoying.
Absolutely true.
Jesus. Every time, I don't know how much you watch Destiny, but every fucking time I was discussing the video, people would be like, what about Destiny? I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Absolutely.
You're talking about Vaush. What the fuck?
It all comes back to me.
Well, Destiny is responsible for Vaush, so it makes sense.
True.
Destiny, you are bringing people to more moderate positions, which I think is a force for good in the world, even if Vaush hates your guts. So
thanks. Wow.
On my lefties, and it sounds like you have a.
Even if you're wrong about the Trump phone call, I'm willing to forgive it.
Take the good with
I
the
think
bad,
I think it's a net good what Destiny's doing.
Thanks.
Even his Jordan Peterson hate. You know, I'm gonna forget. Even his CR. No, I can only go so far here. We'll talk about that later.
Obsession with it. And I'm not super obsessed.
Do you think it's a crazy
on my
online
but wait, let me
to arm yourself in preparation?
Hold up. Just let me finish the thought.
Okay.
My point is, most people, even who consider themselves liberal, who are a part of our broader movement, definitely don't think of the Republican Party currently as being preparing to slaughter minorities.
That's what I want to say.
And so when you say that, people go, well, then you have to explain it in a way that comes off as sort of logical. The way that you explain it.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't assume, you have to understand that people don't buy this wild claim that you're making, and the people that do are already pretty far in a certain direction. I feel if they're willing to just kind of accept that.
Do you think those people vote? I mean, it's completely incredible, but
I don't know. I don't know if they're young, probably not.
I mean, what's the point in voting if you're on the verge of civil war? I don't know. Seems
if
like
anything, that's owing legitimacy to the system that's going to genocide you, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like this is discouraging people from voting.
Kind of, yeah. If you're telling people, instead of telling people go out, go vote, be active, get people to actually do things and participate, you're telling them to go get guns and bullets, and I just feel
they had to contend with that. They had to contend with that in 2020 because there was all this like rhetoric about the election being stolen, and then there were like runner-up Senate elections and shit. And it was a big fucking problem for Republicans because, like, why would people go out and vote if they think the election's being stolen, right?
One of the things that I said is that I unironically think the Republicans might have thrown the election by being so doomer about mail-in ballots because the margins were so close in so many areas. Like, they might have actually, maybe they could have won if they wouldn't have been so discouraged about them. Because I bet there were at least a few that didn't show up to vote and they didn't want to mail in a ballot because they thought it was rigged anyway. Like,
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought historically before COVID, the Republicans usually won on mail-in votes anyway.
Yeah, it was pretty beneficial to them generally.
They did when the mail-in votes were, because normally the mail-in votes are predominantly military and military leans. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I mean, damn, can you?
COVID is
think of a more self-fulfilling prophecy than don't vote?
Right. Well, but I guess if you're an extremist movement and you kind of want to cultivate this radical attitude, I mean, you kind of want that. You want people to feel like they don't have a change so that you can advocate for these radical solutions.
Yeah, you don't vote. You can't make a change, but don't vote because that's just, I mean, you know.
This is, I think, why so many people on the left are demoralized by the Vaush situation, is because they feel like Vaush is popular enough that he really could have some impact for them in electoral politics, but he's kind of not really moving in that direction.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing with Hassan. It's the same thing for Mike. It's the same thing with all these popular lefties. Like, they don't do anything with any
right. Yeah,
they just they just make a ton of money and do. You know.
If you
so
chat,
all the people who care about
vote.
Yeah. All the people who care about harnessing that political power, sitting back going, if I was in their shoes, I would be doing something useful. Yeah. It's very sad. Go ahead, Regs. Oh, you left. Okay.
Damn.
It's as if you're just as, even though, because I've watched you, I know you're not, so I take it more seriously. But for someone else who hasn't, doesn't have that underlying understanding of kind of your thought process, then it definitely comes off as just as kind of detached.
I talk to my audience,
right,
but I've explained my rationale dozens and dozens of times about the necessity of forming strong neighborhood-based political blocs, whether you're leftist or liberal. This isn't about socialism here. This isn't just about building communities that aren't going to roll over when authoritarians try to tear apart our democracy. I don't like the thing is, to me, like, you are the one more out of touch with America than I am here, because you're the one who flinched when I said you should buy a gun. You know, I'm in touch with Americana here. Now, I'm in touch with Americana here. Guns are. Why shouldn't we own them? Dozens of them. Thousands of rounds of ammunition. Armored.
I didn't punch.
Armored vests.
I am very shocked by what you're saying. So don't worry. My feelings aren't hurt.
I don't think Americana's in the space of we need to all start arming ourselves to get into communities to prevent the fascistic government from marching our streets. Yeah.
They're like, oh, I might need to protect myself, my house.
Yeah.
You know, it's very much like that. That's
crime is going up. All these liberal prosecutors are letting people go.
There you go.
The vast majority of people who that kind of person's mindset is not, I might need this for a violent revolution against the fascist government who's rounding up gays.
They're trying to recall our Los Angeles district attorney because he's so soft on crime, Sitch. So it's not. I mean, it's real.
I saw that was the hit and run video. It's from that is your district.
There's a bunch of them. Yeah,
that was pretty crazy. That guy who intentionally hit the woman with the baby and he only got 6 months.
Wait, hold up. We need to clarify. He hit the woman and the woman had a baby, or
so a woman was
to hit the woman.
A woman was walking her baby and this guy intentionally drives into her while she's has her baby in the stroller. Fortunately, the baby, I believe, was fine and she only suffered minor injuries. Someone immediately crashed into that guy to prevent him from fleeing the scene. And it was very controversial because I think the kid was underage. He was like 16 or 17 and he only got 6 months in a juvenile facility for doing that. So
that's fucked up.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to call people like that evil, I'd be more agreeable than just massive segments of the population.
Right.
He was a Democrat, actually. So
at least he wasn't liberal.
So Vaush is totally forgiving him.
Right.
But it turns out that the baby was a Republican. So
yeah. Well, I mean, that story would have blown up nationally if the woman that was hit was, not white, because they would have assumed a racial animus to the crime.
Right.
But
explain my rationale well enough. The precursors to genocide, what leads to it, that's a broadly recognized thing, not just some crazy lefty theory-based thing. The issue with liberals right now is they don't understand the stakes, Liberals should be treating Republicans as what they actually are. Evil and immediately threatening. Now, you can talk with them all you want. I love talking to folks. You saw that convo I had with the LDS person last.
That's a big thing to say, like an immediate real threat.
Right.
Yeah.
We're starting to get into you might be able to justifiably shoot them in self-defense kind of levels, and I'm like, whoa, we need to.
I think we're a little bit past that. I think we've gotten there already. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he says he loves talking to people, and I'm like, the type of people that I don't like talking to. People who are immediately threatening. I have this thing. that I just try to avoid those people.
Yeah.
Well, he sort of in his next conversation after this, he's another hour and a half long conversation with Rose, and he kind of tries to, bullshit his way through that conversation. Whenever he's posed like, well, if you're saying it's immediate threat, does that mean people can take preemptive violent steps? And he doesn't really want to.
He just gets mad because he thinks he's getting baited, even though it's just by his own.
Yeah,
right,
that's
but
the one
completely
he calls,
a valid question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you Fed posting right now? Are you baiting me here?
Angry Man for $25 says Destiny titled his stream on Adam and Sitch. This is proof that A-Team reigns supreme.
True. Very, very based. Yeah.
Just naturally what your fingers and brains want to do when you type
You're
that
all
out.
wrong.
I know.
Well, listen, lots of things are natural. I would never make a prescriptive moral system based on biological essentialism. Brian Town said, for $20, says, to be fair, you can be called all those words for just disliking Black Panther or Captain Marvel or The Last Jedi. So I have no faith when I hear someone call someone else those words. I assume they mean racist, sexist. Hi, Rags. S-Class is best class. And our tards are cool, too. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Afro Cook for $20 says, as someone who's extremely pro-life and libertarian, I'm willing to compromise on funding contraception. Republicans need to be flexible on this issue. Also, Destiny makes for some good conversation. Hi, Rags and Doomer.
Hello. I agree on all those things. Yeah, sure.
Last night, friendly convo. I don't want to, it's not an intrinsic thing. Bring Republicans over, save them from themselves. But the threat right here, it's what we faced in Germany. By we, of course, I mean the progressive left and everyone else, by the way.
I thought they were responsible for it.
That this type of political movement can be squashed by anything other than militant, aggressive political action has failed in the past. So that's what we need to do. We got to bring liberals on board.
What is the movement? What is happening that requires this militant action?
The genocide, bro.
What genocide?
All of it.
They got to own the guns. They have to be practicing at the ranges. They have to be treating political organizing with the same sense of fatalistic engagement that Republicans do. We need people out there as crazy as the Republicans in those school board meetings. We need them showing up to all those local town hall groups. We need them to be psychotic.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know about that.
What the fuck is this conversation?
Generally want to avoid telling people to be psychotic, but especially when they got the guns and they're going to ranges.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking spicy, buddy.
Break the law. I don't give a shit. Don't hurt any innocent people.
What?
Did he mean? Wait, he didn't say break the.
He said break the law. I don't give a shit. Just don't hurt any innocent people. But he wouldn't define.
Good thing Republicans aren't innocent.
Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't define cops and Republicans as innocent. Jesus Christ.
Be psychotic, do crime.
Be wacky, Throw some bricks. Don't care. They need to put the.
Don't throw bricks.
Is this TOS?
Please. Stop throwing things. Don't throw things. Don't do it.
I'm legitimately not sure. I haven't read YouTube's TOS in detail enough. This seems borderline not TOS.
Susan, we disavow Vaush. Just so that we're clear.
Guarantee. First of all, yes, we disavow. I can almost guarantee you that this is a TOS violation. He's literally telling people to go out and commit crimes. So.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. Jeez.
Fear of God and Republicans. No, we're talking about the greatest country on earth, the God.
So what's going to happen is if you do that and you go out and do crimes and you throw bricks and destroy property, I know that you love destroying property, but the Republicans are going to use that against you. And they're going to say, look at all this violence. And they're going to show all the violence. And they're going to say, all right, you need to do the things we want to do because people are throwing bricks and being psychotic and committing crimes. That's what they're going to do.
Right. Well, I mean,
polarize people against you.
I forget who we were talking to about this, but it's like, for someone who's so worried about, the history of fascism and authoritarianism, I mean, historically, people generally choose, extreme order and authoritarianism over chaos. And if you start going out there causing all this chaos, you're just going to incentivize, people to turn to the right.
If they feel like, they're in danger and the social fabric is falling apart, they just might,
right.
They might go more authoritarian than they normally would for the sake of getting things straightened out. And you don't want that.
Of course, but be wacky, throw some bricks. Don't care. They need to put the fear of God in Republicans. No, we're talking about the greatest country on earth, the God-given U.S. of A., and preventing the takeover of fascism. This is the line.
And we have what do you mean?
What is the line?
The union organizers in the turn of the 20th century were out there like warring with the police and getting neighborhoods bombed. But that's right there,
good.
like precursor to genocide. Throw a brick, that you flinch at. Like, this is the issue here. I'm not saying I'm going out there and, you know, doing something.
Well, I mean, it's not just the throwing of the brick. It's the you telling people to go out and doing the throwing of the brick. That's like, damn. Oof.
I mean, it's just a trick, right? He mentions the least extreme thing that he said when he said like all kinds of shit that is fucking insane. He's like, oh, I'm just saying throw a brick. Like, that's no, dog.
True. Right. Okay, listen, I love you guys. It's been fun. I commend you and I wish you the best of luck on the rest of your thing. I'm gonna take off though. Okay, I gotta sleep pretty soon.
Oh, wait.
Alrighty.
Thank you for coming. But before you go, I do need to tell you, I was listening to your Ukraine debate. And when the Newland phone call keeps being thrown in your face, and if you don't have time, we can talk about it later. But that whole thing about the Newland phone call is 100% fake news.
Yeah, I mean, we've listened to the full phone call on stream. It's just two diplomats talking about who they'd prefer to be in power or who would be more flexible.
No, there's another aspect to that.
What is?
I'll give you really quickly. Is that what they're talking about is that Yanukovych offered that position, the prime ministership, to Yats. And they're just saying that they want Yats to take it. They're not talking about having the government after Yanukovych.
Sure, I know. But they phrase that wanting as though like they're going to do something about it. Like when there's no proof of that. They're like the U.S. is going to like install some dictator or do some shit. But yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful.
See you later.
Take care, man. Thanks
safe.
for coming on.
Don't be throwing bricks.
We'll do it again.
Don't throw any bricks.
Be careful, dudes.
Bye.
Oh, by the way, Mauler wants to come on at some point for some links.
Mauler can come on.
First Destiny, then Doomer, now Mauler.
I know, it's crazy.
Why is he messaging you? Why isn't he messaging one of us?
So we're friends.
I think he messaged me.
We're friends. Because we're friends.
Why doesn't he message his rags? Okay.
Why doesn't he message me?
Hey, these
are all good questions.
This is interesting.
Mauler has been demoted to acquaintance.
President Sunday is on Twitter thirst posting because Destiny was on. You still have bad blood with that President Sunday weirdo?
He's he's a legitimate psychopath.
Who's President Sunday?
Some guy that Doomer talked to like 1,000 years ago.
Is he a brick thrower?
I think so.
He's just a fucking idiot. His whole thing is like just constantly starting shit with people to try and get attention on himself. It's just best to ignore him.
Does it work? I mean, maybe that's a good way to
a little bit.
Go, so I don't know.
I mean, like he's just best ignored. There's no value there. He doesn't offer an interesting contrary opinion. He's just a fucking asshole. So,
right.
Alrighty.
Very sad. We like interesting new opinions, interesting new takes. You know why Destiny really left? He's like, oh God, I gotta go watch that video. It's killing me. I gotta go listen. I gotta go listen.
The Georgia phone call.
The Trump phone call.
Yeah. Hello, Mauler.
Oh, stop video. There you go.
Oh, Mauler's here already? Nice.
Hello.
Oh man, why doesn't he message us? Literally message both of you fucking idiots. You don't reply to anything.
On Twitter. What the fuck? Okay. On Discord. Okay.
I just saw the message like
the last time I spoke
to
you was on Twitter, Sitch. No, Discord, sorry. And then the last I spoke to Adam was on Twitter. You're both useless. Doomer actually looks at his DMs.
I'm a good boy.
Wait, you only messaged me like 10 minutes ago.
And yeah, like the idea. Oh, he didn't try messaging rags. Like I was telling Doomer, I was just talking to him about the stream. It's you guys' stream. You're the ones supposed to pay attention to DMs. Gosh, useless.
Okay. How dare you?
I checked when I saw you in the chat. I checked and there was nothing. So.
Oh yeah. I have a ton of DMs right now.
Listen, I didn't want it to be like.
They're lying to you, chat. Don't believe them.
Listen, I didn't want it to be like
fake news.
Team Truth.
I didn't want Rags to feel like we would only. I didn't want Rags to feel like we would only have Rags on if Mauler came on. Okay, we appreciate Rags as a unique individual human being.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you guys' powwow anyway. And why would I want to be on the same stream as Destiny? He likes Interstellar. That's fucked up.
That's pretty.
I wanted to bring that up so fucking badly, but it was off topic.
What's wrong with Interstellar?
It took everything. We can get it. We can get into it if you want.
You knew I was going to say that. Well, you knew there was a
We just know
90%
people
chance
ask.
I would say
I had no, I don't know your take on Interstellar is. Look, I used to like it until I paid attention to it.
Come on
Like
now.
Tenet.
Adam,
Look,
the writing is really bad.
Tenet, that's a movie that came and went.
He is the ghost. That's
Yeah,
all.
you
That's
already
all.
know it's bad.
That's
Okay,
all
hold on,
you
hold
need
on.
to know.
We don't need to get into super detail. We can move on, but just really quickly to let people know, there are certain obvious things in the movie that everyone knows are silly, like when they fall in the black hole, in the fucking 7-dimensional space library.
No,
everyone knows
the
that's
Tesseract.
I'm not even talking
How
about.
dare you
like,
talk shit about the Tesseract?
I went into the movie knowing that was silly, and it's whatever. There's everything about the script is like broken. The script is like so bad. It's so bad.
Such a little.
You didn't even leave in the first 20 minutes.
I actually loved it in theaters. Didn't track it. But
look at this flip flopper.
To be fair, it does seem like most people do love it. And then me and Doom were talking about it, and I was like, let's watch it right now. How long did it take us? Was it 6 hours?
I don't know. It was a while. Well, like,
were you caught in a black hole?
We sunlocked on the last 2 minutes for like an hour.
It was fucking hilarious.
We couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on in the last 2 minutes.
No, I don't think anybody can explain it anymore. I don't think it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the movie has some problems.
Doesn't he go visit his daughter after she's all old and dying?
It's the details of things. Like there's Adam, we don't.
That's moving.
This is not going to be good. This is not going to be good content.
Gavin McClain, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Christian Baller, thank you so much for upgrading to Outside the Simulation.
What the really? Holy
yes.
shit.
Thank you so much, Christian. Amazing. Allard K, thank you for the $20. And Christian, for another $20, thank you. Christian Baller says, I got a raise at work, so I figured I should adjust my membership. Least I could do for my favorite internet community and my surrogate daddy Sitch and mommy Adam and Uncle Doomer. Make Doomer the third co-host call and stream for episode 200.
Look at that.
Was it Mauler, quote unquote, apolitical streamer? I've been on this stream before.
Well,
several times.
Yes. And I think
that
hurts
on
your
EFAP.
point, Mauler.
Well,
also,
I think you've been on have you only been on Vaush streams?
I'll make it whatever you want, Mauler. I was feeling lazy. It said political streamer before, and I was like, I'll just change it to apolitical.
You should say hard alt-right leftist.
No, I'm not putting.
You should say
nitpicking
enthusiast. Nitpicking enthusiast.
If you put alt-right leftist, someone might think you're extreme.
I'll put groomer.
Okay.
Put an eco-fascist.
No, I'm not putting.
We might need to draw the line at groomer.
I'll just put
space.
I'll put
YouTuber.
YouTuber.
Political streamer.
Wait,
put interstellar hater.
Interstellar fan.
By the way, Adam, you should put quotation marks around YouTuber under my name.
Should be interstellar realist. Okay.
Is that? Did I spell that correctly? I hope so.
Ooh, what did you put for me?
YouTuber. Very boring.
Oh, fuck that.
I want to point out that Christian correctly called me daddy and Adam mommy.
Call me naked dog.
You gotta get hot takes on sci-fi movies before you can have a cool name. That's how it works.
NCR Trooper 1576 for 20 euros says, looking at Twitch politics almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
I like that.
I like it when it's cold.
I like the commenter name and the
Remember when people were saying, like, listen, if a nuclear winter happens because of a war with Russia, it's not so bad. It'll be limited. It'll be localized. Guy for $20 says, actually, assault weapon is what's triggering because it has no real definition. Assault rifle does have a definition.
Oh,
assault
it does?
rifle more
Okay.
so, but they use the way that they use it is just like the people who make gun laws don't know fuck all about guns, which really frustrates me immensely. You could paint shit black and put a grip on it, and everyone acts like it's some destructo weapon.
Right.
Well, have they even played Call of Duty?
Have they even played Call of Duty? Exactly.
Well, no, I mean, assault weapon had a legal definition when there was an assault weapon ban. People just thought the definition was stupid. So
now it's the scary word that you use.
Right. Anyway.
Oh, most words scary.
Most words are scary.
I disagree.
I find most words terrifying. And the word terrifying, doubly so.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know, I'm an indoors boy, but we just need that level of energy because there are liberals.
But exactly,
energetically
you just
get out
said
there.
that. Everyone.
Then it won't get through the window.
Indoor people. There is no one except for
Republicans aren't.
Very, very. As far as people who are willing to go out and enact violence, this is not a mass movement whatsoever. A bunch of people want to sit and scream about the damn degenerates in elementary schools, and a bunch of people on the left want to scream about how fascistic the Republican Party is,
and the people in power will do it.
I think if you spend all of the energy that you want your audience to spend getting trained at the gun range and going to self-defense classes and everything, actually organizing, which obviously even in the title is.
By the way, if you go to a self-defense class, it'll be 80% when it's legal to shoot someone, and it'll be very boring. Just take it from me. I was taking multiple classes where I could still carry licenses. Right. It is mostly legalities because it's serious shit.
There's a John Wick class.
You should... Oh, those are different. Those.
Yeah, where's the quick draw class?
Quick draw.
Shoot the targets in under 10 seconds.
Big iron.
Can you beat the record?
That would be great.
Don't they have some guy in like a fat suit attack you and you have like a laser pistol and you get to shoot him?
Laser pistol?
When do you
like a light gun?
I don't know anything about those.
Go, go, go. Flashbang through the door.
Stop doing this.
Your pistol is faster than reloading. I have the pistol.
Those voices are great.
You need those classes, yeah.
That's where you work on your extremely fast insta-kill knife skills.
That's right.
Ooh,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You earn your Commando Pro badge when you complete the self-defense course.
I want to do that trick where
he even gets to you.
I want to do that trick where you hold the gun and you cock it real fast as you're shooting. Bomb, 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 bomb.
Dude, this is why Adam's dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh, like fanning the hammer.
That's
on those,
awesome.
the old revolvers.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? That slam the hammer.
No. Adam's fanning the hammer on a new pistol.
Fanning the hammer on a new pistol. Oh, that might be difficult.
Yes. You have to be really fast.
You could do it once.
I mean, if it's a slide, you're probably wasting your time doing that. Don't you have to have a?
You have to have
like sliding the hammer.
Yes.
It's got to be like a cock thing in the back of the gun. Yeah.
Yes, the cock thing is. Yes, that is true. You like to handle the
hammer
thing? It's all right. It's totally fine. I understand.
Cock the hammer. 100%. That's what they call it.
The only reason I went to self-defense class. The only reason I went to self-defense class was to grab cock. I mean,
the only I thought you were going to say
to cock your hammer, to hammer your cock.
Guys, you're never going to get this. There's a whole other meaning for the word cock. You guys are completely unaware of it.
It's like a male chicken, right?
Is it a British meaning?
Yes, exactly.
I'm just picturing you holding a chicken. It's just like that's so funny.
Hilarious.
Hit the hammer with that
holding
chicken.
my cock.
Yeah,
we know how Adam feels about small birds.
You're going to go take your cock and your fucking flat and your crisps.
With your scones and your tea time and your sheep.
How terrible.
Thank you.
You know what you could do is you could in theory go to a self-defense class to learn better how to attack people, knowing what they'll do in self-defense to you.
Okay, guys, we're almost done with this video here. Let's just,
we're
almost at the
an
end.
hour and 20 minutes
left.
Let's
just bust it out, okay?
Ew.
No talking.
No talking about cock.
The scream,
the promises,
or the stream you're helping to do with canvassing and all that. But if that was the focus, we have public opinion on our side. We could
I do both.
Squash this movement. But no, you can't do both. There's no broad appeal to a block of the left.
They
running
do both.
around saying
it's so odd.
He's so insistent that Republicans are evil and they're mass murdering people as we speak every second.
He's like begging him, you can't do both. You look insane, Vaush. You have to dial it back a bit. And Vaush is like, wait, they do both. The fascists do both. Why can't we? Equality.
Hey, you know how you're really scared of the right because they seem to be a little bit into violence and have a bunch of guns and everything?
Sure,
we're going to do the same thing.
Good. Get them on board with it. Like the way moderate Republicans are with their
No, that's how wars start.
No, you're telling me it's impossible when Republicans do this. Republican fascists are advocates for violence, and they're incredibly aggressive electorally because they know their leaders will enact it for them.
Where are they advocates for violence? What the fuck is he talking about?
I just want to see these things that are allegedly
the January
happening.
6 people, most of the January 6 people thought, you know, we're protesting. We're protesting because we feel like the election was unfair.
Right.
They weren't trying to commit a coup.
Broke out, no gunfights.
Yeah.
Whatever they would need to qualify, he's certainly achieved as well. Like,
yes. Well, that's what he's
like
saying. He's saying, let's just adopt what they're doing.
But
yeah,
if them doing that was the problem.
Not only that, it was the unsuccessful strategy of the Republican Party was January 6th. So why would you adopt that?
Well, and I mean,
because
his argument,
unlike them, they'll bring their guns.
Right. But his argument is undermined because there hasn't been some like the rhetoric of the right. It's true, has been, you know, stocking up on guns and all this other stuff, but they haven't, like, this hasn't materialized in the right, you know, attacking the government or doing any of the things that he's claiming they're doing.
It's not for the purposes of violence. It's very clear. Whenever there's some, like when a Democrat becomes president, or whenever, you know, one of these things happens before the ban on you know, like ammo imports from whatever or wherever, and you know prices are going to go up, you go and get it because if you want to go shooting, you're going to need that ammo anyway, and it's about price. Because guns generally they keep a lot of their value. They last essentially forever. You can always get them and keep them, but you want to get them while you're cheap. It's purely economical, really. It's never done with the idea of, well, we better arm up for the revolution that's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, I mean, not the revolution, but there's always, you know, this, the Democrats are going to prevent you from buying the gun you want, so you better buy it now, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of marketing to this stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of marketing to it. Right. And you know what, the marketing's, you know, truth or not, is, you know, kind of separate from why people are doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I'm far more comfortable with buy your gun now before the Democrats make it illegal versus the Republicans are demons in human flesh and you need to have your gun to fight them off, like the hordes of doom.
Sitch, hold on, Sitch, we have to steel man this. What possible problem could you have with that statement?
I don't know. You tell me. You have to.
I was gonna say, I'm fine with demons. Some demons are nice.
There you go. What was the steel man, Tim? Or were you just memeing?
I was just fucking around.
Oh, okay, I figured.
Wow, that's what Vaush is memeing.
Yes.
It's so upset.
Why would you take anything that I say seriously? It's your
own
fault.
I forgot.
It's like Tucker Carlson is so obviously saying that white people are being replaced by black and brown people, but then the way that he says it is never in that exact wording, because he understands for a broad audience to like it, he has to at least code it a little bit, and then the more radical fringe goes,
or maybe
we know
he's
what
just
he's
not
saying.
radical,
and so
really
30%.
Just a, who knows? Like maybe he is. I don't know. I don't watch Tucker Carlson, but I don't know. It's like maybe not everyone has the same motivations.
Really?
Well, I don't know. I don't watch Tucker enough to make a comment on whether he's radical or not. He did say something very sus about he was complaining about the what was it, the 1965 immigration law that got rid of, you know, country of origin quotas, which was widely accepted as being super racist. And I thought that was very bizarre that he was complaining about that. But so he, you know, he could be more extreme than like the average political pundit. That might be fair, but I don't think he's leading the revolution or anything like that.
Of Republicans, violence might be necessary to fix the direction the country is on. I'm sure there are
coded a little bit, and then the more radical fringe goes, we know what he's saying.
They don't.
And so
30% of Republicans believe that violence might be necessary to fix the direction the country is on. I'm sure there are far fewer liberals as a percentage who would believe that.
I don't know. That strikes me as about normal. Yeah, a third may think that it's likely, but that is a far cry from it needs to happen. We need to go tell people to arm themselves for the oncoming war that's about to happen, and the gay death squads in the streets. Like, I mean, if you could, I mean, broadly speaking, it's not unusual at all for someone to say, yeah, it may be necessary to fix the state of the country.
I mean, it means almost nothing. It's like at some point in the next 10 years, we might have circumstances that justify violence. Like, yeah, I mean, I'd probably agree with that, but I'm really opposed to political
I'd
violence.
say 30% might be low.
How does this? Maybe I'm just an idiot with numbers. So it says 18% of Americans agree with the statement. Because things have gotten so far off track, true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. And then that number breaks down to saying Republicans are 30% or more likely to agree with this, independents 17%, and Democrats 11%.
Interesting how, I mean,
wait, what did you not understand about that?
How does that 30% come out of the 18?
Maybe it's 30% of Republicans is what they're focusing on. It's 30% of Republicans.
No, because that number doesn't add up to 100.
Are you saying it doesn't add up to 100?
Hold on.
Yes, explain to me, Doomer.
Okay, it almost certainly means that the sample size of Republicans is much smaller in the survey than independents and Democrats.
Wrong.
You can probably go check, but mathematically, that's
I
like
thought we're averaging out percentages here.
It doesn't have to add up to 100 if they're just asking.
You're averaging.
It's not about adding up to 100. It's about like, okay, if the survey had 100 Democrats, 100 Republicans, and 100 independents, right, and it was 20% support the thing, right, overall, and then it was 20% independents, 15% Democrats, 25% Republicans, that would make sense because the sample sizes are equal and it's an equal like barrier in each direction. However, if the number of Republicans was only like, very, very small, then it could be the case that, most of the Republicans, or not most, but a lot more, 30, 40% could be saying something, but it's just not affecting the overall sample size very much because there's way more people that are independents than Democrats.
So the total sample is 2,500 people. There was 737 Republicans and 813 Democrats. So it's not that.
How many independents?
728 independents and 230 others.
Then those numbers don't make a lot of sense to me. You'd have to look at the survey methodology.
Well, no, that's what I was asking about that 30% number because I think Vaush said 30% of Republicans saying that you may have to use violence, but that's not what it says. It says 30%. It said Republicans are 30% more likely. You understand the difference?
Oh, is it a different wording? No, can you link me to what you're looking at?
Yes.
30% more likely. Wow. That's not a lot.
Numbers, am I right?
I know. Who cares? Just go with your gut, okay?
Look, numbers are fucking based, okay?
You got to understand.
You bunch of fucking political commentators
violence
and fucking YouTubers.
And Vaush is trying to provide a valuable service here, okay? There's a civil war coming. It's called Tim Pool's Civil War.
Numbers and words go into a fight. I don't know. I think words win, but numbers were more correct,
Yeah, no, I agree. That's solid logic there, Mauler.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says nearly 1 in 5 Americans, 18%, agree with this statement. Quote, because things have gotten so far off track, true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save the country. Republicans, 30%, are more likely to agree with this than independents, which was 17%, and Democrats, 11%.
Right. Gotcha.
So, but that's not saying, I'm assuming that's not saying that 30% of Republicans are in favor of.
That is what that sounds like.
But that doesn't make sense because how does that number doesn't add up to 100? That's why I was asking.
You need to get off Tumblr
what do you mean?
now.
Why would it add it to 100?
How does it? Oh, I guess you're right. It wouldn't have to add up to 100. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to add up to 100. I said that earlier, but you didn't listen.
Whatever.
My favorite part about this tangent is how smart it makes us look.
No, it doesn't.
It does not make us look smart.
It makes us like idiots.
Thank you. Yes, that's why I said.
I'd say we're 30% more likely to look
People are watching this right now and they're thinking Vaush looks smart now. This is terrible.
Well, but there's a lot of good stuff that comes out of this poll. They only focus on the bad stuff. And the good stuff is 95% of Americans say that in order to be truly American, you have to believe in individual freedoms and freedom of speech.
Wow. Yes.
93%
red, white, and blue pill.
Yes. See, this would be interesting for when we were talking to Pisco about what is American culture. It's things like this. 93% said believing that every citizen should be able to vote in elections. 92% said you should accept people of a diverse and racial and religious backgrounds. And 79% said respecting American political institutions and laws are truly is what it means to be truly American.
I just did it in Excel. The numbers make sense.
Okay, it's interesting. Who do you think was more on the side of not respecting American institutions and laws? The Democrats or Republicans? Were against it.
What you mean based on just this thing you sent me?
If you asked Democrats and Republicans, is respecting American political institutions and laws what it means to be truly American?
Well, there's two variables here, so you can't really say either of them. So there's the one variable is like, do you think the government's off track? And the second government is, are we going to have to resort to violence? Right. So you can't definitively say which one.
Well, it's interesting because it's kind of contradictory, isn't it?
Well, I would say it's Republicans because I think that they have a great deal of respect, but at the same time, skepticism overall for these institutions.
Right. Well, so 93% of Republicans said that respecting American political institutions and laws is a trait associated with being truly American. And only 68% of Democrats said that.
That's
the thing is, I mean, they probably just see the institutions as good but corrupted by the evil demon rats, right?
Maybe. It's one of those questions where you could answer it like in the same way for different reasons. Like,
right,
yeah,
I'm
you
saying,
should respect authority, but at the same time, you should have this, you should be watchful of it and skeptical of it. And at the same time, you have no, we shouldn't respect it because it's corrupt or because authority is good. There's all kinds of different reasons why you could answer on that.
It's interesting to me that Republicans rate so much higher on that than Democrats. And yet, Republicans rate higher on we may possibly need violence.
Yeah, maybe that was to what I was kind of saying, where you're like, yep, you respect them, but you keep your eye on them.
Mm-hmm.
You watch out.
Only 9% of people in the poll said diversity makes America weaker. Only, let's see.
I think a lot of people think of like the old school diversity. They don't think about it in terms of the new kind of cultural version of diversity.
Yeah, that's what they're. Yeah, I'm right.
Whoa,
they're talking about racial diversity.
Whoa! That kind of undermines Vaush's entire argument about how Republicans just want to shoot brown.
Yeah, but that's
people.
a lot of things. So
I mean, there's tons of arguments.
Yeah,
but
65% of respondents said, about 2/3 of Americans, 65% said that diversity. Are in favor of diversity. 25% said it makes the country neither stronger nor weaker, and only 9% said it makes the country weaker. So there you go.
I'm actually a fan of adversity.
There you go.
I say we need to bring it back. We need more adversity.
Well, that's why it's funny that Vaush brings up this poll. Already. If you look through the numbers in this poll, it actually completely undermines his sort of alarmism.
I've been too nice. My adversity revenue is down this week.
Speaking of which, the sponsor for this stream is QuibGift.
Only 17.
QuibGift.
Oh, you guys are sponsored by QuibGift too?
QuibGift is great. I love QuibGift.
No, I don't even know what he's talking about.
You need to get.
Oh, you don't know what QuibGift is? Yeah,
I don't know.
Wait, where do you get your toeless socks?
Your toeless. That shit's.
Let me read one last stat and then we'll move on, which is that only
despite being only what now?
Despite only 17% of people that responded said that it's negative, or mostly negative, that whites will become the minority in the country in the future.
What was the stat? How many? What was the percent?
17%.
17%. That's pretty high.
Right. So.
I wonder if it was all white
enough
people.
For the alarmism that Vaush is sort of racing to.
How are we doing on green people? Are they starting to get more and more?
We never let them in the first place.
What's the racial breakdown on that category? Such is it like?
Yeah.
Is it all white people?
Are you referring to Cabbage Patch Kids?
No, like Fringy.
I don't know if it says the breakdown.
I bet it's all English people.
Probably. Anyway, you can hit the video.
If I am to be one of the left-leaning people who will openly advocate for that, then let me be that person. If the Republicans can survive 30% of their group thinking it might be necessary, I'm sure that the left can survive.
Yeah, but that's not a problem. You see that as a potential problem, and
I just don't think.
Like I said, I don't think it's a problem that a segment might think that something's necessary. Like that's such a huge
and they're not. They're literally not.
And they're not actually doing it.
Yeah, they're not advocating for violence.
I was going to say there's a difference between what he's doing and what they're thinking.
Yes, exactly.
I think it's an optical. You know, the only people who complain to me about this, by the way, are like hand-wringing liberals for the most part, you know. Or that LDS guy from the other night. He said he didn't like Trump that much. It's usually people doing the not concern trolling, because that implies you're being disingenuous. You're not. The, you know, like concern from the side.
I know what you're saying, because I get upset with the same people, and I'm picturing like Nancy Pelosi talking about, you know, wanting a strong Republican Party and all that nonsense. I know the person that you're picturing me to be, and I need you to understand there's something in between. Oh, that's so scary rhetoric, and we need to lock hands with the right. And what you're talking about, which is, all right, it's war, baby. Let's go.
You have to defend yourself against violence. Do you think that's do you think like a black guy from the 1960s would like shirk if I said that? Like, you should own a fire.
Well, why do they hate liberals now? I don't get it. What's
because
the deal?
they view them as basically being like, oh, they're all into civility politics and they all want to play nice, and their niceness is allowing the Republicans to run wild, essentially. That's the frame he's trying to create.
So they're standing in the way of the Democratic Party getting really angry.
Yes, they're the
gatekeepers. This is the rhetoric of like literally every extremist political.
Yeah, they think liberals
regardless of
the fault for everything.
Yeah, it's the moderates and the liberals' fault that the fascists are gonna round up the gays in the streets tomorrow.
Okay. Right. I mean, I kind of feel like the liberals would step up if that actually happened.
Well, I was wondering how we got figured out. I mean,
the liberals have stood up several
times.
To
be hush-hush,
big bad things happen. So every time there's a piece of logic this person tries to bring out, Vaush will be like, "Yeah, well, would you say that to somebody back in the 1940s?"
I know.
Like, we're not there. That's not where we are.
It's like, let me jump in my time machine.
Right.
Would you say that to a T-Rex?
Yeah.
I mean, he just compared this to like when black people were living under Jim Crow segregation laws. Like, what the fuck? How is this happening? This is not happening in modern America with the LGBT community.
It's kind of offensive. Yeah.
It's very offensive.
Firearm, because there's a decent probability that far-right violence will be inflicted against you.
Yes,
do you think that'd be like an out of nowhere
thing
for them to hear?
That's a beautiful point. What about or by bringing that up, how did we actually win on the civil rights question? And like you said, there's a little bit of walking and chewing gum, but what was successful in pushing for that?
Did he question we? Did you catch
that? Because he's like, oh, you're a liberal and I'm a socialist.
Oh man, that gatekeeping, because it was neither of them. First of all, neither of you were fucking alive when a lot of that shit got done, and you never would have been involved. But no, you can't be in my team. My team were the one that did all the good things. You're the one.
I wonder.
Your team were the ones that stood by and let loads of bad things happen. We are not the same. It's like, all right, fine.
Well, earlier in the conversation, he said that if you don't agree with my perception of reality, then we're not on the same team. If in terms of like how dire things are.
Destroyed.
It's like, just these little details that prevent you from being in the same club. In the same way that, like me and Sitch were like, oh, we get video games, we want good ones. I'd be like, you like BioShock Infinite. So
yeah,
we are not the same.
Listen,
wait, Sitch, does Sitch like BioShock Infinite?
I do, yeah.
Oh my god, you have the worst fucking takes. Jesus,
you really
Christ.
do. We have to.
Okay, first of all, Doomer, you have literally the most contrarian.
Of course, you would think that. You like fucking BioShock.
Let me go back. Wait, let me go scroll through our DM. Where was your waifu tier list? This was like the worst waifu tier list I've ever seen in my life. Let me bring this up here.
Okay, first of all, I organized my waifu tier list by how fucking insane and hot they were. Those are the only two variables.
Bring up the waifu.
So Doomer is like attracted to the most psychologically damaged people.
You're not wrong.
Sitch, didn't you say the prequels were better than the worse than the sequels?
No, I said there are different flavors of dog shit.
Oh, Rags, is that not a rollback? Is that not a fucking backpedal?
You can have different flavors of dog shit. I'll forgive the slur, and also think that one of them can be worse than the other.
He's just straight up lying.
No. You
definitely said the prequels were worse.
You forgot. I rolled this back long ago. Okay, you forgot the rollback. I originally said that, and then I later changed my opinion, saying, well, because the prequels have meme appeal, and I would enjoy watching them.
Of course, that's a great reason.
They just have better writing than the sequels.
They do have better.
Unironically.
I'm not sure.
They unironically do.
I'm not sure.
They unironically do. The prequels, for all of their flaws, which are many flaws. 30% of Republicans say that they may be.
Is it worth starting a civil war?
I don't agree that the writing's better at all. I completely don't agree with that.
It really is.
Okay, so you still have the terrible hot take on that and Bioshock Infinite.
What's wrong with Bioshock Infinite?
Oh my god, what's right with Bioshock Infinite?
Everything but the ending.
Sitch, you were pretty fucking alone on that one. Didn't Bioshock Infinite get absolutely like slammed?
Over time,
people didn't like the ending, which I agree with because the ending.
No, I didn't like
bad,
playing it because it sucked.
It's all terrible, Sitch. You gotta.
I completely disagree.
From a gameplay narrative perspective, like all of it, it's a downgrade from Bioshock 1 and 2.
The first
downgrade
that has like the best intro to any game ever. I don't know.
No, it doesn't even have a bit. No, absolutely not. Bioshock 1 has a way better intro.
No. That whole like you're walking around this nice town for like 20 minutes, like, oh, this is great.
And then everyone's racist.
Everyone's racist. You're like, holy shit. It's just
so
intense.
What the fuck? Bioshock Infinite has overwhelmingly positive on Steam.
Of course,
yes,
because you guys are like revisionist history where you think it was
Bioshock Infinite fooled everyone. That was a different time.
Yeah, Doomer, it's the TFA of games, Bioshock Infinite.
Bioshock Infinite literally couldn't even be made today because it would be considered too racist and offensive.
Well, it would also be considered too shit to be made. So
I legitimately think, like, remember that game came out a while ago, and I don't think people were. I really think that kind of general games discourse in a lot of aspects, especially with this AAA stuff, has swung a lot more in the super cynical side, and it's woken people up.
Yeah, dude,
it's made them woke.
Infinite was loved when it came out. It ain't anymore because people thought about it for a bit longer. It's like Interstellar, actually.
Okay. Well, we can have a stream about Bioshock Infinite if you want in the future.
Oh boy. That means I'd have to replay it.
I don't know if I want to play
me
that
too.
Again. I really don't want to play that
boring.
Well, then we won't have a stream on Bioshock Infinite because no one here wants to replay the game.
I don't want to murder you in front of your entire fan base, you know? Like,
Mauler, you can play it and I'll watch your stream.
How wrong
By the way,
you are,
Sitch has repeatedly bitched out of fucking having a Hades competition. He will not face the heat of
Hades nuts
in Hades.
Look at this liar.
Look at this fucking liar. Yeah, leak some more DMs,
Oh
Sitch.
my god.
Sitch sitting here all day, every day talking about Republicans, Democrats, but he runs away from the movies and games.
Any place, anywhere you want to get your ass fucking kicked in Hades, Doomer. Anytime.
Yeah, go pick fucking Ares boons, Sitch. Have fun.
See, did you hear that?
Get the fucking gloves.
I just said anytime, anywhere, and you didn't. You just said.
Yes. Okay, name the time, name the place, buddy.
I'm asking you. I said anytime, any place, bro.
It's your show. What the fuck? All right. I'll contact your producer and fucking set up a time.
You contact.
We'll let you know about it.
And you look at our fucking schedule because I don't know what it is, and we'll sit down a Tuesday and I'll kick your ass in Hades.
Yeah.
Actually, wait a minute. No, fuck you. You just want to be on the show more. Okay.
Is that before or after you concede that Bioshock Infinite's terrible, by the way? I'm just trying to get the schedule right.
That'll never happen.
I legitimately don't know what you think is good about that game.
I want you guys to understand Doomer is the biggest tsundere for me. He loves me.
I don't know weeb words.
Whenever we talk
no one knows what the fuck you're talking about.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Whenever we talk in private,
first of all, Sitch,
Doomer just wants to hug
when
me,
you roll your R's
that is and roll his little fingers over my head, and
this is vile.
Like, oh,
this is
Sitch,
vile and disgusting.
I love you so much.
Slander.
And then whenever we're in public, we're like, Sitch, so I fucking hate you. It's like, oh, it's so.
Sitch is like, hey, Doomer, you're a fucking idiot. He doesn't think owls are birds. Oh, here's a fucking Zoom link. Yeah, fucking Sitch. Okay.
Well, you think Elizabeth owls are not birds, which is
a well-written character, Sitch?
Sure.
Oh God, Rags, can we even save him? I don't even know.
He thinks Elizabeth is a well-written character.
He does. Yeah.
How could you possibly begin to think that?
Are you able to have sex with this Elizabeth in the game? I'm just curious.
Well, considering she's your spoiler alert daughter, that would be kind of.
Oh wow. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you could and you did, and then you found out she was your daughter?
That would be pretty more than embarrassing.
Somehow I don't think
I would be a little bit embarrassed, but I was operating with all the information I had at the time. I can't blame myself.
How's that for complex writing, Mauler? I mean, that would be.
You know what? Make the game. See if people respond to it. I don't know.
A lot of people would go straight to the internet. They'd be like, "My God, why did they do this?"
Listen, if there's a stepdaughter, now we're talking. But Dr. Diddler for $20
technically different, yes.
Right. Dr. Diddler for $20 says, "Please inform your guests, Dev, Aiden, Mauler in the chat, that they are banned from Academic Agents channel henceforth." I bet you feel like trash now, don't you?
Oh,
Also,
yeah.
Doomer.
Wait, I was banned from academic
Yeah,
agents.
was
you're
academic
blacklisted.
If
All you
you
guys
talk
are.
to us, you're blacklisted from academic agency.
Because I'm not
Technically,
really familiar
Destiny's
with who that is.
blacklisted too.
I've heard
Holy
that name
cow!
before, but I don't
He's
know.
a
What's,
weirdo, so don't worry about it.
He's a weirdo.
Yeah. Also,
We're weirdos. That's us.
Does he like
Uh,
Bioshock?
I hope not.
Probably.
he's like the JQ weirdo though, so I don't know. If
Oh,
you know.
okay.
Also, Doomer sucks and cries into his Sitch pillow every night. Well, there you go.
Yeah, you can fuck off, Diddler.
That's a low blow. You don't need to go into that, okay? Like,
Wow.
a man can cry into whatever pillow he desires.
Listen, Diddler, Doomer told you that in confidence. Okay.
Hey, look at
This
me.
is
I'm
fucking
Mauler. I play
S-class
games
traitors, dude. The S-class
based on-
has no morals about not leaking private information. It's just just constantly with these people.
I know it's true. It's true.
Bunch of
Humongous.
scumbags.
Change.
If you think I'm against the passage of law to support our
I think we need to enact violence against people that like the Star Wars prequels and don't like Bioshock Infinite.
case, then
Well,
I just like
I'm-
pass
I am
laws and
support-
ruin all my fun.
So says like play games based on how good the riot is. Some of them, yes, actually. But it's the mechanics in Bioshock Infinite that are also wank. Just FYI. It's all right.
Mauler, that's all of them.
Wait,
Bad
all of the
mechanics.
Bioshock games?
No, Bioshock Infinite. The mechanics of Bioshock Infinite.
It's all. Some of them are okay in terms of you turn left and your character turns left. They
When's the
nailed
last
that.
time you played
Like
Bioshock
basic movement,
Infinite?
I suppose.
Oh,
was okay.
Sitch, I played it too many times back in the day. I was going to make a video on it, but then
Oh,
Matthew
really?
Matosis came out
Okay.
with
That was
one.
enough for me.
Interesting.
And once Matthew Matosis shredded that game to pieces, I was like, yeah, he's done it. I don't need to. And then
Okay.
as time has gone on and I've realized some people
Interesting.
haven't seen his video, I was like, oh, no.
I haven't seen this video. I didn't know you felt so strongly about Bioshock Infinite.
Oh, I love it. I love to hate it because Bioshock 1 is one of my favorite games of all time and Infinite fucking shits all over it, as well as being shit in itself.
Okay.
You'll get
Part
there
of
one
that.
day.
But that was
Sitch, we'll get
something.
there one day.
First of all, obviously, a lot of outcomes didn't change after that.
Do you hear this, guys? Mama's trying to radicalize me live
Hell yeah.
on stream. Okay,
Radicalizing the good
violently.
media takes. Let's do it.
Jesus.
Next thing you know,
There
he'll
was
want you
quite
to
a bit
buy
of militant.
gun.
I
Sitch, what if
know.
I told you Hassan likes Bioshock Infinite?
I wouldn't believe you.
I mean,
He would call the game
probably
racist.
does.
What do you mean?
He probably hates it, but also loves it. Like he
I
probably.
mean,
yeah.
the
He
game
wouldn't know
literally
what to think.
features like you're killing white racist people who are subjugating blacks, and then once the minorities gain power, they become mad and crazy with power, and you have to kill like the minorities. I don't think Hassan would like that game.
Yeah, but the evil company owner gets killed. The evil capitalist company owner guy. So he'll like that.
I mean, he would like
That
the
me.
first Bioshock because it's like, it's all shitting on,
Well,
Ayn
remember,
Rand and
if
stuff.
any-
He
says-
quoted, he quoted Andrew Ryan in favor of socialism. So I
That's
think
true, which was
Yeah.
fucking
Struggle
bizarre as
with
hell.
that.
And the downfall of
so
Rapture
bizarre.
wasn't just because Andrew Ryan. Those
That
games
was
are
so weird.
impressively kind of written. The
Yeah,
first
that
one in
was-
particular.
It
Oh, yeah, I
says
love it.
on the
Incredible.
Hassan Piker fandom page that he has completed Bioshock Infinite.
Uh-oh.
go.
Yeah.
But what do you think of it?
I don't know.
I mean, he's never quoted Comstock, so we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, because Comstock sucks as well. Nobody quotes Bioshock Infinite.
he only quotes Andrew Ryan, noted communist,
Hero of the communist.
hero of the people.
That
Yes.
Oh my god, I so wanted to fucking Photoshop Hassan's face on the statue in the beginning. Would be so good.
No gods or kings, only the workers.
Yes.
Only
Only
me.
Only Hassan.
Only me.
And violence at the time. And it's also worth pointing out that one of the only reasons the Civil Rights Act was passed was because there was so much agitation within the country that was exacerbated by people who are very like me. But yeah, I am glad the law was.
Because I feel like, and now I'm no historian, but I feel like it wasn't that we went out and committed violence, is that we did a lot of nonviolent protesting.
True. Yeah, you're
boycotts.
exactly correct. But
We didn't
Vaush-
go out and throw bricks at police officers.
Yeah, the nonviolent protest is what worked in the civil rights movement. But Vaush doesn't know that, and he wants to cast himself as
That's like the
a civil
famous
rights
thing about MLK,
icon.
though. That's
I
like,
know.
That's
Yeah.
what he's
Mhm.
known for is the
Yes.
power of civil disobedience through
Not in Vaush's
nonviolent
world.
protesting.
Right.
Yeah, not in Vaush's
Well,
That's what
world.
they beat you over the head with all the time in school. Is like, this is how you do it. This is how you get change. This is in MLK's crate.
Right. And during the civil rights movement, there were more radical factions. There were riots. There was violence, and every time it happened, there would be this discussion about like, well, these violent movements are basically just giving credibility to the racist. Essentially,
and in retrospect, it's MLK who's always hoisted up on the pedestal of this is how it's done. This is the right way to do things.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the ones who were violent,
right? But no, you don't understand. MLK was hated.
Nonviolence works. Nonviolence is the way to go.
You should avoid being
bricks.
Violent, yeah.
Though that was because they were able to pass the law. What can Democrats pass?
And there is
wind.
Well, they could pass a lot of stuff if they beat Manchin and Sinema into submission.
Well, they would still need to get rid of the filibuster, which a lot of them seem unwilling to do.
Right.
Yeah, you should encourage people to vote for people that you want, not to throw bricks.
Well, but wait a minute. If this argument makes no sense, he's saying, "Oh, we have to rely on violence because the Democrats can't pass laws because of the filibuster." Well, wait a minute. Wouldn't Republicans have the exact same limitation?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what he uses as justifications would easily double over to the Republicans. They'd just be like, we have the same problem, Vaush. We have the same solution. Like,
I mean, that was one of the big criticisms levied at Trump, is that he didn't actually do. There wasn't that much legislation that was passed during Trump's 4 years.
Which, if they lose,
with you on that,
we're about to get to the primaries, which we're probably going to lose at the very least the Senate tie,
why?
Possibly the House, and after that, the presidency is probably a coin flip.
And so
because the movements that are obviously they have their crazy base. Okay, boom, they have them.
What happens when the Reds win?
And they keep them. What was the question?
What happens when the Reds win?
You already know the answer to this. Probably not that much.
Mm-hmm. No, they're gonna
like this. It's a cycle. It goes up and down. They'll have it. You'll have it. They'll have it. It's been this way since basically always. It's this idea that if the other side wins this next election, this happened before Trump got elected so much. I remember it so fresh in my mind that it's doom and gloom and it's the apocalypse and everything's going to come crashing down. People don't realize that and my parents had this perspective and my grandparents did, and they're like, if it doesn't go our way, we've lived through a lot of presidents. We've got a lot of life, that we've lived. We've seen things come and go. Fucking chill. You don't always win every election. That's the way of things. You can't be treating like a lost election as if it's going to spell the actual destruction of your country.
And I mean, I hate to use the word privileged, but it is a lot of very privileged people who are acting like, oh, they're going to be drafted into a war, if the Democrats lose the next election, or there's going to be widespread violence and chaos. And you just look at what's going on around the rest of the world. And it's just, I mean, people need to chill the fuck out and realize how lucky they are to live in the greatest country on
if anything,
Earth.
the knowledge that there is always it's a cycle where you have, Republicans, Democrats, and going back and forth and back and forth. If anything, that should encourage people to chill the fuck out and not be extreme, because as extreme as you want to go, that pendulum will swing back the other way. It's basically inevitable. It's going to happen. So maybe you should invest a lot more of your political concerns into more local stuff. Maybe you shouldn't.
Well, wait. What if I told you that was boring?
Oh, I suppose that is boring. The apocalypse is exciting, especially if it's always coming.
Don't you remember
that something that Mike from PA said on one of his streams at one point? Someone asked him why he isn't more invested in local elections, and he says because people don't tune in for that.
That is what he said.
That is basically what he said. Yeah.
I mean, I remember from 2016 to 2020 where it was illegal to be gay in public under Trump. I do remember that. So.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Vaush is onto something.
That was the gay ban.
That was the gay ban. Yeah.
Wow, terrible.
I was only in favor of that because he banned liking Bioshock Infinite briefly as well, but unfortunately,
I invite Mauler onto the stream and he just comes in and stabs me in the side for no reason. I'm just like whistling innocently, and Mauler's like, "Fuck you."
Look, if you want to make me talking about how bad Bioshock Infinite is tantamount to stabbing you, then that's your problem. Okay,
how did this even come up? I don't even remember ever talking with you about Bioshock Infinite ever.
Because we were talking about how fucking shit your takes are. It's like, oh yeah, what about that other fucking shit take?
Look, you can call it Mauler's law. Like political focus channels, man, their media takes, you just can't trust them.
That's why they call it S class. It's fucking shit class for fucking.
Oh
shit
my
takes.
god!
Well,
Yeah,
is that
don't
why
say
you,
that,
you have your little Sitch pillow that you secretly cuddle every night before you go to sleep, Dylan? You just can't admit it to yourself.
Said you guys don't offer a Sitch pillow. Okay, I looked.
Exactly. He
I
made
was gonna
one.
say,
It's
where
custom.
do you buy these so I can avoid them? You know, like where?
He made his own. It's a custom design.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure CT will spam a link in chat that you can avoid.
There you go.
When the Republicans win, what do we do then? You're
What
gonna
do we do?
You're not. Tell me you're not going to respect
Well, like-
rules of law passed by them if they entail the oppression of minorities. Like, you'd go like, well, they won the election, so they just get to do that.
It's such a dishonest framing. Like, well, when they win, it'll be doom and gloom and oppression, and you're not going to take that, are you? Where you won't just follow along with that, right? It's like, it assumes so much, and you need to calm the fuck down.
If they open up laws of like we're gonna hunt and kill every one of the LGBT with our fucking Terminator, the LGBT 1000, it's just gonna go around killing everything. Like we'd be like, no. Everybody would be against that. Like there'd be no problem.
We talked about the LGBTQ whatever, and we talk about them a lot. They come up a lot in this conversation. I'm thinking, take the situation with that demographic, and compare it to what it was, 20, 30 years ago. I don't recall them getting all of their rights and everything that they have now through violence.
No, they did it through nonviolence, obviously.
So we have the blacks, we have the LGBTQ, and both of these have been brought up in this conversation, and they seem to be in direct contrast against what he's going against.
I think Dave Rubin would be sorely against this course of action.
And I hate to notice it, but not much talk about fat people oppression here. No, we're not doing anything about that. Huh?
Oh,
they should be oppressed.
Oh my god,
that's also true.
But they can vote twice, right? So
that's true. That's an old school meme.
It's an old school meme, but it's still a goldie.
Half of registered LGBT voters are Democrat. 15% are Republicans. 22% are independent. Yeah, 13% say they identify with another party. How do they ask
all that time and effort? They can only get half of them barely.
Well, how do they figure out whether or not if you're an LGBT voter? I wonder. I mean,
it's self-identified.
Dick inspections.
I don't. How do you inspect someone's dick to find out if they're gay?
It's like what?
How dare you?
Well, we're getting there. Like it's what Hitler would do with the noses. They do it with the calipers on the butthole.
Gay, lesbian, and bisexual.
He's the gay one.
Relatively right here. Oh
or he
my
takes
god!
Massive poops constantly.
Gay, lesbian, and bisexual voters make up a relatively small share of the American electorate. Just 5% of voters.
Shocking.
In 2012.
I've been led to believe that half of the country was LGBT.
Yeah. No, listen, Rags. My butthole is only distended because I needed it to get to a different dimension. Okay.
Okay, I gotcha. Can Elizabeth fit?
I don't. What the fuck are you talking?
You guys have seen Batwoman. I'm pretty sure it is half the country that's gay, right? Or at least more than that. Yeah.
And only the good ones.
Oh yeah, all the bad people are straight.
All the bad people are straight and most certainly white.
Wow.
We got to catch up on Batwoman. We have so much catching up to do with Batwoman.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever shall we do?
It looks like they hated Donald Trump pretty.
They hate so much. That is such a hateful show.
89% gave Donald Trump a cold feeling on the feeling thermometer.
Cold, damn.
Yeah.
What a bunch of absolute chads. Did they only poll Giga Chads?
No,
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, Dave Rubin was a Trump supporter.
The fact that Batwoman writers hate Trump literally makes Trump look better. It's like a badge of honor if the Batwoman writers don't like you.
They got 3 seasons. What did you get?
That is insane, though. They got 3 seasons. The first one, you're like, they're going to experiment. Like, that clearly didn't work out. And they get a season 2. And then that's a fucking disaster. Then they get a 3rd season. What do you have to do to get canceled? This is all one big joke. It's like the producers, but for TV shows.
Sitch and Adam haven't been canceled yet, so I don't know.
That's true. What season are you guys on?
I wish we would be canceled. How do we do that?
What number are you guys on?
We're on
I think we're ahead of you.
Yeah, we're on 189. You guys are on 194. What the fuck?
Didn't you guys? Didn't you I think you had on Destiny recently too. After we did, I noticed.
Yeah,
we copied the idea from you.
Yeah, I was wondering. Did you reach out to him because you saw he was on our show and you're just copying everything?
Who's this Destiny guy? We might want to get him on. He probably has some.
I was gonna say you better not watch that episode. He says some choice things about you guys.
Really? I doubt.
Yeah.
Doubtful.
Yeah.
Thank God, we can be on a quality podcast.
Well, I was tempted to cut it out because I was just like, I don't know if I want this on my channel. You know, it's a bit rule breaky, but
that's interesting because when he DM'd us, he's like, I want to come on, but I don't know about this Rags fellow. I've talked to him and he's kind of sus. Yeah. And I was like, listen, Rags is a delight. Okay. We won't have Mauler on. Mauler sucks, but Rags is great.
I was going to say, I figued that.
Yeah.
So it's pretty funny.
I have already spoken to him about Interstellar and he, well, let's just say, I don't think he's going to want to speak to me again. It makes sense.
Oh, is he an Interstellar fan too?
You didn't, like, when you guys were talking about that scene in the school, you didn't give your best argument. I was so upset.
What was my best argument?
The best argument was that, like, the whole process of creating this, like, fake moon landing shit where, like, all that shit is fake, it defeats their purpose because they're in secret channeling all of their money into NASA to try and get into space. So if they know that they need to channel all their money into NASA, why would you create a conspiracy to make the public not want to give money to NASA? It makes no fucking sense.
That is fuck, because we watched
I thought that the moon landings were real, but they pretended they were fake.
No, as far as they're aware, they are fake. They believe they're fake. The teachers, the institutions, they all believe it's fake. They even tell Coop, like, why the fuck would he believe in it? Which is funny because he's like a fucking 50-year-old.
Somehow fooled the USSR and everyone else, but we did.
They legit fool the entire American populace in just like 30 years. That film is fucking insane. Like, Coop is the only person that reacts to it like everybody in our planet would. He's like, this is insane. How the fuck do you think the moon landing didn't happen? And she's like, it was a hoax to make Russia think they should waste money in space travel. It's like,
but it's clearly a thing where it's like they thought the idea of, like, the propaganda to make the moon landings fake was cool, but the government distributing that propaganda just hurts them. It hurts their own goals.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Because they are channeling their money into NASA.
Yeah, as if you're right, as if the world would be against the idea of starting up this, like, project to save humanity by going to the stars. It's like, oh no.
By the way, guys, our planet is dying, and what we need is to not give any money to the people who let us leave our planet.
They discover that the blight is about to take out corn, basically meaning that humans are dead, because corn's like the last thing they have now.
TPATT for $28. Thank you so much. Says, you guys introduced me to the elephant rider theory, and it really helped me turn my thinking around for the better. Thank you for that and being so entertaining. Also, hi Rags and Dollar Meat Doomer. There you go.
Oh.
What?
Dollar Meat Doomer.
Dollar Meat Doomer.
That's a good one.
Awesome.
Doomer likes that dollar meat.
He does.
Which either means that he has a bad taste in animal products or prostitutes.
Are we going to go to the end of this video? We only have an hour and 30 minutes.
Oh yeah,
left.
we're on the home stretch.
We can.
Porque no los dos.
We're on the last.
We can talk about Interstellar for another fucking hour, or we can.
Oh, gee, sorry about that 1 minute tangent.
Rather talk about.
You're right.
We're about to talk about Interstellar and watch this fucking video. Are they just gonna like? By the way, are they gonna just loop? Like, is like I feel like nothing has been accomplished so far. This video is horrible.
It does get. It doesn't go.
Bad. By responding to it.
I don't think it goes all the way to the end. I think he ducks out and then Vaush plays with his gun a bit at the end.
Yeah.
He plays with his gun.
But we can watch that part.
A euphemism.
Not if it was, unconstitutional stuff, which
no.
Definitely would be.
They have the Supreme Court. It's constitutional. What are you going to do?
My point is, okay, yes. If it was a law that I understood as...
If we skip 37 steps down the road into total... awfulness.
Right. Yeah.
What would you do?
No, they're killing people in the street. You don't understand. What would you do?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got, the step 1, Republicans win. Step 5, genocide. Like, there's nothing in between.
The whole idea and the fact that they stand so much for democracy, you'd think they know how it works. It's so weird. It's like, we love democracy so much. We want democracy in the workplace, but then they don't understand the political democracy.
Process. Yeah, the how you would be able to go about legally being able to round up all the gays and kill them just seems like that. I don't even think that would be basically possible.
We literally have a whole month devoted to Pride. What the fuck?
That would be one of the
This is what I
first
mean,
things
I
to
don't-
go. They would vote that away. They'd say no more Pride Month.
And
I don't see it happening.
Vaush
Or
would
they'd
call
move
that a
Pride Month to
genocide.
February.
Vaush would call that literally a genocide. They got rid of Pride Month.
The Republicans will move Pride Month to February because it's the shortest.
That's already Black History Month. You can't do that.
They'll double up.
Double up.
Black Pride Month.
Blacks love the gays.
Rags, I don't know how you're so naive about this. Okay, there's this little thing called the Japanese internment. Okay, that took place a very short, 80 years ago, where they rounded up the Japanese.
Because World War III is right around the corner, so it makes sense. All of the Russian Americans and Chinese Americans, they're going to put them to work in the Bitcoin mines. Washington D.C.
World War III will be against the gays, so they'll have to round up the LGBT community.
That's so bad. I'm gonna message Vaush now that Destiny's gone. He might not be too afraid to come on.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, if the gays do get rounded up, co-ed barracks, so there's that.
It's wrong. I would be against it.
Morally wrong, right?
Yeah.
Well, what would you do?
I hate it when they do that, and it is Destiny started this one too. When they go, you say something is wrong, and then they go morally wrong. Like, what the fuck other wrong is there? What are you talking about?
Mathematically wrong.
Be technically wrong or logically wrong.
Like 1 + 2 is 38. That's mathematically wrong.
Oh, I guess you're right. So he could have said mathematically wrong. They're not even talking about math.
You asked the question. I'm answering the question. That's as simple as it goes.
He gets one guess point for that.
Whenever you're talking
about
the question,
fine. I'll get one. Rags gets one guess point.
Whenever you're talking about
my jar with my pooch points.
I feel like wrong behavior is always moral. When you're talking about behavior,
unless you're talking about you're making some distinction between the law or something.
I guess maybe you could argue that Amber Heard shitting on the bed wasn't immoral. I mean, sure.
Taking a poo on a bed in isolation isn't immoral. If it's someone else's bed, then yeah,
you should be allowed to shit in your own bed.
Shitting on your spouse's bed.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
Bed,
totally moral.
There's probably
amoral.
There's very few situations I can think where intentionally shitting on a bed would be moral.
Well, you only need one.
Not moral. I think it's amoral if it's in most circumstances. Like if you pooped on your own bed,
it could be moral.
Then that's not. Yeah.
How is it? No, wait. I disagree.
It just got
you're shitting
Sitch, you need to know. You need to know.
Sitch would not shit on Hitler's
We'll talk
bed.
about the poop on the bed question. We'll do it.
If you shit on your bed because you're too lazy to get up and go to the bathroom, I'm going to say that's immoral action.
Whoa,
yeah.
Sloth. Throw it out there.
That's one of the deadly sins.
No. You've added modifiers that didn't.
Yep, you've added dimensions to this.
Okay, what are the dimensions where it's not where it is?
No,
moral?
if you would like to discuss in isolation, only the act of pooping on a bed is amoral. It is neither positively nor negatively moral.
And it can be moral.
It lacks a moral component. Yes, it can be a moral thing. If someone kidnaps your family and holds them at gunpoint and says, if you don't poop on your bed, then I'm going to start killing your family, then damn it, you'd better poop on that bed.
You get going. You drop that out.
Does pooping on your own bed does not violate the NAP, so therefore
now inversely we can flip this, right? If a crazy person kidnaps your family and says, or if he calls you on the phone and says
that you have to poop on your bed, otherwise we're going to kill them all, then the moral thing to do is to poop on the bed. But it's still moral.
You have to pay it. You have to catch up. We've moved on from that. We all agree on that.
We were doing that ages ago.
He calls you, and in his raspy, creepy movie voice, he says, if you poop on your bed, I will kill your family.
Oh, okay, so you don't poop. Yeah.
It would be immoral for you to poop on your bed, even though it's yours, both your poop and your bed.
Mm-hmm.
There's still, I feel like when you say it, that's
so what about when
wrong.
you're pooping out someone else's poo? What does that do for the moral element?
If you were pooping out someone else's poo, I assume if someone else's poo is inside of you, you have the right to poop it out.
It becomes yours, you'd say?
It wouldn't even have to become yours, right? Like if somebody randomly, like it's taking up space inside of you, and it is doing. Eventually, it has to go. It can't stick around, or else it will do harm to your body.
So you have the right to protect yourself and your body by evacuating it.
There you go.
Right.
Unless there was a contract that you've agreed to keep the poop in there for at least a day, maybe.
Potentially, if you sign the
What if
contract
the
under
contract
duress or
is
without
for a year?
understanding.
Well, you know, you signed it, so.
I would say that I think you should bite the bullet on reneging on the contract.
What if you were coerced into signing that contract?
That's true.
What if they were coerced into giving you the contract?
If they said, be the mother of my poo, and you had to do that.
What if this girl was like, listen, I'm really hot and I only have sex with you if you keep my poo inside your poo?
Which we've all been there, so yeah.
Oh yeah, we call that. Yeah, that's
we have
reverse double anal.
I've never been there.
You've never been there, Adam?
No.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah. Some of us are younger than others. That's fine.
No,
I had a friend,
no
I knew a guy growing up who could inhale through his butt.
Okay.
And he could. He would do. He could only do it in a specific position though. What he'd do is he'd get on the ground on his back and like spread his legs out, and then he could inhale through his anus, and it made this most horrific sound. It was very strange.
Can you please provide an example of this sound?
No, I really couldn't.
Did you look into the eye, the eye of darkness?
So here's the thing. I took his word for it. His butthole was covered, and then he farted afterwards. And it was just something he could do. So theoretically, if he was able to do that with enough force, he could put his butt up to someone else's butt and suck out their
Okay, wait, here's the question. How did he ever figure out he could do that in the first place?
Oh, God, here's the thing. I totally didn't think to ask. I wish I did. But
like anyone could have that power and they would never realize it.
Yeah, like it could be that 30% of all Republicans can suck in air through their poo hole. And they'd never know because how do you discover that?
Wait,
it's like all the things.
Was that guy on America's Got Talent?
I don't know. Maybe he was afterwards, but that was a long time ago.
Wait a minute.
Think
of this guy you
will never discover.
Let's get back to the video. What do you guys say?
Okay, right.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're watching a stretch. Let's wrap this up. Yep.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Okay,
Yep.
it depends on the specifics of the situation.
Well, let's say
they pass a very anti-democratic bill like they've been doing in states. There's not much. I'm not going to go out and start shooting Republican politicians because they did that.
Whoa! I didn't say that. It would.
You only strongly implied it. You didn't say it specifically. Yes, and the brick thing, and the go to get guns and go to ranges so that you can kill the evil people.
Listen to his tone of voice here. It's so like wink, 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 wink tone of voice.
Very anti-democratic bill like they've been doing in states. There's not much. I'm not going to go out and start shooting Republican politicians because they did that.
Whoa! I didn't say that. It would be legally unwise for me to say that. Of course, no. I would never advocate people do that. But let's say
he's such a bad person. He's such a bad person.
I know.
But
I would never advocate for
never
that.
legally say that.
Yes.
It'd be very bad for me legal if I said something like that. But
yes,
I would never advocate for violence. But they are demons in human flesh on the precipice of a trans genocide.
Yeah.
So
make of that what you will.
Yes.
Like I said, it would all be chill if he was okay with demons. I am. Demons are right.
Yeah,
demons are the worst.
So aggressive.
I don't know. Have you been golfing with a demon?
They in 2024 have the House, the Senate, the court, and the presidency.
Do you see all the chats are saying, "Of course not," with the Pepe smug face?
Oh shit, you're right. Oh, that's crazy.
They know what's up.
The Pepe smug face.
Yeah,
it's the same shit on the both sides of the extreme.
It is.
All of
I know.
Of
it's
course.
Exactly the same. Like there is. I actually believe that like half the people in his chat, rewind 10 years ago, they were probably on the other side.
Oh, I'm
they
sure.
They just want to be in the extreme community while feeling like they're on top of everyone else.
Do you think Vaush, talks privately with confidants about this civil war scenario? Do you think they talk openly
What do you
about
mean?
it? I wonder if he has other people that he talks to about. I wonder if he believes this and is like talking to people about it. I don't know.
I mean, I think he really does believe it's okay to use violence against Republicans. I don't know if he actually believes in the Civil War talk.
Right.
I can't tell. That could all be bullshit.
Do Do you think Tim Pool believes it? I feel like Tim Pool does believe it. I feel like he does think.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I feel like Tim Pool thinks that, things could, I Jonathan Haidt might believe this stuff. Jonathan Haidt keeps doing interviews and he's talking like the world is falling apart and
at least
things are going to get bad.
Tim Pool moved to live in a bunker in the middle of the woods somewhere, right? So at least I guess he's enacting.
Jonathan Haidt lives in New York City where crime is off the charts. I mean, I'm looking around Los Angeles and I'm going, wow, this is a level of crime I've never seen in Los Angeles before. So
right.
I think it does affect your outlook. But
sure,
I don't know where Vaush lives, so I don't know.
Yeah, and movies are getting pretty bad. So
that's true.
Yeah. Movies are,
that's true.
Movies are terrible. We need a.
I never saw
a new Death Wish series.
Shit movie.
I never saw the second Doctor Strange movie. Is it good or bad?
It's really one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
There's that bad?
The preview looked pretty good. I was hoping it would be better.
That's sad.
Yeah, the TLJ trailer looked good.
It did.
Did it?
Bioshock Infinite's trailer was pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Bioshock's Infinite trailer was literally not what the game ended up being. So.
No, I know. That was the meme. Bioshock Infinite
was very controversial.
False-ass advertising.
Yes.
Doctor Strange 2, we gave like a 0.5 out of 10.
That bad? Wow.
It's the lowest score we've ever given any movie ever.
Oh, really?
Really? Jesus Christ. I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well,
do you guys really want to talk about movies or you want to like...
I was just curious.
You asked us about...
I was going to say, we're answering your question, Adam.
No, you guys brought it up and all I said was...
Literally.
I was hoping that it would be okay. Yeah.
That recollection of events is not accurate.
Okay. Chat, we're being gaslit. Get them.
Maybe. I might be
Arcala, thank you so much for being a free will seeker. Stigma of the Rose for $20 says, I'm going to watch all this tomorrow from the beginning, but I must know, does everyone think we should campaign to make it a crime to knowingly lie while running for office or while in office?
The problem is like defining knowingly is really fucking tricky.
Yeah, that's a tricky one.
Yeah, because... to knowingly lie. I mean, if we had the magic wizard that we could always consult who knows everything,
right?
And they could tell us, yeah, this politician knowingly told a lie in order to secure political power, then I'd be like, oh, okay.
That's such an easy workaround. I mean,
what, the wizard?
No,
that's an easy workaround.
Yeah. So they don't. So they lie, but not.
Workaround for anything.
You just you set it up so you have some sort of plausible deniability. So you didn't really know you were lying.
What?
You weren't knowingly lying.
We can't have a magical wizard, Adam.
Yeah. The whole point of the wizard is to establish if we could do this with like 100% certainty.
Oh, the
then
wizard
I'd probably
thing. Okay,
be
wizard.
More for it.
If the wizard exists, fine. Okay. Yes.
Right.
But
I'll take it up a notch. It's a capital offense. They get the electric chair.
No.
But here's the problem.
Why not? They shouldn't be lying.
Now you're consolidating ultimate political power into a wizard.
Oh, that's
what if the
true.
wizard lies?
But
yeah, what if the wizard? What if the wizard is Vaush?
Chair for a lie? Jesus, what's wrong?
Depends
with
what they lie about.
No,
why?
Why? Well, okay, if we're gonna take it to the most extreme and they get like the entire planet killed because of a lie or something, is that what we're doing?
Well, that's what we're doing.
If it's a capital offense, they're not going to be lying about stupid shit like I washed the car.
It'd have to be a crazy lie. But I'm gonna default to no. It's possible that people could tell lies knowingly that are so destructive and lead to such terrible things that I think death is an appropriate punishment. But that's an extreme. That would have to be probably a pretty extreme example.
Listen, I saw that episode of Star Trek Next Generation where all crimes led to the death penalty and they had a perfect society.
That was in season 1. Yeah.
Yes, where everyone was hot and had sex all the time. So obviously that's the direction that we should start heading in.
Oh, wait, I hadn't heard that.
I'm down for that.
Okay,
the problem is that you get killed, you get vaporized by lasers if you prematurely ejaculate. So it's a bit of a trade-off. You're literally fucking for your life.
Well, listen,
look, I got no problem with that, honestly.
There you go. Only the strong will survive.
A little bit of pressure can add to the bedroom, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Some people find that.
And let's say after they have that, they do start federally
which
passing
ironically leads to more premature
laws,
ejaculations, which is very unfortunate.
Like but
luckily, Wesley would never have to worry about that, so we're fine.
Which they can do uncontested, and in fact, absolutely will do. Okay, and you see
absolutely
law by law,
do.
democracy
100%.
being eroded. So, what do you do? Now I'm not you. It's a little rhetorical.
Call the wizard.
Well, I'll answer it. We have, especially in that situation, because here's again, you go to me. We tried liberals, and it didn't work. Republicans are about to win, but
because you guys are
you understand
crazy.
as much as I do. True progressives are not in power right now, and if that's what we are fighting for, I think progressivism has a very popular appeal. And if we dominated in power and undid, any bad things.
So he's like, what hasn't been tried? Being reasonably progressive consistently over a period of time.
Well, it's just to think about as well, because all of this, like all the track he's laid for what their next plan is if they can't win civilly. It's like, imagine they did win civilly, overwhelmingly, and then the other side, like, well, we can't win civilly now, so it's time for the revolution. This is like,
Now that you've established that this is a thing we could do, now that
let's discourage everybody.
Established we can use nukes.
Let's discourage everyone from doing it this way. How about we all have debate, discussion, civil?
Yeah, that's great.
Plumes.
I love it. But we're in the Fortress arc, so we don't actually get to have. We don't get to have debate and discussion because Vaush might lose.
We aren't on the civil, the fortress. Fuck fortresses.
Right. Yeah. Well, we got to reach the crazy audience though, and Vaush is hoarding it all to himself.
That's probably a good thing, I guess.
Maybe. Not if they're buying guns.
They were doing, and destroy them. Now I know what you're saying. If you're unraveling democracy,
2024, the outcome I'm describing, where they control like every element of government, isn't an unlikely one. I think it's actually more likely than any other possibility. And they've been pretty openly anti-democratic
you guys
for
are
a
that
while.
shit. That's how
once that
you guys
happens, if they start passing federal legislation to make it more difficult for Democrats to win in the future, whether we're talking like big redistricting or they full-on ban like mail-in voting and then like restrict laws about intimidation at the voter place because they know their white boys are going to show up and keep black people from voting in Atlanta, whatever crap like that, what do you do? Because you're not going to win in 2026, right? Like they're preventing.
Is that really?
So if you're saying so you non-violently protest like MLK did, is history repeats itself? Is what he's saying?
Is that
you should do?
Is that a story or something? Did people in Atlanta show up and do voter intimidation? Because that's illegal. I mean,
I have no idea.
Yeah, if that's the case, you should be mad at law enforcement.
Can you imagine them passing? Can you imagine them passing a law saying that you couldn't? Basically legalizing voter intimidation at the polls. What the fuck? That would never happen in a million years.
Or about 1,000,001 years.
They couldn't do it. They couldn't. Why would they want to open up that can of worms? People would intimidate their voters. It was so silly.
The first thing is definitely just I don't know how you would answer that, so I guess you can answer afterwards, because definitely any form of violence isn't going to make it better. It's just going to have more justification for them to crack down even harder. The second thing is we've seen already there's tons of anti-democratic type laws in place, and it can be overcome. And we saw and then the last point I'll make, and I would love to hear you answer what you would prescribe. We definitely aren't to a place yet where even the Republican Party, as crazy as they are, feels like they can do on a federal level a certain level of wacko crazy stuff, or else they're going to lose public opinion completely. Trump was in power, and still legislatively, what crazy stuff did they do? Just a really dumb tax cut bill. I mean,
he never lost public opinion, and nothing he did ever lost him any public opinion. Every crazy thing he did and said, his support was unwavering. Okay. Republicans don't
none
care.
of that was foundational except for the very end.
You could be executed on live TV by Trump himself, and they would all vote for him the next day. This is what I mean.
Think that's true.
You're just wrong.
No,
you know how?
I'm not. No, I'm
you are wrong.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
His approval rating. His approval rating did not move.
You're wrong.
No, right now.
What do you know?
Damn, Sitch, look at this fucking.
And it wasn't that low.
Amidst Republicans?
January 6th.
Amidst Republicans?
And
where is it right now?
It was still really high. I have no clue, but really high.
Yeah, it's very high.
Here's someone typing.
They don't care. Republicans do not care. And if you really think they wouldn't...
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Do you really think, because you keep saying stuff to me which indicates that this is more of like an emotionality thing, not some principled understanding of the political system? Because you said the Republicans aren't at a point where they could pass some crazy stuff that could influence the democracy. The Republicans
and still win a federal election? Correct.
They'd already won the federal election. The Republicans can do whatever they want if they hold all three branches.
And yet,
there's another election though around the corner though.
You like I would just automatically assumed if they get to do whatever they want, it'll be horrible, horrific, hell world. Like,
well, they're demons. They're evil. They're evil demons.
They want to stay
Satan
in power.
has provided his orders.
Normally, presidents want to be two-term presidents, so they kind of hold off on doing the crazy shit.
Yeah, but if Trump wins again, though.
Oh, he only has one term. You're right. That will be the nightmare scenario for Vaush, and he'll just completely go insane. His audience will actually force him to go insane.
Or what the voters cared afterwards.
Okay, so yeah, you're saying that the hypothetical you posed to me is because the way you laid it out was like they did more stuff like they've done in states, which we could overcome that in the next election if they mirrored what they've been trying to do on a statewide. But if you're just saying they got rid of democracy federally, of course, obviously now it's time for a revolution.
Okay.
But
so wait,
so how do you people to vote? Yeah,
so wait, how do you? So at that point, like, when
what?
There's not just going to be an anti-democracy law, you know.
That's my point, though. Let's say that Trump got back in office, so he has 2 years, and he kept the House and the Senate, which, if they got in power in 2022, by 2024, if they could keep that power, that's a whole nother question. But let's say they did. Okay, all three branches held by Republicans. What you're saying is they're already in power; they can do whatever they want. And I'm saying they know that if they go too far, they will lose public opinion. That's why Trump lost, because he sucked it up in a bunch of different ways.
No, they don't care about mainstream Republican opinion. They care about the opinion of their constituency.
But just the
Republicans
base won't...
supported. The base supports everything they do.
Yes, agreed, 100%. But that's not going to win them an election.
If American democracy is hinged on whether or not you believe the Republicans will continue to vote for Republicans after they attempt to undermine our democracy, they already did. Republicans are going to come out just as strong in 2024 despite the coup.
This is where the January 6th narrative is so toxic, because it totally is a narrative that's just tailor-made for people like Vaush.
Yes. Well, and if they don't care about any of this stuff, how come we didn't get the fascism under Trump's first term?
Yeah.
At all.
You think Vaush knows he passed prison reform or that hospital transparency bill?
He would argue we trended toward fascism or something. Wait,
of course he would. Yeah.
I just had a realization. Is Vaush basically supporting the idea of the storm from QAnon?
I guess
what is that? I'm not a big QAnon follower. You'll have to.
The storm is basically, I'm gonna fuck this up because it's complicated, but like basically Trump takes authoritarian power, imprisons his political enemies, like becomes a dictator of the country, purges the degenerates, and like shit like that.
They thought that would happen. Some of the QAnon people act like
is going to happen.
Yeah,
there's something about Jews. I don't fucking know much about.
They think the military was going to support Trump on January 6th or something.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Stay with the plan.
It's shockingly similar to what Vaush is putting forward here.
Right. That's what he thinks will happen in the next. That's the thing. But this was so gross is that like if the Republicans win in 2024 and nothing happens, he's not going to change any of his opinion. He's not going to walk back any of this stuff. No one's going to care.
Yeah.
Because everyone will have either forgotten to a sufficient point where he doesn't even have to worry about it,
right?
Or he can write it off as something.
I think this is perpetual. He'll have to create a scenario where he can never be wrong, and I think it'll just be, it's coming. It's coming.
It's always one step away. Yeah.
What are the Republicans going to run on in 2024?
I don't know. It's hard to tell because it's hard to tell what issues are going to be big.
What is
in
a
2023?
Woman? CRT.
Is it going to be what is a woman? Is it going to be inflation still?
Oh, it's going to be.
I would have thought the economy economy has to come up, right? Like,
I would hope the economy.
Stuff like that.
Well, look, it depends how the economy is doing. If the economy is doing well under Biden, then they're not going to fucking bring it up.
I was watching a video before this that was terrifying. That made it seem like the economy is just going to get like 1,000,000 times worse. Like we're not.
Dude, if it gets really bad right up to the election, they'll definitely be rolling that out.
Well, this guy was talking about 4 or 5 more supply chain disruptions that are going to come out of the Ukraine situation, and I was like, "Fuck, really? You think gas is expensive at $6 a gallon? Like, think $10 gas. Like, there's no way Biden can survive that. That's gonna be fucking painful."
Foolish Samurai for $20 says Trump is more fascist than the Ministry of Truth Biden ? I guess that was aimed at Destiny. And Afro Frycook for $20 says number 1, fascists were socialists. Trump was not a socialist. Number 2, FDR was way, way more fascist than Trump. You could even argue about Obama since he arrested more journalists than anyone else under the Espionage Act.
I forgot about that.
I'm really, first of all, thank you for the $20 Afro Frycook, but I really, really, it's a pet peeve, the whole fascist or socialist thing. It's so.
Do I feel like it's just everybody's trying to pin the fascist label on everyone else?
Here's my take. Just stop using the fucking word. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Every single person has their own definition of this fucking word. It's so annoying.
Right.
Fascist.
So I was saying, if you want to use the authoritarian label, then that's probably better than
Doomer
fascist,
being the word police over here. Fucking
Doomer, that
fascist.
sounds pretty fashy to me.
I will happily be the word
you're a word
I will
fascist.
happily be the word
fascist.
Mauler, when I get into power, we will do away with the word fascism, okay?
Right. Can you imagine Trump day 1? The fascism is illegal. Don't say fascism law. You'll be incarcerated if you call him a fascist. Trump might do something like that. I could see something like that happening.
Do what?
Executive order against people calling him a fascist?
Not because he knows anything politically. He doesn't like.
He doesn't like being called a fascist. Yeah, exactly.
It's funny. I don't know what that is, and I don't like being called that, so it's against the law.
You know how leftists used to bring up? I'm trying to remember. They used to bring up how there were obscenity laws in America.
Yes, of course.
The first big, I think it was obscenity law. The first big obscenity law case was literally about someone on the left calling someone a fascist.
Really?
Yes.
That seems very.
And I was like, they shouldn't be using this case as an example for their benefit.
That's some apropos case law. There.
RBGH fan for $20 says, please ask your fellow panelists, was Sam Harris levels of TDS was running a coup against Trump via Russiagate justified? Oh God, we've gone full.
I think Russiagate's really cringe, but I don't know that I'd call it a coup.
Yeah, I think looking into it originally was justified 100%. But after that, obviously it ended up exonerating him. So there you go.
Well, right. I would say obviously looking into it is fine, but the evidence, at no point in the process was there enough evidence to justify the rhetoric that was going on.
No, that's very true. There wasn't that level of evidence. Yeah, that's fair.
Most of it was Hillary copium.
Right. Yeah, but the problem is Trump made it so much worse himself.
Of course he did.
Because if he hadn't fired, what's that guy's name? Who's the FBI guy?
Comey?
No. Comey?
Comey, yeah.
James
if he hadn't
Comey?
fired Comey, I think a lot of it would have gone away much
He had
much
to
quicker.
fire Comey, though, according to Kellyanne Conway's book.
What did she say about it?
Comey was a source of White House leaks.
Oh, is that what she thinks?
Okay. Chat, you are on some fucking copium right now. Russiagate was a coup, but January 6th wasn't. The fucking rhetoric around the election. Okay, chat. Fucking off copium, guys.
It's too long to get into. Maybe we'll do it. We'll get into it. There's a lot of incorrect revisionist history on the origin of Russiagate that will take too long to dive into.
As opposed to correct revisionist history?
Oh.
That's fair.
Fascism.
I guess. But yeah, so it's too long to get into, but
don't denigrate our chat, Doomer.
That's my favorite thing.
Our
do
chat
it more. They like it.
Good,
Look
upstanding.
They're all excited.
Good, upstanding Americans.
One's in the chat if Doomer is soy.
No, why would you do that?
No, I read out someone's comment. I'm not saying they should press 1 if Doomer is soy.
I guess you're right.
I would never say press 1 in chat if Doomer is soy. That's
I can't
cruel.
believe why did I send Mauler links to this?
Because you wanted someone to shit on.
Fucking Rax was the first person to say what.
Is that what happened? Doomer's like, Mauler, I need you to come in here and attack Sitch. Okay, he's like telling you before you get in.
I can send you the screenshot. He said, "I'm done with these guys. Go get them."
Yeah, I knew it.
Dude, I unironically asked Dev. I asked Dev if he was interested in coming on, and he's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because I want to fucking go on more tangents and avoid watching this fucking video."
Oh my god, this is your fault, Doomer.
I would take $1 meat still tangent over this video. I'm being honest.
This is your typecasting, Doomer, though.
Vaush's sub-dollar meat quality.
It's just like Vaush content is usually more interesting than this. This is just they've just been looping for 40 minutes. Like everything that has been said so far was
listen, it's interesting to watch Vaush double down harder and harder on more violent extremist rhetoric.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Aiden Powder for $10 says, I missed most of this, but I have been informed that none of you have addressed the actual most important question. If you poop in another person's butt and they poop into yours, is that gay?
No, because you can do that with a woman.
Oh, well, yeah. You could do.
But what if it's a guy, though?
Heterosexual pooping.
Were you looking into each other's eyes when you did it?
It's gay. It's only gay if you're sexually attracted to the act because of their maleness.
Well, who else is doing this?
No one is. No, I mean, who else? No one is.
Right. Unless they were sexually attracted to it.
What is this misogyny, assuming that women don't want to poop into each other's butts, okay?
No, that's not what I meant. I meant like who else would do it except for someone that's getting off on it.
You can do it for. I mean, someone did.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I just give them the reason. I said someone did you to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I dare you to poop into that guy's butt.
And if you don't, it's because you're soy.
Yeah, you'd rather be fucking gay than soy, obviously.
This conversation is so disgusting.
I imagine you'd have to eat a lot of meat beforehand so that your poo doesn't firmness.
I mentioned the gays, and Adam's like, "Oh, this is disgusting." It's like,
I mean, it could be
to show you.
It's just as disgusting if it's heterosexual. But I mean,
That's true. We all saw.
This is like a game of
2 girls, 1 cup was pretty gross. Regardless of.
Adam CT messaged me and said, "Listen, that fucking poop stuff was gold, but we didn't get enough. Like I don't have a clip.
No.
So make sure to get him back on the PQ.
Yeah, I don't think she sent you that.
The PQ.
This is like a reverse tug of war, like butt to butt, right? That's what you guys are envisioning.
Because the PQ is about is it gay to piss into someone's penis and have them piss into yours?
Somebody somewhere probably is literally turned on by this, which is. I mean, that's terrible.
if they have a really stretchy foreskin, you could water balloon that
Okay,
shit,
let's
maybe.
move on. This conversation is now violence. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
It's actually really
Rags has
Sorry,
just been
chat.
holding this.
We tried to save you.
Holding this in like
always
a
been
pee?
wanting to talk about this, but you can't do it on EFAP.
God.
I can talk about whatever. I'm a host of EFAP. I can talk about.
We
whatever
let
I want to.
all kinds of tangents happen on EFAP.
Okay.
They're fascist here. They just don't.
Well, next time we're on EFAP, we'll bring up the PQ. Okay.
Give me a link to where you guys are discussing pooping into each other's butts. Okay, I'd love to see it.
Oh, that's old lore. I don't have the time.
There probably have been a couple of those.
Absolutely, we talked about pooping before.
Yeah.
No, but pooping in. Never mind.
Specifically into someone else's butt.
Power, and so they can just.
Question, Sitch.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to.
Boom, do whatever they want. You're never gonna get in power again. I'm saying, for them to keep the layer on top of their base that allows them to win federal elections, because their base is not enough of the country for them to win another federal election. But if they did stuff that would turn off this block of people,
it won't matter. They'll have already won.
Right. Okay. So then you're saying that means in 2 years before the next midterm, you're saying they would pass stuff that would actually pretty much kill democracy.
What midterm? If
they 2024 to 2026.
What midterm? I don't think you understand, and this is why I use the rhetoric that I do. We're up. Time's up. They attempted a coup in the last election, and they still believe it was right to do so.
Makes it sound like
if the January 6th thing was the coup that you've been worrying about this whole time, y'all be fine.
Yeah,
you're gonna be all right.
It makes it sound like the entire political party organized that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Not a bunch of weirdos.
I don't.
Doing stupid shit.
Did Vaush cover the? Who's the leader of the Senate? Sitch.
Palpatine.
Well, he looks like Palpatine. He definitely looks like Palpatine. That's for sure.
Schumer for the Democrats and McConnell for the Republicans.
McConnell, yeah. Mitch McConnell came out and completely just castigated Trump for what he did. It was like, if you think you're going to overturn an election, I mean, it was the one thing McConnell said that I ever actually agreed with. So I don't understand. You know, you got the Mitch McConnell, the crypt keeper of the Republicans, coming out and saying January 6th was a horrible thing to do, and Trump did the wrong thing, and that's not what we're about as Americans. He's basically the head of the Republican Party. So everything Vaush is saying is just, it doesn't match up with reality. I mean, Pence was the same way. You know, Pence didn't roll over and certify the vote. Pence was like, fuck you. What are you talking about? You're insane. Get the fuck away from me. And he's distanced himself from Trump ever since. So like the Republican Party held strong. They were like, no fascist shit. Not only that, so many people in the Republican Party were never Trumpers. They never even supported Trump. And they said, you know, he's damaging our norms just because he was tweeting all the time. So this is just crazy.
Well, he's conflating being pro the January 6th riot with people who were also saying that they thought the election had some fraud issues.
Yeah, but none of the establishment was in favor of January 6th. None of them.
Right.
Well, maybe Marjorie Taylor. I don't even know if she was in favor of it, but
the idea that like things were like just tweets, he was like calling for Iran to be nuked and shit. And like talking about the election being like, there was a pretty fucking bad.
Are you responding to chat or something? Because I don't.
No, didn't Adam say that?
He went.
No, did you say something about tweets, Adam?
I did say that.
Did I have a
never Trumpers were getting upset over Trump's tweets. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, but but you're using that. Using that just as an example, You're saying that
he said
the Republican Party wasn't lockstep behind him, is what you're saying. Not that the tweets were not incendiary or bad.
Well, I did see his tweet to Kim Jong-un where he called him Rocket Man and basically made fun of how tall he was and shit. But the next thing you know, he's fucking meeting the guy, and the guy loves him, and they're best friends, and now we don't have to worry about North Korea anymore. So I don't know. Maybe there's some method to his madness.
Stealing LeBron's thunder. Kobe Bryant? Who was
Dennis Rodman? You racist.
Rodman. I'm sorry, all basketball players are the same to me.
He's like, it worked with Rocket Man. Let me hit up Ahmadinejad.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Dogs are colorblind. Okay.
No, we see more colors than anyone else.
I never.
Dogs are historically racist.
We're like birds.
I did not know that Doomer had TDS. We're discovering something new today. This is
we can have a whole debate on Trump.
This is fascinating.
That'd be real fun.
Trump was gone before you made your video, right, Doomer?
Yes.
I mean, we met you after January 6th. Yeah. Okay.
Well, but what did if his big point he can point to and say January 6th, the Republicans are going to take over? Like that didn't benefit them at all. It totally backfired.
No,
it totally.
Yeah,
none of them none of them supported
idiots.
It. Like at the time. Yeah, none of them. Like very few people supported it after the fact.
Yes.
Oh, and at this point, it's considered like a blunder that nobody. You're totally right. How does it help them?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
And it was
at
completely not organized. It was just a random mob of people who wandered it. They didn't wander. They broke in and then kind of milled around because they didn't know what the fuck to do. So
I wish I could watch on stream with Vaush Mitch McConnell's speech after January 6th just to see how he spins that.
Right.
Because Mitch McConnell looks fucking pissed.
If Vaush could only make this argument if Trump and the Republican Party was coming out here saying like the January 6th people were heroes and they should have, we should have stopped the vote and these people were like patriots and blah, 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 blah.
And nobody liked it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Vaush is shy.
We're already in the point in the history books where it's getting near too late to do anything.
And this is why
I'm saying, like, I'm not even a historian, but I'm like, come on, like, calm down, Jesus.
Well, and this is why he's being such a coward in his follow-up conversation with this, because he keeps, like, he has moved from stochastic terrorism to almost like direct.
Yeah.
Irregular.
Like, yeah, because he's like, we're like at the point in the history books, we're like one step away from fascism. We're right there. People are going to look back at this moment and be like, why didn't you stop them, Vaush? Why didn't you stop them?
If only they had listened to me.
Does he believe this, though? I mean, because this is insane levels of delusion.
He probably does, yeah.
This is just insanity.
Hey, is this all just in relation to the Roe v. Wade stuff? That seemed to be what kind of set him off.
You have a 19-year-old kid coming in here trying to talk him off the ledge, which is just...
That would make sense, by the way, that Roe v. Wade would kick it off, because like the internet went absolutely crazy about that one. Like I saw plenty of tweets that were like, this is the end for freedom and stuff, and I was like, whoa.
Oh no, we can't have abortions as easily as we used to. Oh,
but he should be happy. I mean, the Roe v. Wade thing, to me, is like, that's going to help the Democrats.
Yeah.
Like, it's a huge boon to them. It's not a bad thing.
They can use it. They can use it like a cudgel.
No, it's a Republican.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a Republican blunder. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think the Democrats are coming to this midterm very, very weak, and I think this could give them. I'm not saying they're going to win, but this definitely gave them life that they didn't have before.
It is the kind of thing that's going to unironically mobilize people who might not have voted otherwise.
Yeah.
Which might be the underlying point being with all of these sort of bits of rhetoric. It might not, like when you push to 10, just so that when it recoils a bit, it comes down to 5 instead of recoiling from 5 down to 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
the big ask.
Way further, they'll settle at a higher place.
Well, but that can happen. I mean, that can happen, but also you can get the opposite effect, where if you push too much, it's like,
you can snap the elastic too.
Right,
exactly. Just go nuts.
Yeah.
About, well, they revoked our democracy in 2024. By 2026, the Republicans that have supported everything they've ever done up to this point would suddenly lose faith. No, Tucker Carlson will talk every single day and night about how anti-democratic it is that it's not possible for Klan members to protest outside of voting booths in black neighborhoods. They will talk...
That's exactly what Tucker Carlson will say, too. Those are exactly the words he will use.
The few times I've caught him, it is weird the few times I've caught Tucker Carlson, how he just won't stop talking about the Klan hoods.
He definitely, he uses little graphics, little hood graphics and everything. Yeah.
He drew them himself. He really wants to draw them for some reason. He insists that only he is allowed to draw the Klan hood graphics.
Can you imagine Tucker standing in front of a burning cross in front of a church?
What is this shit with Tucker and Klan hoods?
There's a lot of Halloween discrimination that ends up happening. So all the spooky ghosts out there get lumped in with the KKK.
I know, it's terrible.
Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
Endlessly about how the new wave of preliminary voting is an attack on our democracy and so on and so forth. They'll talk about how new redistricting laws are necessary to preserve the foundation. We won't get another chance here. And the problem that I have, you say, if they get rid of our democracy,
the last step.
Yeah, well, he says we won't get another chance.
Yeah,
this is what he keeps saying.
Nothing.
Yeah, he keeps saying, I'm talking defensively. Well, what do you mean? You're not talking defensively. You said we won't get another chance. Another chance to do what?
Defensively is just like 100% double think. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And the only way that you can solve this problem, Sitch, you have to basically just get rid of democracy, because they're always going to be there, right?
I know.
It's so sad. It's like,
well, I fucking hate these people, because it's literally, he wants to keep harkening back to Nazi Germany. This is Nazi. This is the problem. You have these extreme leftists who want to go out there and split the vote or get people radicalized by promoting violence, which is just going to drive people into the other direction. Start fucking firebombing, buildings and shit.
They're going to be voting for whatever crazy right-wing candidate gets put up.
Right.
If they were being honest about what January 6th essentially did, then they would be like, oh, fuck, we can't do this.
Yeah.
They're acting like January 6th was super duper insanely effective or whatever. And so they think, gosh, I guess we'd better do that too.
Right. We need our January 6th.
We need ours, but ours will be good and great. And it'll have blackjack and hookers. And we'll actually bring guns to it.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Vaush is going to lead the next January 6th. I might have to watch that live stream.
Olaf, son of Rasmus, for $20 says Vaush is the kind of milksop that would coerce his girlfriend into debasing her own values and sleep with other dudes. He would gaslight her into feeling evil for having virtue. There you go.
I don't disagree.
Vaush is allergic to virtue.
The Justice 35 for $20 says, I've been radicalized by rags to love Goyd writing and hate Anita Sarkeesian. T-Gen, I was radicalized by Destiny to be a centrist. Inshallah, my Taliban brothers and sisters.
Radicalized into being a centrist. That is funny. Because when we hear it, we think it's funny, and then when Vaush hear it, it's like, yes, you were radicalized into being a centrist.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he sees it as evil. Just
Bill
to
Boney,
live.
Bill Boney's bag of donuts. Thanks so much for being 3-month member. Says, I thought Doomer was nuking his internet. Hi, Doomer. Mongos for life, but S-Class ain't bad. What's Destiny's team name? Also, and also hi, Rags.
Hello.
D-Bags, maybe?
Isn't DGG his fan?
He already has a name, but
the DGGers.
The DGGers.
What does that stand for?
Dalaban. That's what the Dalaban is.
Yeah, he's the Dalaban. So.
The Dalaban?
I thought he was the short stacks.
No, it became the D-Bags.
What's the Dalaban? What's that?
That's Destiny's community, the Taliban.
Well, how's it? It's obviously a play on the Taliban, but
it was because there was like there was this mural that everyone could draw pictures on, and he was like a terrorist,
right?
And his community
Dude, that's
was
like one of his best videos.
That is literally his best video.
But why isn't it the Destaban? Why is it the Dalaban?
Because that sounds dumb.
That does sound dumb.
You're right. It does sound dumb. Okay.
Dalaban, it's just
Destiny's a girl's name.
Okay.
Destiny is a girl's name. Wasn't one of the Spice Girls Destiny, or who am I thinking? Destiny's Child?
You're thinking of Destiny's Child?
Destiny, because I know, because the Spice Girls were Old Spice.
Old Spice? No.
Yeah, there was Old Spice.
No.
There was Gravy Spice.
Maybe now
Old
Spice.
No.
And
why would one of them want to be called Old Spice?
Cilantro. That's
there was
little...
MILF Spice.
It was product placement.
No. Clearly, my understanding of the pop music from the late 90s, early mid 2000s, or whenever they were, clearly it's woefully inadequate.
Now they're definitely Old Spice for sure.
I think I actually unironically remember their names. Holy shit. Baby, Ginger, Posh.
Oh, Posh.
Posh.
What were the other
Fancy.
two?
Fancy.
You're asking me the names of the Spice Girls?
I wasn't lying when I said
Sporty.
Sporty, that's right.
Sporty Spice.
Okay, what was the fifth one? We're missing one.
Who cares? Let's move on.
And we have a revolution. You won't know the democracy is gone until 8 years after it was too late, because we're already right there. The clock.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Padme knew that democracy was gone when everyone was applauding the moment it happened. So,
I know no one listened to Padme either, because
no one did.
Remember, Anakin was like aggressive negotiations, and she was like, "Nuh-uh, it's bad."
Yeah.
So clearly, Padme is. So this is relevant. Okay.
Just
Scary Spice.
Wake me up when Jar Jar Banks is talking to Congress.
Pumpkin Spice. Right?
Jar Jar Banks.
There you go.
Yeah, Jar Jar Banks.
Jar Jar Banks, the treasurer.
Yeah.
Clock's ticking to midnight, and you're talking about how the moderate Republicans wouldn't vote for them after they ended democracy. This is what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, they would.
You need to be more like me.
January 6th literally happened because they felt democracy was circumvented. So it's hard to believe they'd be in
agree
favor
with it or
of...
disagree with it. They clearly care about democracy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They're like Obi-Wan.
Of course, yeah. Like Padme.
Yeah. Their allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy.
Well, and again, not only did it not accomplish anything, it actually hurt them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a huge bad move. Those people were fools.
Yep.
Yeah. And Trump still thinks he won.
Well, and there was even... It came out, and it's so weird because on one hand, they're trying to say, they keep trying to make it seem like this was pre-planned, that January 6th was pre-planned. And yet they have a text message from Donald Trump Jr., who's like frantically texting Trump's chief of staff, Meadows, like, you need to fucking tell my dad to come out here and denounce this shit. This is crazy.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Who sent that text message? One of his kids?
Donald Trump Jr.
Really? Okay.
He sent it to Meadows, yeah.
So Donald Trump Jr. was like, these people are insane.
I don't know why he couldn't send it to his dad directly, but
Dad.
Maybe they're not on texting terms, or maybe he didn't give him the phone number to the White House cell phone.
There you go.
He said, "Never call me on my work number."
They're like, Dad,
The
make
president,
it
you're always
stop.
working.
You're going too crazy. Turn back.
You have done that yourself.
That was very inspirational. I'm obviously not depending on a certain. Oh, I really.
That's so condescending. Did you hear what he said? Oh, that's
Yeah,
so
it was very
inspirational.
inspirational.
Now, what did he say?
He said, "Oh, Vaush, that was so inspirational."
You've doom and gloomed me into
Right, exactly.
Well, he has
hope the
a little-
Republicans all of a sudden
little
wake
timer
up. Nuts.
every, like,
Stupid. I'm saying
5-10
that
minutes he has to do
as
a
we
speech.
saw in 2020.
Are you leaving, Mauler? Is that what you said?
No, I said every 5 or 10 minutes he has to do a speech, and that's what his little timer went off. Though actually, I probably should leave soon. I need to go to sleep.
No, you can't leave. What are you talking about? You
I'm
just
gonna
got
have
here.
to at some point.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not like I'm not going on streams for a long time. I
No,
tend
be a
to
it's
wussy.
okay. You can leave
tend to be
whenever
short
you
and
want.
sweet.
No.
It's only 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Is it?
Well, it's 3:30 in
You need to move to
Britain.
California. It's like
California.
it's only 7 p.m.
When the Republicans stray away from broad appeal too much, they lose. They have, record turnout, all that good stuff. What we haven't done is effectively legislate or effectively be in power. And I do get your point a little bit of
This kid knows what's up. He's like, Democrats suck, Vaush.
like walking and chewing gum at the same time. But the only way that we can pressure the politicians / get new politicians who will effectively govern so that majority of the country goes, well, obviously we want them in power.
What did
instead of
Trump
them.
win on in 2016?
Obviously there was a tons
This
of
is good. This
big-
should be juicy.
What do you got? What are your guesses? What did Trump win on? Or what does Vaush think Trump won on?
Well, he was really critical of
Racism.
Star Wars, which helped out.
Lots of racism,
Trump.
xenophobia,
wanting to
hatred of
imprison
women.
Muslims.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
all the same.
He said
shit
Star Wars
here.
getting too woke and that kind
Wa-
of law.
wanting to
That's
make
why I
Say
voted
that,
for him. Yeah.
wanting to make gay marriage illegal.
Mm.
We have to pass a bill
Bill-
to keep Ewoks out of this country.
Building the wall,
Yes.
sending all the Mexicans back, all the Mexican rapists back to
I think he just had a
Mexico.
general harvest of blood. Like there was, remember the giant turbine that everyone walked into and he just drank all the blood?
It's like
That was
in
a thing
Killing
as well.
Floor.
Well, no. It wasn't everyone. It was just immigrants.
Kids
Well, I
in
think it was you had to
cages.
pass through a little scanner, and if you were a good person, it would throw you in. That's how it worked, I think.
Right.
He ran on
And by
kids in
good
cages.
person, it meant American.
Like a person, that Trump meant white.
5 kids per cage.
bigotry they spoke to, all that type of stuff. But then there was a big portion of people who supported him because they thought he was anti-establishment, going to bring back our outsourced jobs, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Why?
I mean, it was pretty much, that was definitely a part of it. He didn't do anything to that effect. He didn't really do anything. And then after the presidency ended,
That's kind of embarrassing considering that you made him out to be this horrific, terrible demon that eats children and will destroy all civilization. And they're like, he didn't really do anything. It's
He
like,
did
yeah,
prison
funny how that works out.
reform. What are you talking about?
He just undermined his entire argument.
To be fair,
Yes.
one of the rules that Vaush often talks about is your enemy needs to be like pathetic and useless, but also really strong and threatening.
He says that, really?
It's one of the Umberto Eco fascism
Okay.
rules.
Yeah,
That
that would
guy
mean that
says it.
Vaush is a fascist.
What I never said that. What are
Okay.
you talking about?
But he's like he undermined his entire position by saying Trump didn't do anything while he's
Yeah.
fear mongering that Trump's
what
going
I'm
to
saying,
enact, the genocide.
What
Well,
about the
yeah, but
Muslim ban?
because it's useful to say that at this point, right? Because he's like, oh, they voted for him because he would do these things. He's like, he didn't
Right.
achieve any of that, but simultaneously he was the worst president in history.
Right.
I thought he did the Muslim ban.
He did. He did.
Banned.
He created the Muslim band. That's right.
Right.
Very successful.
The Muslim band?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
They had some pop singles.
Yeah.
And he
Sheik and the
did-
Burkas. Yeah, they were
Mhm.
really good.
did-
They had some really good stuff.
Yeah, they had that one miss with the, what was it called? Third world shithole countries. That was kind of sus, but
Oh yeah.
beyond that, they were pretty good.
did the Republicans still support him? He ran mostly on the wall.
He
That
lost,
was
though,
that was a
in
big part of the
2020.
Muslim ban. He got more votes in 2020 than he did in 2016.
And Biden got more than that.
Yes. So what happens when the Democrats don't get more than the Republicans? Because the Republicans have
The Democrats lose. It's called
I was going
democracy,
to say
bitch.
that. I was about to say that's just there's a result.
You got to
that
be
happens
better
when that
at
happens.
politicking.
This guy right here is
Politicking.
This guy right here is warning you that that's going to happen if you keep talking like a fucking crazy person, Vaush.
Yeah.
Only ever increased their support. You keep saying if they do something crazy, moderate Republicans will lose support. No, they didn't. Trump had for
bullshit. There was a whole bunch of moderate Republicans that called themselves never Trumpers and said they wouldn't vote for Trump. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, after January 6th, Trump his popularity took a huge dive, didn't it?
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone was like, Trump is crazy. We got to distance ourselves.
Yeah.
They thought the MAGA movement was dead, but Trump was like, nah, I'm keeping it alive, bitches. This is still going to be around. So now they're trying to walk the line, be nice to Trump and not get in too much trouble. I
think it's like, whenever a president's out of office, their approval ratings always go up too. So it's kind of normally like now that he's out of office.
But that hasn't happened with. I mean, it didn't happen with George W. Bush. That's
not true. His approval ratings definitely gone up. W's from when he left, it was like in the toilet.
When he left, they wouldn't even invite him to the Republican National Convention, which is unheard of. Normally, I mean, they have failed presidential candidates speaking, but they're not going to have a winning presidential candidate speak. I mean, that's horrible.
According to 538, after January 6th, Trump lost 6.5 points, which is the biggest drop over 8 days, the biggest drop in approval throughout his whole presidency. So
makes sense. It was pretty stupid what he did. That's the thing. He would have stood a chance in 2024 if he would have conceded and just acted like a normal human being, but he did all this crazy shit, and I don't know that he stands a chance in 2024. I mean, people argue with me on Twitter saying, of course he stands a chance and he's going to win, and they show me polls and stuff that he's supposedly the front runner right now if the primary was held tomorrow.
We'll see. I still don't think he's going to run, but we'll see.
We'll see.
For years.
Out of curiosity, who do you think is going to be the main contenders for 2024 then?
DeSantis and Trump.
No clue on the Democrat side. I think DeSantis on the Republican side.
It's going to be Biden. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't think Trump's going to run.
All right, we got the whole bet thing. Me and Adam versus you.
Well,
no, I cut you out already, Doomer. Just so you know.
Oh, okay.
I cut you out of the bet.
Well, after listening to Vaush, I assume it'll be someone like a demon. So I'm going to go with maybe Mephistopheles.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
An Azazel.
I was going to say I don't want to be generic, but there. Satan maybe. I don't know. Is he maybe this time around?
Maybe. I don't know.
Is Beelzebub and Satan the same person?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As far as I know, yeah.
Depends on who you ask.
Right.
Well, he's asking us.
Yeah, Sitch, I'm asking you. What the fuck?
There you go.
Sometimes I wonder.
Asked and answered.
All right.
To act like a lunatic, and then more Republicans voted for him. Democrats only have to lose once. This is why
he wasn't as much as a lunatic as you made him out to be, and so everyone's like, "Oh, you just told me he'd be evil, and he wasn't. That didn't do much."
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know.
So wait, sorry.
I mean, Biden was pretty obviously having cognitive decline, so.
Can he still be Trump?
I know, that's scary.
You reckon Trump's not going to have a chance? Do you think he's going to run though, or not?
Trump is going to run in 2024. I have $500, a $500 bet on it, so he better run.
American dollars? That's like 3 gallons of gas, dude. That's
why.
Wow.
Well, by 2024, it'll be more like.
Why are you confident
1 gallon of gas?
Start selling it in quarts.
I think he's going to look at this 4-year period where he doesn't have the media hating him every day, where he doesn't have to like do work. He's going to be like, this is a lot nicer than being president.
No, I disagree.
And also, I do think there is the fear. There is the fear that if he loses, that would be the ultimate like slap in the face.
I feel like there is some validity to the fact that he probably enjoyed this last 4 years much more than, well, rather this last 2 years more than the previous 4 for stress and stuff.
Okay,
I mean, he's like super rich. He gets to do whatever he wants.
Hold on. Let me offer you a different perspective.
Okay.
Offer it.
Better be different.
If we take the premise that Trump is a bit of a narcissist, right?
Yes.
I believe
then
that,
he might be the single most successful person in the history of mankind at getting attention placed on himself.
Yeah.
He had all of the attention in the fucking world just spotlighted right into his fucking face.
Right.
I can't imagine how much he fucking enjoyed that.
And
it's very, very difficult for me to imagine that he would more enjoy not being in the fucking spotlight. He's been his whole goddamn life trying to be in the spotlight.
You're speaking my language here.
It depends, because a lot of the claims were that he was getting more and more agitated with the negative attention. He's not like, I'm assuming, I think Trump's a narcissist, but I don't think he's one of these people that thrives off of negative attention or anything like that. And I do think it weighs on anyone. Yeah. I do think
if he for Adam to win, he's just got to run, right? He doesn't have to win. Or anything.
So the bet was
got to
he
run in
has
the first primary.
Primary?
Yeah.
He has to stay into the first primary.
Yeah. He's got to be on the Iowa. He's got to be in the Iowa caucuses. He can drop out in the middle of the primary, but I win the bet after the Iowa caucuses. Right. Yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna be chaos, ain't it? All the streams covering it, all the fights you guys will get into. Me and Rags will be talking about the new Star Wars movie.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, the new Star Wars show, the new Gonk Droid show.
Yep. Trump Gonk, a Star Wars story.
The new Obi-Wan prequel to replace the current Obi-Wan prequel.
So, yeah, season 2 might be out by then. True.
Sitch, assuming that Trump does run, do you think he would beat DeSantis?
According to polling, he would right now.
I'm assuming it wouldn't be close and Trump would win.
I think DeSantis is a far better politician, but I think Trump's a far better speaker. So I think Trump has a good chance of knocking DeSantis out if they ran against each other.
My perception is that Trump has like once in 40 years level popularity. I mean, the last person I can think of is Reagan, who like inspired this much in people. So yeah, it does not seem particularly close to me.
Trump legitimately feels like he was taken advantage of. Like he feels like the election was stolen from him. And I think that's driving.
You think he'll run on spite because of
I do.
We can't know what he thinks.
He ran for president on spite, so maybe.
I mean, think about it.
Do you think he's coping so hard he actually believes all that shit he said?
If someone, wrongs you, literally steals the presidency away from you, that's a lot of injustice to have to sleep with at night.
Do you think he's just lying to him, or you don't think he actually believes it?
I mean, I have to give Trump enough credit to know that he's lying.
Okay. Really?
It's so hard for me to believe that he actually thinks that he won.
So you think
it's just fucking stupid.
But it's so easy for a narcissist to delude themselves. You yourself said he's a narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
They thrive on that.
Even still, he's not that dumb.
What? Listen to the hour-long phone call with the guy he talked to about.
I don't think it's a question of dumbness, because I mean, to go into all the details about the election irregularities is so like fucking fast. I don't think this is like an intelligence question.
Yeah, you can't.
Like, there's so much room to swim in that ocean, basically.
I mean, okay, so like just establishing a basic thing, right? If I was saying that the leaders of the United States were reptiles in human flesh, right? That is a fucking spectacular claim that requires spectacular evidence.
He doesn't believe that.
I'm not saying he believes that. I'm saying that if I'm going to justify a claim that fucking absurd, then I need like absurd mountains of evidence. And like even dumb people understand this like intuitively. You can't make these fucking world shattering. I have not. But
I mean, there's enough evidence in that for any narcissist to believe the election was stolen from them.
Yeah.
What movie? What is this?
2,000 Mules. Yeah.
So what
is it about?
It is about ballot harvesting in swing states, and they make the case that there was enough ballot harvesting in the states that Trump lost that he could have easily won if the ballot harvesting didn't take place. Now, I don't know. It seems like ballot harvesting might only be illegal in one of those states. So it might have been perfectly legal ballot harvesting, which, you can have your opinion on ballot harvesting. I don't think it's very fair. I would make it illegal, but.
What the fuck is ballot harvesting?
Ballot harvesting is where you pay people to go to old folks' homes and basically talk old people into voting for whoever you want them to vote for, and you deliver their ballot for them.
Okay.
Or you throw a party for a bunch of people and you say, everyone show up and you vote for the candidate I tell you to, and I get all the ballots. And they pay people to do this.
Did this very unbiased documentary look into like whether or not this was done by the Republicans? Like, I don't know.
The evidence in this documentary is flim flam. It's total flim flam. So
I looked into this in pretty substantial detail, like right after the election, and every single thing everybody was saying was just the biggest load of horse shit. It was embarrassing. But if you fucking believe that shit.
I know, but we're talking about delusional people who have the ultimate my side bias. Like, do you think Trump wants to go to bed one night thinking that he actually lost? No, that would be devastating for him.
I don't even think you have to go to delusion. Okay. I like briefly tried to look into this stuff because we got into some argument with Carl about it once. And I like, it's just so much I didn't care. And if Mr. Autism, I'm going to read everything, looks into this and just goes, oh my God, it's just too much for me to like try to delve into. What the fuck makes you think Trump or like anyone else is going to look into this?
Yeah, they're not going to. They're just not going to. They're going, listen.
Okay. I think that Trump is smart. Like, okay. The fucking lefties can talk about, oh, Trump just got money from his parents. He didn't do anything in his whole life. That's fucking horseshit. Trump has succeeded in like 4 different domains, became the president of the fucking most powerful country on the earth. He's one of the most successful people in human history. Okay. I don't think he's a fucking idiot. I don't think he's stupid enough to believe that.
Dude, it's not a question. So bad. It's not a question of idiocy.
It's not a matter of stupidity either.
It's a question of bias.
I don't think I don't buy it.
Sitch, did you know that Trump premiered 2,000 Mules at Mar-a-Lago with Dinesh D'Souza and a big So as soon as I heard that, I'm like, I'm winning $500, man. I'm totally. Trump believes he lost. And that's a lot to let go. The presidency of the United States stolen from you. That is a lot to let go.
When is whatever happened with Elon Musk buying Twitter? That was like just seemed to be on hold.
It's on hold, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, because I want to see if Trump comes back to Twitter, because to me that will be a big sign.
He said.
What do you mean?
I think that'd be a big sign that he would run again if he
Elon. The best thing you could do for humanity is not taking us to Mars. Okay, it's letting Trump back on Twitter. That shit would be fucking hilarious. Please.
I thought Trump said he wasn't going to come back on Twitter.
He said he's not going to, but I think he would.
He had his own platform, right? Truth Social or whatever.
Yeah.
Truth.
I mean, he can say whatever he wants. The amount of attention he can get by getting back on Twitter is enough that I think it'll happen.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, what does that tell you?
I don't know. We have to see.
We'll see.
Maybe he thinks Twitter cost him the election. I don't know. Well, no, he doesn't think he lost the election. Never
there
mind.
You go.
Don't stop fascism. They abate it temporarily. They're like a wall that you build because
we need a radical progressive.
You're not getting it.
Revolution.
You're not getting it. You're getting bullets. You're not.
Oh Jesus! All right, I'm gonna leave now. I got to because I actually need to get up within the next 5 hours. So
don't do it. Just sleep all day. It'll be better for you. Thanks for coming on, Mauler.
See you later, Mauler.
You guys, good luck. I'm sure you can make it through this video.
Yeah, we're the home stretch.
We're almost there. Yeah,
almost there. Yeah,
just nice. 1 more hour and 10 minutes.
Chat. You keep an eye on them. Make sure they behave, and you can't let all these guys run away with their thoughts. Yeah. All right. By the way, that's a genuine preference. I like that you guys fight with your chat just like we do. I feel like that's something you got to do these days. All right.
We do. We do not allow Doomer to fight with the chat, though. That's.
What do you mean? He totally does.
You can say it all you want.
We allow Doomer to get stomped on by our chat. But
here's the funny thing. I don't even need to look at chat. I know when chat is triggered. I can just.
Our chat never gets triggered.
I can sense it in the Akashic records.
Well, they're just gonna say they can hear when you're triggered.
They can say whatever they want.
Oh my God. Damalus for $10 says, I will succeed where Carl has failed. I can prove that Adam is a commie. What do people feed ducks? Bread. What is the name for the commies on YouTube? BreadTube. Checkmate, Adam.
I didn't want to say it, but that's why I'm leaving. I'm tired of his commie take.
It's just a coincidence, okay?
Adam. Before you go, Mauler, do you want to answer the porn question?
Which Which one is this?
It's a POV question.
How much butt to butt pooping porn do you watch, or do you have on your computer?
Wow,
that was not the question. That is not the question.
Incredible.
Oh, thank goodness I don't have to answer it. Yeah. Okay, what was the question?
The question is, this is for Rags too. I don't know if Doomer has answered this question. I don't remember. I probably didn't care enough to remember it. But when you look at porn, okay, do you watch it as if you're watching two people having sex, or do you like insert yourself into it in your mind?
I answered this already. I was in your chat before when you asked me.
I don't remember what your answer was.
I said, why can't it be both sometimes, or whatever?
That's the disgusting fence sitter answer.
But like,
which is why I didn't remember it.
I mean, that's the wrong answer anyway. The correct answer is the woman's POV.
That's the meme answer.
Well, I'm bisexual. I might actually do that as a not meme answer.
There you go.
Not that I do. I said I could.
All right.
Oh, well, what is your answer, Rex?
Everyone has already answered.
Important question.
I think.
Come on, you know the true answer. What do you?
I don't watch that much porn. That's the thing.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to. You can.
You
can dodge.
Know.
Don't give him an out.
Why?
I legit don't know. I'd have to, because now that I'm thinking about it, I couldn't just pull up some porn and
okay.
It's it wouldn't
after the stream, Rags, you have a homework assignment.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to go look at some porn and masturbate. Right. Okay. And get back to it.
And you have to pay
what a great stream.
Pay close. Pay close attention to whether or not you're in the POV.
I thought me and Rags' show was called EFAP. How come this is happening on your show?
I know it's
good. Exactly. We stole it from you. We
this should be.
You.
This is all your brand.
Is this the difference between just? I suppose you just like watching two people have sex, or you imagine yourself in the man's position.
Yes.
Or the woman's position.
The woman's position.
Yeah.
Because maybe I can. It's fine to take happiness in other people's pleasure. I think that's a fine thing to do. Like, good on you, man. And,
I'm not judging you either way.
Yeah.
You know,
but I mean, I am silently in my head, but I'm not going to tell you
that. Oh man, I wish I was that guy, or maybe not even that. It's more of a like, ooh, if I was, I'm role playing mentally or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Never really thought about it.
So we have, I don't know. Doomer thinks he's the woman, and Mauler is a dirty fence sitter.
All right.
What if you are a JPEG aficionado and you just like to look at like still pictures of women, like magazines?
Well, I guess then
you're a psychopath.
Then exactly.
I think that's a totally normal thing to do.
Anyway,
did Mauler leave already?
No.
Take care, Mauler.
You're okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Let's go look at some porn.
Yeah, you could be like you could have a preference of just looking at pinups of ladies like in the magazines, and you don't want a guy involved at all because the risk of seeing a dude's asshole is a very real threat. And you might,
considering your friend,
we have
your
angles
history of friend group watching him inhale things through his butt.
We didn't. Well, we watched sort of. We were mostly listening.
Isaac.
Look, the last thing you would want to do is see a man's asshole, unless he's able to do something really cool with it. Okay. There are exceptions.
Like if he could sculpt with it. Like if as he pooped, he could flex his muscles in a way that would sculpt.
I would not watch that.
Some incredible shape. Like he was like Raphael, but with poo in his butt.
This is so bizarre. Why do we keep drifting back to this?
I know. People are like, the porn question is so gross. And then it's like, let's talk about poo sculpting.
Oh, they think the porn question's gross? Why? There's nothing gross about the porn question at all.
Okay. Brett.
It's a totally normal thing to ask people that you don't really know personally on the internet.
Are you saying you don't know me, Rex? I'm kind of hurt.
I know of you, and you sort of kind of.
I thought we were like
personally.
BFFs. Right.
We are best friends. We are not forever, temporarily. In certain time periods.
Max, we ask everyone this question. We asked Destiny this question. We asked Lance and Matt this question.
Yeah, that was
great. It's just a standard Sitch and Adam question now.
The porn thing. How do you?
The POV question.
Lance said he was the stepbrother.
He was the step bro.
That was literally the best part of that debate was their answer to that question. Matt totally shanked Lance in the side from behind. Anyway,
that's great. Shanked him from behind.
It's an interesting question. You don't often think about that sort of thing when you're in the moment. So
well, that's why I think it is an interesting question, because people are like, not only do people not think about it, but then people don't realize other people view it differently.
Yeah, like when I watch porn, what exactly am I watching? You know, is it? Yeah, it's because
I mean, I never really thought about it, but it didn't take me long to figure out, Rags. I mean,
but fine, good for you.
Rags.
I'm sure the world would be simpler if we were just so certain of everything.
Rags is
I
like,
think that for me, enjoyment of pornography is a very potentially complex thing, and I have many different feelings on it, and the different kinds of porn I watch when I do watch it. And
really,
yeah, it might. Yeah, who knows? I have broad.
Do you have
tastes.
your porn collection like alphabetized or something?
So here's the thing. I bet most people's porn collection is alphabetized because that's how computers work, and you don't actually have to do that. But no, I don't really have porn on my computer because I have an internet connection pretty much always.
Yeah, like why don't you keep it around?
When Rags looks at porn, he puts on a monocle and top hat and drinks some buble, you know, with it, and he's like, I mean, it's a very sophisticated evening.
Like, you know what? Fuck it. When I watch porn, it's porn of me. People made enough porn of me. I just jerk off to myself.
Nice.
Yeah.
He pours himself a nice glass of Riesling and
pure. He's like gone pure American Psycho. He's looking at himself in the mirror.
Dog ass.
Brett Wordenseam for $20 says, how much of Vaush's motive is greed? Not necessarily entirely monetarily, but of truth and attention. Can't help but feel his politics take a backseat for centralizing everything to himself and for himself.
Is truth greed?
I think that's true.
Greed for the truth?
He did get kind of eviscerated after the J.K. Rowling exchange as far as audience goes.
Is he still claiming to be gay, or did he back off of that?
Vaush claims to be gay?
Yes, he's come out as gay. He went to see a psychic or something, and
a psychic?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
They're gonna read his lines on his palm and be like, "Oh, you're gay," and then.
No, I meant a hypnotist.
There have been so many dicks in his hand that are not your own. I can feel it.
These two lines tell me you love cock.
Yeah, this is the love line. And that's the cock line.
Your cock line is very long.
Very small, but that's okay.
He said a lot of things that seem very suspicious.
Oh.
Yeah, your butt line is distended.
There you go.
Butt line, your crack is what most people call it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still claiming to be gay or not. I feel like someone sent me a clip where he kind of said that
he sounds unsure, which is not typically something you're unsure about after you. I can see how you might be uncertain before you have your first sexual encounter with another man, and then afterwards.
Right.
Generally, I would imagine that you know after.
You're more certain, yeah, definitely. No, but there's got to be some sort of initial attraction there that would make you think, "Oh, that's something I would really like to try."
Or a romanticized, particularly with maybe gay porn. There is a level of a romanticized aspect of it, because you have prep and things like that. But
no, he used to say
the lady could just.
He used to claim he was bi or pan or something, and then now, or at least the last clip I saw, he claimed he was just gay, not bi.
Yeah.
So.
Something happened with the woman, and he's like, ugh, never again.
I think what changed was...
Yeah, that woman was J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling changed him. I think that's what happened. He was so turned off by women after that interaction. He's like, he just swore off them. He's like, I'm gay now.
J.K. Rowling basically accused him of being a woman beater, and it was all over.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, you women beater? I don't even like women.
Kind of. I mean...
In Vaush's defense, though, all women are bi. Whether it's sexual or polar is what's up to discussion.
Nice. Nice. Our favorite supervillain, Crack Rock Steady, for $20, says, what an amazing panel critiquing our favorite lolcow Vaush. It was amazing to see Destiny on here. That's a girl's name. Shame Mauler couldn't make it. Doomer will do. S class is the best class, and A team reigns supreme.
Mauler did make it.
This was before Mauler came on, so
which was great.
Squeeze Louise, hi, Lord of Shit post for $20 says Destiny stream is labeled Adam and Sitch, not Sitch and Adam. Destiny confirmed. A team.
Yes, true. Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $20 says, are owls birds or cephalopods? Also, how does everyone feel about the DQ? Also, I think freedom is pretty great, but isn't it just a different form of slavery? Do you put coins in your wallet or in your pockets? Hi, Rex.
Hello. So go through those questions one more time.
Are owls birds or cephalopods?
As far as I know, they're birds.
Yes, you're correct.
Fringe.
How does everyone feel about the duck question?
I thought you meant, okay, because if you were talking about DQ, the frozen yogurt.
No, the duck question.
I'm a fan of DQ. Surprisingly good fries.
Wow.
I don't even know
I don't know if I've ever tried them.
Yeah, DQ, they've got that's one of, they've been doing that for a long time. They started out as like a ice cream joint, and then they started serving up burgers and fries and stuff like that because winter happens and ice cream isn't as popular in the winter. They wanted to have some stuff to go year round.
Yeah, I think it depends where you live, because in Florida, the DQs I've been to, it's just ice cream. I haven't seen like other stuff. It's always hot here, so I guess that makes sense.
But you said the duck question is what?
The duck question. Do you like ducks, or do you understand that they're really a blight on humanity?
So what's interesting about this question to me is that duck was my first word. I grew up surrounded by ducks.
Rex was in the DQ. He lived it. He's one of them.
I'm a deep state quacker.
He's a deep quacker.
Oh shit.
But the duck quaction. But I'm pro duck. I really like ducks. Disgusting. I really enjoy ducks. And that is not to be confused with geese.
Geese are evil.
I am pro ducks. I really enjoy ducks. I like seeing them. I like them waddling around, eating bread, hanging around. I like ducks. I like ducks.
Gross. Ducks disgusting.
That's why duck. My first word was duck, because we grew up around a bunch of ponds and stuff, and I saw ducks all the time, and it came up first word.
I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
Why are you anti-duck?
I'm very anti-duck.
Why?
Yes.
Why are you anti-duck?
Because you have to. They're a blight on humanity. They're trying to destroy us all with their degeneracy.
I am not certain I follow, but that's an opinion.
That's because you're living in it. You're a ducker. You're a quacker. You're lost.
A ducker with a hard R and everything. Jeez.
Sitch's dad ran away from home with a duck, and now he's very demoralized by it.
That's I told you that in confidence.
His dad has a secret duck family on the side.
The fact that, I mean, I'm not surprised we eventually had a duck related question, because all stream we have been talking about butt quacks.
That's true. That's true.
Of course.
And also, last question, do you put coins in your wallet or in your pockets? I put coins in my pockets. Yeah.
I put coins in a jar on my desk.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I do when I get home.
Coins fucking suck.
Yeah,
coins do suck.
I try to avoid the pockets, but
Mauler and Fringy are really big on having coins in their wallet because they have like a pouch for it. It's some stupid shit.
That's some like weird European thing, though.
It is. I let them have their thing
their pouch
and be happy with their thing. But I've always in your pocket. You just put it in your pocket, and when you're done, you just pull them out. And there's none of this wallet middleman nonsense you have to worry about. All of the coins gather to the bottom. I mean, there's always all these reasons. It's just. It is what it is, but you know, it's fine. It's not big enough of a deal if some people want to have a special.
When are we going to get rid of the penny? That needs to go away.
Yeah, let's definitely. I'm down. No more pennies.
Just fuck change in general, dude. Fuck it. It's awful.
Change is a dangerous thing. Yeah, status quo.
Look, my idea is we just do away with money entirely. Okay, what we do is we have Bill Gates and the government put a fucking microchip in our arm, right? And it just keeps track of our money.
Oh, that's so convenient.
It'll pick up 5G.
Why has no one ever thought to do that?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Getting a promotion, okay? Bernie lost. We're not getting progressives in the House and in the Senate in 2022.
Honestly think that it's more.
Did Bernie lose because he wasn't broadly appealing enough?
Yes.
Which is general. I guess that's generally why people lose, isn't it?
Guess you're right.
I don't know about that because he was like crushing dicks in the first 3 primaries. I mean, like, yeah, I think a decent argument could be made that he lost because Jim Clyburn endorsed Biden. It's like the single thing that.
Yeah, but the first 3, like the first 3 primaries are not really indicative of the rest of the country, right?
I mean, maybe.
I thought he didn't win. I thought I won the first one. I thought he just did better.
He won.
The first one.
Okay, so the first 4 are Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina. In Iowa, he got the most votes, but Buttigieg got the most like electors or whatever the fuck. I forget how caucuses work.
Right.
There's some like Buttigieg got more points, but Bernie got more votes. And then he won New Hampshire. He won, and he like crushed dicks in Nevada. He got like did way better in Nevada.
You really like to use crushed dicks as a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you enjoy that sort of thing?
I do enjoy having my dick crushed. Yeah.
By anything in particular, or just anything really?
Guilt.
It's more the crushing, not what's doing the crushing.
You see, look at this. So in Iowa, Bernie wins.
Sitch.
Bernie wins, and Pete gets second place, and Elizabeth Warren gets third place. These people did not. They all got demolished in the general election, or once the numbers came in for the rest of the state.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that okay. There was a massive like, do you know this, the timeline? There was before.
I know, because
before the South Carolina primary, it was looking pretty good for Bernie. I mean, he wasn't doing particularly bad. Like even against like a consolidation of moderates, he was looking pretty good.
Yeah, but remember,
like a bunch of stuff came together at the same time. Like first of all of the other people that were competing with Biden dropped out at the same time, and then Warren stayed in. Right, and this
I've heard the Jimmy Dore rants about this. Yes, and the Kyle Kalinske rants about
Jimmy
this.
Dore rants about this, really? Wow.
Or was it Kyle? I don't know. Someone rants about the Bloody Tuesday thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not wrong.
Well, okay, we'll have to get Steve on to argue with you because he has some Scuba Steve. He's made videos about how that whole
Scuba
rhetoric is not accurate.
I mean, everything I just said is like factually verifiable.
So no, but remember, so when coming on the South Carolina, they were like, this is going to be a big indication for Bernie because he wasn't polling well. He was polling fine with white people, but he wasn't polling well with minorities. And so they felt like South Carolina was going to be the first test to see how Bernie did in a more demographically inclined situation that the Democrats need to win. And that's when Biden blew him away, was in South Carolina. And that's why I think a lot of the other center moderate candidates dropped out for Super Tuesday because they knew that wasn't going to happen for them.
I mean, okay, just to be clear, I wasn't implying a conspiracy theory. I was just like saying what happened. I don't disagree with anything you just said.
Okay.
Like I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just saying like the circumstances aligned perfectly for Bernie to lose when he had been doing quite well, which was that Biden's competition drops out, but Bernie's competition does not drop out, right?
Yes.
And then it's not like it was a fucking like massacre, right? I mean, he was losing a lot of the states by like 5% or less.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, you know, I seem to recall that if you took Warren's votes and put like 75% of them into Bernie, he would win Super Tuesday, something like that. I don't recall exactly.
Maybe.
But like, I'm just saying he did not do that bad. But after Super Tuesday, he started getting like real fucked. Shit got pretty bad.
Okay.
In 2016, he had the bird vote, of course, but in 2020, he didn't get it. So.
He didn't get the bird vote. That's true.
Yeah. It was
more likely that we can get a mass movement of people that overrun the political body and get in power and squash the current Republican movement for good. If you think that's less likely than getting a mass movement of people ready to clash in the streets with far right wingers,
I'm only saying we have to be ready for when it does happen.
See, but that's because that's a great point. It's like if you don't think people can come together to vote, why do you think they can come together to have like a violent
to form organized tactical militias with rifles? Like that'll work, right? You can't even get them to vote. You think they're going to go out and do that?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They're not going to hop in their car and drive 10 minutes down to the local community church to go and fucking cast a vote that takes 10 minutes to do, but they're going to buy a gun and organize with a bunch of other people, go out someplace with a threat of violence and being shot, and it's fuck off.
No,
that's the thing is there's so few people that would actually do that. It has to mostly be LARPing because it's just so absurd to think that it's going to happen.
It's easy to LARP. Yeah,
it's all LARPing.
I mean, people are fucking cowards, myself included.
Most people don't want to be in a horrific combat situation where they can get shot at and or where they want to shoot another person. A lot of people just cannot bring themselves to do that.
Look, if you're going to pick up a rifle and point it at someone, the U.S. government is not a good choice of thing to point a gun at.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
do you remember a few years ago there was Unicorn Riot had like some video of them training left-wing militia people, and it was like horribly embarrassing. Like they were doing like push-ups, and it just looks so pathetic. You had a bunch of like
the hardest part of training is the 10,000 push-ups you have to do before to get yourself healthy and fit. That's what most of your training is going to be. It's not going to be, and then I'm going to run around with my gun and I'm going to shoot the targets and it's going to go pling, pling, pling. And I'm going to get, no. No, it's push-ups, asshole. Lots of push-ups.
It was like just a collection of people who looked so out of shape, so not strong whatsoever, doing, physical exercise, attempting to do physical exercise with a gun nearby.
Like what? You think United States Army soldiers just sit around shooting all day on the range, and you think that's what their training is? No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go do laps.
Go run a mile, asshole, and then do it again.
And by the way, again, you think this is a saying this is a mutually exclusive thing. It's not.
Is.
No, it's not. No, stop. No matter how much you may believe it, the delusion that you can either be electorally effective or like militant, but you can't be both is just wrong. Republicans have proven it wrong.
No. Okay, for that last part's ridiculous because Republicans aren't like the evil, violent people you say they are. But yeah, if the people who vote, they can also do those weird militia things. Sure, but I think the amount of people who are willing to do the gun stuff, but not the voting stuff, I imagine that's a really small number. A very tiny, vanishingly small number.
Democrats in the past have proven it wrong. It's not true. You can vote, you can advocate, you can be electorally effective.
But y'all ain't doing that. Y'all ain't getting people to vote. That's the thing. Just vote. I know it's lame and it's not cool and no one gets shot. This is super lame. But like it's a vote, man. It's important. You gotta vote. Nothing matters if you don't vote.
Go appeal to the moderate centrist base. But I'll tell you what people vote on. They vote on fear. More than anything else, people vote when they're afraid. That's why Biden got so many votes, because they were afraid of Trump. And
Man, might that explain your rhetoric right now?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what he's doing.
Make people afraid.
Mm-hmm. He admits it right here. You just stopped him. Here, watch.
We need to start putting the fear of they vote on fear. More than anything else, people vote when they're afraid. That's why Biden got so many votes, because they were afraid of Trump. And we need to start putting the fear of fascism in people in this country. You want electoral...
There we go. Right there. Game, set, match. Fear-mongering. He completely admits it. You guys are losing sleep every night because you're scared to death. You're on the verge of a civil war. Tim Pool's civil war, TM. And also Vaush can feel good about winning the next election.
Effectiveness, there you go. That's how Republicans get their vote. Tucker Carlson talks every...
I would say that Republicans definitely tend to run more on positivity.
Yeah,
about how
I mean,
the country...
sometimes it depends. I mean... Depends upon the situation. I mean,
because they were both like, they enjoyed the positivity.
Aspirational candidates, I think, do better. Obviously, Barack Obama was an aspirational candidate.
Yeah,
he ran 2 terms. Bill Clinton was an aspirational candidate. Ronald Reagan was an aspirational candidate. Good morning, it's morning in America. We're gonna turn the corner here. We're gonna survive. Yeah, aspiration is better.
That's interesting because. Trump did run on, being aspirational, make America great again. But Biden did not. He won.
Yeah, that's why I said sometimes.
Yeah.
What was Biden's
George
slogan?
Bush?
Build back better.
Couldn't remember.
George Bush's second term wasn't really aspirational. It was like, we're in this shitty war and we shouldn't change. We shouldn't change
Horses in
commanders.
midstream,
midstream. That's not really aspirational.
Right.
It's like,
right.
we're getting fucked. Let's continue to get fucked with the same guy.
I mean, I'll get us out of Afghanistan. It'll be great.
Yeah.
There's a documentary by Adam Curtis called The Power of Nightmares that I find to be a pretty persuasive argument that, like, basically people are more moved by fear mongering than they are promising them shit.
Well, I mean,
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I think
sure
in
either.
terms of media, I don't know.
His basic
or buying
thesis is
products.
that, like his thesis is that it used to be the case, in the early 1900s, that politicians would get elected by promising to like fix problems and give people stuff. And he says that it changed with Bill Clinton. It became more of like, I'll protect you from your enemies and I'll deal with like, the threatening shit. And that rhetoric has been, very, very, it has certainly remained, right? Democrats are less saying, we love trans people and trans people are important. It's like, we need to protect trans people from, the
evil
demons,
Republicans.
demons in human flesh that are going to come genocide them.
Right.
Obviously that rhetoric isn't that strong, but I mean, you hear similar shit where it's more framed, the frame is in a fear mongering way to package something that could just be positive. Right. But the positivity is not as effective.
I mean, Biden definitely did run on fear. It was definitely on Trump is a psycho who's going to destroy America or, enact the genocide or whatever. So
I knew when the mainstream media lied about Charlottesville. I knew that was my calling to become president. That's basically what Biden said.
That's true. I forgot. That was the first campaign ad. Yeah.
Yeah, Kellyanne Conway talks about that in the book, the Charlottesville stuff.
Oh, what does she say about it?
Basically, everything Scott Adams has said.
That was the divide between Trump and what's his face?
Scott Adams?
No, the Breitbart guy.
What? Charlottesville?
Bart?
Yeah.
What happened? I don't know.
The guy you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Bannon or
Bannon, Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
Didn't he blame Steve Bannon for Trump not coming out harder against Charlottesville?
Did Steve Bannon was Steve Bannon somehow involved in Charlottesville? I feel like he might have been.
I thought Trump blamed Bannon with like the messaging for not coming out harder against Charlottesville. Like, I thought he blamed him for saying the fine people on both sides line.
Really? Oh,
I thought he did. I could
it's
be
not
just
mentioned in the book.
misremembering this. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that was around the time that the split started to happen. But anyway.
Is going to die of immigration. You want people brought over and voting blue, they need to understand that it's milquetoast liberal Democrats or a boot on their neck. I am both militant and electorally
but clearly people don't
effective
believe
in this
you.
respect. And if more liberals were, we wouldn't have to worry about the Republicans because they'd be treated like the radical brigand group that they are. But instead, liberals go, no, if we defeat them, their ideas are bad. And surely if we understand that people, they'll be moved over by our arguments. No, they won't. Nothing.
Vaush,
I bet most people could be persuaded if you do it the right way.
I don't think Vaush can persuade anyone. What are you talking about?
No, he's not trying to. He is not trying to persuade anybody who isn't already
Vaush
firmly
is
in the
speaking
psycho
to the choir.
camp that he's already in.
Of course,
but if you think that people are fundamentally unable to be persuaded by arguments, then why would you support democracy?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
I think most people can absolutely shift, and it might not be quick. It takes some time, and not every argument's going to be persuasive to every person. But I'm not gonna. I definitely am not in the camp of just fuck it. No one's gonna ever change their mind about anything. Throw bricks.
Well, and it's weird with Vaush especially because he's all like, "I want democracy in the workplace," but if he doesn't trust it.
Not my workplace, though.
Yeah, if he doesn't trust it
other people's workplaces.
In government, why would he trust it in the workplace? That doesn't make sense to me.
Because he's high, man. He's smoking the quack.
Nothing you and I say will move Republicans
earlier,
over.
The civil rights movement. Don't you think that as a person existing in the 1960s or 1950s, that would 100% be a time where like, wow, we could be headed towards something really bad. A really large portion of this country wants us to be suffering.
That was like the era of militant leftism. So I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Militantly, peacefully protested, and were nonviolent, boycotted.
Well, he said this. He said this in regards to watching "What If Alt History's" video. He keeps repeating this, and it drives me crazy. He's like, MLK and the civil rights movement was explicitly Marxist, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he never explains this statement.
I think What If Alt Hist is going to come on too, guys. So FYI.
But right now or later?
Not
later.
Today, but later.
He emailed me and I missed it. I didn't notice it until recently. So
yeah,
we'll have him on. We'll talk.
Man, missing fucking Mauler's TMs, missing What If All His TMs.
I want to ask him. I want to ask him if, when he said, "Yeah, I'm in favor of government controlling all health,"
if he was trolling,
if he was trolling Vaush, because I feel like he was, and I feel like that was brilliant.
Adam, I'll bet you $50 he was not trolling, and he's in favor of universal health care.
Really?
And I don't know the answer.
No,
I haven't watched much of his content. I don't think he's trolling.
The way he said
you want
was brilliant.
You want to bet?
Well,
$20.
Okay, I can bet you $20. Sure.
All right, we can do $20. Okay.
I want to ask him what if George Washington.
You think he was serious? I'm saying that he was trolling. So
I think he was serious.
Okay. $20. It's on the chart. Hold us to it, guys. What
Doomer's inserted himself in a bet finally with Adam.
Yeah, finally he's getting brave. It's good. I like to see you. You've grown up, Doomer. I like that.
Well, to be fair, he offered 50 and you dropped it to 20. So.
Oh, he did say. Oh, okay. 20.
But 20 is fine. Okay.
Squashed that movement, not for good, but what squashed it.
This is one of the things that I find super kind of sad, because a lot of people, I feel, they look to Vaush and they think, oh, he has this huge platform and he could do all of this good in politics, but he's not using it wisely. And I think that's why they're coming in and kind of trying to micromanage him. But I don't know about you guys, but I don't believe that at all. I don't think Vaush could turn his platform into any sort of political advocacy.
To change who he is, essentially.
Well, I think all of our platforms are too spread out, too international.
I don't think there's any way. He said too many things. Like, if I was able to find that many spicy quotes, there's probably even worse shit that I didn't find. Like, and you can't be in politics and say shit like this ever.
Yeah,
like,
if you were running an election against him, you just have banners full of his quotes, and that'd be
right.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't officially endorse a candidate or anything, is what you're saying.
It was like Destiny organized campaigning to help someone get mayor in like his hometown in Nebraska or some shit, Mark Gudgel. And like Gudgel had to disavow him because people started saying like, you're being supported by someone who has all these fucking quotes.
That's hilarious.
And he got completely fucked out. And like Vaush just said way spicier shit. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no way. And I think I'm 80% sure that Vaush has said like exactly what I'm saying right now. Basically that like I can't be directly linked to political groups because it would be a liability if they like, if they mention the shit that I say, then they would get fucked over.
Oh my!
So I can't be directly linked to them.
I just think it's funny that they're wasting their time.
Well, that's the 10D chess move, though. Is that if
support the candidate you want to lose, and that's how.
Well, no. I mean, like, no one can criticize Vaush for not being politically active in the real world because he's like, well, I can't because I'm just so spicy. So don't blame me. Don't yell at me to actually, do anything political in the real world.
No.
And what got lasting change was a movement that had broad appeal. And I guess what you could be saying, and I could agree, I guess we could come to some agreement. For me, the way that I think about all of this is, like a broad progressive movement. And maybe what you're saying is the role that you play in that movement is making a certain portion.
See, isn't it cute? They're all like playing house with Vaush. They're like, I'm going to go visit Vaush and we're going to talk about our movement.
I can fix him.
Doesn't it seem like that? I mean, I'm serious. I feel like this happens a lot with a lot of different.
I'm sure they
tumors.
wish he wasn't such a, like a bad person. You know?
Yes, of course. They want to harness that political power, but
why
they're
are
like,
you so
okay.
evil and why is Hassan so stupid? Why are we cursed with these people?
And why are they so popular? Why are they so incredibly popular? I mean, I have ideas why they're so incredibly popular. None of them blank slaters could understand those ideas.
I guess that's bad for a movement if you're going to say the two most popular people are evil and stupid.
Yeah.
Or stupid and evil in that order.
What's that say about your movement?
Exactly.
It might be time to look around. You're calling the Republicans evil. Jeez, look at this.
Portion of people who
Vaush just doesn't have principles, and Hassan who's too stupid to know what those are.
Yeah, basically.
As progressive, understand the potential violence in the future.
I think a lot of people understand. I think that if I could have a conversation with an average American, like an independent, like maybe.
Oh, we're independents, Vaush. Why don't you talk to us?
I mean, we're the scum of the earth. Talk to us.
My vote's up for grabs. I voted for Republicans. I voted for Democrats.
I voted for Kanye twice. So
I voted for Kanye too. Yeah, I voted.
I disavow. I'm not an independent.
Who do you vote? Have you only voted for one party, Doomer?
I don't vote. First of all, but if I did, it would be for a Democrat almost certainly.
Oh. Then why would anyone want to talk to you? Because
I don't know. Ask Sitch. Keeps fucking sending me links.
If you don't
Wait
vote,
a minute.
you don't count.
Doomer doesn't vote.
Wait a minute. Doomer's all like, Sitch, can I please come on Sunday? Please.
That's what. That's what Sitch told me. Sitch said you were begging to come on, Doomer.
Yeah.
Was he not? Is that not?
Do we need to leak some DMs?
We might. We might. He was like, please, Sitch, please let me on. I promise I'll be good.
You're always welcome, Doomer. Don't let Sitch be a dick to you.
Look at this. He begs me to come on.
I can't stop Sitch from being a dick.
You're welcome.
He's just a terrible person.
Listen. Doomer begs me to come on, and I say yes. Okay. And then what does he do? He turns around and he's like, Mauler, I want you to come on. I want you to start insulting Sitch. Okay. Look, he's total snake. Doomer's going to have to change his stoat to a snake. Okay.
Mauler is just smart enough to realize that you fucking suck and your media takes are
there. See, okay? Look at this. Look at this.
I don't have to plant the seeds there.
And
I did try to manipulate the show, but that was to get Dev on, so we stop watching this fucking video.
Doomer's whispering. Doomer's like the worm tongue whispering in Mauler's
I have my little birds. Okay.
Come on, be nice, guys. This isn't a
my
Vaush
network
stream,
of spies.
Okay? We have principles here.
Yeah, this is a butthole stream.
That's right.
Rags, come on.
Only talk about buttholes and porn. Yes.
Yeah. What are the Republicans doing? Everything they do, it's a lead up. It's very clear what they're doing. You can have a convo with them. Put the fear of God in them. I can't make them.
Everything's a lead up. Wouldn't it be the same for both parties? That it's leading to something. I mean, unless an alternate version, an alternate universe where everyone's just sort of chill, hanging out in the middle, and you're like, what is this leading up to? What is this policy leading up to? It's like, no, this is it.
Nothing, man.
No, this is it. We're just kind of, we just don't. This is it. It's. Yeah.
Well, I assume he means like lead up to genocide or some nefarious.
Yeah, the what the Republicans are leading up to is like blood in the streets and gay SWAT teams.
Yeah, I mean the equivalent would be like, Biden's leading up to like
our
communist.
lead up is to the utopia where everyone will own nothing and be happy.
Right. Great. Or exactly. It's saying Biden's leading up to the you'll own nothing and be happy future.
The Democrats just want to incarcerate white straight males, though. So I mean, it's just as bad.
There you go. It's just the lead up to make it illegal.
And that's worse because I can't. Well,
we're on the verge. What's wrong with that? We're definitely on the verge.
Straight boys.
They're gonna throw us all. They're gonna round up all the white straight males, and they're gonna say, "Listen, you're gay now. You guys all have sex together."
Based.
That's what the Democrats want to do.
This isn't so bad, I guess.
That's the real great replacement. You don't bring in immigrants. You just make all the white people gay.
Yeah, exactly. That's their plan.
There you go.
Have a lot of people dibsing the top.
That's a Democrat plan.
Sitch, tell your people the new plan.
Notice how Vaush is already. I mean, he's already testing the waters by claiming that he's gay, so he He's like making the path for the Democratic strategy of 2024.
I mean, we did talk about in our secret Jew Thursday meetings, we do talk about increasing the soy in the water supply to try to, feminize the white men. So,
pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah.
There's going to be no more straight white males. It's all going to be gay white males.
Yeah, yes. And I've never really been one for femboys.
The great gaying.
Yeah, and it won't even. That's right. It won't even be like masculine gay. It'll only be femboys.
Yes. Yeah. This is what Democrats want to do. I know.
This is the future.
It's so obvious. Everything they do is leading up to this.
I mean, I should be voting Democrat. Like, this sounds pretty based.
There you go. Doomer is a big fan of this policy.
Are you in favor of this?
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it.
There you go.
What if Democrats want to change their mascot to the owl?
That would be a deal breaker.
Is that a deal breaker?
Yeah.
That's why it's a donkey, because
it's no longer the donkey.
Fuck each other in the ass.
Nice.
Wow.
Democrats, but I sure make them hate Republicans. And the Republicans deserve their hate. They do it. They earn it.
No, this is what's going to happen, okay? Every single person who isn't exactly where you are is going to look, because I've met so many people recently who are watching the current Republican Party, and they're like, oh, that's terrible. That's just, what the heck?
Oh, they're also
and if they
evil.
turn and the king of our movement is Vaush, and he's like, they're demons. And dude, some of your rhetoric was 100% what I see right-wingers do when like dog whistling for violence. Like Tucker Carlson's thing where he says,
good.
They're effective.
why wouldn't a dad go in and hit an LGBTQ teacher or whatever?
He's just a horrible, terrible person. As he's
basically
good. I'm calling for violence. It's good. It's a good thing. Yeah.
He basically admits, he's like, I hate Tucker Carlson. But he admits he's a Tucker Carlson on the left. He's like, I'm fine with that.
Nice and safe.
I mean,
he ain't gonna go out and do any of this shit. Fuck no. He's gonna sit comfy in his chair and make his money, and he ain't gonna do shit. He's not gonna do shit.
I mean, there's a clip where he literally, or he doesn't literally say, he says something to the effect of like, I say I'm for nonviolence, with a wink and a nod, but everyone knows my real position. Like, it's pretty fucking mask off. Really bad.
This is scary.
There you go. Is there? So Vaush is 100% a stochastic terrorist, right?
I mean, that was my
this is
about
pretty
6 months
much,
ago.
Yeah. There can be no.
Well, I think you might have been right. We're drifting kind of dangerously close to terrorist.
Well, so stochastic terrorism means the public demonization of a person or group resulting in the incitement of a violent act, which is statistically probable, but whose specifics cannot be predicted.
Right. Yeah. We're definitely there.
Right.
Yeah. So like if I recall my argument, it was like Vaush is in favor of political violence. He spreads like massive amounts of propaganda, and he even like specifically spreads propaganda about certain events that like, involve huge amounts of violence. And then beyond that, the more interesting thing is that Vaush always tries to take this stance of like, well, we need to look at the sociological causes of events, not the individuals involved. He says this shit all the fucking time. This is basically like the sociological imagination. It's the entire fucking thing that he studied. It's like a major foundation of his worldview. Well, if you use the sociological imagination, then it's not a stretch to say Vaush is more responsible for fucking Kenosha than Rittenhouse. It really isn't, because that's the lens of analysis that he uses to analyze everything else. If you want to look at the sociological causes of events and like the grander cultural context that leads things to happen, well, that's what fucking happened. You have riots because people are so incensed and upset with the system, and they're reflexively willing to go out and fucking riot for a situation that just doesn't merit it at all, right? And then beyond that, Vaush had like specifically been saying some absolutely wild shit about those events specifically. I mean, so that's basically the argument. That's what the argument was there. And there's other instances too. He's called for like environmental terrorism and stuff. But the combination of all the things that he does, the like absolute demonization of things, the spreading of misinformation, the being in favor of political violence, it adds up to a solution where it's like, if someone believed the things that you're saying, what would you expect them to do? It's like violence would be the logical answer. You have put every single brick in the wall of justifying violence without explicitly calling for it. And I mean, here he basically is.
Yeah,
well, every day that goes by is a day where one of these people is just finally pushed to that line where they're like, yeah, it's time to go do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and they have all the pieces.
I bet we could find him talking about January 6th and saying how Trump was, inciting all of this violence. And now he's just basically taken that path.
Trump was not this bad. I mean, Trump was talking about how they stole the election.
Nothing remotely on this level of, terms of trying to incite violence. Right.
Okay, so it's a bit different because Trump has like way more reach, but nothing is even remotely as incendiary as this.
Right. I understand.
Trump didn't get up and go, if I'm not the president, they're gonna round us all up and throw us into camps. Can you imagine?
Yeah, Trump has plausible deniability. Like the reason that the argument would be made against Trump is it's a similar argument. It's like, well, if you're convincing everyone that the government
election was stolen. Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like, what do you expect them to do? Yeah, right.
I agree.
That's the argument. But he never directly called for
Trump
violence.
is totally culpable. Yes.
Right, but I'm assuming Vaush 100% made all those points against Trump.
Yeah, I was thinking about structuring it like that, basically laying out his argument for stochastic.
You're going to make this video?
A good enough clip. No, this is what I was thinking about when I was making the previous video, but I couldn't find clips good enough that went together to like make it clear. So unfortunately that didn't really come through. But that, like, if people are wondering, if you look at the comment section for either my video or Dev's video, like 10 to 15% of the comments are like right people triggered about how I talked about January 6th. And what you don't understand is that I didn't talk about that for right people. The reason I brought that up was because I was trying to convince Vaush's fans to stop being fans of him. And you can't make an argument against the existence of stochastic terrorism if you follow Vaush, because he made exactly this argument about Trump on January 6th.
They don't care about consistency, though.
Some of them probably do. I mean, look, obviously it didn't. Look, I was young and naive,
I think you made it
much of a difference.
Don't sell yourself short, Doomer. I think you made a dent. I really do. I think you did.
I think you opened the door, sort of allowing more people to criticize.
Well, that's how it happens. It happens with, I think that's kind of how it happened with me when I deconverted from Christianity, when I sort of realized I was an atheist. It wasn't one thing that brought me out of that. It was like all of a sudden you just sort of realized you heard enough things along the way, and then you don't know when that moment happens. You just suddenly realized one day that it had happened.
Right.
And so videos like that show, the way that these people are and stuff, it really does make a difference. And it adds to a pile, and that pile is invisible and amorphous, but it is getting, it adds up and it adds up and it adds up.
Well, the thing is, like, there's a very, very effective thing he does where he demonizes people so much that people won't even watch the video. So like if somebody's really into Vaush, they probably wouldn't have been willing to give the video a chance at all. Like something I saw constantly, there's probably 500
that video
got
like
comments.
300,000 views though. I mean, people watched that video.
I mean, people did, but I'm not sure how many Vaush people watched it. And like I saw so many fucking comments from
go ahead.
From like Vaush fans that clearly didn't watch the video, because they would just say things that are just, and to be fair, you see some from right people too, but like the people who like hated the video, they almost all seemed like they had not watched it otherwise, because they were just saying things that just weren't true. They were saying I made claims I didn't make. They were like saying I ignored things that I like pointed out.
It was like an hour and a half video, Doomer. Who's gonna watch that if they like Vaush?
Yeah, it was a little long. Hey, there's, how Vaush was kind of forced to respond to that social justice video that Rudyard made. What if alt hissed? If Sitch did a badass video like that, just completely destroying social justice, do you think Vaush would be forced to respond?
I think it's popular. It's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's a community driven thing, right? It's like,
of course,
what do you guys do? You go on fucking Twitter and you say, hey, what do you degenerates want to see this week? And then something gets upvoted, and that's usually what you cover. Right?
Yeah. Right. Well, plus I'm sure the audience kind of pressured him into covering that video just because it was so popular. Look at this video. It's got 300,000 views, Vaush, and it totally tears us apart. Save us. That's kind of what they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rotisserie Protocol for $20 says, first off, hi, Rags.
Hello.
Second, Doomer and his droolers are cooler than smooth shooters. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Finally, I hear S-Class and R-Tards both carry trump cards. Also, Vash is big lame. Boo, Vash.
I have a trump card for everything.
Trump card.
And my magic deck of cards.
Yeah, my trump card is autism.
What color deck would Trump play?
Look, I'm a few chromosomes short, and I got a foam helmet, and I'm ready to fucking go. Okay, don't test me.
Investigator One Quinn for $20 says, "Sorry, I meant to say statements. Lilith was trying to say Vaush is right, and that there is going to be a genocide of trans people. If you guys want, I can send you guys a video. Yeah, send me that clip. If she was agreeing with that, that's a little crazy." Rich Jammer, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, "Sorry for missing 2 weeks of streams. I was on vacation in Chicago. I brought back a souvenir of my trip. It was the coof."
Oh,
sorry
wow.
to hear that.
I thought you were gonna say a bullet.
Sorry to hear that, Rich.
Chicago's pretty cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. Fire Sky 15 for $20 says, "When the Republicans bring down the hammer on them and they've burnt out the public goodwill, who will care for them? I don't think Vaush understands what he's advocating for, considering the current climate in our culture." That's a great point. If you have leftists start rioting and doing all this militant shit that Vaush wants, and a Republican does win, if Trump wins himself in the next election, who's going to care if they bring the hammer down on them? No one's going to care.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even like, it was so gross because even in Washington, remember, we had the Antifa people who were trying.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Said you cut out for a second there.
Oh, I'm gonna say it was so gross that, like, if you remember this, we had all the Antifa people were trying to burn down a federal courthouse in Washington state, and the local authorities weren't doing crap to stop it. And Trump sent the federal troops to protect the building, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Trump's sending federal troops to beat up protesters! How dare he?" It was just so overblown.
Yes. Totally overblown. Trump never cleared the park.
Yeah.
Trump never ordered the park cleared. He just decided to take a photo because he just so happened to be doing it.
Yeah. Yep.
Whatever.
Well, the critical difference there is that he's encouraging violence against LGBTQ teachers, and I'm talking about fascists who are trying to kill.
Right, and if I had to pick one, I would pick yours because yours.
Yeah, so that's again. So it's okay. It's okay because they're the baddies.
Yeah, they're the evil fascists who want to kill the bad.
Right.
And he's just defending himself, proactively.
No. He's defending marginalized people.
Yeah.
Is somewhat defensive in nature.
Somewhat.
But is defensive in nature. No, yes. Listen, wait, before you go off on a big thing, I'm saying that the way that you portrayed it, of course, when you lay it out like you just did, okay, we're just waiting for something crazy to happen and then we'll be ready. The way that you laid it out in your initial video was like not explicitly saying go harm people.
Someone in the chat called this guy the most enlightened of centrists in Vaush's chat.
Oh, really?
Yes, as an insult.
Oh, okay.
But as close to that.
Like people like Vaush, I wish everyone is a fucking centrist if it avoids people like this. Like, what a wonderful place the world would be.
They just hate centrists, though. They despise them.
Just to hold on. But the thing is, what's so funny is that this guy is not a centrist. This guy is like probably 95th to 99th percentile left wing.
Oh, definitely.
It's like very left wing.
He said he was a sock dump, didn't he?
Yeah.
I feel kind of like this is a reverse struggle session where, he's trying to convince the evil dictator what he's doing is going to end up in catastrophe. And the evil dictator's like, how dare you?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Well, while we're paused there, I'm going to go ahead and head off. I'm getting quite tired. I've been up a while, and we've been going a while.
Take care, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for
coming on.
Yeah,
hey, Rex, you've been a good boy.
Yeah, I've been all right. I will see all of you later. Good luck with your stream. Have fun. You guys are almost there, almost at the finish line. You're almost finished up.
Not really even
almost
close,
over.
but
like half fucking way.
Almost there. So carry on, truck along, do the good work, and
Thank you.
I'll see you later. Thanks for having me on.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Carry on, my wayward son.
Bye. Bye.
Wait. Before you go,
What?
remember your homework assignment.
Yeah.
Yes, I have to watch porn
and concentrate.
I have to I have to really think about it.
Right.
I have to think about it as
you got to think which of these
as I can.
You're like,
so
where am I? Where's my spirit animal standing now in this?
Where is my soul?
Rex, you've been derelict in your duty. You could have just looked at porn like while we were streaming.
Yeah,
I could have. I probably should have.
Would have been a bit weird, but
no, I will do that though.
We'll ask you next time.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you then. Toodaloo.
Okay.
Bye bye.
I'll be waiting with bated breath.
Gross.
Why'd you have to make it awkward, Adam? God.
What kind of? Ugh.
As I hear other people doing, and so while the underlying logic is definitely defensive, I think encouraging people to violence in general is something that we don't want broadcasted in our movement, because a lot of people are going to see that and go, okay, that's also too radical. And that's when people get complacent. But when you offer an amazing alternative movement that a lot of people can get on board with, and it isn't fascistic, people will join that. And that's what, as sad as I am to say this, because obviously I don't think he was the ideal candidate, that's why Biden won, is people were like, whoa, Trump's crazy. And they turned, and Biden, even though a lot of it was just offered a pretty good alternative vision.
Nope, you're completely wrong. People voted for him because he was the most electable candidate. He won
if he was
because
also saying
were afraid
crazy wacko stuff, they would
Trump.
not have gone and vote.
He won because people were afraid of Trump. People weren't voting for him because they were excited about what he had to say. It's because they were terrified of another Trump presidency. And the problem with what you're talking about right now is a self-perpetuating issue. You know, liberals are terrified of the realization that they share this country with money.
Yeah, but isn't this completely undermine his argument? Because he's been saying, oh, you know, the Democrats aren't going to win the election. The Democrats aren't going to stand up. They aren't going to do any of this stuff. So we have to do it via force. But he just admitted that through fear, the Democrats were able to bring a coalition together under a guy with Alzheimer's to beat Donald Trump. I mean, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like
disrespectful to Biden.
It just seems like this is counter to his entire position here.
Oh yeah, it's totally counter. He's just making it up as he goes along. That's why this is so used car salesman. I feel like it is.
Yes. Well, he's just throwing whatever sticks, I guess.
Yeah.
At the moment.
He's bullshitting.
To would have them killed. Well, that's tough, but we have to grow up. We have to.
Well, and like, what is he? If people were so afraid of Trump in his first term, where he didn't enable fascism, like, what does he think would happen in this hypothetical Trump second term? Does he think Trump's going to just start marching the military into states and the military is just going to do this? Like, I don't know. He never lays out what he thinks is going to happen.
They're going to round up trans people on the street and execute them.
Like,
well,
the military.
Like,
it's very obvious why he doesn't do that, because imagine how fucking stupid he would sound.
I know, it's so, because it's insane.
Of course, of course he would never lay it out.
The first day in Donald Trump's second term, he announces that he's going to create the LGBT Defense Force. They will not defend LGBT people, defend straights against LGBT people.
He was never anti-LGBT. That's the thing. I mean,
I disagree. He was, in terms of the policies that they enacted. Really? Remember, they were fighting against including trans people
in the military,
sex. Well, in the military, but also they fought against including. Obama included he included gender identity under being a sex protected category, and Trump fought against that. I don't remember what the outcome of that case was, but.
Yeah, well, I thought you were against non-binary, though.
It was no. This was about the. It wasn't for non-binary.
Should they allow non-binary genders in the military?
It had nothing. This wasn't for non-binary. It was allowing. It was saying if someone's transitioning. It was saying if someone's transitioning from one sex to the other, is that protected under sex discrimination laws? Essentially.
Wait, do people with shadow even have genders? Aren't they all non-binary?
That is a harmful stereotype that my people have been working to fight
for
generations, and I can't believe you just bring that up.
You're saying that Trump was anti-LGBT, specifically T.
He was anti-T.
Right.
I don't think he did anything anti-gay.
Was there the thing on the military? Wasn't it because they didn't want people to join the military, so they would pay for their sex change operation? Or is that just like a bright?
I mean, that was an excuse given. I don't know. I'm sure you can work around that by still allowing trans people in the military. But
all right.
To learn that, and fear motivates, and it's legitimate fear. This isn't like Tucker Carlson fear-mongering where he makes shit up so that his billionaire masters can get away with another tax cut. This is like climate change type fear. Real stuff, really happening. People should be afraid. They should.
Which he can't fucking verbalize one thing. One thing, Vaush. Just one incident. One example, please.
It's like climate change. That's enough, Sitch. Quit your bitching.
What? Give me something. A crumb. A crumb I ask for.
Right.
Act in that fear. We've been trying to get people afraid of climate change for years and years and years. And you know what? We've done a terrible job of it. In large part because a bunch of people in this country think that it's God's given rapture and they think opposing it is, sacrilegious. But also because liberals just aren't cut out for the fear game. They're weak and spineless and made of jelly.
Sitch, you fucking weak, spineless piece of shit. Fucking jelly spine.
Because I don't want to fearmonger.
How dare you?
That means I'm a bad person, essentially.
Yeah.
And first of all, what the fuck is he talking about? The fearmongering over climate change has been like pushed very high. I don't know what world he's talking about. Like, do either of you agree with this? I feel like the fearmongering for climate change has been pretty strong for most of my lifetime.
Why does Matt Gaetz look like a demon? He literally does. I mean, this is winning me over to Vaush a little bit.
Why are you looking at a picture of Matt Gaetz?
Just the thumbnail for the video popped up, and he's got Matt Gaetz in it. And Matt Gaetz does have, he has vaguely demonic eyebrows, I'm noticing.
He does. He's got a weird looking thing. Yeah. What did Matt Gaetz even do that Vaush is referring to? Besides, sleep with a 17-year-old underage girl.
Right.
I don't know. I know a lot of reasons that he's like a piece of shit. I don't know what makes him a fascist.
Right. I'm just thinking those eyebrows are kind of criminal, just in and of themselves.
He does need to.
And his eyes are his eyes are like halfway in his head. God, I'm scared to see his profile. All right, continuing.
But it can be improved. It's possible to improve. The French resistance in World War II wasn't just liberals, it wasn't just leftists, it was liberals. It was centrists, moderates even. They were united. And I hate
because there was a fucking war going on. People tend to unite around that.
I mean, they were occupied by a foreign power.
Yeah. That's not what's going on here. We're all just chilling, drinking our Slurpees and sipping our Nescafe.
Fascism, and they fought and they died to irritate the Nazi occupants. We need that energy. If we're gonna concede this, people aren't engaging with this, they're going to kill us rhetoric, then we're already dead. We need to
because that's not something that
then make it appealing to them. Make them see.
There has to be some factual basis to it. And
there is. And that's...
He totally nails him right there. Vaush, you're fucking delusional. There has to be some factual basis to it.
Well, I mean, this would be the point of the conversation where you would bring up the factual basis, right?
Sure.
If you're being honest,
I was going to ask, does he give it now?
I don't know. We'll see. I don't think so.
Definitely is not factual basis to a mass killing of Americans.
Do you know how genocides happen?
By the Republican Party.
There is. Do you know how genocides take place? We're already at dehumanizing language of degenerates who are being convinced and groomed into their degeneracy by an elite cabal of economic. It's the Nazis.
How many times have we seen that language that didn't lead to a genocide?
I'm sorry.
You know how long people have been getting called degenerate?
Well, also, the left is doing just as much dehumanizing. I mean, they're basically calling everyone Nazis and fascists. What is that if that's not dehumanizing? I mean, nobody thinks Nazis are fucking humans.
I mean, whiteness is literally being labeled as evil.
Yeah, yeah. You're doing the dehumanizing, so.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
do you know how many precursors there are to the current wave of anti-LGBT media attention and legislation? Because we have the 1980s.
We're literally in Pride Month. What the fuck? I mean, I'm having a difficult time when I'm seeing like every single corporate product, you know, celebrating, celebrating LGBT pride. We're on the verge of gay collapse.
And I think that's a great point, because the average person, they go to the grocery store and they look around, they see like there's a rainbow flags and like half of all the products in there.
Right.
And they're like, they look at that and they say, what the fuck is Vaush talking about? How can he possibly perceive that there's some LGBT genocide that's like just around the corner? Like, imagine if in Nazi Germany, if in, 1935 or 34, like, the average German would go to the grocery store and there'd be like Jewish pride on every single
exactly
like food item that was like support your Jews.
If the entire month of June was Jewish Pride Month.
Pride Month.
Yeah. Jew Pride Month. Take out a loan.
Exactly. Like, just this is so ridiculous.
Oh man.
And even like his only example so far is this use of this usage of the word groomer, which in the past, it actually was so much more incendiary. People literally did think that, that being gay was some sort of grooming process for children.
People legitimately believe that.
Right.
They don't believe that anymore.
Or when I was looking up, this comes up later, he brings up some weird thing I couldn't find any information about regarding Ronald Reagan. And when they were talking about the AIDS crisis originally in like 1985 or something, when they thought it was something that affected just drug addicts and gay people, like someone brought it up and the fucking press secretary for Reagan like jokes about AIDS. And he was like, oh, you mean the gay plague? And like press, and he doesn't laugh, but the press corps laughs about calling it the gay plague. And then he makes a joke like, to the reporter asking, he's like, do you have it? Like implying like, are you gay? Do you have the gay plague? And the other press people are laughing about this. And I'm like there was no gay genocide when people were literally laughing and mocking gay people dying of AIDS. And now we're like the complete, like if a press secretary just said something like that, it would be fucking inconceivable.
They would lose their job by the end of the day. That would not that would not fly. No.
And yet we still think that we're on the precipice of like the LGBT genocide. It's just, we're living it. This is such bizarro-ness.
Well, again, this is not a persuasive argument. This is just riling up his base who already believes this.
Yes. Right.
I mean, this is speaking to the, I have to go check his sub count, 300K people who are fucking dumb enough to actually believe this, or who maybe don't necessarily believe this, but like the direction of the rhetoric, right? It's like, I'm sure a lot of these people don't believe that it's literally true. It's
they
just
probably
like,
don't believe it. You're right. They just want to hear someone beat up on Republicans.
I think a lot of his audience does think that this is literally true.
Right.
That we are on the precipice of some kind of rounding up of the gays and the transes.
Wow.
I would clock that in at maybe 20%, probably lower if we're playing that Jeff
that
game.
Low?
Yeah.
No, I think like a good 75% of his audience buys into this whole class.
Really?
Yeah.
How am I more optimistic about humanity than you, Sitch? Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm optimistic about humanity. I'm not optimistic about Vaush's audience.
Right.
Okay.
They want to believe this is a religion. This is totally their central thesis.
Because when we had our conversation with Lance and Matt, I don't think either of us said anything that was like very incendiary regarding the LGBT issues. But obviously,
no, that's not true.
I know you did. I know that you disagree. But
I don't even completely disagree with the point you made. I'm just saying that.
What did we say that was incendiary?
I mean, Sitch said he was true scum. To those people, it's like calling yourself a Nazi. It's like really bad.
Right. But
what is that? What is that? I didn't know what that designation was.
It means that being trans requires dysphoria.
Yeah, gender dysphoria, and like biologically, there has to be some biological essentialism to being transgender, essentially. But I think their audience had such a stronger negative reaction to what we were saying about the LGBT stuff, and if they do believe what Vaush is laying out, that would make sense why they had such a strong reaction, because they would see that we're basically participating in this genocide of LGBT people.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The thing is, and we never got to dive in on it, and I think Matt with his audience was super uncomfortable that we even covered it at all, and I kept thinking, well, how the fuck are we supposed to have these conversations if we can't even talk about it? But
well, I wonder if they became uncomfortable because he brought up that same point that he brought up with Tim about you're denying that trans people exist. And I profited a much better counter argument than Tim did that I don't remember Matt ever really countering.
But what was the counter argument?
It was like, well, you talk to someone who's a Scientologist, you don't agree. You don't believe in what they believe, but you still believe that they as a person exist. You're not denying that they exist.
That was a great argument.
I mean, I can tell you the comeback that they had. It's that you're denying that some trans people exist because some trans people don't have dysphoria, and you're saying they can't be trans. I mean, that's like an easy slam dunk for their audience as a comeback. I don't know why they didn't say that.
I'm denying that. No, I'm not denying that trans people exist. I'm denying that they're trans.
Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't see a distinction.
I understand, but that's a huge distinction.
Well, if someone has a desire to transition, but they don't, I mean, gender dysphoria is very strictly defined as, panic over your gender.
I could be even more clear. I'm not denying that they're trans, because being trans technically just means you don't identify with your birth gender. So that necessitates, by the dictionary definition, that anyone who's non-binary is trans. I'm just saying I don't think it's useful to categorize people in that way, and I think it complicates, having non-binary social constructionist people being lumped in with people with actual medical conditions.
Well, honestly, I wish you guys just talked about that for the next 3 hours instead of groomers or whatever the fuck you were talking about. That was way more interesting.
Well, they want to attack libs of TikTok and all that stuff, which obviously groomers is going to come up in that conversation.
Well, they're not here now to stop us. So I have a question. Right. If someone wants to transition and they don't have gender dysphoria, is that a choice?
What do you mean, is that a choice?
Well, if someone doesn't have gender dysphoria, which I believe is biological, they just have the desire to transition. They don't have any sort of negative, anxiety over their birth gender.
Lefties would say that like having gender euphoria associated with the other gender would not be a choice, but the choice to transition is a choice.
But they say you should be able to transition without gender dysphoria. So, I mean, isn't that a choice? Isn't that?
I mean, yeah, it's a choice, but I mean, it's something that should be allowed. I mean, lots of things are choices and allowed.
Right, but people...
I mean, drinking is a choice. Smoking is a choice. We should be allowed to do it.
Right, but people become Republicans or Democrats because they desire to become a Republican or Democrat, not because, they have anxiety about being a Republican, so they become a Democrat.
I completely disagree. I don't think people become Democrats or Republicans.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that, like, again, if someone only has euphoria and not dysphoria, then they don't have anxiety. It's just that they would prefer to be the other thing.
Right. A preference.
Yeah.
A desire, I
guess I don't really understand what you're actually asking.
Yeah.
I'm just asking because in the analogy that I made about misidentifying people politically, they will say, well, it's a choice to be a Republican, or it's a choice to be a conservative. It's not, born.
Well, see, okay, so that's the good fire back. And I think I did fire this back at some point. which I said, you say, well, if gender is a social construct, then being non-binary is a choice as well.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I wanted to dig into that, because I'm saying, listen, if you're saying, you've got to respect people's choices, then you got to respect their political choices as well. How's it any different?
I think that's a good argument. I would stick to non-binary. I think it gets clouded when you bring up transitioning.
Right.
So I don't think the social construct thing is going to be like persuasive, because just because something's a social construct doesn't mean it's useless or arbitrary. Like money is a social construct.
Well, I never said it's not saying it's useless or arbitrary, because being a Republican or Democrat is a social construct. And Adam said in our conversation, why is it okay to politically identify people but not misgender them? And they said because it's a choice to be part of some political party or whatever.
Right.
But it's also under their own worldview, it's a choice to be non-binary.
Right.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't at all tracking this part of the conversation.
Right.
I think that's a fucking dog shit argument. The reason that you would want to not misgender a trans person, whereas that sort of thing wouldn't be as big of a deal with other issues, is because the potential consequences are much greater, right? I mean, like,
well, not for non-binary. They don't have some high suicide rate or anything like that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
if I identify as a screenwriter and you say no, you're not, like, who gives a fuck? Like, it just doesn't. It's not a big deal. But
well, what if I say you're not a screenwriter, you're a Nazi?
I mean, that's a bit different. That's not a problem of misgendering, right?
That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Yeah. I'm saying, listen, I'm a sock dim, and they're going, okay, well, you're a fucking Nazi. It's like,
right.
I mean, no one's. I mean, we're talking about fucking gender shit. No one's talking about justifying calling people Nazis. Like, obviously, that's fucked.
Yeah, totally. But that's the whole argument. You got to make an argument why it's wrong to misidentify, why it's wrong to call people Nazi, and that's what I was trying to do.
Oh, I mean, I don't need an argument for that. Well, I don't think reasonable people need.
Well, it was because we were talking about, is it wrong to label, Dave Pacman labeled the trigonometry guys conservative. We get
right wingers. Yeah, not really
we get
conservative.
Labeled, right wingers all the time. So, and to their audience, I mean, especially with Vaush's rhetoric, it's kind of not the same rhetoric, but it would compound into like basically calling someone a right winger. It's very easily to call someone, a target. Right?
I was just trying to talk about the gender shit. Like,
I understand.
Obviously, like anything Vaush says is dumb as fuck, and there's like 17 reasons why he's either a hypocrite or a fucking moron. Like, that's just sort of presupposed. That's all baked in.
Right. Brian for $20 says Destiny Part 2 wrong. 1 in 20 kids identify as trans today. 1 in 20 kids identify as trans. About 40% would self-harm if they didn't get gender-affirming care, even pronouns. So show me the stats that this same percentage of kids self-harmed before the internet. Yeah, that makes sense when you lay it out like that. I would question that. I'm assuming, I don't know what the numbers are. I'm assuming there's been some kind of study tracking what the suicide rate is for kids with gender dysphoria with no treatment versus treatment, and how big a gap is that number too?
I don't think this. The problem is these are all pretty recent phenomena. I don't think the stats are really in. Like, we probably have some information. I don't know that we make a definitive conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. But that's always been the problem with all the transgender stuff. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, because I know you two were the very first to click and watch it, what are your thoughts on Distributus's 7-hour-long bookshelf review stream? I'm expecting comprehensive and detailed video response from both of you.
I did not click on it, obviously. So.
No. Sorry, I can't help you there.
Yeah.
Gray Son of Krieg for $20 says, Vaush, quote, you guys go out and throw bricks and get arrested. I can't because I'm an indoor person.
He does say that. I think he says that in this.
He does say that in this, yes. Yeah, it's very much...
That's so weak sauce.
Oh, isn't there some term for that?
How can you call yourself a revolutionary if you're not even going to go out?
It is very gross soy armchair revolutionary to be like, you guys go do the revolting. I'll sit here and talk on the internet for money.
What's so funny is that, like, this is the rhetoric people use about, like, you know, oh, the fucking big fat cat elites just send all the poor people off to war. It's like, what about you?
It's very similar to that, isn't
Right,
it? It has a very similar aesthetic.
Yeah, you're totally right. Europile actually for $20 says, not going to catch the show tonight because I'm celebrating my birthday, but want to show some love when I had the chance. Well, happy birthday, Ashley.
Yeah, happy birthday.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's great.
If your birthday's in June, I hear you're technically gay because of Pride Month. So,
which was when Reagan let hundreds of thousands of gay people die by preventing the CDC from doing.
Oh, this was this way. Let me go back. This was the thing.
Did he steal this from Didn't Destiny try to bring this up when he was here?
No.
Okay, this is something.
Unless
different.
I like walked out and missed this, but
wave of anti-LGBT media attention and legislation, because we have the 1980s, which was when Reagan let hundreds of thousands of gay people die by preventing the CDC from doing any research into AIDS. So that was a
Did Destiny bring that up when I walked out of the room or something?
Destiny did bring up something about AIDS back in the 80s and being the Republican Party doing terrible shit.
So I looked up.
Time. It was so long ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I tried to look up this claim that Ronald Reagan blocked CDC from researching AIDS. I found nothing. This doesn't exist. I don't know where this came from at all. It's not a thing that happened.
Wait, are you saying that someone went on the internet and told lies?
Yeah.
That never happens.
Like what happened was Reagan and the CDC didn't take AIDS seriously for years until it started to affect straight people, and until I think famously Reagan was very good friends with Brock Hudson, who died of AIDS, and that kind of alerted him to it. So, but there's a difference between like not taking a problem serious and like intentionally blocking funding to cause gay people to get wiped out or whatever the fuck he's talking about here. So,
genocide. The last time this happened was a genocide.
So he's saying this instance that never happened is an example of genocide.
This is so
okay.
This is so bad faith.
He thinks Reagan was like, oh, the gays, I'm gonna intentionally block funding to AIDS research to get them all genocide.
I mean, horrible. That would be horrible. That would totally be crazy.
Yeah, it'd be insane if something like that happened.
It's interesting that like in order to like present a charitable steelman of Vaush's argument, you would need to change most of the words that he uses because it just none of the words represent what he actually means.
Yes, or what actually happened.
Yeah.
Even in that moment, we would have been further from progress if the backlash to that was. I'm still unclear on. Okay, actually, this is a great question. That happens. What is the Vaush response to that? Because you kind of got like, oh no, that's not what I said. Whenever I didn't mean to make your voice sound annoying there. Whenever I said, okay, so go kill politicians, and it's like, no, of course not. It's defense. Well, then what in that example, if that's a genocide, what is the response that is more revolutionary?
What are you trying to do? Get my channel banned?
This is so good.
I know.
He's like,
I mean, did he just admit that like his beliefs are TOS? That's pretty.
Of course
he
did.
Happened, right?
Yeah.
This is so weird.
People are being killed
in a dog whistly way.
When people, that's not a dog whistle. When people are being killed by the hundreds of thousands.
Wait, he said that's not a dog whistle. That's 100% a dog whistle. What the fuck is he talking about?
This whole thing is dog whistle.
Yeah. And wait, he thinks hundreds of thousands of gay people died of AIDS in the 80s.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Oh my god. Okay.
Do you seriously think it's unethical to use violence to defend yourself? Do you really think that's unethical? Would it have been unethical for the Jews to fight back?
I actually don't think it's unethical. I think it's okay, you bring up that example. Of course, in that situation, we can see how violence not only is the only option, but then also could lead us to where we want to go. I'm asking you in the example of AIDS in the 80s, is that going to take us forward in the most effective way?
If you commit hard enough,
ethical, even if it's ethical.
If you commit, of course it's ethical. And if you commit hard enough, anything is possible. I'll ask you, do you think, would you have been chiding the Jews for fighting back in, say, 31, even if you knew through some prophetic ability that their attempts at fighting back would have been ineffective? Because it seems like you're only telling me that self-defense is just...
So wait, so did you notice this fucking sneaky turnaround, okay? Because Luke asked him a very specific question.
Right.
He said, under the claim you're making about Reagan preventing CDC from looking into AIDS, causing supposedly hundreds of thousands of gay people dying, what's is your response to that? Yeah. And he didn't fucking answer. He's like, oh, what is your response? You're saying that the Jews can fight against the Nazis?
I know. Yeah. Sneaky turnaround. Now we're talking about the Holocaust again.
Yeah.
It's like the most clearly unambiguous situation in the world. Yeah.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Sure. And know that it will work for sure. It's possible that there's nothing we can do. This might be a pointless conversation. It's possible that the dominoes have already begun to fall. We're not going to stop Republicans from winning, and no amount of violent counteraction is going to prevent them from overriding our democracy. It might be too late. So at this point, I've seen decades of liberal messaging and centrist, oh, bring them over, shit fail. I just think we're past that point.
I mean, I would like to ask Vaush what success is, because I have a feeling he would say, one party system. The Democrats control all branches of government from here until eternity, which is, that's ridiculous. A one party system? That's a huge problem. That's like China. That's like any authoritarian regime. It's all one party system. Yeah, not good.
I think we're at the point now where we have to recognize.
We need to invent immortality, okay? And then make Bernard Sanders dictator for life, okay?
Bernie Sanders. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he wants, but
I mean,
this is so naive. This is so naive. As soon as you get one party rule, they're just going to be horrible.
Bernie's a good guy.
From 1981 to 1990, 100,000 people in the U.S., or is it the U.S. or is it the world? I can't tell.
Died of AIDS.
And that's 3 years after Reagan, or 3 or 4 years after Reagan officially came out and said that they were going to
research it.
Fight AIDS, and the CDC was doing all this other stuff. So.
3 years later, 100,000 people died.
Well, no, but I mean, obviously the deaths were increasing, every year.
Right. Yeah.
Exponentially. But
as soon as the government got involved, a bunch more people died. Sitch.
There you go.
You see what happened there?
There you go.
Everything was fine until the government got involved.
Yeah, exactly.
People started dropping like flies.
Right.
Reagan should have just kept his mouth shut. AIDS would have went away on its own. That's how it works. Trust me, I'm a libertarian. I know these things.
Because early on, it was like 1981. Okay, I found a timeline. 1981, I was believed 200 people died of AIDS. Next year, 900 people. Next year, 2,000. Next year, 4,000.
Right.
Next year, 5,000. So it's increasing, but it's not like,
COVID, we lost 100,000 people.
Right. Yeah, 1985, they believed that 5,000 people had died of AIDS. Total.
Wow.
Not that year. So it's not like, I guess the real big, it started to really pick up exponentially, after Reagan and the CDC started talking about it. And I think that's because that's when it started to be more of affecting not just, gay people and people that were doing drugs or something.
No, Sitch, I told you it was government regulation.
I see.
Everything would have been fine if the government just stayed out of it.
It said cumulative AIDS deaths by 1986 were 16,000 people, according to this chart.
16,000?
Yeah, by 1986.
And we lost like 500,000 with COVID. So,
right.
Well, people say the numbers were inflated. Really, it was just like 15 people.
There's never been an actual progressive movement like a Bernie style progressive movement that rose up thus far.
It's too late. In 2024, that's the next election. We don't have time for progressives to win, to take over the Democratic Party and win the House and the Senate and the presidency.
Crazy. Alarmist. Of course, we should be raising all of the red flags, but there's no way in which people being ready for violence, the only thing that's going to do I'm okay with people getting a gun in case something ever happens, of course.
There you go.
Second Amendment. But, Vaush, you're killing me. You think I'm someone that I'm not. But there's not an outcome that I can see that has been explained in a logical way where we express our ambition to conduct violence if needed, and that helps us win the election or something, or it helps us after the election.
He is very right, by the way. There's like a bunch of different studies about types of rhetoric and types of protest and shit like that.
Oh yeah,
like non-violence is basically always the way the method that appeals to people.
Why would you vote for the guy who's talking about getting violent? Why would you want that guy in office?
Well, that was the thing that got David Shore fired. Is that it was during the BLM protests. He was saying, the more violent protests there are, the more likely people will vote against whatever group the violent protesters are advocating for.
Of course, yeah. They're like, oh, these people condone violence. Fuck that. I don't want them in office. You think I want them to have political power over me? What am I, insane?
Right.
Yeah.
Also, why are you blocked by David Shore, Adam?
I have no idea what happened. Who is that guy?
That's the guy I was talking about.
Tell him to unblock me.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Are you friends with him or?
No, we've never interacted once.
Well, I should unblock him before you ask him.
Oh, did you block him?
Well, I blocked him back. When people block me, I usually just block them back just for good measure.
Why?
I'm like, block me, I block you. Here, I'll unblock him.
Fuck you. Okay.
Come on, come on.
I know how you work. I know how Adam's elephant goes. Yeah.
Let that motherfucker block me. Okay,
right,
David Shore is officially unblocked.
There you go.
Who is this guy?
He's just some researcher.
Really?
I have no clue why he would have ever blocked you.
Is he, is he a Nazi? He's got like the...
I think I'm assuming he's Jewish. That's why he has the echo quotes around his name.
I don't see... Okay.
Why is this being framed in electoral terms for you? This is about life and death.
I know, it's funny. This is about life and death. You don't understand. If you don't vote, God. It technically is about life and death because, if Vaush doesn't make enough money, he's going to end up on the street. And that's not going to be, it's not going to be, it's life or death for him.
I feel like this may be the craziest Vaush has reached. Can he get to a level crazier than this without getting kicked off YouTube?
No.
This is already pretty fucking TOS. I've never seen anything this bad. The video is to me kind of boring because he's just saying the same shit over and over again, but the shit he's saying is fucking insane.
Yeah.
I've never seen him say something this ridiculous. This is bad shit.
He loses his mind in the Rose wrist thing though. Like he's going crazy. He knows Destiny's in the chat and he's like, "Are you Fed posting me?"
Yeah, but in the Rose wrist conversation, he just kind of tries to backtrack some of this. He doesn't.
Oh, he does? I don't feel like.
Well, he's not saying as incendiary things as he says in this conversation.
Right.
By far.
Did you guys watch the Rose wrist conversation?
I
not
did,
live,
yeah.
But we watched it.
Was Rose bad faith? No. Vaush said that. Yeah, I know Rose. Rose seems like a really chill dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Rose was trying to hold Vaush to all the crazy shit he says in this conversation.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume that Rose would do some stupid shit.
Well, he got mad because Destiny fed Rose a question. So.
Yeah. And Vaush is terrified of Destiny now.
Vaush is like, I see Destiny's in your chat and he's watching the stream. Is he feeding you questions? He became very upset by this.
Vaush he might have a paranoia problem. He might want to see a therapist about this because it really, his paranoia about Destiny and his paranoia about Republicans seem very similar to me.
Well, the paranoia about Republicans is unreasonable. The paranoia about Destiny is, pretty spot on.
Oh, that's so funny.
He's actually being gang stalked by TGGers, so it does make sense.
Is he really? Are they doing that? I don't think they're.
No, I don't think. No.
And Destiny I just totally meant that, mellow
Destiny,
now.
I just meant that Destiny can kind of trivially make him look like a fucking moron. So, yeah.
That is true. Yeah.
It's like a lot of the times I've seen Vaush say the stupidest shit. It was talking to Destiny.
Destiny says stupid, or Vaush says stupid shit when he talks to anyone, though.
Yeah, but most people don't.
They don't
hold
realize
him to account for it,
right.
and then really dive deep into what he's saying.
Destiny's like, whoa, what? Back it up here. Let's talk about that for a second.
Though I think Vaush he had a conversation with Rem, who I'm not even a big fan of, that he looked very crazy.
Oh, how dare you! I love Rem. What's wrong with Rem?
Okay, of course you do.
Maybe I should watch this.
It was, I think we might have covered it on stream.
Really?
I'm not familiar. It was about Vaush's terrible not having a strong philosophical take. We watched Rem's gender video, which I disagreed with. That's what we watched.
Right.
The Rem Vaush conversation is probably the craziest he's been before this conversation.
Yes.
The problem is that a lot of what they're talking about is just going to go over most people's head.
Right.
Yeah. So the clips of him saying, "Yeah, I'll just kill people who disagree with me," those are pretty effective. But outside of that, you have to be somewhat in the know to understand how fucking insane the things that he's saying is.
Yeah.
This is sort of that's the philosophy. This is that coming into practice, essentially.
Really?
So,
oh, okay.
Right.
You just asked 2024.
2024 is done. We've already 2024 is a coin flip. Maybe something happens between now and then, but whatever outcomes are going to
They haven't even selected a candidate yet. What the fuck? Really? 2024 is done already?
Adam, you're just gonna let them come and kill you? You have to start getting prepared now. Okay.
Biden could die before 2024. I mean, everything is up in the air at this point.
Trump could fucking die before 2024. Who the fuck knows?
Trump is not going to die.
Trump seems like he's going to live forever.
Yeah. I don't. How does he do it? I think he was 70 when he was elected.
I know.
This to me is the most amazing thing about Trump. I hope scientists are studying him.
I know.
Save his body when he dies. How do you eat McDonald's every day and never work out? And you're 80 fucking years old and you can do that. I just don't fucking get it.
That's another thing. You were right.
I don't have his energy when I'm fucking, when I'm 25 with fucking abs, in shape and working out. I don't have his fucking energy. How does he do it? It's incredible.
In the Kellyanne Conway book, he does brag about not exercising. I thought you were kidding, Sitch.
No.
We had that conversation. He believes the heartbeat thing. That if your heart beats too fast, you die or whatever. You only have so many heartbeats per life. Yeah.
That's so nuts. Yeah.
They need to fucking save his organs like Akira and fucking study it.
Of course.
Send it down the generations to figure out how the fuck he was able to do that.
It's not a big secret, Doomer. Okay. It's called amphetamines.
Okay, that might have something to do with it.
Remember the picture with all the Sudafed on the plane? I'm ready for the debate.
Direct action aren't going to have a significant impact in 2024. I'm talking about what happens no matter who wins that election. Maybe a Dem wins 2024. Maybe we have to wait till 2028 for this to be relevant. I don't know.
Vaush is basically saying, next time Republicans win, it's going on. It's no matter what.
Yeah.
So what happened to democracy? I love democracy so much I want it in the workplace. What happened to that?
Unless I lose.
Yeah, this is such bullshit.
Fascism. Yeah.
This is such bullshit.
We're probably going to lose pretty hard in 2022, though. So that's going to be... We're not going to get anything done, even if we win in 2024. But eventually, they're going to get a hold on us. They've been redistricting like hell. Every single time they undo something, Democrats don't have the power to redo. We need to be ready. And I have to ask you, just out of curiosity, when in Germany would you have said violence was okay?
Oh, my...
I know. Get ready, Doomer. Here it comes.
Okay. All right.
I'm definitely not familiar enough with the timeline, so I can't give specifics. But obviously I do think violence was justified at certain points. Like at a certain point, it definitely would have been. But for example, if I were to make a comparison, because we didn't know the future, when just racist things were being said about Jewish Germans, if Jews started going out and just, again, I'm not clear on even what you're.
What about arming up? Wait, hold on. I'm just saying getting ready. So I'm only saying getting ready.
Not at all what you. Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. Getting ready.
Oh, perfect. I'm totally okay for everybody to get a firearm as long as they are very safe with it.
Well, sure, they shouldn't be unsafe, but that's not an exaggeration. Getting ready to defend yourself. That's what I've been saying. So they can do that. What about when the German government started passing laws of restriction on Jewish people and businesses? Like specifically designating Jewish people as a separate legal category alongside dehumanizing rhetoric in order to categorize them separately and limit their movement.
God, we're so far from that. Like they literally made certain areas that couldn't be Jewish and forced them to like sell their businesses and move into ghettos and stuff like that. Well, so can you imagine anything like that happening in America?
Well, no, but here's the interesting thing. If what Vaush is like, honestly, the point Vaush is making right now about like the threshold, that's probably a reasonable threshold.
Oh, totally.
It's close.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if Jewish people had started being violent towards the Nazis at that point, it just would have made things worse. It would have prompted a response. It's not like that would it would make them look bad in public. It would give the Nazis a way to like be like, oh, we aren't the aggressors. We actually are defending ourselves against the fucking these Jewish guerrilla rebels or whatever the fuck. I mean, like this would have just been completely counterproductive.
It would have made things fall apart faster. Is that what you're
it's
saying?
Like on a moral level, I think it would be completely justified. I mean, you have to get into specifics and stuff, but that's not an unreasonable claim. But it's like, would it be politically intelligent to do that? Probably not.
Well, they did the same thing with the Japanese internment camps in World War II, but none of them got genocided. But they did make them sell their businesses, and
they were just hanging out and concentrating. Okay,
in concentration. It was in concentration camps. I mean, it's fucking not pretty, and they shouldn't have done it. So
there's a completely different idea behind the two, because with the Japanese, internment camps, it was like, oh, we can't trust Japanese citizens or Japanese American citizens to not spy on us or something and sell secrets to
but they
Japanese
said after
country.
the war we're gonna you'll be released. And
well, no, but which is, first of all, I'm not defending Japanese internment camps.
Yeah,
really fucked
obviously.
Up. But that was the rationale where the Nazis was like, these Jews are infiltrating our society and our culture.
Right.
They're the cause of everything wrong and everything wrong with our society, and they're seeking to weaken us from within, and they're the reason we lost World War I. And blah 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 blah. Like, this whole long thing.
And if you listen to the Hitler speeches, I mean, he wasn't hiding anything. It was pretty explicit, which just that kind of rhetoric, I can't imagine Americans would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm kind of surprised he brings this example, because I don't know how does this example compare to anything going on with America? I mean, does he think
it doesn't? Not remotely.
Are they going to put a rainbow flag on any business owner who on the business of anyone who's like LGBT or something?
No, it's very obvious. He's trying to make an equivocation between, like, he's like, well, they legally discriminated against Jews, and now the Republicans are legally discriminating against trans people, when like the level of discrimination is like so wildly different. One of them is like, might be considered a cultural genocide. I'm not even sure, but it's really, really, really fucking bad. Like, basically stopping an entire race of people from being able to fucking exist and get along in society. That compared to like, I don't even know how bad it is now, but there's like bills that are kind of fucked up in a couple places. I mean, I don't like them, but
not being able to teach about gender identity in school.
Yeah, it's not vaguely comparable to like the treatment of the Jews before the Holocaust. It's kind of disgusting that you would make the comparison.
It's not kind of disgusting. It is disgusting. I can play my J card here and say, as a Jew, I am disgusted that Vaush would use my people as a shield for his horrific call to violence.
That's what he's been doing to fucking Captain America behind the J card the whole fucking conversation. So.
Hashtag not your shield.
Nice.
And obviously the shield is shaped like a star.
Are you tweeting that at him right now? Call him,
I will.
use hashtag anti-Semitic too.
There you go.
And, you know, a variety of ways. That plus dehumanizing language plus hate crimes start to rise against them. You know, in that environment, because that's where we are right now with trans people. That exact point is where we are. In that environment, do you think it's unfair to go like, yeah, you should be like ready?
Has there been a rash of hate crimes against LGBT people that I'm unfamiliar with?
He's so making this shit up.
I feel like that'd be big news if that was a thing.
He's so using trans people for his own political movement. It's so sad.
Well, the thing is, you could make the argument from a certain perspective. Like, trans people are more likely on like by a per population basis than, you know, like a straight white person to have a hate crime committed against them. That's certainly true.
I don't think that is true.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I think
But
Sitch has looked into it.
I don't know.
Not. Yeah.
Is it not?
I've never heard that before. I mean, I would think maybe the most likely person to get hate crimed is an Asian person right now.
Yeah.
If the trends have been holding since last year.
Yeah.
If they come for you, like they are getting ready for something and you need to be ready, you need to arm yourself.
Again, I already said I think it's fair to just say everyone, you know, be ready for anything. But in the case of trans people,
for anything,
what if you just got like a MAGA hat and kept it in your closet so you're totally prepared when they show up? You just like you pull the MAGA hat out. And you're, look, I'm MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
Then you'd be safe then, right? They wouldn't throw you in the LGBT camp because you'd be like, I'm MAGA.
There you go. Instead of painting the ram's blood on the door for Passover, you have to paint the MAGA flag.
You just pull. You're like,
oh my God!
You're like,
it says MAGA. Pass me over. I'm not gay.
You're gonna get a fucking call from your pastor about that one, buddy. Or fucking
my
rabbi,
pastor.
What? I don't know what your fucking people are called. Okay.
Jesus.
Oh no.
I'm in the diaspora.
My rabbi.
Sitch, okay?
Come on. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
This is MAGA country.
You
can't hurt
This is
me.
MAGA country.
Look, you should be happy that I don't spend my time reading about Jews, okay? Mm-hmm. I don't think you like people who do that very much.
That's true. You know what? That's fair. Okay.
You haven't been in the Quackademic Agent server, Doomer?
Oh,
We'll check.
You fucked up.
Don't make us check.
Video yet?
Doomer, you weren't supposed to come on stream. We fucked up. You were supposed to tell Quack that you hated me, which is true, and that you were going to go on a stream with him together, and you were going to hate me together.
That was going to be pretty base, but now I guess we fucked that up.
That would be fun.
Shit.
Seeing a very but that's not the focus of your commentary. Your commentary isn't like just be ready in case anything happens, but be super safe. It was like, let's go. They want us all dead. That was one of your quotes.
Do you think it would be inappropriate for the Jews to have said that back in the early?
Look, it's so slimy. It's so slimy. Not only is this not remotely the environment we're in, you're basically appropriating the Holocaust for your own political gain, which is just, this is so slimy.
30s, they want us dead. The Nazis want us all.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to like Godwin's Law and bring it up once, but it's a whole other thing entirely to like spend, what is it now? Literally a fucking hour.
I know.
Like comparing Jews before the Holocaust. Like,
right.
All dead. They were right.
I don't know the specifics of the build up to World War II enough to compare it to our current situation.
Well, the Night of Broken Glass happened in 38, like a year before the war, you know. But the mechanisms for the Holocaust were laid well before that point, you know, 33, 34, you know, you have a political party in power. You really telling me back in like 34?
So here's the numbers from the FBI last year, or not last year, 2020, so 2 years ago. There were 7,500 incidents involving 10,000-ish victims that were believed to be victims of a crime a hate crime. 61% of the victims were targeted because of the offender's race, ethnicity, or ancestry.
Right.
20% were based on sexual orientation, 13% on religion, 2.7 on gender identity.
Wow.
It's interesting that they separate that from sexual orientation. So actually, wait, that's means
trans, yeah.
Yeah, so that means only 2.7 was for trans, where 20% was for gay. It's very interesting.
Well, but
yeah.
I mean, here's the thing: if trans people are like 1 in 1,000, right, and they get 2.7% of the
oh, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. We'd have to figure out what is their per capita. Yeah. It says known offenders. Of the 6,400 known offenders, 55% were white, 20% were black, and then 16% unknown. So there you go. So yeah, seems like race is still primary motivator for hate crimes. I still don't think trans is, but we'll see. It's just like per capita for that.
Or whatever, when all the precursors I've described to you were in place, they were saying something like, yeah, the Nazis are evil, they want you dead. And you would go in and say, hey, come on. You really think you're going to convince Nazis with rhetoric like that? Like, And
that's a great thing. That it's nothing like, or not nothing. It's not equal to what we're seeing now, because like in the case of trans people, increasingly people are totally on board. And I can tell you, every single person that I've talked to who has like an icky belief on how we should be treating trans people in society, it's from being misinformed on what is going on. Most of it is like, oh, I'm really scared because I think that little kids are going into class and teachers are saying, you're not a boy, you're a girl, you're not a boy, you're a girl, until they turn into a girl. Like
that's for the record, that's not really true. It's a disgust reaction a lot of the time. Even if people had 100% accurate information, there would still be a substantial number of people that would react poorly to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they thought about the Jews.
Oh, no one's advocating for that. And right now we have the people on our side, and then there's this fringe that's
same in Germany. Germany was a very progressive place before during the Weimar Republic.
So
not as progressive.
You're saying
as
that Germany wasn't. You're saying that Hitler and the Nazis was not a popular movement.
No, the Germany Nazis only had initially support of like 25 to 30% of the population. They seized power anti-democratically, and through seizing control of it.
That's not true.
Wait, no, he got elected, right?
Yes.
Well, he got first. He was assigned to be chancellor,
right,
or whatever, not chancellor, whatever the fuck the position was, but
education, a political coalition thing.
Let's see. Because the socialist candidate refused to back down, he ended up splitting the vote away from the center candidate and gave the First World War general Paul von Hindenburg a narrow victory. In 1933, Hindenburg turned around and appointed Hitler as chancellor, which then Hitler then signed the decrees enabling the Nazi terror against the left after the Reichstag fire. So there you go.
Right. And the fire was done by the Nazis, correct?
I don't know what the Reichstag fire is.
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it was. They set
Reichstag
like Parliament
fire was
on
an arson
fire.
Attack on German Parliament 4 weeks after Adolf Hitler was sworn. No, it was. Wait a minute.
Yeah, they burned the Parliament down.
Yeah, but it sounds like it was anti-Nazis that burned the Parliament down, not Nazis.
Oh, it was.
Oh, hey. The SNA producer has made an excellent point. Vaush got banned off of Twitch for saying nuke Israel, and he's now using Jewish people as his shield for the entire fucking conversation.
That's true. That's very true. No, so yeah, in 1933, the German Parliament building was burned down in response to Hitler's position. The Nazi leadership and its German nationalist coalition partners exploited that fire to persuade the president, Paul von Hindenburg, that the communists were planning a violent uprising to derail Germany's national renewal. They claimed that emergency legislation was needed to prevent this. So this literally proves Vaush wrong. Okay, you had leftist
The violence gave him more power.
Yes, happened in response to Hitler being appointed as chancellor, and then he used that to allow, to convince the president that, well, you got to go, clamp down on the commies.
Wait, you mean exactly what I said like 10 minutes ago?
Yes, it's so fucking stupid. He's using like Nazi Germany as a shield, and he has it completely ass backwards.
Yeah,
this is so stupid. Using emergent constitutional powers because of this incident, Hitler's cabinet issued a decree for the protection of the German people. This decree placed constraints on the press and authorized the police to ban political meetings and marches, effectively hindering electoral campaigning.
Yeah, they shut it down. They shut it down.
But listen, we need more. Listen, the fascists only listen to violence, guys. Okay, we need more. We need more.
They burned down the parliament building, so how could the government even take place?
Right.
That's pretty fucked up.
It's so stupid.
Can you imagine if the Congress burned down? Like if someone lit a fire and burned the Congress down?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fucked up.
Whichever group, like if on January 6th,
they burned down.
They literally burned down Congress. I mean, oh my God. The response would have,
right.
You think the response was like overblown now? This would have been like times 1,000.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is that well, not crazy, but what's kind of fucked up is that if the situation was reversed, if it was that Trump won the election and Biden was claiming the election was stolen from him, and it was Antifa people out there, it would have been far more likely that they would have attempted to burn down the building.
And then Vaush would be talking about the election being stolen, and
yes, you're right.
Antifa was doing the right thing, and
you're right. You're completely right.
Of propaganda, they convinced a larger and larger group of Germans of the general political.
Why do you think Vaush hates Republicans so much? Do you think this is like just conditioning, or? I mean, I used to hate Republicans, but it was just, I grew up in this environment where just hating Republicans was a bonding experience.
What do you mean why? Because it's effective politically.
I think that is.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, he might actually believe this. I'm not convinced that he doesn't believe this.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Political aims, misinforming them. Some of the stuff they'd like to say about Jews were that they were effete intellectuals who would corrupt their children through degenerate messaging designed to destroy Western civilization. It was not a popular movement to begin with. They seized power anti-democratically. You know how many people are Republicans in the U.S.? About 30%.
By the way, I just read it. So it's there in the election after the fire, the Nazi Party got like 43% of the vote, which wasn't a plurality, but they did get the most votes. And then they formed, like I said, they formed a coalition with someone, which allowed them to make a government.
Right.
Yeah. So like, I mean, it's not really anti-democratic. I mean, that's kind of the way the system
works.
I
know he's totally wrong there. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah.
Well, Hitler's bad and democracy is good, so.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why he said
everything is set up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the Germans and the Nazis were not any more intrinsically anti-Jewish to begin with than modern Republicans are against trans people. Maybe you can convince 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but every night Tucker Carlson speaks to an audience of millions. I'm sorry, at a certain point, look, maybe everything works out, but past a certain point, not saying you need to be ready is just irresponsible.
Okay, and I already agreed. You can totally say you need to be ready. Your what I am kind of addressing is very different than just you need to be ready. But I do think, even in the case that you're talking about, I hate doing this because it's like the most extreme case, and definitely lack of knowledge there. But if early on when they started slandering Jewish people, if there's a bunch of Jewish people who started enacting violence or kind of promoting really violent rhetoric, even though I think it would be justified and moral, I don't think even you would believe that would have helped them. That would have
based. I fucking love this guy, dude. Let's go donate to this guy's Patreon. What's his name? Luke some shit. He's been very lucid the whole time. I don't know that he's done a good job debating, but he's been making good points.
Caused it all to seem more justified. And that's why I'm really scared about going around saying Republicans are demons and human flesh.
The Holocaust happened
anyone
anyway.
who's like a little soft-hearted liberal is going to be like, oh, that seems so crazy. Like, I definitely don't want to be a part of that movement.
When the Holocaust happened anyway, you can't really go back in time and be like, well, if you'd been more violent, a second Holocaust would have, like the Holocaust 2 would have happened.
Well, another thing he's leaving out too historically is that, like, with Germany, this is after there was an actual, I mean, we talked about this with the Philosophy Tube video. This is after there was an actual far-right party seized government power away from the democratically elected party. And then once that far-right party was ousted, the communists literally tried to do the same fucking thing. They tried to just seize the country. So it's like, just to compare this sort of powder keg of Germany after World War I to the United States now is just so dumb.
Yeah. You don't have the far right, alt-right faction anywhere near seizing political power, and you don't have Antifa anywhere near seizing political power, which is good. I mean, I'm happy in that situation.
When I say seizing power anti-democratically, I mean like literally forcefully having soldiers come to the White House and take it over. That's what happened in Germany.
Well, and I mean, they have sooner or later the military, they have to take over the military, and the military has to start taking orders from them. Otherwise, you don't really have the country. So, but that's never going to happen. That's so never going to happen. Can you imagine our military generals going, oh, yes, sure, Vaush, I know you're in charge now. Tell us what to do.
Yeah, let's round up all the gays. Yeah.
No shit.
It's stupid.
The generals are pretty sensible people.
It's hard for me to even imagine like the average military officer or just random soldier is going to be like, if they're like, okay, I want you to go into this state and start rounding up the gay people. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine how this could come to fruition in America.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Remember the General Milley that Trump was exchanging barbs with?
Yeah. Yes.
Come on, that guy's not going to round up the gays.
I know, this is so stupid. Yeah. This is so stupid.
Do you think Vaush knows about General Milley? Do you think Vaush knows about controlling the military is essential? Do you think he knows any of this stuff?
Is that the dude who was like talking about fucking Marx?
Yes.
In court?
Yes.
Yeah. He's made videos.
That's the guy. Yeah. Oh, so he does know.
You're right. Yeah, right. This is so dumb.
So he loves General Milley then?
I mean, we literally had the Marines were roasted deservedly because they tweeted out that picture of like the army helmet with the multicolored rainbow bullets.
Yeah.
On it for Pride Month. And people are like, really? Yeah, you didn't see that picture?
No way.
It's a picture of like a Marine helmet.
Wait, it's the BLM,
but the official Marine account tweeted that out?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. That's a little
Marine
excessive.
Pride tweet.
So the Marines are basically all gay now. Does Vaush know
said
this?
US. Yeah, the U.S. Marine Corps tweeted out a picture of the helmet, and it had the rainbow flag bullets like in the band of the helmet.
I saw it, but I didn't know it was like the Marine Corps account.
This was the official U.S. Marine Corps Twitter account. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And so those people are going to then turn around and they're going to turn around after that, and they're going to go round up the gay people.
It is kind of based to say, listen, not only are we going to kick your ass militarily, we're just going to send our gay guys to do it. I mean, that's a huge fuck you.
Mm-hmm. It is kind of funny. It seems a little tone deaf to have like bullets be the rainbow flag that you're going to shoot into somebody.
I know.
I don't know. It seems a little off-brand, off-message, but okay.
I mean, if they're going into someplace that's anti-LGBT, I mean, okay, maybe they.
The U.S. Marine tweet was slightly ratioed for this.
Oh, I
18,000 likes and 18.6 1,000 quote tweets.
Wow.
So there you go.
Kooky.
Well, actually, I think that something would have changed if Jews back then had simply armed themselves and then killed all of the Nazi party. You know, and there were attempts to do that, but I mean, full on kick down the door, gun them all down. You know, maybe they get arrested or executed.
Boom! You just said it.
Whoa! Killing Nazis?
Right now,
wait, are we against killing Nazis here?
I'm totally on board. I'm saying. Right there, you're making a comparison. So then,
I've made nothing.
This is what you wanted.
I have made no allegories in this conversation. Okay.
What the?
I mean, he is comparing.
I think Sitch just walked away from his computer.
He is comparing Republicans. He's comparing Republicans to Nazis, is he not? I mean, I feel like he is.
The gaslighting.
He has been for an hour. That's the entire conversation.
Yes.
I've just been looping on that one thing for a fucking hour.
Yes.
I haven't made any allegories. What the fuck, dude?
Just pure fucking gaslighting.
Hold on. Here's the steal, man. Vaush doesn't know what allegory means. He doesn't know what he's saying. Okay.
He's saying that Republicans are like Nazis and it's okay to kill Nazis. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not against not killing Nazis here, are we?
Mm-hmm. Well, and also, like, I don't know what the Jewish population was in Germany and, you know, the 1930s, but I assume it was less than, you know, the Nazi population.
Right. Yeah. They were a marginalized group.
Yeah.
Presumably, the point at which they would have the justification to like actually enact violence would be a point where they're already being actively discriminated against. So it would be like fucking pretty goddamn hard, right?
Right, but that's Vaush's point. He's like, you need to preemptively do this stuff.
Oh yeah, okay.
Before it's too late.
Just read people's minds, figure out what's going to happen in the future, and just justify murdering people. Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying that I haven't made any allegory here. I've made no comparisons. I'm not saying that we should go in and gun down Republicans. I'm just saying that the Jews should have done that to the Nazis, and they didn't, and look what happened to them. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And I'm saying that the Republicans are going to do the exact same.
This is straight up stochastic terrorism.
I know. I'm kind of shocked this video. He didn't take this video down.
He never does.
Not. Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised YouTube didn't take this video.
He's untouchable.
He's touchable. He got banned from Twitch. What do you mean?
Allegory, a short moral story, often with animal characters.
Huh. Well, there you go. He didn't use any animals, so I guess he's right.
Technically. That's only one. There's 3 other definitions, but
yeah, that's not the definition I'm familiar with.
Okay.
What's an allegory?
No comparisons, analogies, none whatsoever. But yes,
what?
The Jews.
Then explain why the fuck you've been talking about. Then why do you keep talking about the Jews?
Come on, we know why.
What's wrong with talking about the Jews, Duma? You don't want to talk about my peoples?
The Holocaust is morally unambiguous. That's why everybody goes to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to compare Republicans to Nazis.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's an allegory?
No comparisons, analogies, none whatsoever. But yes.
What? That's
the
what
Jews...
we're talking about. We're comparing. Yes, you.
No,
okay.
we're not. No, this is unrelated. The Jews might have been successful.
Look at. I want to go back. Look at the twinkle in his eye when he says
that's
that.
what we're talking about. We're comparing. Yes, you.
No,
okay.
we're not. No, this is unrelated. The Jews might have been successful in preventing their own extermination. Wait, do you agree? Do you agree?
How is that just not completely offensive? Like, the Jews could have saved themselves. That's the argument that he's making here.
If it wasn't for those dirty liberals,
right?
Gatekeeping the Jews.
Holy shit, dude! Isn't Vaush always saying like denigrating personal responsibility because it fucking like puts moral culpability on people? You shouldn't tell poor people to save money because it implies that it's their fault for being poor. Oh, but the Jews just should have fucking saved themselves from the Holocaust. What the fuck, dude?
To be fair, I don't think that's what I think that's kind of what's being implied. I don't think that's what he means to say.
Oh, I mean,
that's basically what he is saying, though.
No, he's saying that if the Jews had the foresight, if the Jews listen, he's saying if I Vaush
Jews weren't too
was
busy.
Jewish in 1930s Germany, and I was popular, I could have prevented the Holocaust. I would have gotten the Jews armed and militarized and up in arms fighting against the Nazis. If only I was there, I could have stopped it all.
I think
that's what he said.
Might be a little hubris here.
That was
it's actually something pretty good in chat. Monday morning quarterbacking the Holocaust.
I know, that's exactly what's happening.
That's fucking funny, dude.
That's what's insane.
Facing legal persecution, an anti-democratic party is seizing additional power. The Jews, say 33, 34, if they had hatched some plot to gun down Hitler, Goebbels, you know, some Nazi upper party meeting, say it's like Inglourious Bastards, they get invited to a theater and all just get gunned down in the final act, something like that. Would that have been wrong? Might have stopped the Holocaust.
Morally,
and World
probably
War II.
not. But if, again, we're talking about how this can be compared to our current situation. No,
Morally,
stop. I'm talking.
Do you think it would have been?
No,
but
Vaush,
would it have been practical? Because it would have killed.
It doesn't
leadership.
sound. Okay,
He's acting like they have a fucking time machine and they know the future. I mean, they don't know what's going to happen.
It's also not only is this an insane comparison, just because obviously comparing the Nazis to the Republican Party today is like fucking batshit insane, but also who's he saying? Like, who is the Hitler figure? You know, does he think that people, like, if a bunch of LGBT people got in a car and shot Trump to death, like, would that help the movement? Like, I don't know. How is this applicable to the current situation now?
I mean, the thing is, like, one of the kind of fucked up things is that I'm not going to completely defend Republicans. They're doing some, like, they would, if they had the ability to do whatever they want, I think they would do some things that are probably a violation of, like, the human rights of, like, gay and trans people, right? But the thing is, the motivation behind it isn't that they want them to fucking die. The motivation is that they think it's unhealthy for, like, children to be taking
society,
these things.
yeah.
And, like, I don't know if I agree with that, but it's not that they want them fucking murdered. It's a very different thing.
Right.
If you think, if they could have effectively wiped out all the Nazi leadership, then maybe practically, yeah, that would have done something. But I don't think right now, because the comparison you don't want to make now that you said that is, that's what some progressive group should do to Republican leadership.
And would I even imply that? So,
so disgusting. Why I wouldn't even imply that. I'm not even implying that with a smirk.
All that Luke should be saying is, then why the fuck do you keep bringing up the Holocaust?
Right. Well, he did. He said, "Why are we talking about this?" And then Vaush just dodged the question.
I mean, obviously, for very, very obvious reason.
Contrast for 20 Aussie bucks says Sitch is a video game normie. BioShock Infinite is boring as fuck. The first BioShock is okay, but they don't hold a candle to System Shock 1 and 2. This pleb probably couldn't even beat Contra in one life. Go back to Nintendogs. There we go. I'll admit I never played System Shock 1 or 2, so don't have a comment. Hard Romeo for $20 says BioShock Infinite has a black female socialist who you think is a good guy, but then turns out to be a radical, violent villain, based and Comstock pilled. There you go. JV Shada for 20 Canadian says, I used to be S-Class until Sitch mispronounced my name. Now A-Team reigns supreme. For the record, it's pronounced JV Shada, not JV Shoda. Listen.
JV Shada. Nice.
Listen.
Welcome to A-Team.
Listen, I definitely didn't say JV Shoda as a Freudian slip. Okay.
JV Shada, right?
JV Shada.
All right.
Perfect. The A-Team does reign supreme in S-Class is shit class. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Classic.
Right.
D-bag. I thought you were the
Doom
D-bags,
Patrol. He's the Doom Patrol.
No,
what
I was wrong.
About?
Dev isn't D-bags. You're the D-bags. I forgot.
Dev is the D-bags.
And what is Doomer?
Doomer's the Doom Patrol.
No, we got rid of Doom Patrol.
No, Doom Patrol sounds badass.
No, we got rid of Doom Patrol last time.
Doom Patrol.
Yeah, Sitch doesn't like that it sounds badass.
It's
no,
badass.
everyone's team name, except for S-Class and A-Team, has to be somewhat derogatory.
No,
that was
Doom
the rule. How about that?
You're playing into Vaush's hands by saying
the
that.
degenerates. There you go. The degenerates.
That's what Vaush was so nervous about, being called a degenerate.
Now it shall be the degenerates.
Like, I was just gonna say, degenerate is just such an aesthetically pleasing word. I don't know what it is about it.
There you go.
It's
See,
so
it makes
much fun to
sense.
say.
It makes perfect sense. Rona Zorro was here for $20. Says we want to see Doomer's waifu tier list. There you go. You have to put that out there, Doomer. I would do it, but I don't want to be accused of leaking DMs. So.
Well, that's not a DM. That's in like a Discord channel.
Okay, there you go. I will leak. I'll go find it, and we'll post it.
Yeah, let's do it on Tuesday.
But dude, really quickly before that happens, I haven't seen any of these animes. So
That's not true.
I saw like 2 of them.
You saw Evangelion.
I saw 1 episode of Evangelion, and I was just like Mystery Science Theatering it, basically.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
If that's the case, Doomer, the chances of there being underage girls on your waifu list is pretty high, and that's
true.
Definitely we also get you labeled a pedo. So
we also did a husband tier list, and I put like a suit of armor as number 1, and apparently that's a kid. I didn't know.
Yeah,
so, Majin has a good team name for you. The Groomers.
Oh no. Groom Patrol.
Groom Patrol.
We got it. Groom Patrol. Thank you, Adam. There you go.
That's pretty good.
The Groom Patrol. Perfect. GSP 1005 for $20 says no gods or kings, only tendies. High ranks and Longman and Doomer. Always glad to see some EFAP in my Adam and Sitch, but this doesn't make up for not doing the Fight Club stream yet. Also, check out the movie Everything.
Oh, we have. They wanted to come on together. We could have done the Fight Club thing.
Well, yeah, we can still do it.
Yeah,
we gotta get Nick to do that too.
What's the Fight Club thing?
Maggie May has a crazy video on Fight Club.
Yeah. Maggie May Fish. You don't watch her videos?
I don't know who that is.
They're crazy cool.
Her premise is that actually that you think the main character is Edward Norton and that he's hallucinating Brad Pitt, but it's the reverse.
Right. That's a story of toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
And racism.
Yeah. That basically Brad Pitt is creating Edward Norton's character to make you, the audience, sympathetic to his toxic masculine behavior.
To his Nazism.
Yeah. Very fucking crazy.
That's just a theory. Okay.
Newt for $20 says EFAP on my birthday. Happy birthday, Newt. A team and S class are massives that can vote twice. Our tards got trump cards. There you go. Thank you.
Our tards got trump cards.
Yonkers OF for 30. Aussie Buck says, which episode of EFAP can I listen to Mauler rant about BioShock Infinite? I don't know.
You're gonna have to check the archives, buddy.
Check the
archive. Let's say that
then what are we talking about Germany
let's say
for?
in Nazi Germany.
There's your question.
The
Germany.
assassination of political leadership is a very effective way at destabilizing a political movement. That's
so
just
then make it. So then apply it to our current situation.
Well,
yes,
I'm just
do
trying
it.
to figure out
Force
what the
them to.
threshold is for the Nazis, the ones that we can talk about. Okay, so with the Nazis,
so he just said the ones we can talk about. Okay, so he's admitting that he wants this in America, but that we just can't talk about it. Or
He's definitely
TLC.
signaling, isn't he? This is
Yes,
totally
100%.
How is this not dog whistling the thing that he accuses everybody of doing?
But that's why he was so full of shit, because when Rose saw this video and was questioning all this stuff, and he's all like, "Oh, you're putting words in my mouth. You're Fed posting, blah 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 blah."
Right.
I love how, like, one of the things that disgusts me is when people say something that, like, they think is a defense and it's fucking not. Like, when they're like, "Oh, are you Fed posting? Are you Fed posting?" By accusing Rose of Fed posting, you're essentially acknowledging that Vaush is advocating for violence and that Rose is just asking him to be specific here. Okay.
Right.
Accusing him of Fed posting is not a defense. That's an acknowledgement.
Yeah, that's true. He completely acknowledged what was going on.
Because if it wasn't true, you just say, "No, I don't advocate for you to fucking start assassinating Republicans or something."
Yeah, why are you bringing it up?
You know, We have the precursor to a genocide being constructed, you know, these people are evil, they want Jews dead, blah, blah, blah. At what point, you know, because the alt fiction, what if like a resistance group had killed Hitler before the Holocaust? This is something liberals have been jerking off to for almost a century now. When would it have been acceptable if that assassination had led to destabilization, internal tumult, and then eventually like a restoration of democracy? It would have been messy, I'm sure, but better than World War II.
Again, it would all depend on if they pass, like, I'm not familiar with the timeline, but if they passed a law that's hurting, you know, Jewish businesses, like you said, Jewish individuals, and all of a sudden, like, but it's the practical thing. If you could actually magically wipe out all of Nazi leadership,
you think it's like impossible?
Maybe that could be ethical, but
do you think it's impossible to
very difficult for a small minority to wipe out a governing body?
There are examples all the time of a government seizes power, and then shortly afterwards, the leadership of that government is killed by insurgents or radicals or by a conflicting faction, and then there's an internal power struggle and someone else takes power. I don't think anyone worse than the Nazis could take power. That's pretty much like the war. That's about as bad as it gets. So whoever would have taken power afterwards probably wouldn't have done the Holocaust and probably wouldn't have started World War II. Or at the very least, when those things happened, it would have been like a much less.
The other thing too is, from my understanding, you can correct me on this, Hitler was much more of a sole leading force that constructed this whole movement around him. And so I do think practically if you could have gotten him, maybe no one else had the specific ambition to do, you know, mass genocide, but they still would treat them poorly and all those type of things. We do, but if you took out Trump, which practically...
Whoa.
If you...
I don't believe in political violence. Come on.
No, we don't. Sorry. Agreed.
I think that both of them were about comparable in the extent that, like, there were other political forces that wanted power, and through him they were able to achieve it because he was, like, a populist.
My point is, even if Trump decides not to run...
So, it seems like he's just laid out the groundwork where he's saying it's totally justified to kill Hitler, and Trump basically is in the same position as Hitler.
Yeah. I mean, he's just skirting TOS. It's not. There's not really any ambiguity left at this point.
Okay, good. So I'm not. It's not my bias. I'm not reading into this. He's literally saying, he's really advocating for, or saying it would be moral for someone to go assassinate Trump.
Is he saying Trump is basically going to? Is still a political player? I mean,
yeah, I guess
that's kind of weird.
He's likening him to being the centralized figure of this hypothetical LGBT genocide, the way Hitler was the central figure to, you know, the Holocaust.
I mean, it seems like the weakest form of his claim is like Trump is 40% of Hitler or something like that, and like enough has happened that we should be able to see the impending like concentration camps of queer people. So violence is justified. That seems to be what's... I mean, obviously he would never cop to that because it's, you know, Fed posting, but I mean that's what's happening, right? Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah, that is what's happening. This video is insane.
He's basically advocating one of his crazy fans killed Trump because they would avoid the future Holocaust.
And this is the whole concept of stochastic terrorism. Like, you say some shit like this, like if a couple crazy people believe it, like, you know, some fucked up shit can happen.
Do I lose the bet if that happens, Sitch?
We said
if Trump is assassinated by some crazy Vaush fan.
So I remember we talked about this. We said if Trump dies for any reason before.
Oh, okay. We did
it's
talk
a push.
About this.
Yes.
Okay. The bet's
that is
off.
nullified. Yeah.
That makes sense.
We'll say it that way. If he decides not to run in 2024, there's still a whole movement.
Is this Vaush setting up in the same way that Trump was setting up for a loss by saying that, you know, obviously this election is a fraud? Is Vaush setting up for if Trump runs, obviously he's a future Hitler?
Yeah, of course.
It seems like he's paving the way for that.
That is what he's paving the way. Yeah.
Wow.
100%.
Fucking weird.
Separate from him. There's so many.
I mean, a lot of people believe that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
I mean, like I don't like Trump, but I don't think he's Hitler. Okay, like what the fuck.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Individuals who could lead.
Did you know that Kellyanne Conway was the first Republican woman to run a winning presidential campaign?
I did not know that or anything else about Kellyanne Conway.
Yeah.
She's like, was she the press secretary? Who the fuck was she?
Actually, I take it back. Kellyanne Conway is the first woman, period, to run a winning presidential campaign. The Democrats have had women in charge of presidential campaigns, but all of those campaigns, they lost. They didn't win the presidency. That's pretty based, huh? Right there.
I didn't know I forgot that she ran Trump's campaign.
Yeah.
I thought I just remember her being the press secretary.
I don't think she was ever press secretary. I thought she turned that down. Yeah.
Am I insane?
I think Rance Priebus was the press secretary for a while. And then, Kellyanne Conway, he wanted her to be press secretary, but she said no. She wanted political power. She wanted to actually make things happen. Yeah. Which,
Senior advisor in the presidential campaign. Well, okay, she says that she's a senior advisor, not that she ran the campaign. She used to. Oh, that's right. She used to work for Ted Cruz.
Senior advisor was what was the position that she wanted once they won the campaign. But she was campaign manager. Yeah, she started off as a pollster. Guess who she worked for?
Why the fuck?
Guess who she worked with? Your favorite, Mr. Luntz.
I know. Yeah, you're right. She was. I guess I just misremember her incorrectly as being press secretary, because didn't she she talked a lot.
She did.
She interviewed constantly. Yeah.
Yeah, totally, but not in the press. Did Trump even have a press I thought he stopped doing. I thought he didn't even have a press secretary after a while.
His press secretary should have been Alex Jones. That would have been amazing.
Well, that would have been cool. I don't know if that would have been cool. That would have been crazy. A lot of shit. Can you imagine them asking Alex Jones questions and him just fucking?
That's right. The first press.
Nothing would be better.
Yeah, Alex Jones would be based as press secretary. Sean Spicy was the first.
You're right. Yeah, there you go.
Then it was Sanders. Sarah Sanders.
Oh,
Bernie
yeah,
Sanders?
yeah. Sarah Sanders, I remember.
Sarah Sanders, Huckabee's daughter, right?
Really? I guess.
Mike Huckabee's daughter.
Okay.
Then it was Stephanie Grissom. I don't remember her at all. I remember Kayla McEnany. Remember that.
Did they have daily press briefings? So I thought the whole thing was Trump was like, fuck that shit.
It says Kellyanne Conway did, in the early days, speak on behalf as his campaign manager. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, so when he was running, she was like the voice of the campaign.
She was his campaign manager and pollster. She's officially a pollster, and her company is as a polling company. Yes, and she's the first woman to run a successful presidential campaign. But I mean, I thought the Democrats were all women. Why didn't they advertise that? For a historical first.
That's a good question. Historical first for Donald Trump, first woman to run a successful presidential campaign.
I mean, it's kind of sad that he didn't promote it, but I guess it's kind of off brand for.
He should have, though. That would have been pretty trolly
for Republicans. She does come off as like the most hardcore feminist of feminists. I mean, like a real feminist.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Like not a man hater, like a woman power type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The current MAGA movement, without Trump a part of that.
Talking about Germany.
Right, and so then stop it. I'll stop with the possibly, against TOS language.
No. I just, because you have to be in the ground game, right? We're in the ground game right now. Right now, we have the benefit of looking back on the Nazis and thinking, oh, maybe if this chess piece had been moved here. But if you were there, I mean, at what point do you get to thinking, wow, the Nazis are really bad and they're not going to be dislodged through any kind of civil protest?
He's like this.
You mean like an election?
Well, first of all, I like that in his chat you have people saying completely hypothetical in all caps with a smug
smirky peppy face.
Okay, right under it says just saying Roblox smirk peppy face, and now he's saying, oh yes, we have the hindsight of of looking back, but if you're in there in the moment, the future is uncertain. He's 100. This debate, this conversation is 100% Vaush paving the way for people to try to kill Donald Trump and other Republican politicians. 100%.
Right.
That's what this conversation is about.
That's so weird.
It's so blatant too.
Yeah.
And I am shocked that this video was not taken down by YouTube.
Yeah. Well, no one's reported it, and we're not going to report it. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I don't want it to be taken down. I want this video to stay up so people can see how fucking crazy he is and what he's advocating for.
And a bunch of people have covered this video.
Right.
He didn't play any movie clips from Warner Brothers content, so
that's true. He didn't stream Hardcore Henry, so it was okay.
No. Nice dig.
Humor started it, okay.
We must kill them. At what point Nazis are really bad and they're not going to be dislodged through any kind of civil protest. We should just kill them.
Wait, is there backstory? What's up with the Hardcore Henry? Adam, did you stream Hardcore Henry?
Shh, let's move on. Come on.
Okay.
At what point?
Yes.
Our second Colin stream.
Why? Sitch, everyone knows this, okay?
Doomer doesn't know this. I thought he did. I thought that's what you're referring to.
I'm like the most frequent guest of the show. I don't know it.
First of all, Carl is the most frequent guest in the show.
Yeah.
He might compete, yeah.
Communist
you
of
could
a cod,
be second.
we're calling him
You
now,
might be second. I'm
curious. I might beat him in time on the show rather than number of appearances.
You probably have.
Yeah,
you probably have beaten him in hours.
By a long shot.
You usually say the whole time. But no, during our second Colin stream, like near the end of it, Adam, for some insane reason,
I was tired and I wanted to watch a movie.
And he starts streaming the fucking Hardcore Henry while we're talking
on the
to people.
Stream, yeah.
Yeah.
And the stream
and I'm like,
gets
what
taken
the fuck
down.
are you doing? And he's like, Sitch, it's free on YouTube. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Have you seen Hardcore Henry?
Adam, this will make you feel so much better.
You've done this too? Oh, right.
Not me. No, I'm a fucking moron. Someone much more educated about this than I am. So the other day, Mauler was talking to Destiny on stream, and they were arguing about Interstellar. And Destiny just brings up a scene from Interstellar and starts watching it with no subterfuge at all. Like, and Mauler's
on his stream?
Yeah, and Mauler's like, dude, you're gonna get dinged. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. And he's just, and then he goes, oh fuck, and he like clicks the thing and like brings up his
took his stream down.
Screens. It didn't. It gave him the alert that like you're about to. I don't know exactly what it is, but it gave him the alert. So he basically did the same thing.
We didn't get an alert. It just took our stream down. Like our stream just came down.
No, because he probably got the well, because he probably saw it happen. I wasn't looking because I was talking to people, and all of a sudden the stream gets just turned off.
Oh yeah,
what
that could have happened.
The fuck's going on?
That could have happened. Anyway, mistakes happen. I was tired. Come on,
mistakes
I want to watch
were
a
made.
movie.
Mistakes
have you seen Hardcore Henry? It's a great movie. You should watch it, Doomer. It's free on YouTube.
Is that the one with like the weird camera stuff and it's like really
first person movie? Yeah.
It's not weird. It's great.
I haven't seen it.
Not only that, the story.
I think it's weird. It's atypical.
The story is amazing too. Like it. Not only is it amazing camera work, but the story you're totally hooked by, and there's like a mystery to it. Once you figure it out, you're like, this is fucking badass. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard good reviews from like film snobs about that. So
you gotta see it. Sign. Yeah.
Tell the truth. The truth about what?
Oh, Adam, if you want me to watch it, can you just like bring it up right now on stream?
Sure. I would totally do that, but
the truth is
Sitch is kind of a cuck when it comes to stuff like that.
There you go. The truth is that So Sammy G was on our Colin stream and she talked a very long time about health, and Adam really didn't like what she had to say.
That's not
and so
true.
he wanted to sabotage, get that stream deleted from the internet forever.
Not true.
So that's the truth. That's what really happened. I don't like this question you asked Doomer. First of all, thank you,
Who
Sammy,
said tell
for
the truth?
3 months for being Order of the Enlightened. But says, Doomer, if it's okay if you don't watch much anime, but if hypothetically someone drew you as a hot bishi anime man and a fan art, what do you think that would look like? Slender or buffer build, hairstyle, asking for a friend?
I told her Adam has my doc, so have fun with that.
Don't answer that question.
Okay, but you have to understand, there would be a point I would need to.
Oh, that's right. I saw what Doomer looks like the other day.
Did you?
Yeah. I apologize.
Yeah, I didn't not expect it at all. Not expected it because he showed me a picture, or he showed everyone a picture.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Because you said, isn't it online? Is it even a docs?
Have you seen the? Have you seen?
I don't think it's linked to this. I don't think.
Okay,
it's
I won't
linked to the
say
Doomer
then.
right
I won't
there,
say
yeah.
then. So I don't
You're
know if
not
you're hiding
allowed.
everything. But well, I don't want to out. I don't want to out Doomer.
I mean, to tell you the truth, it's been so long. I don't know that I could pull him out of a lineup.
Yeah.
Sitch just doesn't want to gush about how hot I am.
I vaguely remember him looking something like Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory.
Okay, Sammy, here's an answer that's close enough. I look pretty similar to Jay from Red Letter Media. If you want someone who's like close, that's pretty close.
Yeah. So he looked like Jay.
I'm
Red
like
Letter
Jay,
Media, but nerdier.
I mean, I'm almost certainly taller and larger, but like the head and like hair are pretty similar.
The hairstyle was nerdier. Listen to the picture that I saw.
Okay.
Jay's been looking pretty on point recently.
Oh, fair enough. Good for him.
So there you go. Just imagine that in your head when you hear Doomer. Just nerdy Jay.
Yeah.
First of all, it'd be helpful to have been there, but then also I would have to, for this conversation, read a lot more into the things that were happening to tell you where that line is. But if we could get away from that, because what I'm concerned with right now is that here and now in the United States, what is it that is all, again, I feel like your language was similar to the language people would maybe use feeling justified in the example we're just talking about in Nazi Germany, and it was similar to what we're talking about here in your rhetoric, but then I feel like where you want that rhetoric to go is not at all equal. And so then it's kind of like, okay, well then if all you're saying is, hey, maybe you have the right to bear arms, get a gun just in case. Oh, okay, that's kind of boring.
I want people
I'm fine with that.
But
I think all of our political capital and energy and what we should be broadcasting is a
message of fear,
revolution that's progressive
and
non-violent.
terror.
Perfect.
We're not going to get the ideal political leader, but we do have the ideal enemy. So we should be focusing on them. This is what the Democrats don't understand. Republicans don't talk about what they want to do. They talk about what the Democrats are doing. They get people motivated through fear. And Democrats only ever talk about their own positions. Oh,
yeah, but the difference,
Such bullshit.
is that the Republicans aren't advocating to assassinate the Democrats. Okay.
Yeah.
The difference between saying like, oh, this side's fear mongering in order to win votes, and you saying that you want to fear monger for stochastic terrorism. There's a little slight difference in these two positions. Okay.
True. One is very extreme.
Yeah.
But there is the party of progress and the party of tradition, which he's not really even conscious of. Which is sort of sad that he's a political commentator and doesn't know anything about Republicans.
well, we want to do this, that. Nobody cares, and nobody gives a fuck about politics.
So
what
they could do
care
way
about
better with political marketing, 100%.
with
but
terror.
Also,
deserved terror.
But
This
you-
isn't lying. We don't have
Jesus.
to lie.
definitely fear-mongered about Trump, for sure. And
Not even close to
in
enough.
a good way.
And not
Maybe not enough, but
not
they
enough.
don't just talk about what they do because they don't barely do anything.
But Biden didn't even talk about Clarence Thomas, the his wife.
Yes, because Biden is so
A
far
pussy.
off the like Washington club booty hole that of course he doesn't want to speak out.
That's
against
what
his
we've
little
got.
business.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with right
and
now.
that is so far from what I'm talking about as well. We're both very far from that, and you're trying to group me in with the
No.
Bidens.
I'm not saying you're just like him. I'm sure you're far farther left than him. I'm only saying that we're not getting the ideal progressive candidate with the ideal progressive message and the ideal progressive party to back it up. All we have right now is this shit. So I can't convince people that Biden's great. I just can't. But I can convince them legitimately that the Republicans are dangerous. And I need people to fixate on that. And I need them to be armed, and I need their communities armed. No,
I can't convince him that Biden is cool, but I can convince him to assassinate Donald Trump. It's like, what the fuck? Please.
Look, I just need them to be armed, and I need them to have all of the reasons to justify violence, okay?
I know.
But I'm not advocating for violence.
This is insane. This is insane.
See, this is, you don't understand, because
exactly.
No. This is American exceptionalism. You are of the opinion that it can't happen here. It can happen.
No, I'm
here.
not of that opinion.
No,
I'm saying what's the most effective way to prevent it?
When it does, you can do both. When it does, there's nothing mutually exclusive.
You can't, because Vaush,
the Republicans with the armories are also the ones who vote and go to their local school board meetings. They are not mutually exclusive. The most militant Republicans are the ones who best serve the party. It's not mutually exclusive, and nor am I.
For our movement,
I'm a warrior
first
for
of all,
Biden.
you do understand that the right and the left very different in what appeals.
Yeah, the left is worse. The right understands that fear and violence are the ways that you control a political group.
Fear and violence.
Oh my god!
I know.
What is
this is full
video?
Authoritarian. This is like authoritarian mask off Hitler shit.
Yeah. That's why you gotta watch this video all the way through. It's nonstop. It's just insane.
Yeah.
It's just totally insane. Where's the violence? What violence is the Republican Party enacting right now politically?
Mitch McConnell was pretty pissed off at Trump that he just, held that thing on January 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not advocating violence for anything or anyone.
Oh, I sent you something on Twitter, Adam.
That's insane.
I don't know if you heard me.
It's not the thing that Danimal sent me. Like, okay.
I did not send you what Danimal sent.
I was like, what the?
Did Danimal send smut again?
Again,
yes.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. That's all Danimal sends.
Is that every week?
Yeah, that's every week.
Hold on. Maybe my memory is not that bad. Okay.
Mine is.
Well, I don't necessarily know why someone has put glasses on Doomer now. I feel like we're doing a police sketch here. Are we getting closer now? Here we go. We got some.
I was just providing you with a more accurate representation of Doomer for the avatar.
That's funny.
What the fuck?
Can you? I don't know.
Do you confirm or deny?
Look, I'm gonna wear contacts in videos first of all.
Okay.
Second of all, I've never had like circular or ellipses fucking glasses frames. Those look like awful on me.
Are you sure?
Oh, what do you have? You have squares?
Right now, yeah, rectangles pretty much.
Okay, I'll fix it for you. So
No, I think look here. I got the. I mean, they have the same glasses, so I think I.
Imagine Jay tuning into the stream, and his picture is here with glasses on it, and a name that's not his.
First of all, Jay doesn't give a fuck about watching political content.
I know.
Okay.
That's never gonna happen.
Because he's smart. All right, unlike us.
Well, I mean, this is fascinating.
Well, I mean, this is fucking batshit crazy, but.
When you say you can do both, it's just like, but we can't, because if I'm talking to my audience, same size as yours. If I'm talking to my audience and saying, hey, here's some other people you should go watch that we're trying to, unite with. And I suggest a lot of my audience is gonna be like, Well, some of the stuff.
Then let them die. Then they will perish. They have to be strong.
We're not going to be in power because now we don't have large enough of a movement to foundationally prevent what's going to happen. Because we're.
He's basically saying I can't share your videos with my audience because they're too batshit insane. And he's like, well, let them die if they're not going to watch my videos. Fuck off.
Split among like people who are against violence, you know, in their mind, and then you and that kind of ilk, and then we don't have large enough of a movement to.
You are wrong in believing that people and rhetoric like me are harmful to our coalition. Fear is what got people to vote for Biden.
Yes, fear, but they don't want to feel like they're as bad as the other side. Everyone feels that way. You're fearmonger a lot. No, stop. You absolutely should express to people how dangerous the Republican Party, especially certain elements of it, are. But if your rhetoric sounds a whole lot like theirs and what you want to do, now that we know there's a lot of things to be afraid about,
this is an aesthetic concern.
We're not going to grow a.
You like that? How dare you hit me with
not
your
advocating for stochastic fucking terrorism as an aesthetic concern.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Advocating for violence is just aesthetics. Sitch.
Yes.
Doesn't really influence people at all.
That's like your entire job is your aesthetic.
It's a fleeting aesthetic concern. Nice. What, we sound like them because they say that they need to go and kill or legally oppress trans people, and I say trans people need to defend themselves against their oppressors. If a liberal, if a liberal hears those two things and sounds no difference, they deserve to die. When the fascist mob comes through.
You're gonna die too.
Listen,
because your
a
movement
liberal
wasn't big enough to actually get in power and
a
prevent
liberal
it. You're just
is
gonna be a fun little friend
worthless.
on the side with your guns, and you're gonna be shooting at people, and you're gonna
stop.
die.
No, stop.
Wonderful.
I have been exceptionally patient, but I'm going to lose it now.
Oh
you
shit!
Continue to believe that civility politics is a necessary component of marketing to liberals, and you are doing this.
What? This is Vaush is losing it. What's the problem?
I see what is going on. Okay.
I like the forehead tattoo. It's a nice touch.
What is this forehead? That's the opposite of how I feel.
It's like you're like the Joker. You have like the damage tattoo. Only it's how you truly feel on your forehead.
God damn it.
I do like those glasses are better. Doomer, I approve.
They're much more
fashionable.
Even on Jay, you can see that the rectangles look a lot better than the circles.
They do, yeah.
That's true.
They do.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Believe that civility politics is a necessary component of marketing to liberals, and you are doing this by perpetuating the fact that liberal civility politics is necessary to speak with them. If your audience would be
so on one hand we have civility politics, and on the other hand we have stochastic fucking terrorism. There's no middle ground here. It's just like you have to kill people or civility politics. You're a pushover.
You gotta suck up or you gotta be ready to murder in the streets, Sitch.
That's what he did. Yeah. He basically said Biden is a pussy because he wouldn't go along with this. Like,
yes.
There's no spectrum. It's a binary.
Right. Kubomi for $20 says George Orwell opined in the 40s that the word fascist in the English language had degraded to meaning nothing more than a bully. Well, we're seeing that right now again. Definitely. Aiden for another $5. Thank you, Aiden. Says misusing terms such as fascism, socialism, or neo-reactionary / dark enlightenment is not helpful for anything or anyone.
No, that might be aimed at me.
That's true. We listen. We have been throwing a lot of fire at the neo-reactionary term. So
I was tweeting about neo-reactionaries.
Interesting.
I might be triggering Aiden. I should lay off.
You should. Not Alfarius for $20 says, quote, fascism is when Republicans do stuff. When Republicans do a whole lot of stuff, that's Nazism. Vaush, probably.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stunning logic.
Foolish Samurai, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Frank Stevens, thank you so much for the $20. JMac for $50 says, I learned yesterday that ancient Sumerians were huge on sex. They considered a man who was unable to bring their wife to climax was not a man at all. Take note,
Based.
gentlemen.
Wow. Yeah.
There you go. That is
That's kind of true.
Jeff Shots for $20 says, I just found an interesting tweet. It says the only lasting legacy of Bioshock Infinite was that the porn of its main character was responsible for several breakthroughs in 3D animation.
Wow.
Really?
Make of that what you will.
Oh my god, that's funny as fuck.
I could 100% believe that is completely true. I could completely believe that's true. You know, that's actually
breakthrough animation, huh?
I will say there's actually a good point nested within that, which is that I think it feels like Bioshock 1 has a lot more impact on people's consciousness than Bioshock Infinite did. And I think that's definitely true. I think Bioshock 1's message was far neater and resonated with people. Though I feel like Bioshock Infinite would resonate with people more nowadays, just because it is about literally, you know, the marginalized people becoming just as bad as the racist. And I feel like that is very prescient to what's happening in terms of the rhetoric that is being used by Vaush and other people right now. So I don't know, maybe if it came out now, it would be different.
Be turned off by the belief that you should be able to defend yourself against fascism. Change your audience.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, you don't understand. You
That's not at all what I'm taking issue with.
What you believe is that it harms us in any way to engage in the kind of defensive rhetoric that Republicans have been using successfully for decades. You have fallen for it. You are a psyop. You believe, they're telling you, they're whispering in your ear, yes, don't tell them that we're going to kill them. Don't let them believe they need to defend themselves against fascism. You would only hurt your movement by doing the thing that we've done successfully. You're falling for it. You're COINTELPRO, my friend. Not really. I don't want to be accused of making these accusations sincerely, but it is frustrating.
So if you believe or advocate that the Republican Party is not going to enact a genocide on LGBT people, you are participating in a psyop, some nefarious conspiratorial psyop.
Well, he's basically saying that the Republicans are already advocating for everything he's advocating for. Which, okay, how are they advocating for genocide or rounding people up? When did I miss something? When did they advocate for this?
They're gonna round up trans people. They're going to create a tip hotline, as he said. This is the example he gave. There's going to be a tip hotline where people can call in and rat out their neighbors for being LGBT, and then the government will come and take away their child.
Well, I mean, if they're talking about rounding up illegal immigrants and deporting them, okay, maybe you've got an argument. I feel like that's something they might be talking about, right? I don't think they're talking about genociding them. They just want to deport them.
They're gonna do that for the LGBT people. Okay.
Where would they deport them to?
Adam, the Nazis
They're
wanted to deport
Americans.
the Jews. Listen, Adam, the Nazis said they were going to deport the Jews first before they started killing them. Okay. Read the signs, look in the tea leaves. It's all there. You'd have to be some kind of COINTELPRO psyop not to see what I see.
It was weird. The thing with the Jews, though, there was like an economic incentive that was kind of driving it. It was fucking horrible.
Right, that they could steal, business and money.
Well, yeah, and they were competing. They were competing against. How is anybody competing against the LGBT community it doesn't make any sense.
Sure. I mean, I don't think it was. I don't know how much of it was motivated economically. I don't think it was. I think it was mostly just
hatred,
the scapegoat for
Well, didn't they? I mean, they were like, it was Great Depression times. Everyone was like hard up for money and stuff like that.
I don't think it was at first, immediately after World War II, but I thought the economy had bounced back mostly by the time, in the mid 1930s. I think I'm not 100% sure.
They're just sick fucks, basically.
Or maybe the early 1930s.
I don't see the Republican Party marching around going, we really have to. These are the people who are responsible for all our ills.
I mean, we had a protest, which turned into a riot, which led to one of the rioters dying. And that like led to such a strong and warranted denunciation of that event. And yet he thinks in that world that somehow we're going to get a Republican-backed genocide in that world.
Yeah, the Republicans completely denounced all of that.
Most of them did. I think there's a couple.
They said go home.
Yeah.
There's a couple holdouts, a couple January 6ers.
I think there was a couple holdouts. I had the quote.
Eric Swalwell. I don't know. I just hear the names.
I had the Trump Jr. quote. I don't have it up hand, but he basically said, he sent the message to the Meadows, and he said, like, Trump, he said, you know, my dad's tweet wasn't enough. He needs to come and denounce this crazy shit.
Really?
Yes.
That's kind of what he did, because he put the video out. He listened to his son. He's like, okay.
Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he did.
Don Jr. knows what's up.
We still never got to the bottom of why the response was so slow, which makes me think that it was probably, this is my theory. If there's some political situation and no one ever gets to the bottom of something, that means it's both parties' fault.
Because nobody wants to, nobody wants to.
Right, because if it was one party's fault,
up.
you know they would be like, boom, look at this fucking guy. But since we haven't really got to the full bottom of that, I'm assuming it was both parties' fault.
Right.
Independents will be moved by the rhetoric they hear. Republicans have moved a lot of people with theirs. It's time for us to wake up, realize we don't have time.
Fucked.
Our rhetoric is fucked.
The Republicans haven't. The Republicans have won a rhetorical victory because the left is so moronic in diving deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the woke culture war. That's the rhetoric they've won. You know, you had, you know, people have been tweeting out that there's like this video on Twitter that's been making the rounds of little kids, like elementary school age kids who look to be like 5 or 6 at a drag show. That looks very sexualized.
Yeah.
And everyone's tweeting it around, and it looks fucking horrible. And it is horrible. And that's the rhetoric that's winning people over to say, wow, like, this is fucking crazy. This is ludicrous. They're not, the rhetoric, you know, Vaush is acting like the Republican Party is winning some rhetorical victory here by marching in the streets and saying we need to round up the gays, which is not happening.
No.
Or we need to start, you know, killing Democratic politicians the way that Vaush is soft advocating or even hard advocating for the killing of Republican politicians. So,
because we don't spend enough time fear mongering.
I said it sucked. Yes, I totally agree with you. Fear does drive people to the polls, all that type of stuff.
So what do we say?
You have to understand that. I think you would agree to this too. The reason why we don't stay in power is because on the campaign trail, Democrats do a really good job of coming
I've never been in
progressive
power.
and they fear. Yeah. Yes. Obviously. I'm talking about the current Democratic Party. The reason why they get taken out of power is because they don't actually do a lot or materially improve people's lives a lot or anything. And then, like you mentioned, they're not great at effectively fear mongering.
When do they get taken out of power? I mean, I don't know. It seems like they're always in. Nancy Pelosi's been around forever. It'd be nice if they talked in actual specifics.
But in the example of the Trump-Biden election, there was a lot to fearmonger about, obviously in the middle of COVID and all that type of stuff. And then Biden did have a pretty broad appeal in the message that he was. Because I know you're saying it's not all fear. The reason why you're able to get in power is fear plus something that they can also grab onto.
Well, that's a good point, Adam. It's like we had Obama for 8 years. And then we had, you know, Trump wins for 1 term. And what is it? It requires like Trump to be this sort of historically unique candidate running against Hillary Clinton, who's one of the most unlikable people in the fucking country and ran one of the worst campaigns ever. And then Trump turns around and loses to Joe Biden, who, you know, has got 1 foot in the fucking grave. So the situation that is being painted by Vaush is so overblown.
Yeah. As if Republicans control everything and Democrats are just completely feckless losers.
Yeah, we literally we're literally in a situation right now where the Democrats are in control of the government.
Yes.
And yet this is the doomsaying that Vaush is leading us down.
The cells.
And
yeah,
if all it is like, hey, come join our movement because we want to kill them and they want to kill us. It's like, it's not doing anything. And I think I don't know. I feel like we're just running in circles.
To me, there is no mutually exclusive element here. And the only reason people on the left and center are turned off by my messaging is because they haven't been introduced to enough of it yet. So introduce it to them more. Get them more familiar with it.
The only reason we're failing is because I'm not popular enough.
So wait,
does seem a little self-serving to you?
So what he's saying is if I DM Sitch every day, AT Brain Supreme, eventually he'll accept it?
I guess.
Well, I mean, it's funny. He's basically saying because we don't have like he's just saying everyone's an idiot because they haven't heard it enough, because we haven't been repeating this line that the Republicans are coming to throw you in the camps enough. That's why people don't like my rhetoric.
We haven't gaslit them enough is basically what he's saying.
Exactly. If only we had been gaslighting people more. Yeah. If only I was the chief gaslighter for the left, then we'd be right where I want us to be.
And you need to help. You need to help me gaslight. I'm recruiting you. I'm ready for Vaush to pull out the pamphlet.
Okay? It's not my fault that the Democratic Party has made it their mission to coddle and weaken their voters to the greatest possible extent. And now you have millions of Americans, these embarrassing, urbanite liberals whose best response to everything the Republicans do to undermine democracy is we'll vote harder next time. No, you won't. You're not going to get to the voting booths. You're not going to get a chance. No political body is effective or relevant without a
By the way, Vaush just like poo-pooed democracy pretty hard.
I know, exactly. Who listens to this guy and goes, oh, yeah, this guy makes a lot of sense. I want to vote with this guy.
Well, and he's supposed to be the big I want democracy guy.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, he's that mask shattered like 2 hours ago. That mask is gone.
Yeah.
Plan for how to deal with the end of the democracy that their party exists in. The Republicans are ready and waiting. Where the fuck are we?
We don't, for people to even have a chance of sticking around for more than a minute, listening to like that type of rhetoric, they have to believe in the, like the foundation of the building that you're building. Because, and by that, I mean, they have to believe that democracy is going away. I don't feel like we're doing a good job of expressing that. They have to believe that there's actually this bloodlust on the right, which I don't think enough. But that's my point. I don't think there's enough evidence to prove to people
then you're
the
a
right
stooge.
Is planning to kill people.
No, you keep saying kill people. You have a child's understanding of how genocide takes place. I encourage you, yes, to look up the history of Nazi Germany, because it was apparent from our conversation that you don't have any historical allegories for how genocide takes place. You
have everything literally fucking backwards, Vaush. How dare you use my people as your fucking sword and shield to advocate for political violence, and then on top of it, you literally get it all fucking wrong.
Yeah, it's very demoralizing.
Fuck you.
Yeah. You seem to be on the let's kill people bill.
Okay. Even in the example where I was upfront with, hey, I don't know the timeline, so I can't give you a line. In that case, you also, that's a great thing to talk about. You haven't defined where the line is in either cases, really, and how that compares to our current situation.
The line for what?
Violence.
Violence started the moment the declaration was signed. What I'm talking about isn't the beginning to violence.
You won't.
What a fucking sleazeball.
Cop out.
The moment the declaration was signed is when violence began. I'm just continuing in the founding fathers' footsteps.
Well, this is the thing is, I mean, this is another equivocation that he does. He'll be like, of course I'm in favor of political violence because everything is political violence.
Voting is violence.
Yeah, exactly. But then if you ask him, like, are you in favor of overthrowing the government? Yes. Are you in favor of, violence against political figures? Yes. I mean, are you in favor of violence against the police? Yes. Okay. Well, it's just like his admission of being in favor of political violence because everything is political violence is just a smokescreen from the fact that, yeah, he's in favor of political violence, like very much so.
Right.
It is a beginning to the defense against violence.
He's basically saying that, and I know this is one of the things that happens with genocides. I know it from the Rwanda thing, like the dehumanization of whoever you're going to commit the genocide against is pretty much happens in every single case. But I mean, Vaush is the one who's here dehumanizing people. And I like, what Republican, leader, aside from maybe some fringe YouTube personalities, is dehumanizing people on the left. I mean, the degenerate term I do hear tossed around, but not by anyone with any sort of political power. There are these like anonymous, well, I guess maybe, Nick Fuentes probably calls people degenerates.
Yeah, but he doesn't have political power.
Yeah, none.
He's like a pariah. He's a fucking pariah.
Yeah, he doesn't even, I think he's like even been kicked off of like PayPal and shit like that. So yes, he's been totally deplatformed. So that's why I'm saying, like, but even Alex Jones, does he call gay people degenerate? I'm not certain that he does.
Luke asked him a legitimate question. He said, "What is the line? What are you talking about?" And he totally dodged it. And he was like, "Oh, violence was started when the Declaration fucking of Independence." Like, he will not answer, and he keeps ducking and weaving away while advocating for stochastic terrorism.
Well, I don't even know, even by the criteria of what actually causes genocides, I don't think you could make that assumption about Republicans or conservatives or any of that.
Of course not. What do you mean?
I don't think that they're dehumanizing people.
No.
But I think Vaush is dehumanizing people, obviously. I mean,
he's calling them devils in human flesh, so yeah.
Yeah, demons. Yeah, that's dehumanizing. Yeah.
Which has taken place. We live in a system built by violence, political violence. When cops enact laws passed by political agents acting on the behalf of their corporate masters, they are acting violently.
This is so soy. Vaush, I mean, he's trying to say, I'm strong, but this is not strong. I mean, this is just word games. This whole political violence is, we live in violence. We're submersed in violence. We're swimming in violence. Violence is the water all around us. You're not saying anything. It is vapid. Not strong, vapid.
Right. What we're talking about is social violence against minorities, sometimes legitimate.
You know what social violence is? It's when you actually like shoot people or hit people. It's not.
Sometimes illegitimate. Is it done through the purview of acceptable legislation, or is it done targeted to hit them? It's difficult to say, but what's happening right now with this LGBTQ bill wave across the states is pretty unambiguously unjustified, acceptable legislation violently. What we're talking about is social violence against minorities, sometimes legitimate, sometimes illegitimate. Is it done through the purview of
What does that mean?
Yeah, what is legitimate violence against minorities, Vaush? That's very interesting that you would say something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know that I would. I don't think any violence against minorities is legitimate. What
minorities is he talking about?
Maybe he's talking about the Jewish people. Who knows?
Considering his Glass Israel comments, maybe.
Yeah.
The only thing I could think of is that he misspoke, because social violence means social violence refers to any type of violence committed by an individual or the community that has a social impact. So maybe he means that social violence is acceptable as long as it's aimed at like the right.
What is a social impact?
Like a political, I guess, impact.
Is terrorism social violence then? Because it scares people? I guess
so, yeah. Yeah.
This is just so... he's in full used car salesman mode. I can't take any of this seriously.
Well, if the used car salesman was trying to get you to strap a bomb to your chest.
Well, yeah, that's basically where
we're at. Or pick up a gun and start firing at people.
It's odd that we live in a world where there are people who are going to try to bullshit you into doing some violent act. over the internet and then be like, what? Where's the Pepe smirk?
Acceptable legislation, or was it done targeted to hit them? It's difficult to say, but what's happening right now with this LGBTQ bill wave across the states is pretty unambiguously unjustified, a very deliberate targeting, and this isn't how it starts. This is the middle point. We're with this LGBTQ bill, sometimes illegitimate.
Earlier you said it was too late. It's already happened. What happened here?
Well, this is his first midpoint. Well, no, this is his second example. The only example he's given so far is the use of the word groomer. So this would be his second example.
Acceptable legislation, or was it done targeted to hit them? It's difficult to say, but what's happening right now with this LGBTQ bill wave across the states is pretty unambiguously unjustified, a very deliberate targeting, and this is how...
What bill is going, like what bill is he talking about?
He's talking about the Don't Say Gay bill.
Is that it?
I'm sure.
Okay.
The wave of only DeSantis, the one guy. Right. Who's running for president?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's other states trying to copy that. Like, with the CRT bill, there's a bunch of states that all, copied the CRT bills.
I wouldn't be surprised either. So, but I mean, Vaush will jump on a stream and say, there are thousands of anti-LGBT bills being proposed.
Right.
But you don't know what they are. They're probably just against teaching sex ed to kindergartners. And he's like, it's anti-LGBT.
This would be my question to him would be, does he think that violence is justified in order to try to prevent the Florida's Don't Say Gay bill or the Parental Rights and Education bill from passing? Is that bill evil enough or putting us on the path of genocide enough to merit violence? That completely...
That Don't Say Gay bill?
Yeah, that completely mild milquetoast bill that like almost everyone should agree with.
That bill is a genocide of all the gay and LGBT
right.
people in Florida.
Of course. I totally forgot. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a threat to their own existence.
It starts. This is the middle point. We're into
it. Let's focus in on this. So with the LGBTQ stuff, this is my point. If you go to anyone and you read them one of the bills and you say, this is violence, it's time for us to get ready to fight them. No one's going to be on board with that except for a very, very small percentage.
Right. How about the legislation that says that there would be attempts to violate the Interstate Commerce Clause and press charges against any person in the state who left to go to another state to get an abortion? I forget which state that was. If you take a look at that,
those are... Damn you!
State, you're going to be charged. Person in the state who left.
Those aren't actual bills, though. That was just like a commercial by the DNC. There was no bill.
I think there might have been. I mean, none of these bills have come into fruition, obviously, yet.
But did you see the commercial by the DNC? It's pretty.
I did see the commercial you're talking about. Is this state trying to outlaw?
Ma'am, where are you headed?
State abortion. But it's funny because. He doesn't even have an example. He has to switch to abortions from LGBT.
I know.
Like this whole time he's like, there's got to be the LGBT genocide. Right. Like, well, what's your example of that? Well, there's some anti-abortion laws I don't like. Oh, all right.
Right.
That would be, I mean, that would obviously go very quickly to court if a state tried to
they should do one of those
an action in another state.
They should do one of those commercials, except the mom is taking the kid to the state over so that they can transition. But they can't transition. It's like illegal for them to transition in Texas or whatever. Where are you headed, ma'am?
Apparently there was a draft in Missouri that was shelved for this. Like they want to make it illegal to seek an abortion across state lines. Is that the only one? According to this article, that's the only one I can see. That would be a huge overstep. I mean, I think assuming Roe v. Wade gets overturned, which it most likely probably will, I assume some state will try to do this. I think it would be I think the state that passes that bill is basically just giving the golden ticket to the Democrats, essentially.
Do you really think they'll try to do that?
One state will. One of the states will. 100%. Yeah.
It's going to be.
And they'll be giving the golden ticket to they'll actually probably do it in the worst way possible, because if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade in like June or July of this year, and then in August or September, another like a state tries to make it illegal to seek an abortion out of state, it's like just in time for the midterm elections, for the Democrats to be like, look how fucking batshit crazy the Republicans are.
Why wouldn't they wait until after the election?
Because they're going to see it. They're not, because a state politician is not enacting legislation to say what is best for the Republican Party to win on federal elections, right? They're saying what's best for me to win my local election.
Right. So they want to get it on the ballot to drive their voters to the poll.
Right. So yeah, it might help them to be trying to push a bill like that. Right. Now, a bill like that might not come to fruition, but it would probably definitely be pushed by someone. And then as soon as it's pushed by someone, the Democrats are going to point to it, and you're going to see a million campaign ads about it.
So in some little local election, the local Republican is basically going to say, oh yeah, I'm going to drive all these Christian conservatives to the polls with this anti-abortion bill that I'm trying to pass.
Right.
And the Democrats are going to pick up on it and turn it into a national story, and all the other Republicans are basically going to lose.
Yeah, right. And they'll say so much
win.
For they'll say so much for the Republicans who were talking about states' rights.
Right.
That's what they'll say. So this is, well, I don't know, maybe they'll be smart, because apparently in Louisiana there was a bill advocating for this sort of criminalizing people that get abortions out of state, but it was gutted by fellow Republicans. So maybe they'll be smart enough to
they know this, like,
to put the kibosh on this. We'll see.
They know this is a losing.
See. That's a hugely losing strategy.
Have to go to another state to get an abortion. I forget which state that was. If you take a look at that, not only can you not get an abortion in your state, you're going to be charged unconstitutionally if you get one in a different state. So essentially, you get raped and you're pregnant 2 months. You now have a choice. It's Texas apparently. You now have a choice between having an abortion in Texas illegally and hoping you don't get caught, or getting charged after you do it in a different state. Now, you really think
you could always raise a rape baby,
say, hey, they're coming for your rights. They already have taken half of them. Do you really want them to get away with taking the other half? You really think that's not a resonant message?
Oh, it 100% is. And then you say, and that's why we need to get ready to fight them in the streets.
And then you give them no.
Wow.
Then
he's totally making fun of him.
Then you say, hey, they are literally arresting people for miscarriages. You should probably arm yourself. You should go there and probably get...
Wait, how did we move from abortions to miscarriages?
Right. Who knows? We're playing like topic bingo now.
Okay. Fast and loose here.
Know your neighbors and make sure that you're familiar with your community, so that if the cops ever start doing raid checks to make sure that everyone who is registered pregnant still is.
People in
registered pregnant.
If you're looking at Vaush's chat, people are mocking the idea of voting right now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Vaush has zero political power.
They're saying vote hard. Mockingly. Get ready to vote harder.
Vote harder. Ha ha ha. Voting. Ha ha ha. Enjoy your student debt. Non-voter.
Ready.
Pokemon, go to the polls. Yeah.
Oh, it's a bit odd. Like, why does he even support?
Holy cow! That's a slight at Hillary Clinton right there.
Yeah. Well, that's fair, but
yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. I don't know. Why does he doesn't support democracy in this conversation?
Vote hard.
Defensively.
Looney Tunes. Bro.
I like this guy in his chat. I studied the rise of fascism in Germany in college. I'm terrified for this country because I see it all around me.
Yeah, that's good. You're watching Vaush fucking 12 hours a day.
If you think what I'm talking about right now is illegitimate or unreasonable, the black community did this throughout the 1960s, and they weren't all waving their little hands at the indignity of it all. Plenty of communities have done this. The queer...
And the black community was literally second-class citizens in this fucking country.
And beyond that, they didn't succeed through violence.
No, it was through non-violent protest and enacting and getting legislation. I think Luke even brings this up right now. He's like, yeah, but Vaush, they non-violently protested and got legislation enacted. Okay, they didn't just start murdering people. They didn't start assassinating the racist Republican politicians.
I mean, there were some, but not that many, and it was that was a hindrance to the movement. That didn't help.
Yeah. Taker 610 for $20 says, can't we all just admit that nothing matters and trying to get any meaning from being human is just a fool's errand? Humanity is going nowhere, and the next extinction event will wipe out whatever progress we do make. Deuces. Wow, there's your doomer take for the for the day. I disavow that one, Taker. I think everything we do matters.
Cringe.
Elis the Aquanaut for $20 says, excellent stream, gentlemen. Quote, long days and pleasant nights. RD. Well, thank you. To you as well. Confused Moofish for 20 Canadian says, good to see Doomer again. He's great. Just don't mention the owl thing. Don't want him to go down that cuck spiral again.
Oh, ouch.
Like, I'm not the one in the cuck spiral, okay? You fucking people think owls are birds. It's ridiculous.
You didn't even know what a cuckoo was.
That's right. You didn't know about the cuckoo. I'll admit, though, I didn't know until recently. I looked it up. I didn't realize that the cuckoo bird literally makes the cuckoo bird clock sound. Cuckoo. And that's why the clock sound. Yeah, like it straight up sounds like that. Guy for $20 says, quote, I don't think anyone worse than the Nazis could have taken power. Laughs in Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, and Kim. There you go. Well, I mean, I guess it's sort of a... Isn't that sort of... Do we get into the sort of sequels versus prequels vibe when we start saying who was worse? Between like horrible dictators that genocided entire populations of people.
Yeah, it's always a bit... It's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got like the fucking 10 shittiest people in history. What order do they go in? It's really important. Like, yeah.
Right. Or is it just based on like the death count or... Excel Right for $20 says, I've been watching a lot of your content lately, so here's my penance. But how the fuck do you guys stream for 10 hours straight? It's just practice. But thank you. Thank you so much.
You don't even, I didn't need practice to do it.
Well, that's true. But we didn't start it. I mean, I guess, Doomer is just used to staring at a computer screen and doing nothing for 12
I don't
hours
have a life. That's like my superpower. So.
That's his superpower, yeah. Me and Adam worked up to it. So we started doing, I think, 3 or 4 hour streams, and they just got progressively longer every time. And here we are.
The queer community has done this. The trans community was probably more armed back in the 60s than they were now after Stonewall, when the very public attack on their little shindig.
So there was a stream, I don't remember where it was, where I went into the details of Stonewall. Stonewall was bad. I'm not going to say it wasn't bad, but it's so fucking overblown. It's like, that's like, oh my God, they act like this is the fucking Holocaust. There's like some cops were wrongly arresting people in a bar for not having a liquor license and for being in drag, because drag was actually illegal back then.
Right.
And it kind of broke into a mass protest riot where the police were beating people, and it was really fucked up. But like comparing this to the Holocaust or something, it's like insane.
But some of the drag people were like literally making fun of the cops and shit.
Well, they were doing a can dance in the street while the cops were trying to arrest people, and they started beating them with nightsticks, which is not a good look to have the police beating gay men in drag,
right, with
nightsticks as they're doing the can in the street as a means of protest. But I don't think that compares to the civil fucking rights movement.
Did they try to continue the can as the cops were like beating the dance out of them?
The based ones did, yeah.
Became like the subject discussion. What I'm talking about right now is the behavior adopted by minority groups under threat of persecution all across the world. But what you think I'm saying is they need to start goose-stepping across Main Street in little packs of 12 with their rifles, getting ready to shoot out with cops. I'm not. They just need to be ready, because things are only going to get worse, and it doesn't hurt to be safe, to know your neighbors, to have a gun and know how to use it, to stockpile ammunition, to stockpile food and water, to stockpile everything that you could need to be.
Can you imagine going over to your neighbors and going, listen, these Republicans are getting out of hand.
Ready to have food and ammunition stocked in case they, they come for me. Listen, I know you think I'm a cis het white boy, but I'm actually a non-binary, multi-racial, queer identifying fairy. So, and I don't mean like a gay story, I mean like literal magical fairy with wings and everything. So they will come for me first. So I need you to prepare with me. Okay, we need a plan.
Right. I have 6 months of toilet paper and a year of ammo.
Right.
I don't know what would be scarier if what if my neighbor actually was like, I'm with you. I'd be fucking terrified after that story. I'd be like, oh, I so regret telling you this.
Fully aware of the fact that democracies have failed in other countries, too, and they can fail here.
He's talking out of both sides of his mouth here because he keeps like he's doing the Mon Bailey thing and he keeps running back to this. I'm just saying for people to be prepared defensively.
Right. Yeah, of course.
The entire middle part of this conversation was him saying the Republicans are basically the Nazis.
Right.
And let me lay out the justification or the framework for justifying violence against them. So he can't do that for an hour or for 40 minutes and then now run back and be like, I'm just saying be prepared, like the Lion King song. Okay, I'm just don't you like musicals, guys? Just be prepared.
Right. We're on the brink of a genocide now.
Oh my God.
But just be prepared.
Wait, is it Be Prepared Scar's song?
It is. I was going to say,
that's fitting because he's a fucking fascist.
This is the perfect meme. Okay, we put Vaush's face on Scar saying "Be prepared" in the scene where all the hyenas are marching like Nazis.
Oh wow!
And it just says, "I'm just saying to be prepared." Okay, that's all I'm saying. Just to
that would
prepared.
be a fucking lit cut. I would tell Deb to do that, but he's not. He's not going to edit anything.
I'm not saying to do the video. I mean, someone could do it with like a picture. Still,
no, it's got to be a whole video.
No,
there's no reason it can't. Nothing can keep it from not happening here. What will you do when democracy falls? The Republicans are ready. They have armories. They have a political party that is not only ready for, but currently enacting the end of democracy. What are Democrats?
Remember when Donald Trump, before Donald Trump became president, everyone on the left was like, ew, military, ew, FBI, ew, CIA. They're all like evil right-wingers. And then Donald Trump becomes president and he starts asking the military and the FBI and CIA to do things and they don't want to do it. And then he starts criticizing them, and we live in the reverse world where all the people on the left are like, "Yay FBI, yay CIA, yay yes military for standing up to Trump." This is so terrible.
Democrats, oh, we'll get them next time. Democrats, they're not going to do anything. You have to act for yourself. You don't have the central messaging to rely on like they do. When the democracy fails, Republicans will be getting their updates from DeSantis on like, how many children they should be killing that day. We will need to be figuring out how many, not children, we'll be need to figuring out our own stats.
Is that true, Sitch? Are we going to get that from DeSantis? I just want to know.
Well, look, being a Floridian, I have subscribed into DeSantis's child kill count text messaging service.
What is the point?
Every day it tells you your quota of children, of LGBT children that you need to take out to get a DeSantis golden sticker.
Are we killing them for food, or what is the purpose of killing them each day?
No, because they're evil, degenerate groomers, Adam.
But what if you're killing? I mean, what if you're killing future Democrats? You don't really know when they're kids.
Well, that's the point for DeSantis. He wants to kill future Democrats. What do you mean?
Oh yeah. I guess you're right.
Mm-hmm.
What if they're future Republicans? Who knows?
That's just a sacrifice we'll have to make. Okay.
Okay, just in case. Better just to kill everyone. Then you don't have to worry about the war. Everyone's dead already.
Without direct leadership, because Democrats are not set up in such a way as to orchestrate that kind of post-democratic system. I hope you will excuse the hyperbole in there, but the underlying message was something I sincerely believe in.
What was the fucking underlying message? I don't know. That thing is swimming in hyperbole.
That the left needs to be prepared for the fall of Rome.
And the Republicans are already prepared.
Yes.
I mean, they're the party of tradition. How are they prepared? They want to hang on to the institutions.
He should have looked at that poll.
I literally, as I listen to you, I just start preparing to say what I've said a million times. So I don't feel like there's much else.
Yeah, he knows he's going in circles. He's like, listen, Vaush.
Yeah.
I've heard this before. It's kind of getting boring. I mean, you've advocated for violence for an hour and 25 minutes, and I'm just kind of bored of it, really.
How many times in an hour and 25 minutes
you know what doesn't hurt?
Can Vaush advocate for stochastic terrorism?
Right.
That's what this video is.
I know. I just love the fact that Luke just doesn't take him seriously at all. He's like,
yeah.
Dude, you're crazy. Come on, I'm just trying to win the next election here.
Mm-hmm.
Hurt? You don't how you expressed it most of the times in this conversation where you say, because again, I don't agree that you could get many people to believe in our current situation that is about to happen.
Then why?
Luke based. That's true. People are not going to believe this. Vaush is insane.
Right.
Vaush is basically a lol cow on the internet at this point.
Yeah. Why does half the Republican Party think white people are under threat, despite there being zero evidence of that fact?
Well, okay, but what they're believing is
they don't.
How could he say there's zero? I mean, they're worried about losing political power because people are bragging about it. But
I mean, I hate to do the thing, but it's just another equivocation. I mean, he's saying under threat as though like he's implying white people are going to be genocided. You know, he's not talking about the fucking like the stats related to the Great Replacement shit. It's like some of the stats are true. Like if the idea of under threat is that there's a demographic shift going on, well, that, I mean, it is.
And they're losing political power. Yeah, they don't want to lose political power.
According to that poll that Vaush cited, about 30% of Republicans who think there could need to be violence. 30% of Republicans say that they would prefer that the U.S. be a nation made up of people from all over the world. 57% of Republicans said they don't care either way. And only 13% of Republicans said they would prefer the U.S. to be a nation primarily made up of people of Western European heritage.
13%. That's an all-time low for the Republican Party. Jeez. So
there you go. Only 13% of Republicans are worried about this.
Right.
According to the poll that he cited, anyway.
But maybe they're the really kind of genocide-y Republicans, that 13%. So maybe they're the Vaushes.
Frank, why do they keep getting away with it?
Well, they're saying, hey, because like white people's percentage in America is decreasing over a certain number of years. That's what they.
And I have nothing I can point to. Hundreds of state bills. They need no evidence at all for their entire party to get behind the idea they're under attack.
To be clear, I'm not saying like, oh, they have actual evidence. I'm saying what they're fear-mongering.
So far, the only bill he's pointed to is a hypothetical, nondescript bill about abortions and not about LGBT issues whatsoever.
About they're not saying they're coming to kill white people.
They have success.
Look, he's not strawmanning the conservative argument like Vaush is.
Right.
He's saying they're not literally saying they're coming to kill white people, Vaush. You realize that, right? Vaush is like, no.
Successfully, with no evidence, convinced a significant portion of their political party that white people are under threat. If you look at polling done on conservatives, the most oppressed group that they refer to in America is consistently white people and conservatives, like 40 and 50% respectively, whereas black people and women are like 8 to 9%. They are completely on board. Tens of millions of Americans that they're under attack right now, and they do buy guns and they do buy ammo.
We just looked it up. It was only 13%, Vaush. I don't know where you got 40 to 50%.
What did he say? I was reading something.
He said that Republicans are worried about it, 40 to 50%.
Are worried about what? Being a minority?
Yeah.
No, not being a minority, but like having violence committed against white people, and then like they're buying guns to protect the white race or some shit.
Well, it's a completely it's a completely different position.
Sure.
I mean, if Vaush's rhetoric was more popular, I'd be worried about speak good against white people too.
It's people are so they're not afraid of it so much that he can just leave this video up for weeks.
Right.
They're like, this is his performance art, guys.
What? Changing demographic statistics, which don't hurt any of them, but I can point to hundreds of anti-LGBT bills passed in half a year, and that to you is not enough to convince a liberal that they're under threat?
Can you point to one?
Then he starts going off on the liberal thing, just drowning into him, you evil liberal. He wants to let his audience know that this guy's a piece of shit.
Yes.
Well, sorry, I read something. I just looked down. I agree they're under threat, 100%. We both agree on that.
I don't.
You keep saying stuff, and then I guess it's just
we need
more
to convince them, and they need to
that.
arm themselves like
Right, and
Republicans
I
have.
think our...
Listen, you can't be a Vaush fan now unless you own a gun. I'm sorry. It's the rules. You're blacklisted from the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Two main components. I probably disagree with you on how you message the way or the extent to which they're under threat.
Well,
because I think
here's the, according to this poll, it says 17% of Americans say that to their reaction, it's mostly negative, that the white population is declining.
17%?
17%.
Right, okay.
Mostly negative. Okay.
Gotcha.
59% say they don't give a fuck.
Right.
23%.
Wow.
23%, more than 17%, say it's positive that the white population is declining.
Is that just Americans?
Yes, this is Americans, yes.
Okay. Obviously that's the Democrats right there.
Yeah, Democrats are 4 times more likely to say the decline of the white population is more positive.
Right. Of course.
Yeah, 39% versus 9%.
Because they're like, we're going to be winning all these elections. That's what they've been told. That's the narrative they're running with. This is great for us. Electoral wins. No more Republicans. Woo! Dance on their graves. Yeah. Vaush is reading his chat right now.
Oh, jeez.
He's got nothing in the chamber.
Well, I'm just saying it's interesting that he's fixating on this, like 17%. He didn't bring up the number, but he's fixating on the 17%, saying, "Oh, these Republicans are, they're all going to be racist. They're so concerned about the demographic shift." And it's like, well, according to the same poll, more people want the demographic shift away from white people. And why is that not equally considered racist and weird?
This is total tribalism.
Yes.
Vaush is just whipping his audience into a frenzy. They're like, I hate this guy. In the call here, this is a problem with dirty fence-sitting liberals. Yeah.
Giving a really honest, factual kind of laying out of what's going on and expressing that to people and then saying, this is what we want to do, is the way to do it.
Look, they're like, civility politics with a little siren. Civility politics. Oh no. Oh no.
Said 83% of Americans, including 55% who strongly disagree with the idea that an American where most people is not white bothers them. So 83% don't give a fuck if America is mostly white or not. Only 15%, according to this poll, are bothered by this fact. But this is the rhetoric that Vaush. Well, somehow I forgot we've moved away from LGBT genocide. Now we moved to the racial genocide, I guess. But
I mean, America's a melting pot. That's our history. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, see, but that's interesting because, so according to the same poll, it says 41% of respondents said they feel things have changed so much that they feel like a stranger in their own country.
How many said that?
41%. That's
pretty big.
Right, but
that doesn't mean racially.
Right, only 15% view that through the racial lens. So that shows you how kind of bullshit it is to frame this as like this kind of racist thing. And I'm like, no, I can almost guarantee you that the majority of that is because of woke shit.
Of course.
Essentially.
Yeah. They're teaching sex ed to kindergartners now. What?
Right.
I got it in 6th grade.
Though actually it says out of the respondents, 56% of Republicans says that things have changed so much that they feel like they're a stranger in their own country. And 31% of Democrats feel like they're a stranger in their own country.
Oh, wow.
So I wonder if that's in the other direction because they feel like, oh, you know, fascism is coming or Trump's racist.
Oh, that might be.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be. They're living in completely 2 different realities.
Right.
That's kind of weird. One of them thinks we're in Nazi Germany, and the other one thinks we're like in woke land.
We're in, yeah.
I think
I'm
saying
factual.
that. I think you're factual, but I'm saying like the average even person on a liberal who see what they're doing to these different groups, they're about to start killing them. They want us all dead. I think most people go, oh, okay, well, he's kind of like the other people who.
Why does the average conservative go for it then? Why does the average conservative?
They don't, you dumbass. Stop fucking saying that, you fucking moron. What conservative is like, oh yeah, I'm down with them just killing the opposition. That's cool with me. Nobody says that.
Well, no, he's saying that the average conservative is afraid that the Democrats are going to, I guess, round them up. You know, according to, the Scott Adams tweet, they're going to round you up. Bullshit.
No, conservatives are giving Scott Adams a hard time about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, they're worried they're going to be called racist at work. Sure.
Right.
Maybe that's sensible, but
they don't believe that. If they don't believe that liberals are going to kill them.
The belief that the liberal establishment is going to kill them is literally a mainstream Republican belief. Like
this is so fucking. Why do people live? Vaush is such an idiot on this stuff.
Is that Chad? Is that the mainstream Republican belief that Republicans think Democrats are gonna
we've got some rank and file conservatives over here. Are you worried? When you watch, when you tune into the libs of TikTok, Twitter account, you see some of this. Are you worried they're coming for you? You're gonna wind up in some concentration camp made by LGBT teachers. I can't. It's so weird.
QAnon being one.
A couple
thing
people
all,
in
but
chat
like
do
the
think
idea
the
that like
Democrats
literally like
really. Oh, look at this. Yup. Yes, definitely.
Yes. Well, I know
Dr.
Diddler.
Diddler.
I know
He's
that
not,
people saying absolutely or maybe. But.
Democrats are conservative confirmed. What?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not a conservative, but I'm willing to say yes. Well, thank you.
There you go.
Vaush is just such an imbecile.
I guess Vaush is right.
This is why it's just funny. I don't know that you can watch like an hour of Fox News and come away thinking, oh yeah, these people really want to kill people. It's like, no, I think they want to win the next election. I think they're all about they're all about talking about Biden inflation and how the economy sucks under Biden and you'd be better off with us in control of the economy.
Right,
and it's not. It's bad when one party comes out and just starts rounding people up and killing them. That's generally bad for the economy. That's not a good look. The consumer price index just craters. Someone's saying what?
Someone said, as a conservative, I am worried about my rights being taken away over time, but I'm not like directly afraid of being murdered or anything.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's what. Adam said you're out of touch with their audience.
I saw that.
You understand that like 90% of the people that said yes are fucking memeing you, right?
Yeah.
Understand that, right? There's like there's like 2 people in the chat, I think, that are serious that they think the Democrats are coming to kill them.
Who are the serious ones?
Eric Bloodaxe, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I haven't had eyes on the chat in quite some time.
There's someone else that's serious.
Okay.
If you think the Democrats are coming to kill you, you need to go outside and do as the kids say and touch grass.
Yeah, what would that look like?
There you go. See, this is the real radicalization. After an hour of Fox News, no. After an hour of listening to Vaush, I am concerned. See, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, I guess that's true. But I'm saying that Vaush is making the argument that conservatives want to kill everyone, and I just like, what media do you consume that makes you believe that? I mean, are you watching? You can't watch Ben Shapiro and assume Ben Shapiro, and half of the videos on Vaush's channel are responding to Ben Shapiro.
Right.
Like, you don't watch Ben Shapiro and think, oh yeah, conservatives just want to kill everyone.
Right.
Yeah. That's not a good take.
Conservatives have long said stuff like
Wake
they
up,
want you dead. I am borrowing their messaging. I'm just right when I use it.
See, he's saying he's borrowing the who are you borrowing this messaging from? What conservative? Is it Alex Jones? I don't listen to Alex Jones, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay,
And they believe it, and they act on it. Why are liberals so weak? Why are they unwilling to act righteously where Republicans were, for less evidence, act unrighteously?
Oh, that's easy. You're delusional, Vaush.
Why are they so much more active and willing, even when they're wrong to do so?
But they're successful for their movement because they never explicitly let the...
Yeah, they do. Go on talk radio. They say insane shit on talk radio.
Okay, so he's saying talk radio. I don't listen to talk radio.
Yeah. Well, does anyone think Vaush actually listens to current
I
talk
don't.
radio?
I was going to say, what the fuck talk radio is Vaush listening to?
Yeah. I don't even know who like the big right-wing talk radio hosts even are anymore.
They say insane stuff on talk radio. I mean, I think Matt Walsh is probably the most insane on the right, but I mean, he's not advocating for violence or anything.
Well, I would be shocked if any right-wing talk radio pundit, I'd be shocked if any right-wing pundit who's popular or is anywhere near Vaush's popularity has been using anything close to approximating this
kind of violent rhetoric.
This rhetoric, yeah.
Well, I mean, Matt Walsh does. I mean, he misgenders people, and that obviously.
Yeah, but that's not advocating for people to like pick up guns and start shooting. You know.
Well, that threatens
LGBT teachers or anything.
Misgendering does. That's an act of violence against
right
trans people.
Talk radio doesn't even exist anymore. So
yeah, I was gonna say, like, who has a radio?
I don't even know.
I thought it was
my
like a
mom
podcast.
listens to NPR. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, think of people who listen to the radio.
I thought it was a podcast world now, though. Is NPR even a radio thing?
Wild shit. There's fewer restrictions there when it comes to what you can get away with. They say wild shit.
So then,
see, this is where I'm talking to him. He's just a used car salesman because this is total bullshit.
Yeah, but this is just like when you say used car salesman, I feel like it's sort of that doesn't feel like what he's doing is so much more dangerous than just being a used car salesman.
I mean, what if you sell a used car that the brakes don't work on?
I guess that's true.
That's dangerous.
You're right. He's a used car salesman who's selling a car with no brakes so that you'll drive into like a family.
This car's brakes are incredible.
Yes. Right.
Do you feel that your job is different from I guess when I say stuff, it's assuming that I would want. What'd you say?
Call me Vaush Limbaugh.
See, he likes it.
Yeah, he does.
Exactly. Or is that no? Like, do you think you play a role in doing something in our movement, but it not being everyone's role? Or do you genuinely believe like what you say, at least in the videos that we're kind of responding to, is something that pretty much everyone on the left should be advocating for?
I don't think everyone can advocate for it or should advocate for it the way that I do, but I think like the general messaging that I'm disseminating about getting ready and preparing and owning a gun and knowing your neighborhood and stuff, I think that every single person who's like farther left than Biden should be doing that on their messaging. I want to see that shit on MSNBC. I know I won't, but
yeah, because there are tons of people the second that they they're on board. I mean, they would even get on board with Bernie, but the second they see
hate
violence,
guns. They're spooked by guns. Another reason I hate
so
Democrats.
If you're just saying, hey, just in case, is why you hate what?
Another reason I hate Democrats. It's like they've been spending the past half century deliberately grooming their voter constituency into being the weakest, most vulnerable to fact.
He just called them all groomers.
Did you hear that, guys? Listen,
yeah.
Groomer only means pedophile.
Right.
Okay? That's all it means. Groomer has no other possible meaning than pedophile. Except when Vaush uses it right here to mean something that has nothing to do with sex. So.
Of course. Yeah. No. Poor things.
That's just.
Doomer, did you fall asleep?
Of course he did. I'm about ready to fall asleep too. Watch.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put my head down for a minute.
Don't be a bitch, Chad.
Lots of problems with the Democratic Party, but
we got an hour and 30 minutes left.
You maybe just don't. If you just want like
before the stream cuts out.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Your kind of group of people to be ready.
Everyone. It has to be everyone.
Well, it won't then. Okay, I guess that's what.
Then we did try harder. Then get into content creation and say this.
And I'm saying I'm in content creation. I'm saying that if you have a shorter path from where we are now to winning power than getting all of these liberals to want to do a violent revolution.
You can do both. And I didn't say violent revolution. I just said neighborhood defense.
You've said that a bunch of times. You know that.
Not in this convo.
Look, he's so fed up with him. He's like, "Fuck off, dude. I'm sick. I'm sick of you fucking gaslighting me here.
I know.
I'm listening to you. Oh, I haven't said it. Not in this combo.
I like that. I like that stipulation. Not in this conversation.
And realistically, by the way, in terms of actual insurrectionary efforts, like to put aside all the memeing, I don't actually think they're really possible. Obviously, like. Jan 6 aside, the idea of any coordinated political violence actually like cutting the head off of a political establishment in America would be basically impossible. It's just not something that can really be done.
Look, and then he finally admits it's just politically impossible. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Well, what's going on here? Is this just he realizes that he needs to walk back what he was saying in this conversation, or is this just he's been bullshitting this entire conversation?
He's been bullshitting the entire time.
I don't know. I feel like it's the other thing. I think he's just trying to walk it back.
When I say used car salesman, I mean someone that will just lie about anything just to like sell the car.
Yeah, but I'm saying he said so much crazy shit in this conversation that it behooves him to sort of be like, oh, memes aside, I don't think political violence will actually accomplish anything in America. Like after 40, 50 minutes of let me compare the Republicans to the Nazis and yell at you and say that you're crazy if you don't see this comparison. Now I'm going to say, oh, I'm just memeing. Like, come on. I don't fucking believe that.
He told him to become a content creator and share his message.
Right.
That's so weird.
Also, there are so many subsidiaries and backup systems to like ensure that the presidency would continue moving forward that it wouldn't actually it would be largely ineffective. The most useful thing that you could actually get armed leftists and liberals to do would be to hold out their communities when civil fighting takes place between militia groups and local neighborhoods following any kind of conflict between federal and state legislation. So the best example of this would be if the federal government passes some radically oppressive rule that a progressive state government doesn't want to follow, and there's conflict within and without the state as to...
See, all of this is fucking vapid nonsense.
Right.
This is exactly... I mean, it's just like techno jargon about nothing.
Well, it's not techno. He's laying out this hypothetical dystopian American future where the Republicans are going to throw away the states' rights argument that they've been defending for 60 years, which they might do, and then say, oh, we're going to enact some crazy policy that states are going to be against, and there's going to be the National Guard and the State Guard fighting the streets. And, it's funny too. He just criticized DeSantis for wanting a state guard, and yet now he would want like blue states to have state guard to protect them against the evil federal troops.
Government.
Yeah.
It's how difficult it is to get any kind of legislation passed at the federal level, yet they're just gonna pass something just to fucking stick it to California.
Yeah, but that's exactly.
It's so stupid.
Right. Because they're gonna have to. They're gonna get filibustered.
That's
by
never
oblivion
gonna happen
by
in
the
a
Democrats.
million years. Yeah,
Like,
never fucking gonna happen.
You know the famous picture and video of like the state troopers, and they're like they're sort of like lining a pathway so that black children can walk to this school that's being newly integrated.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So Vaush is imagining that exact scenario is going to happen, only instead of black kids walking into school, LGBT kids are going to be walking out of the school. That's what Vaush thinks is going to happen in 2024.
The federal government is going to pass a law that you have to like deport all your LGBT to.
Yes, segregate all the LGBT kids so the cis kids don't catch the train.
Right. They're gonna send them to Trans Island. It's like the Alcatraz for trans people.
Exactly.
You'll be safe here. That'll definitely get past the Congress.
There you go.
Does he know that it has to get past the House of Representatives and the Senate? Does he know that?
Yeah, right. He doesn't. I'm not sure. They'll just do it. What do you mean? They'll just do it.
Oh, it's going to be executive order.
Yeah, they'll just do it.
Trump is going to be like executive. He's just going to send his military. He's going to be like, Millie, get over here. I need.
Listen, I'll lay it out for you. I know exactly what's going to happen. Trump is going to say, I heard that the trans people kill themselves because they're not accepted in society. So obviously the solution is we have to segregate all trans people to live in their own society.
Right.
So then they won't feel bad about it. And then they won't commit suicide anymore. This is how much I care about the LGBT community. Well, that'll be the argument.
If he's making an argument to save their lives, I don't necessarily know how you can argue with that.
There you go. That's the argument he'll make. He'll say, I'm saving the lives of trans people by having them all live on trans islands.
Oh God. This is at least this is funny. Okay. Everything Vaush is saying is vapid and not funny.
Yeah.
To whether or not that law will actually be followed, that conflict will lead to pockets of insurrectionary activity and lawlessness where right-wing groups, militias, and probably cops will work together in order.
Look, he's throwing the cops under the bus. He's like, you thought cops were going to keep law and order? No, they're joining the Republicans.
How do we get out? People are saying Alcatrans.
Do these?
Alcatraz.
Oh shit.
Guantanamo Bay.
Guantanamo Bay. No, make it stop. That's too funny.
That's pretty good.
I can't look. Does Vaush not know that the cops have, wives and kids and families embedded
gay
in these
relatives are gay themselves?
I know.
LGBT
this makes absolutely no sense. The cops are just gonna who the fuck wants this war? Nobody wants to go to war over fucking gay people. Okay.
In 2022, the U.S. Marine Corps was tweeting out pictures of pride rainbow bullets.
I know.
In the year 2024, the U.S. Marine Corps is rounding up the transes and sending them to Guantanamo Bay.
Do you really think this is just so Luke? This is why Luke is laughing through this whole thing. It's because the motivation for a civil war. No, it's not economic. It's the trans people.
Right.
That's such bullshit.
I know.
Yeah.
In order to effectively secure areas under de facto martial law. And in those environments, it is kill or be killed. And in those environments, I hope my people have guns. And by my people, I mean 250 million Americans who don't vote red. That's mostly what I'm talking about.
Hold on. There's only 330 million Americans in America. He just said 250 million Americans that don't vote red. I think his numbers are a little bit off there.
Well, no, because a huge amount of people don't vote, so I'm assuming he's including them in the calculation.
Oh, that's a nifty one. He's not saying the people that vote Democrat. He's basically saying everyone that doesn't vote Republican is on my side. But I mean, there's a lot of children and babies in there. There's 75 million children in that number that he just threw out.
I wish he would expound on what policy the Republicans are going to enact martial law over.
Right. No, I wish.
Exactly.
Yeah. Luke needs to be asking that. He's a little.
Yes.
Yeah, I wish he would drill in on what the policy is. This is why he doesn't want to get on a stream with Destiny, because that's exactly where Destiny would go. He'd be like,
right,
what the fuck, Vaush?
And whether or not they win in those pockets will play a large role in who wins over the state government, and whether or not the state government succeeds in resisting the federal will determine whether or not some broader action has to be taken, like sending in the military. But the military is majority Democrat, which makes me think they would try to stay on the side of any internal conflict. Plus, sending U.S. troops to resolve internal disputes has always been kind of a...
Sending in the... What is the internal dispute, Vaush? What the fuck? What are we talking about here?
I understand now he's contradicting himself. I don't even understand what the point is now.
Catchy issue politically. That's what I'm really talking about. So that right there.
That makes it clear. That's what he's really talking about. Sitch. Did you hear that?
I heard, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that. It's all
clear now.
That's the actual, like, in my mind, loosely what usefulness there might be to being defensive in the context of, like, the end of democracy here in the States. Does that make sense?
No, makes absolutely no sense, you fucking moron.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Luke, no. Luke, no. That didn't make any sense.
Well, it's funny. Like, the closest thing I could think to is, if I'm going to be as charitable as possible, the closest thing I could think.
Why you got to do that, Sitch? Don't
Um,
do that.
Well, but Vaush is going to bring this up. It has nothing to do with LGBT
This is bad
issues.
faith Barry. This is not good faith Gary here.
No. What I mean is, like, the closest thing he can point to that would be a cause for concern about, like, big threats to democracy would be, I'm trying to remember, one state hasn't passed, but they're talking about basically giving the state legislature or the governor the power to throw out the vote, essentially, for the president.
Mm-hmm.
And to disregard, what the election. And that would be pretty fucked up.
One state is, what is it, Utah?
I don't remember
Those
what state it is.
Utahns.
Yeah. It didn't pass, though.
Probably
I
Vermont.
think it was just being talked about, but it has nothing to do with LGBT issues.
They probably watch Vaush. They're like, watch this, Vaush, we're on your side. We do hate you.
General belief.
I honestly understand. I've talked to a lot of people who, understand that for a while the gun kind of balance was way tipped in the Republicans' direction, just because that's kind of a big Republican thing, and guns, right? And apparently, gun ownership among liberals, I think, has gone up a lot recently. And
hell yeah, brother.
It's not like not something I'm hugely against. I think the only, to kind of summarize the whole conversation, is you're saying, hey, I feel like we're headed towards this, and to be prepared for that, this is the rhetoric I need to use. And I'm saying, hey, I feel like we could prevent this, but we won't be able to if people think our movement represents or is represented by your rhetoric. And that's kind of the summary. And you think, you're a little wuss-lib. Good?
I think the idea that militant groups have been electorally harmful to their general side in America have largely been overstated historically. They said that about the Black Panther Party as well, and they were wrong, of course, to do so.
Can you re-say what you just said?
Like, they said the same thing with the Black Panther Party, that their militancy was going to throw people off the civil rights movement and was going to lead to more conservatives and anti-civil rights legislation fear-mongering.
It literally did, though.
It did, yeah. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people that were anti-civil rights movement would get the points to Black Panthers and say, and they would ignore, the non-violent protests. And they point to the Black Panthers and say, see, this is really what they want. This is the truth.
Right.
This is the unmasked version.
They want to, violence against white people. You guys be scared. Yeah.
And they were wrong. It turns out that racists who didn't want the civil rights movement to pass also would just accuse Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. of being militant. They didn't care. The whole civility thing was just a mirage thrown up by people concerned trolling or well-meaning liberals who, of course...
Well, this is so fucking stupid. That's not... How is he so dumb or just delusional in this? Yeah, there would be people that were anti-integration there would be pro-segregationists that would point to Martin Luther King Jr. and say he's a radical communist violent actor.
Right, but they lost their credibility because people had eyeballs in their fucking head.
Exactly, because they would point and they'd say that, and then people would turn and look at MLK and see what he was doing and listen to what he was saying, and they'd be like, you're losing your credibility because what you're saying is not in touch with fucking reality.
How is that dissimilar from what Vaush is doing?
That's exactly what's happening with Vaush. He's doing the inverse of that. He's like, look at these people. They're coming to kill you. They're crazy. And you're like, I don't see it.
Not only that, you have this kid, Luke, who's just, I mean, he looks like he's barely 20. And he's like, no, Vaush, I think he's trying to talk Vaush off the ledge. He's like, I think you might have a little like paranoid delusion problem going here. Yeah. Vaush is destroying his credibility. Oh, shit.
What the fuck? Mauler snuck back in.
Did Mauler come back?
I thought you went to sleep.
I did. I literally went to sleep.
For like 3 hours?
Yeah, I did tell you guys I should have gone to sleep earlier because I didn't have I got loads of stuff to do today, so I'm back up here.
So you just jumped on because you got loads of shit to do? You're gonna work on this?
I got another like hour before the appointment, but I tried to go back to sleep again. I couldn't. 3 is the best I could do, apparently.
I hope we didn't like hype you up with all this fear mongering of being assassinated by LGBT people.
I was amused when I heard him say that there were concerned trolls back in the civil rights movement era. I just find that like I just picture these like internet trolls. Martin Luther King's having these meetings like we gotta deal with these concerned trolls, man.
I have a dream that one day we will rid ourselves of all these concerned trolls on Twitter.
Oh man.
But yeah, it was funny when I put the stream back up, I was like, yeah, they've done a decent chunk of the video, but there's no way they would have been finished by now. Still no. I know that feel.
Not. Yeah, probably not. Doomer, I think, fell asleep.
So. We're not doing too bad though. I think we can actually finish it if
we'll finish it.
Yeah. We'll finish it. We just need to shut up a little bit, but it's like we're to the so insane part that we both have so much to say. It's so weird. He's so delusional, so completely delusional.
Yep. Martin Luther King roasted in his letter from a Birmingham jail. The whole, putting a timetable.
Can I just say, I feel so fucking sorry for that letter. It gets used like.
Oh, I know. Yeah, totally.
You'd love to be able to get his commentary on that overall now, because instead it's just pulled out constantly to justify a lot of talking points. So unfortunate.
Right.
Yeah.
The angriest, I think that could be the angriest any of his writings have ever been, because he's literally in jail.
Yeah.
He's pissed at there was some moderate faction, I forget what the issue exactly was. They were not on board with the protests, and they were giving some kind of bullshit rationale. And it's like that is forever will be used to justify anything now.
Yeah, and you can bet your ass people will be familiar with it if it's beneficial to them. They'll be like, "Oh no, I know that one." You're like, "Yeah, I know that one."
Vaush will ignore MLK's multiple writings about how he's not a fucking communist, doesn't like communism, and doesn't think the ends justify the means. That's all ignored because
he can tell you what he really meant by that. He can explain that.
Right there, when he was in jail, he wrote an angry letter about liberals. So that's all that matters.
Fucking liberals, man.
But that was right. The whole. Well,
Don't
maybe
you think that if MLK's rhetoric was like the same as that certain aspects of the Black Panthers, then he never would have rose to prominence like he did, because part of the reason he was so effective at pressuring like LBJ and stuff is because he had a larger movement behind him than just like a sliver of the population.
I agree. He had a larger movement, which included people like me. Diversity of tactics. You need to have people like MLK who are politicians, and he was certainly, at least in his affect, capable of delivering messages in a steady, calm, and even-handed way. And you need people who put the vice on. The Republicans understand this, again, because there are crazy-ass QAnon types with a disproportionate amount of power, but they're not the ones who write the legislation within the party. And likewise, I think that we need people who are,
Sorry, did you just compare Malcolm X to QAnon?
A little bit, yeah, definitely.
Yes, he did.
Just making sure I'm following, just making sure.
Was he's kind of in the Malcolm X role too, as well? Well,
it's certainly how he's justifying himself, but there's so much to say about that.
He's also saying he's behind Martin Luther King, but I thought Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X were kind of at odds.
Yeah, well, he's sort of conceptualizing like they're all in this together, and MLK is the front man, and then they have the strong arm. It's like the Black Panthers. That's not how any of this really worked. There was a lot of inner conflict between these groups, because which we see today. I mean, all the same rhetoric that Vaush and all the like far leftists used to complain about liberals, that was all being said back then.
Yes,
by the same radical left wing of the civil rights movement.
Can I just say as well, it's not like QAnon served the same purpose that Malcolm X did. That just because an extreme version of whatever side you have exists does not mean they're all the same, or they all have the same political influence or function.
Right.
Like, it just, like, who looks at QAnon and says, like, yep, they're doing a really great job trying to advocate for their side more, violently or roughly, while there's other reasonable sides. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. No QAnon congressperson.
No.
They totally
strong
failed.
Advocates of political togetherness, and I think that we need people who put the squeeze on a little bit. And I think that right now the Democrats are 100% in category A and 0% in category B, and I think that it should be I don't know 50-50 or
like, where has he been? The rhetoric this entire time has been the Republicans are all evil racists. That's been the rhetoric for 4 years. As you said, that was literally Joe Biden's campaign ad. His opening campaign bid was Donald Trump said that neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. Like, that was the opening bid. And Vaush is like, listen, they're all just too simpy for Republicans. I don't understand.
Yeah.
70-30 has to be something that's not 100-0.
Well, okay.
I do appreciate the conversation,
dude. That is the the most blatant I give up I've ever seen.
Well, okay.
Well, all right then. Fine. Also, someone just said I missed the cliche time machine Hitler baby argument. What is this? What was that?
Oh, he was talking at volume, at length about wouldn't you go back in time and prevent the Nazis to coming to power via violent means, essentially. And he kept trying to draw the line and where that was happening. But then Luke would keep saying, how does that apply to the Republicans today? And Vaush being he'd look at the camera and wink and say, I'm not advocating for violence now. Wink, 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 wink.
Well, I was just gonna go. It wasn't even out. I mean, that connection is definitely there, but I was just gonna go as far as saying we don't know that we're preventing the next, Nazi Germany by killing anybody right now. What? That's not.
You don't know if they're gonna be the next Nazi Germany.
Yeah, and to be fair, there would be several moments in earlier, late 1930s that you couldn't have, or mid 1930s, you wouldn't exactly know killing who would have done what. What was the guy? It was the third in charge of Hitler's Germany. There's a movie called Anthropoid. There's a couple of films about it, but trying to assassinate him.
Valkyrie?
Reinhard, I think was. No, not Valkyrie. I want to say it was Reinhard. Someone in chat's gonna know this.
Reinhard Hendrik.
I think that was his name. But yeah, there was just an overall plan to assassinate him, and I think he was considered third in line to Hitler's Germany. Killing him, which they were successful at, had a hugely bad ripple effect for a lot of people.
Really?
The opposite effect.
Well, because I'm not going to be able to say definitively whether or not killing him was a good or bad choice overall, but let's just say because it didn't end the war, it certainly had complications where an iron fist came down harder on a lot of the people in the film definitely, the story gets across that doing that was a complicated choice because it's gonna have a lot of people get punished who did nothing.
Right.
It's I don't know. Captain Hindsight is a genius, all right, and there's a reason he's a genius.
Exactly.
Well, and I even brought up an example was part of what really helped Hitler's rise to power was that the more radical leftists in Germany burned down parliament.
Yeah.
And that basically, then Hitler used that to fearmonger the chancellor into giving him power to start cracking down on people.
Sounds like Reinhardt was a Nazi, not the one who tried to kill Hitler. No, nobody's saying he tried to kill Hitler. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Reinhard Hendrik was the person you're talking about. He was a top
he was the third
Nazi official who was assassinated. Yeah.
But that didn't even happen in our situation because we had a whole summer of BLM riots, you know, flames on the TV every day, and Trump couldn't even win the election.
I guess what I'm getting at is just like, hey, Vaush, with how history works, you kill the wrong person. You guys ever see that Rick and Morty episode? Or do either of you ever watch Rick and Morty? So expand from this what I am trying to say. There's a Citadel episode, and there's a Morty candidate where all the Ricks are fighting against, and there's an assassination attempt on him, and it makes him like easily win the election after that.
Right. Yeah. And he set it up as a false flag to make him win.
Yeah. There's a lot of theory about it being a false flag, and it's just like, why do you think like stuff like that works so well? It's because it'll galvanize your entire base if they see your leaders, someone tries to kill them. It's like, ooh, look at that.
You gotta watch The Contender. That movie's awesome.
Just I don't know. Gotta be careful.
Well, I mean, we even have that in our own history. Like when Lincoln was assassinated, he would have been so much better for the South in Southern Reconstruction because he didn't want to enact punitive penalties on the South. And then when the person that replaced him did. So it's like, you have to be very careful with these sort of, we're just going to take out the political leader and see what happens.
Yeah, you get like the older and wiser people who are just like, oh, the hyper violence. You don't know what it leads to.
You know what's a great story about that exact issue, Mauler?
What's that?
BioShock Infinite.
No. It so totally isn't. I'll hear you.
That's exactly what happens. Remember, it's like it turns out that the rebel leader is really the crazy one, and then when they kill her, it doesn't even help anything.
Everybody's fucking nuts in that game. And there's loads of themes. Themes don't make a thing good.
There's lots of themes. Okay, that's not true. Themes make things good. Good themes make good themes. Okay.
I'm not.
The themes of TLJ really touched me, Mauler.
Evil, wrong.
By the way, even if it got heated, it's been a very good one.
Oh no, it's been awesome. I love it. Can I ask like a completely random, possibly bothersome question?
Sure.
It's completely off topic. So I also watch your good friend Destiny, of course. And one of the people he's been bringing on a lot is this.
Oh no.
Mr. Girl character.
Oh no.
And I saw you did that debate with him. What? I'm really confused. I feel like I'm going crazy when he's like, just popping off, getting more popular, talking to Destiny in line. Usually Destiny seems, I probably think he's more reasonable than you think he is, but to me, Mr. Girl is so obviously like
he did the stare in the camera,
promoting some.
I did.
Bizarre ideas. Like whenever y'all had your debate, and it was like, hey, under the umbrella of we're having an open conversation about people possibly being attracted to other people who are under the somewhat arbitrary line we've drawn is like the legal age or something. And he used that as a justification to
so uncomfortable here.
Get a little bit descriptively creepy and stuff about like, hey, let's fantasize about
to be fair,
girls.
It's like, what is the plan of attack here from his guest, or is there no attack?
He doesn't.
There's no
doesn't
attack.
know. That's why he's so scared. But Vaush is constantly being accused of being a pedo because of some debate he was in where he talked about age of consent or something like that. Or
well, he's trying to use this as like a bridge building opportunity because he wants to be like, hey, you think Mr. Girl's a pedo? I think Mr. Girl's a pedo.
Right. But Vaush is so terrified he's going to be called a pedo at any minute. He's like,
you think that's why he's like,
look at how tense he is. He totally is tense. He's like, where are we going here?
Right.
Didn't he like bug out of that Mr. Girl conversation early on because Mr.
He
Girl
left in the middle of the conversation.
Right. Yeah. I didn't watch the conversation, so I don't know. I just heard about it. Hey. Oh, is that me? What?
But he's not being treated like that, and it's confusing me. Have you experienced that at all? Because I know you didn't have the best thing, or have you gotten more fond of him?
I definitely would put it that way. I haven't really consumed any content of his or seen him at all outside of a video done Mr. Lalonda, Old Man Lalonda, or something like that, which talked about how he's like an abuser to his girlfriend and a pedophile and blah blah.
Damn.
I don't really know the specifics. The impression that I get of him,
Mauler, when
Old
are you
Man
going to come
Laundry,
out
thank
with
you,
a video?
is
like
that he's a legitimately bad.
Once I finish talking about Star Wars.
Mauler, when's the I beat my girlfriend video coming out? Just so I can be ready for it. I want to distance myself from Mauler.
Is it considered abuse to tell my girlfriend that she has really bad taste in movies, or is that not? I don't know.
The way you do it, I would say yeah.
Yeah, that could be. It could be emotional abuse. That's for sure.
It's constant, never ending.
You have to have a whole stream dedicated to your girlfriend's terrible movie taste.
Have you seen?
It's titled "Not Everyone's Perfect," and yeah.
But I still love you.
Have you seen Mr. Girl's "I Beat My Girlfriend" video?
No,
I have not.
Why would is there a point in catching me up on that lore? Why the hell is there a video of a person saying they beat their girlfriend? What's that about?
Just Mr. Girl likes to make outrageous claims, but then I don't know, he walked it back to it's not really. I mean, you know, basically like it wasn't any big deal. He made it seem like he beat his girlfriend in a way that was like unforgivable, but I don't know.
Is there an acceptable way to beat your girlfriend? Like, I know what's the line?
Well, if I can just set the stage here, beating your girlfriend is not a popular thing. Like
totally, yes, it's a very unpopular thing. But
here at the Sitch and Adam show, we do not advocate.
Right, I do not advocate for you to beat your girlfriend.
Do not condone.
But there are ways.
Give that the old thumbs down.
But you got to admit there is a spectrum in beating your girlfriend, right? Like there is your girlfriend takes a trip to the hospital, right? And your girlfriend,
you just said that, Adam.
And your girlfriend is
Amber Heard apologia here, okay?
Yeah.
I did not punch you. I hit you. Okay,
right.
It's different.
It's kind of the.
Who's gonna believe you, Adam?
So okay, so basically just put Mr. Girl in the Amber Heard role, and you basically have the entire scenario.
Ooh, that's not good. That's not good.
Right.
Well, I mean, a bold strategy, but you might get some clicks, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah.
Well, the shock value is when you, I mean, he's making a video saying that he hit his girlfriend, and the shock value, you're thinking, oh my God. Oh, actually, he says I punched my girlfriend, which makes it seem like, I mean.
Like, fair warning, people are not going to like you when you say you punched your girlfriend. I know this is shocking to a lot of people.
You think that?
Yeah, I think it's not a good thing.
Mr. Girl's whole thing is, though, to say really shocking stuff like that. But the weird thing is, he immediately walks it back, so it's not really a punch, but you know.
So what is it?
Well, listen, I could punch Sitch in a way where I'm just joking around and it doesn't hurt him, right? And then I could tell people I punched Sitch.
Then I would say, Adam, why the fuck did you tell me it was a punch? You know what that indicates to me.
Thank you.
I'm a human being.
Thank you. Thank you. Because that's the entire thing that's so cringy about this video. Because it's like he comes out with this bold statement, right? I punched my girlfriend. And then spends the rest of the video walking it back where it's like, well, dude, that's no big deal. Like, why are you even telling me this?
Because it would be like,
so
I said,
stupid.
I poked my girlfriend. And you're like, oh, well, who cares? I'm like, she's dead.
Yeah.
You're like, what did you do? I poked her literally right through his skull. You're like, okay. I feel like you shouldn't describe that as you poked her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. That's interesting news, I guess.
Right. Yeah, no.
I'll have to check that video out.
Do it. You should.
Bad person in ways. But he's not stupid, and he knows that he can monetize that by leaning into it enough that his behavior comes across as self-referential and ironic. So it's a really common strat for like
wait a minute,
sexist. And the impression that I get of him, Old Man Laundry, thank you, is that he's a legitimately bad person in a bunch of ways. But he's not stupid, and he knows that he can monetize that by leaning into it enough that his behavior comes.
Sound familiar, Sitch?
That's what I was gonna say. I'm like, is Luke a fucking like 10-dimensional genius? Did he get Vaush to basically just explain his position accidentally?
I know. Sound familiar?
Holy shit!
As self-referential and ironic. So it's a really
because that's what he was doing. He's like, I'm not saying you should kill Republicans.
Right. I'm just being ironic.
Innocently looks at the camera sheepishly.
And strat for like sexist people to like, they actually do kind of dislike women, but they'll make like over the top sexist jokes in a way where it's like, oh, it's a joke, obviously. But, you know, well, does he actually think like half of that or whatever?
Oh, just like with, he's like, he'll just say like DeSantis is going to create like a national army to round up the gays. I'm just joking, obviously. Like, this is so, is Luke a genius, or is this just like, is this the simulation?
No, this is
what's happening
a simulation.
Here?
This is too accidental. I don't even think
amazing.
Luke is conscious of what's going on here.
I didn't realize this the first time I watched this video.
Right.
This is crazy.
With him, I don't know what the relationship is between X and Y, but it's basically just a rehash of standard conservative, I'm joking, I'm not joking shit. It comes across as like really weird to me. But he seems to be pretty genuinely like a pretty scummy person. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, good.
That's amazing. That's incredible.
I mean, this whole video is, I'm joking, I'm not joking.
Yes.
He casts that as conservative.
Yes.
As if conservatives are the only one that plays this I'm joking, not joking game that
shit.
Vaush has been playing this whole video.
Because, yeah, I think there's this new wave of, hey, there's a lot of these social norms that are, and a lot of this is good. Like you've talked about, you've talked about, and I've talked about a lot of the stuff around gender. Like, is this all necessary? All of these boxes and gates that we form. So then there's, especially on the left, kind of a movement of let's question norms and expectations and push the envelope a little bit. And it's interesting because that's all what kind of his thing is, hey, you know how everyone's really uncomfortable with pedophilia? Well, let's talk about it. And like, we should be able to be open about these conversations. And to me, it's like, yeah, we should, without having to get into like a weird fantasy thing. So anyways, okay, that makes me feel good.
No, you're not alone in feeling that way. I mean, the whole, again, it's basically like the I'm just asking questions, right? So like when neo-Nazis want to advocate for their positions, instead of like outright stating anything normatively convincing, they'll just ask like leading questions that try to bait you into certain like discussions where.
So I want it to be known that in Vaush's chat, when he was advocating for violence, but trying to pretend like he wasn't, there were multiple people in his chat that were saying Vaush is just asking questions.
Right. Yeah.
That's like a defensive rhetoric.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of like, this strategy for my enemy is really bad. But when I do it, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
About their moral premises without them having to assume any of the positions you have to argue against to express your opinion. Yeah, it's pretty standard stuff. I don't know. It's pretty weird. We've done this song and dance before with Amos Yee back in like 2018. Were you around for that?
No.
You look younger than me. He's a Singaporean guy. He was friends with Sargon of Akkad. He was a not pedophile who very adamantly argued about how the age of consent was oppressive or whatever the fuck.
They had like one conversation or something, right?
Of course, Vaush takes every opportunity.
There you go. Sargons. You were friends with Amos Yee. Sargon was wrong about it. Sargon was very wrong. His position was that he thought Amos Yee was just trolling for attention. Yeah.
Right.
That turned out to be completely wrong.
Because he went to jail, didn't he, that guy?
He did.
Yeah.
For CP.
Nice.
And then he got arrested for CP like a year ago or something. So.
Oh, and did he talk to Destiny?
Yes. Funnily, Destiny was one of the people who said this is bullshit. The skeptics are giving cover to this pedophile by being buddy-buddy with him and not taking the argument seriously. I will take the argument seriously. So. And
okay, yeah.
You know, the grand scales of reality, you know, tilt ever more in someone's favor, not mine certainly. But yeah, anyway. I do appreciate the convo.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Have a wonderful rest of your day. And bye-bye.
See ya.
Well, that was a friendly ending.
I feel like you guys were too mean. I actually enjoyed that conversation a lot. I also know there are going to be people in my chat who disagree with my perspective, so I'm happy to answer questions from anyone who disagrees with me.
This is great.
Obviously, stuff like this, you know, conversations like this always come across as a little bit, how would you put it?
Disingenuous?
A little bit speculative.
Oh.
Hey,
I was close.
A little bit speculative and a little...
Shu. Shu. I know you're listening. I know you're falling asleep right now.
Is Shu in the chat? No, she's just...
She was in Vaush's chat.
Oh, really?
He just said, hey, Shu.
Oh.
This is an app. You understand that this is an advocation for violence, right, Shu? Right? You're not going to defend this.
I don't know. Shu might be down with that, though. Shu's pretty edgy.
Pretty radical.
So, yeah.
I don't know. Let us know, Shu, if you're down with the call for violence and the fear of the Republican roundup of the LGBT community.
You've been to CPAC, Shu. Tell us. Let us know.
Yes.
Is there a lot of secret talk of Republican violence?
Right.
Taking things over violently? Ensuring that the Democrats never win another election? I kind of feel like we're in this, you know, post-mortem world where if you lose the election, you kind of try to figure out why and win the next election, not just circumvent democracy altogether.
I hope so. I generally agree with you.
Trump was a strange case, but people forget that COVID was just as much a part of that strange situation. I don't necessarily know, you know, next election is not going to be a COVID situation. So
that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
It won't be there'll be a lot more in-person voting and stuff.
Is COVID still around? Is it still doing its thing?
Hypothetically, I mean,
I guess.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Is anyone still? I've been looking at any of the numbers. So
I've never heard of a hypothetical pandemic. But maybe.
The monkeypox are coming. I mean,
you know what I mean.
I've heard of that. Yeah,
monkeypox is way more scary.
Well, the first thing I read about it was apparently it's very treatable.
Okay, that's good.
It's also very hard to get. You have to get pustule goo on you as opposed to just breathing. So it's a little difficult.
Really hot girl, Sitch, but she has monkeypox.
Yeah, no, pass.
Okay.
Wow.
Listen, she can quarantine for a month and then come back to me after she's got the treatment. Okay.
Okay, sure.
A bit kind of abstract in a LARPy way. It's just I feel like the idea that something like that could never happen here is really just a product of American exceptionalism, because it totally can. You know, not only has America come very close before, but we inspired the Nazis in our eugenicist prescriptions. They were huge supporters of fascism in America before World War II.
We inspired the Nazis.
Well, it's hilarious that he says that, because the eugenics movement in America in the early 1900s and 1920s was not by pro-fascist. It was by left-wing progressive movements. So
it just feels so that feels like a really ugly way to summarize in a broad sense. It's like they had inspiration from us over here in America. You're like, who was the one that crushed them again?
America.
Like, come on.
Well, he's trying to use this to say, you know, this could happen to you.
Yeah, he's saying there's a pathway to becoming them, blah blah blah. But I don't know. I don't think anybody needs convincing that any civilization can go a bad way. It's like, yeah, we know.
Right.
So I don't know, the little telltale signs. You haven't convinced us that they're yet.
Nope. He hasn't convinced anyone but his own fucking crazy radicals.
Right. Yeah.
You know, of course, like stuff like this can happen here. And I really think it's politically important for everyone with a good perspective, you know, to realize, like, to understand, like, yeah, I want to solve this within a democracy. But if democracy should fall, we need to be ready for that. And right now, our other political party is anti-democracy. So, wait, what is it?
Can you imagine the democracy
STL wants
falls?
to talk Chilean.
Does Vaush think if the democracy falls, he's just going to log into a YouTube channel and be like, okay, guys, it's time now. Meet me here on the corner of 5th and Lexington.
Democracy has officially fallen, according to Twitter.
Dude, I could totally picture him saying, democracy has fallen. Please subscribe and hit the bell. Like,
it's just so goofy. It's so LARPy. This is not... This is not cool.
Is the federal government going to like break into YouTube servers and like demand they delete Vaush's channel from the internet?
I just,
how do you think this is going to play out?
When we talk about politics and stuff, I mean, I think it's fun to try to figure out like which strategy is going to work in an electoral framework. But how do you do that in this kind of situation? This is just so weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so, none of the things he's saying are going to come to pass or be remotely
it's not going to matter.
Prophetic.
It's not going to matter. In 2024, everyone's going to forget about this, or they'll say, why are you bringing up old stuff? Like,
yeah. I guess it's just, I mean, I guess it's just LARPing. It literally is LARPing.
Yeah, it's just LARPing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's fun for people.
Vaush will be on MSNBC. No, he won't be on MSNBC in 2024.
Well, I can't believe I even made that prediction. This is like, I guess the J.K. Rowling thing just completely fucking changed his worldview.
Maybe.
Leftist chatter wants to talk to you. No, if they want anything to say, just DM it to me on Discord, and I'll just
ignore it.
Yeah, good.
And I'll just read it.
Oh, you got it right.
What did SDO want to talk about?
SDO? Oh, yeah. He wants to sell
Do you think you might have jumped the gun a little, getting down his throat, ascribing every lib position to him? It felt like for a lot of the convo you were attacking him for positions he hadn't expressed just because you labeled him lib. The only positions that I ascribed to him were about his sort of aversion to the acknowledgement of violence as a sort of pre-existing or omnipresent factor.
What?
And his like just aversion to it rhetorically. It just comes across as civility politics to me.
So when you were sleeping, presumably Mauler, Luke asked him, he said, you know, what line, what do the Republicans do? Like, give me an example of something they do where you suddenly say that political violence is acceptable. And Vaush's response to that was, our country was founded on violence. It started when the Declaration of Independence was signed.
Yeah.
That doesn't answer the question though.
Violence is already in play.
Violence is omnipresent. Okay.
So the answer then is just when someone says, I'm going to cut in front of you in this queue, you just get your axe out because it's time. Like, that's just how it works.
That's right. Well, first of all, when someone says cut in front of a queue instead of a line, that's when I bring out the axe because I know they're not an American.
Are you British? Like,
you proto-American with your queues.
How dare you?
I'm trying to save the colony.
The face is very, very real.
I hate
this is
it
very,
when he does
very real.
America. It's
and
so
I want to know, by the way,
no American talks
Mauler
like
does
that.
a shockingly good American accent.
No, he doesn't. He sounds like a hillbilly. He's doing it on purpose.
I sound like a hillbilly? What are you talking about? You, sir,
stop doing that.
Not ameliorating this situation.
Stop doing that.
No, you
stop
know,
making
I just
fun of
realized
Americans.
You sound like Chappelle when he does his white guy voice.
Oh, that's true. That's exactly what it is.
Dude, Vaush is totally Chappelle's white guy.
Yes, he is.
I find that the only solution for this country is to come together and kill all of the bad people.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Vaush.
I don't have one American voice. You guys are fun.
I mean, it would kind of be better if we just killed all the bad people, right? I mean, that's kind of the direction we're moving.
Make bad people illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is no one talking about the real solution here? Just make it illegal to be a bad person.
Yeah.
Simple.
Communist.
It's not like the fascists would like America after it goes fascist. Do you think the life of the average rural Republican is going to get better if the Trump imperium is put into place? No, of course it won't. Obviously everyone, at least almost everyone, who is our political enemy, is the victim of propaganda that they were probably introduced to at a very young age. A lot of them were literally groomed into being fascists. This isn't about opposing them on a fundamental or intrinsic level. However, keep in mind the argument that I'm making right now could apply to literally any group.
Everyone who disagrees
and I don't
with me
think
is
you would
fascist.
argue against
Stop
fighting
interrupting.
against the Nazis.
This is very important stuff, okay?
Republicans were groomed into fascism.
I'm trying to get my LARPing in.
I mean, at least he's not. At least he's trying to sympathize with Republican voters. I don't know.
I'm trying to imagine the end of America here. You keep interrupting. Okay,
I'm so sorry.
Vaush is talking.
I'm so sorry. Okay,
I'm trying to get off to Vaush.
Yes,
baiting the end of the world. Come on.
Look, he's in an apartment in Santa Monica. Okay, it's hard to concentrate.
This is like
doesn't seem very end of the worldy to me.
The illusion is hard to maintain.
I know. Jeez.
This is like the the disaster porn movies. Like
of course.
The Emmerich movies where the whole city blows up.
Yes.
This is like the political version of that.
But it's just a guy sitting in his bedroom. With his
Pretty sure the
cat
whole
bed.
world is dying.
With his cat bed in the background.
And his blue light.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very. I mean, I'm trying to picture it, but it seems like we're all gonna live.
You're right. See, Vaush, if you're gonna do this next time, you have to have like a bright red light that slowly starts encompassing the whole room as you're talking.
Oh, that would be good.
Covers your face.
That would be
and put
good.
like faint screaming in the background as though it comes from the streets around
Yes.
you.
Oh, that would be good.
Car alarm sounds, things breaking.
Yeah, like a smashing glass on every once in a while. And he's like, I have to go and check my lower area of this household.
Yeah,
I shall be taking my firearm.
He's got his firearm.
Shots. Don't worry, comrades.
And then he comes back and he's like, there are a bunch of guys out there and they were saying this is MAGA country. And they're trying to break into my windows.
Oh, yeah. That would make it better.
Mauler's American guy voice also sounds like he's the Terminator trying to pretend to be human.
Right.
I mean, you kind of have to, because this whole time I've been trying to channel Vaush. He's got such a crazily funny voice to me. Like it's so performative. Like I can't help but feel it's all made up in a lab.
Well, his tone of voice or the way the words that
I think all of it.
Right. Well, he's a kind of like Californian accent going.
Sure, but like this there's so much of it that's like I think handcrafted to you see, like, because I've seen different he's very aware of how he looks and sounds. It's a hyper awareness, I would say, of it. Obviously you can tell that a lot of people in our spheres don't care as much in terms of we literally just have avatars, and it's like make of it what you will. But like I think that there's lots of elements of him that he has worked very hard to be as appealing as possible. I think that's his goal.
It's the marshmallow on his ear. That's what's really, I mean,
that's what's selling it for you.
That's what's working for you.
Right.
I mean, it is making me hungry.
Hey, how come you don't have Vaush's accent, Adam?
The California accent?
You have a slight California accent.
I mean, when I lived in New York, everyone would say I have a California accent, but
well, especially in fucking New York.
I don't hear it. Yeah.
No, you have it. You have a little bit. Not Vaush has it way more pronounced than you do.
You think so?
Yeah. Do you not hear it?
I don't hear an accent on Vaush at all. No.
Well, there you
Probably
go.
because I am Californian. But
yes.
I feel like there's a lot more to his voice than just the accent, though. You got like the intonation and the words that he chooses specifically. Like that's been a meme for a while now. I love the words he comes up with sometimes. It's so amusing.
Supererogatory. You want to talk about?
I love ameliorate. That's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, ameliorate. That's a good one.
We must ameliorate the axiomatic beliefs of ourselves before we talk about our opponents and what they will
and you sort of
institute.
Just sitting like, what ameliorate made? And he's like, well, I could explain that, but I feel as though the speed of which this conversation would lead. And you're just like, no, just say it. What do you mean? Like, you say a bunch of other stuff.
Right.
Nazis, because the Nazis were victims of propaganda and so on and so on. Unfortunately, while conflict is unfortunate, if it is unavoidable, it is morally preferable that the good guys win. And sometimes they can't really win when they're pacifists. Lots of stuff. The essential point is that Republicans have asymmetrical polarization and we don't, which matters for how people react to violence. Yeah, STL, I'm aware. We need to work on that. See, this is a prescriptive judgment on my part. I genuinely do not think that liberals as a block are going to be useful or relevant in the coming years at all, unless they're willing to get on board with some of this stuff. It's necessary.
How the fuck is it asymmetrical? I mean, the largest protest movement in modern American history were the BLM protests.
Yeah.
You're right. And it was, not only was it aimed at racism, but it was aimed at like the evil right wingers who are basically protecting racists. Yeah. That's the largest movement we had across the country, mass protests, many riots, and yet it's asymmetrical in terms of rhetoric.
Charlottesville was like, what, 50 guys with tiki torches?
Well, I think it's like 200. But...
Oh, okay.
So, but that's what I mean. It's like, it's just, and then, but that was the thing after Charlottesville, like that was such a huge, like that was just covered. So, which is fine because fuck those people, but that was such a huge thing. You know, Trump was tarred with that for still today. That was Biden's fucking opening campaign bid was, you know, Charlottesville is why I had to run against Donald Trump. They're just living in this fantasy world.
Another example then, by the way, of like this event that will be referenced all the time as evidence of everything going down the tubes, when it really ended up being something that was used against the right more so in favor.
Exactly. How ironic that they called it Unite the Right when it was like basically destroyed the right.
Did damage for sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, when you get tiki torches and you say Jews will not replace us, it's kind of a bad look.
Yeah, that's whose idea was that?
That's on like page 3 of the book of Don't Say This Stuff.
Was that Bannon? Was that Steve Bannon's idea? Here, just march around.
That was not Steve Bannon's idea. Oh. It was Richard Spencer, whoever set up that.
Yeah.
Was it Baked Alaska or the other guy whose name I always forget?
I think he was there.
It was the guy that we talked to.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He was one of the organizers. What was that guy's name?
Rufus.
The guy that we talked to on the kill stream.
I don't remember any.
Because remember, it was funny, like before the show starts, he's telling us about how he's getting sued by the local government.
His name.
because
wasn't he like living at home with his parents because of that? I think he was.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, this is an interesting conversation before we go on stream and have a debate.
I mean, he didn't have like a Baked Alaska. He can't. I mean, Baked Alaska is easy to remember because it's like
I
it's not really a name.
Or whatever. He was an idiot anyway. Doesn't matter.
To bring them over. We will.
See, do you think he talks to these people?
I don't know why he kept
private?
saying that I didn't want to do anything electoral.
What people?
Just the people in the chat that because he knows them by name.
Well, we know. What do you mean? We know a lot of our chatters by name.
Yeah, but
you mean like not by their screen name? By what?
Sometimes you hang out with them in Discord and stuff like that, though.
Sure.
Right. I'm just wondering how far this LARP goes. To be honest, like, do they sit around and? I mean, it would help the performance if you actually believed it.
Yeah, he probably does talk to a lot of them in Discord and stuff.
That's right.
I don't know. Historically, I don't think there's that much evidence to the idea that having like more radical advocates for progressivism, leftism, or anti-fascism, like meaningfully detracts from the more mainstream left-wing political cause that much. In fact, I usually think there's an assistance there.
I mean, but there is a book about how nonviolence is a way to gain political power.
Makes me wonder if the question should have been more so focused then on like how far are you allowed to go? What does he think is still within reason of a non sort of like started up at warring political destructive landscape? Like how far, what kind of rhetoric can you use before even Vaush should be like, okay, you need to calm down?
Well, and he hasn't talked about any policy prescriptions beyond we just want power and evil Republicans can't be in charge of anything. Which it's just, that's so weird.
Because he does the whole like, whoa, I'm not advocating for anything. Blah, 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 blah. You kind of need someone to just be like, well, you should be because the oppression has begun, and why aren't you? Just to see how he would deal with that.
I guess it's a lot easier to advocate for this. We're on our deathbed of civilization here than to advocate for universal health care or build more houses or, I don't know, $15 an hour minimum wage.
Mauler, you'll put on an accent and you'll go talk to the Vaush and say that you're in his community and that you think he's being too soft in his rhetoric.
Yeah, tell him he needs to really dial it up a bit.
Right.
Join the call and I'm like, you have not gone too far.
Right.
That is not what is happening.
You've not gone far enough.
I see LGBT blood in the streets and I need you to push your audience to salvation.
Right. Oh. Andrew Anglin, thank you. That's who it was.
That's who we talked to. I think that's wrong, but
that's not who we talked to?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't fucking know them.
I think it's like Sleestack or something.
Mike Enoch.
There you go.
Mike Enoch.
That's it, yeah.
You talked to two people.
Why did I say Sleestack?
I don't know. You're fucking insane. Because you're tired.
Were there Sleestacks and that's like Land of the Lost, right?
I don't even know what Sleestack is a reference to.
Were there Enochs and Land of the Lost?
Are you confusing the word Enoch with epoch? I'm thinking it has something to do with dinosaurs.
I don't know.
Okay. It's getting to that late hours of the stream.
The stream.
What do you guys mean? It's the early hours of the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
I think the stream could cut down like any time in the next 15 minutes. So
that's true. That's true.
I don't know if we're gonna make it to the end, but
I'll read the two remaining $20 super chats in case it gets cut off. Oversized Trash Panda for $20 says Biden's Department of Health deprioritized anti-corona monoclonal antibodies for white people. No, this isn't active violence, and I don't advocate such a return, but that definitely pushed me away from the left for the foreseeable future. Yeah, that's true. People were saying I should have brought that up, and when we talked to Matt, when he was saying like, how is CRT going to influence your healthcare? And that's true. That would be a good example. Prince Charming for $20 says, it's funny how long you guys stream. I was listening while getting ready to go to the drive-in. I watched Maverick, got McDonald's for the family, and here you are, right where I left you. Also, buy Mo Boomsticks. My response. There you go.
Sweet.
What are you doing, Adam?
I guess he cut it out. There was a section when he was like playing with the gun that was super freaky. I was like, holy shit, does it break TOS? I mean, I have a gun right here on the side of my desk, but I don't like wave it around and shit just because I feel like it breaks TOS. But
there is something about
you're not allowed to
firearms. Yeah. I don't know what exactly.
You're not allowed to show firearms in a YouTube video. Like all the big firearm channels have gotten
you can show
demonetized.
Didn't that one guy like shoot a gun on a Twitch stream and he ended up getting banned or whatever?
I don't know. Twitch is a little different. So
there was a guy.
Well, and shooting a gun is different than waving around too.
Right.
There was a guy who talked his girlfriend into shooting a book as he held the book in front of him, and the bullet went right through the book and right through him, and his girlfriend was like, "Fuck."
Is he all right?
No, he died.
Well, I mean, he's all right in that he doesn't have to listen to these terrible takes anymore from Vaush because he's dead.
Right.
You're still the lining kind of guy, aren't you, Sitch?
I think you're right? You gotta look for I like to look at the good in people and then things.
I don't think she got to upload the video, but I think it would have gone viral. What do you guys think?
Why the...
I accidentally killed my boyfriend. What? You won't believe what happens next.
I know what happens next.
Gone wrong, gone sexual.
Like, why wouldn't you just fake something like that? Why would you actually do
Frank
it?
Gone very wrong.
Oh, it's so bad.
What kind of fucking... Listen, if you're so dumb that you think a thick book is going to protect you from getting shot...
Well, is it deliberately?
Yeah.
It's happened in movies before.
That's true. That's true.
No, that's just no.
I think you skipped ahead, Adam.
Yeah, it's not in here. Who cares? Fuck it.
Well, let's
read the last of the super chats. Or are we all caught up on super chats?
I did. Yeah, we're caught up.
Okay, good. So we might go out without a goodbye. So.
Without a bye-bye. We'll see.
Bills or whatever. I don't know where I'd have to go exactly to move him on that point specifically. The point that I'm trying to make is that no matter how close we actually are, we're closer to a real threat to ourselves than Republicans are, but Republicans are able to be convinced that they need to defend themselves to protect the democracy or America or whatever.
Democracy.
Those stupid Republicans are easy to be convinced.
History moves quickly, my friend. We don't have multiple decades. We have several years. Electoralism is
Until
fucked.
What?
We're done. We're donezo, folks.
So
all we get with Democrats is
the Republicans goose step in and round up all the gays.
You shouldn't be able to. This is why I love that whole bet thing Destiny's trying, right? Because you shouldn't be able to say this for many reasons, but one of the main ones that's almost like getting to me in terms of annoyance. It's like, you don't believe that, do you? Do you actually? Or are you just saying it because it sounds so like there's so many benefits to it socially in terms of scaring up your audience, but also
it's
being
a virtue
like,
signal.
I'm aware of this. I'm ahead of it, and I'm preparing you guys. And it like post justifies like anything you can possibly say. And so it's like, all right, you're so sure about it, put money on it. Put money on it in the sense that this is why it's such a clever thing. Like, if you're correct, I pay. If you're incorrect, you pay. Like, you don't have to worry about that because you're so sure, right? But the problem with it, like, if I were here when he was referencing that, I'd have been like, the only problem is just it gives such an easy optics win for their side within their own people, because they'll just be like, wow, betting money on the deaths of the LGBT community.
No shit.
It's like, no, that's not the. All right.
Well, I think Destiny said the bet was for charity. Like, you would donate some amount to charity or something.
What I'm suggesting is that he's clean on his end, but that's how they will summarize it.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, Vaush would use that to fire back to not.
And you don't have to address it then. You can just say how fucking disgusting it is that they're trying to put money on whether or not people are dying.
Right.
I think Vaush really believes this. I do think he truly believes that this is just around the corner.
Number of suicides this year, Mauler. You want to bet me? What do you think? I'm thinking.
Jesus.
Bet you on what? Sorry.
Number of suicides.
Oh God.
I'm thinking this year is, I don't know. Gas prices are pretty high. I'm gonna go maybe. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously.
Give me the spread.
Yeah.
Jesus.
We hold the line a little while longer, which is what we're going to be doing with canvassing, by the way. Holding that line gives us incredibly valuable time, but that's all it is. Time. We're only buying time.
But see, that's even crazier because he's essentially saying, even if we win, we're only buying time. It's inevitable, right? So what does that mean?
This is the whole thing about take all the components, the different things he says.
Yes.
Gives you one very clear picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't worry about that. It's all fine.
Well,
that's the thing. Like, he could say, even if the Democrats win in 2024, he's like, listen, you guys think that it's good. It's only until 2028. Then the Republicans will come and they'll put you all in the can.
This is all cult-like behavior. It really is.
Yes.
Sorry, me, man. I wouldn't be able to stand him being my like main source of political sort of progression in any way, shape, or form, because it just keeps telling you like we're fucked. It's like, oh.
But if you wanted to join a cult, would it be persuasive then?
Well, so that's actually a good point. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who want to be told this.
Sure. Yeah.
Anger provides a lot of mental energy, so
it does.
I think people use it to like power their lives to some extent.
Oh, that's so sad.
Well, it's the way it is, unfortunately. You have to understand that's literally what anger is designed to do.
Yeah,
that's the point of anger. Is to give you energy.
But all
that motivate you. Yeah.
All emotion.
Right.
But
Lust.
yeah, and it happens on the microcosm. Like, I'm assuming you guys have had it before where you'll start covering a video, they say one thing that's stupid, and the whole audience are already ready to just tear them to pieces. It's like, hang on, we're all right. We're doing okay. They've already said the one thing, and that thing could be explained by blah, blah, blah. We're still okay. But once they say like 10 stupid things, you're like, all right, that's fair.
No, we just
people get out the pitchforks too quickly. You're like, listen, let them dig the hole deeper before you start filling it in with cement.
Because it's a bit of a buzz, right? To just collectively be like, look at this crazy thing that's said. Let's all laugh and go nuts about it. Sometimes you forget there's a little human behind it who's like, hey, I didn't mean to be an idiot.
Sure.
Sometimes there's someone really aggressive and evil, though.
But sometimes they advocate for you to assassinate Republican political leaders.
Yeah, sometimes. See, because in my realm, we're just talking about bad movie takes. In you guys' realm, it's it's a
little
different.
It's a little different.
Republicans are explicitly anti-democratic, and every year that passes, they do everything they can to subtly tip the scales of power more into their hands. When next the elections arrive, on every level, local, state, federal, judiciary, whatever, it doesn't matter, they are working against us, and the Democrats are weak. They're spineless. They're made of jelly. They are not capable of defending us the way we deserve defense. So we can't trust them to tip the scales back the way we would want them to. We need to explore alternate solutions, whether that be radical action or direct action or preparation for self-defense, or hell, all of them. It is something that needs to be done.
I like that. Radical action and direct action. Ooh, that's a nice way of saying it.
That's pretty blatant.
Yes.
We can't do it democratically. It's inevitably going to come to the point where we will need to take action. And you're like, what is that?
What's kind of a radical action that you can think of?
Assassinating someone?
Writing a letter.
Oh, okay. Writing a letter in like Comic Sans font is pretty radical.
Oh yeah,
putting maybe even a swear word in there. Maybe just one, just the one. I wouldn't want to go any further than that.
You don't want to be the letter extreme
in blood.
But it's very polite.
Blood. Okay. But it's funny because he keeps during the conversation he keeps doing this thing where he would say, "I'm just saying for people to be ready, to be organized defensively." And here he just admitted that's not what he's talking about. He said radical action, direct action, and self-defense. So he's
that was like third down the list. Like
yes,
Yeah.
And I don't like the accusations of dog whistling because I have never dog whistled. I make jokes, but
totally have. What do you mean? You totally have. To be fair, like maybe I've got a more nuanced take on fucking dog whistling. A lot of us do it all the time about different things, and that's kind of the important part. What are you doing it about? Because if you're doing it about like, I'm like sarcasm can often be seen as dog whistling, right?
Is this even dog whistling?
I don't know.
This is like Vaush shouting at you with a bullhorn and then
that's what I'm
thinking
saying.
afterwards. I don't know if it's dog whistling.
Dog whistling usually comes with like a lot of
subtlety.
Well, I was actually going to say negative connotations, right, in terms of dramatic, even oftentimes political statements. I was like, how the fuck is he not satisfied?
Always negative.
How is he not satisfied
all of the requirements for that?
Radical action is not dog whistling. I mean, it seems like it is to me.
Well, he's being I would say he's being so much more explicit than dog whistling. I don't even, this is like him making very extreme comments and then afterwards saying, in a video game.
Right.
In Minecraft,
Well, yeah, and when when he's like, got to make those responsible pay, you'd be like, what are you, what does that mean? Who we talk about that? Then he'd be like the demons. You'd be like, who that?
Right.
What do you mean by pay?
Exactly. And I don't like the accusations of dog whistling because I have never dog whistled. I make jokes, but my positions have always been incredibly clear. Everyone is in favor of political violence because everyone supports some kind of political violence. People just draw the lines at different points, and I have always been
fucking hate it when people. It would be like the equivalent. We've been like, hey, we all take. If you said like, why are you murdering everybody in your town? It's like we all take action.
Yeah.
Like, listen, you eat meat, don't you? We're all really murderers if you think about it.
That's your opening gambit. You're like, you're a chess player, yes, and you're like, what? Yeah, where's this going? It's like,
you've shot someone in a video game, right? I mean, technically, we're all murderers here.
Like, why would you even take pride in making this point? It's like, we're all in favor of some form of political violence at some point, correct? You're like, nah, I already know what you're going to say. I didn't wait to finish.
I know, it's so bullshit. That's why he's making it. It's a completely bullshit argument he can make instead of having to actually stand by his convictions. I mean, he's like, I speak very clearly what I want. No, not. I mean, you do, but then you walk it back and you try to hide it like literally the next nanosecond, even though everyone knows what's going on.
His line is just based on his delusion of the world. Okay, so it's it's a different line than our line, but
like Vaush is literally in the Nick Fuentes, making Holocaust cookie jokes and then saying, just jokes, just a joke. We have fun here at America First, just joking.
This is the thing he always accuses them of. The jokes aren't really jokes.
There you go. We shouldn't call him Vaush Limbaugh if he likes that. We should call him Vaush Fuentes. Because I don't think he'd like that.
That is good.
Vaush Fuentes.
Radical advocate for self-defense. A position that I'm proud to take unashamedly. And by the way, I have to say, I do think it is remarkable how evident and how self-evident my position is, because when you analogize it over to the Nazis, all of a sudden everything becomes clear. You understand what I mean?
He's correct. A lot of what his rhetoric could be considered what was given to the Nazis to encourage them to do what they did. Top notch.
Gaslighting.
If I say any situation is like the Nazis, then it obviously justifies killing them. So therefore, I'm right.
There's some music you can take it the direction of, like, they were probably told something similar to what you're telling your fucking team.
Oh my god, so dumb.
You have to take action. We're running out of time. The whole world's going to be destroyed if we don't stop them now with, action.
That's what they were saying about the Jews. They're like, we have to take action against the Jews. They're destroying everything.
And someone's like, but Mr. Hitler, taking action's evil. And he's like, we all take action. We all do it every day.
This country was founded on political violence. Why are you being such a hypocrite?
Take him away. Oh no.
I could almost bet you there's some Hitler speech that's sort of in that ballpark of this country's founded on political violence or something. Are we all in favor of political violence?
Why are we here? Why is Vaush not trying to do some sort of political commentary, like just on electoral politics like everyone else does? Like, why is he sitting here advocating violence?
Well, and why is it okay that he's like blurring the difference between, violence in the form of like policy and violence in the form of blowing up houses?
No, I totally agree. Why? Why?
Maybe it's one of two things, maybe, Adam. Maybe either A, he's just being completely cynical, and after the blow for the J.K. Rowling fallout, he's trying to appeal to more and more extremists, or also in regards to the J.K. Rowling fallout, he's become like more warped and evil and angry because he feels like he was betrayed by his side. So now he's become punished Vaush. He's just becoming more and more like extreme.
I don't know Vaush's numbers. Like Vaush could be down 50%, and I wouldn't know. Yeah.
Destiny said he's down, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like approval rate. I was like, wait, YouTubers have approval rate?
No. Like his viewership.
His viewership, his income, whatever. We're not privy to that information.
I mean, his clout with other content creators definitely took a huge hit from the J.K. Rowling thing.
Low. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, didn't he like break up with ContraPoints?
He did, yeah.
Contra blocked him.
Yeah.
Damn.
Give him the big old Twitter block.
Which, some might be happy about that, but
America, all very this and that. But if you're like, okay, well, so take all these things that are happening right now, but at that point in the Holocaust, like right there, and it's like, oh yeah, of course, then set video games where you're a resistance fighter gunning down Nazi soldiers to, like, all of a sudden, radical in retrospect, passive and submissive currently. Very bad strategy for winning any kind of political battle. Why don't you dog whistle more? I don't need to. I'm right. Also, there's nothing wrong with advocating for self-defense.
I don't need to dog whistle. I'm right. Is that what he thinks dog whistling is?
Yeah, that's really weird.
Like you only dog whistle when you know you're wrong. That's not how that works.
Right.
Dog whistle.
Well, you dog whistle when you know what you're saying is not
unacceptable
socially acceptable.
Socially, yeah. But like that, the person saying it usually thinks they are right.
Yeah, right.
I don't need a dog whistle. I'm right. Like, especially when you couch it in such broad terms. Like, I don't know, if I said like just all of video games aren't art, and then you're like, justify that, and I go, well, broadly speaking, we've all considered things to be not art at some point, right? You're like, what? That doesn't.
Mauler, when you get up in the morning and you drink your cup of coffee with your toast, is that art?
That is art, yeah.
No, it's not. That's you eating breakfast. Therefore, video games are not art.
Wow. And see, I didn't even need to dog whistle that because I'm right.
There you go.
Dog whistling is completely independent of the truth value of whatever you're dog whistling.
Yeah, because you could like there could be people dog whistling about the fucking the Earth being spherical at one point.
Yeah.
They wouldn't. That doesn't mean they're wrong.
Right. Right.
Defense. Everything that I have advocated for in this stream has been perfectly in line, not only with my and everyone's moral code, but with the legal rights enshrined in the United States Book of Laws. We all have a right to self-defense. We have a
Well, you know what? If there was one person I would trust to evaluate his positions in this stream, it would be him.
Oh, of course.
He's the one person that I can definitely assume has got a good handle on exactly what he achieved.
I feel like this is this is not legal advice, or you should do your own research before investing in stocks and bonds. This is just like his legal tagline.
I don't know. I find this funny. It's a victory lap, essentially. Just like, by the way, I was right about everything I said. I have looked into it.
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
I've read the laws. Okay. I've read all the laws. I've read the Constitution. Everything I'm saying is, kosher. Unlike the Nazis.
The right to gun ownership.
Oh, did you pick the gun up?
Perfectly happy.
No.
Advocate for those things. I do regular whistling here, no dog whistling. I don't need to dog whistle to advocate for self-defense.
See, and that tells you what he's done to dog whistling in his own brain. He's associated with just an evil act. Like, it could never be done in a way that was important.
Self-defense.
Or just, he's trying to make this argument that what he's saying is so obviously self-evidently true that everyone agrees, I can't believe he actually believes that.
No.
Right? When he was having that conversation with Luke, and Luke would ask him these questions like, well, what do the Republicans have to do for you to advocate for violence? He'd be like, I never advocate for the violence against Republicans. We're talking about Nazis. Please ignore how I've compared them to Nazis for the last 30 minutes. So he knows that this is bullshit.
Do you know the movie Trading Places?
Yeah.
They need to remake that movie in modern times with tech billionaires who adjust the algorithms to make some stupid person super popular. The biggest idiot.
You're right.
The biggest idiot on the planet.
Yes.
We can get Vaush to star in it.
It's funny.
Someone in his chat said, even in the face of all this insane bullshit from Republicans, my mum is still vehemently anti-gun. And they put an annoyed face. And I'm just sitting here if Vaush told you to be anti-gun, you would be.
Right.
Oh, of course.
It's the thought leader shit. Whatever they've concluded about any given subject, they'll just look down on everyone for not having reached that yet.
Mm-hmm.
What should we gaslight our chat into believing, Sitch? I feel like we should. There's something.
We can't. Our chat's too independently minded.
Oh, that sucks. We've cultivated the wrong audience here.
You're right. You guys have. Well, this is the problem. We sell free will at them, so we kind of fucked ourselves.
These free thinkers,
seriously, keep that up. It's one of my favorite things about any community is with a chat that's so it just says shit that you disagree with all the time, and you let them know that shit's top tier. You need that all the time. Don't make a hug box. Fuck hug boxes.
Right.
What's wrong with a hug box? Sometimes people need a hug, Mauler.
Ooh, you end up with a whole community that's ready to destroy the world.
Ready to start assassinating politicians.
I feel like we might need to start some dog whistling about Mauler here.
Oh, really?
Is that a dog whistle?
Maybe.
When you say dog whistle, is that like a dog whistle?
Oh, I bet it is. Actually, I think Adam is elephant whistling about dog whistling.
Is it cat calling? And that's the equivalent. It's like the opposite, where you're much more overt about what you want.
Vaush needs to stop cat calling about killing politicians.
How's it? We're at like 11 hours and 54 minutes, but I think it just rolls. Like, I think we could go.
We'll just cut it off, right? So
I think you can go for like,
the only people who will ever hear this part of the stream are the people who are here right now.
This is the part
we still got 10 minutes.
Well, no. Well, once we get to 12 hours, I feel like we can officially dog whistle and like
that's right.
Lost forever.
We can put all the dog whistles we want because no one except for the live viewers will see it.
Well, we wouldn't need to dog whistle because we're right.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Well, cat call.
Yeah, we can just cat call.
This whole self.
But you were Pepe posting about implied active violence. All violence we enact in our cause.
Wait, you have to listen to that question.
Here, no dog whistling. I don't need to dog whistle to advocate for self-defense. But you were Pepe posting about implied active violence.
See, so someone in his chat's like,
dude, there are some self-aware Pepes in there who are like, wait a minute.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure this is evil.
Violence we enact in our cause is defensive because everything that I have said throughout this conversation has been, we should prevent a genocide. In that context, everything that I say is in reference to the concept
Bro,
of
what do you think every
self-defense.
Terrible idea is justified with?
But he just fucking implied that it was bullshit, that he knows it's bullshit. He finger quoted his own genocide. Look.
Everything that I have said throughout this conversation has been, we should prevent a genocide.
What the fuck?
I mean, that's pretty funny, actually, yeah.
He just said, like, I know this is bullshit. How is this video, like, still up? This is so transparent.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
That's a total Freudian slip there. I can't believe he did the finger quotes on the genocide.
Not even
this is a genocide, guys. Wink, wink, wink. I don't need a dog whistle because genocide.
I mean, maybe he's like, this is the. I mean, I'm kind of shocked that when he edited this video, that he left this part in. Why wouldn't he cut all this out?
Well, this is the like the legal ease at the end of the video. Just to tell everyone everything he's doing is like, okay.
Like the fact that Vaush feels comfortable using this rhetoric on YouTube shows that everything he's saying is fucking wrong because there's no right winger
that would get away with this.
Of
course not.
Who would use any of this fucking.
The FBI would be on their doorstep like immediately.
Yes, they would be canceled in a second.
Well, maybe they are investigating Vaush. Who knows?
I'm surprised there's not more right-wingers who would want to dig through his VODs to make like more compilations and stuff. Because some of this shit, like you see it in these streams and you're just like, damn, dude. It reminds me of this Hassan stuff. It's like if people actually watched his streams who don't like him, they'd be able to come up with like a shit ton of evidence of how crappy his content is or his ideas are. The problem is you have to watch the streams.
Yeah. Right. Well, the long streams kind of protect you to that extent because no one wants to sit through them if they hate you. So.
Is that our protection?
So, yeah, it is. I think if we were both still regularly making videos while streaming, I'm sure a lot of these people would be doing react, videos, criticizing our stuff.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
They just don't react because it's so long.
Yeah, because we couldn't react to. How could you react to our stream?
A 12-hour stream.
Yeah,
we should try it.
I guess that's the meme, right? Because they'll say it's bad, and then you go, "Have you seen it?" And like, no, it's too long. Why the fuck would I watch it?
Yeah, it's true. Exactly.
Yeah. Sort of mean when I was doing the Hassan compilations, I was like, I did watch these streams because he even says like they don't watch my work. If you remember, Hassan says, I was like, I did. I've seen like 3 or 4 full streams from him now, and every time there is a gold mine of his stupid. Like, it's,
of course,
it's wonderful the amount of like how his brain works and stuff.